Hey folks, welcome to the world of costing. This is CA Ganesh Bharadwaj. I am a chartered accountant in practice and a teacher by passion. Now, in this video, we are going to get started with costing revision. Now, before we get into the technicalities of the subject, first, I would like to give you a clarity on certain aspects, like which students can watch this revision video, like old syllabus or new syllabus students. What will be the chapters that will be covered in this revision video? What will be the approximate weightage and all of these things? Now, let's get started. Now, first of all, new syllabus is applicable from May 2024 onwards, and old syllabus is applicable till up to November 2023, right? And just a quick look at the syllabus, because I'm sure you already know the syllabus. Just a quick look at the syllabus. If you see, in the new syllabus, there are 15 chapters, and in the old syllabus also, there are 15 chapters in this paper, Cost and Management Accounting, right? But there is only one small change in terms of the syllabus, in terms of the chapters. There is only a small change. If you look at this, in old syllabus, this is old syllabus. So in old syllabus, chapter 9 had job costing and contract costing. And now in the new syllabus, what they have done, they have removed this contract costing. So chapter 9 has only job costing. So in the new syllabus, for the new syllabus students, contract costing, that is not at all there for your syllabus. And one more small addition they have made. In chapter 3, in the old syllabus, it was only employee cost. Now in the new syllabus, they have made it as employee cost and direct expenses, which means there is something called as direct expenses that they have added in chapter 3. It's not a very big addition because they have only added two sums in this entire study material, the new study material. But technically, this direct expenses is a portion which is already covered in chapter 6 cost sheet. So technically, if you see, this is not a very great addition because this direct expense concept is already covered in this cost sheet area. Are you clear with this? But for this, entirely in terms of the syllabus, it is going to be the same for both the old as well as the new syllabus students. So this revision video, except for this chapter contract costing, so whether you are a new syllabus or an old syllabus students, everyone can watch. And if you are an old syllabus student, so definitely don't miss, you also watch the contract costing chapter. And if you're a new syllabus student, that chapter alone you need not watch. Fine. Number two, sir, is this the only difference between the old and new syllabus? No. In terms of syllabus, in terms of the chapters involved, yes, these are the two changes. They have removed contract costing and they have added one direct expenses in the new syllabus. Now, the one more difference is there, but this difference is not in the syllabus. This is in the manner of testing. In the old syllabus, what they were doing is, which is applicable till November 2023. So the paper is for 100 marks. The paper is for 100 marks and 100 marks fully is a practical paper. So 100 marks fully is going to be a practical paper. So entirely it's going to be, you need to solve practical questions. Of course, one theory question will be there. Entirely it's going to be subjective. So there are no MCQs. So this is what is the old syllabus, which is applicable till May 2023. November 2023. Whereas in case of new syllabus, what the institute has come up is, they have come up with 30% of MCQs. So 30 marks will be from MCQs, where of course you know that multiple choice questions, they have introduced that even in practical papers, and 70 marks will be from your practical portion, that is subjective portion, numerical theory and all we need to solve. So they have actually changed. Not much of a change has happened in terms of the chapters involved, but they have strategically changed the manner of testing under the new syllabus as compared to the old syllabus. Now sir, what difference does it make? Anyways, costing is such a subject where you have to learn things conceptually. It is not a subject that can be mugged up and you can just go write the exam. Absolutely not. Every single thing that you learn here has to be conceptual. And given the number of chapters, yes, slightly as compared to the other subjects, it is in terms of volume, it is little high. However, the subject is very, very, very simple. It's very easy, provided you spend some time in learning the subject conceptually. Now, if you look at this, as it is, the subject is more conceptual based. Now, in case of a new syllabus, where 30% of the marks come from MCQs, now the manner in which they are going to test your conceptual knowledge will definitely be high. For example, it is not going to be like what is cost and 4 definitions they will give, you need to tick one. Absolutely, that will not be the case. Maybe it is going to be like, now in case of under or over absorption that is happening because of normal reasons, now the same should be apportioned using dash rate. So the answer is supplementary rate. Now without knowing the conceptual knowledge as to why supplementary rate is used, now you cannot attend this particular question. Now you just get an idea. So I'm not getting into the technicality of the subject, but I'm just giving you an idea as to what could be the kind of changes that you can expect in the new syllabus. Overall, as I told you, chapters wise, a very minor change. They have removed contract costing, added direct expenses chapter. That's about it. Whereas in terms of the manner of testing, earlier in the old syllabus, it is going to be 100% practical. Subjective, it's going to be. Whereas in case of new syllabus from May 2024 onwards, 70 marks will be your subjective portion and 30 marks will be your MCQ portion. So to put it short, yes, whether you are an old syllabus or a new syllabus student, you can definitely attend this lecture. If you are a new syllabus student, then the contract costing portion alone you need not attend. As simple as that. Now, let me go to the second point. Sir, what are all the chapters that we are going to cover in this particular revision video? Now, as I told you, this subject is, in terms of volume, it is slightly huge. But is it difficult or easy? Absolutely, it's easy, provided you understand all the conceptual knowledge, but you need to spend some time with the subject. Now, in my regular batch, I generally take this subject for about 160 to 180 hours. Now what happened was, there were some students who couldn't attend this entire regular batch. So what I did was, we made actually a fast track course wherein all the chapters, every single chapter, we condensed it, and only the important portions inside every single chapter, we made it into a fast track course, and that overall we covered the entire subject in about 50 hours. Clear? Now, many students have already purchased this particular fast track course. Since they've already purchased, many students have already purchased it. Now we cannot upload the entire fast track course on YouTube free of cost, since some students have already paid money and bought it. So what we thought was, for the benefit of everyone, what we thought was, now we have handpicked 7 chapters from the fast track course. This 7 chapters, whatever is mentioned here, fully we are giving. Whatever is there in the fast track course, we are giving only with respect to these 7 chapters, since we are unable to upload the entire 50 hours of content, since some students have already purchased it. So what we thought was, if we further dilute, and generally a revision video will be for maximum of 15 to 20 hours maximum. Now, if we further dilute just to cover all the 15 chapters, then it will be like I will just be reading it for you, which you can do it much better. So what we thought was, fine, whatever chapters, let us pick 7 chapters and let us give it to the students for free on YouTube. Let them have access to it. All the 7 chapters that we have picked here are coming from the fast track course. And here, what we will be doing is, it's not just, for example, this cost sheet. If you see, we will not be just reading the format of cost sheet and I will not be reading line by line. No, first we will understand why the cost sheet format is like the format given in the study material. We will understand the logic behind it, and automatically you will be able to tell the format of cost sheet, and all this conceptually you will be able to do it. And we will do a couple of sums, not many sums, because obviously it's a fast track course content that we are using right now. So obviously a few sums to cover the important aspects of cost sheet. Now, in this case, if you spend 3.5 hours, one full chapter of cost sheet will be covered from an examination perspective. Of course, after this, some additional questions are also given that needs to be solved. Are you clear with this? So what we have planned was, this first 3 chapters, that is cost sheet, service costing and material cost. These 3 chapters approximately comes to about 10 hours more or less, which we are actually releasing it as part 1 of this revision video. Then the remaining 4 chapters, budget and budgetary control, for about 1.5 hours, cost accounting systems 3 hours, contract costing 2 hours, and unit batch and job costing 1 hour. Since this unit batch and job is an extension of cost sheet only, and we have actually added that also, this comes up to about 7.5 hours, which we will be releasing it as part 2. Clear? So there is no dilution here, because just for the sake of giving the entire content in a span of all the chapters in a span of 20 hours, we didn't want to do the further dilution and compromise on the quality. So what we did was we handpicked a few chapters as it is from the fast track course and we compiled it into a revision video and we are giving it to the students. Are you clear with this? So this is for the benefit of everyone, right? So you can download that the fast track course material as well as the additional problems that can be downloaded free of cost by everyone. Clear with this? Now, this is in terms of coverage. These 7 chapters we will be covering in part 1 and part 2. But whatever we are covering, it will be a holistic coverage with numerical problem solving and all that. Limited numerical problems will be there. So this is what is the coverage that you can expect. Now, this entire scope, this 7 chapters will approximately cover about 45 to 50 marks in your exam. So this 7 chapters will approximately cover about 45 to 50 marks in your exam. So based on this, you can plan. So overall, this is going to be about 10 hours in the first part and 7.5 hours in the second part. And based on this, you can decide whether you want to spend time on this or not. So this, you can decide it based on whatever is the information that I'm giving it to you, right? So on that note, let us get started with this beautiful subject, costing. So before we get into this cost sheet, I will give you certain conceptual background about certain areas. I'll give you certain conceptual background. Please take running notes. I'm telling you again and again, listen, process, write. 3 things happening simultaneously. And right now the time is what? 2:15, no? This is exactly the time when you will be writing your exam also. 2 to 5 exam. Correct period only we have taken. So you should be at the height of your energy level during this time. Practice it. Every day practice it. Please don't ever sleep during this time. Not during the classes, obviously, that I will take care. Even after the classes get over, please don't have the habit of sleeping between 2 to 5. That's very, that is going to hurt you bad if you sleep. Please don't sleep during this time. Before, after, you do whatever you want. During 2 to 5, it's a practice. It's a practice. Please don't sleep during this time. Because you should be at the peak of your preparation. You should be at the peak of your mindset. And that's exactly, because exam is just another day. Every day if you're sleeping during that time, exam also will fall asleep only. Okay, clear with this? Yes guys? Fine. So before we get into cost sheet, I will give you certain conceptual backgrounds that I want you guys to note it down parallelly. So you also need to participate on top of it. So for multitasking. So here, process, write and participate, 4 things. So I know it might be difficult. It shouldn't be difficult for people who have already attended before. But for those who are doing it for the first time, it might be difficult, but please don't give up. Remember that Elon Musk, that guy has done, he had everything to lose in his life, still he didn't want to quit. We have nothing to lose, no? We have nothing to lose. So let's just give our best. Enjoy yourself. That's all. Clear with this? Fine, guys? Right. Okay, fine. Guys, let's get started. Please participate. Now, first, let's say a company, they purchased 1000 kgs. They purchased 1000 kgs of some product at the rate of 10 rupees. Okay, so how much is this in total? Guys, how much is this in total? Please write. 10,000, correct? Fine. Now let's say they have sold, let's say they have sold 800 kgs. They have sold 800 kgs. Let's say at the rate of rupees 20. How much is that? Guys, how much is that? So it's 16,000, correct? Right? So what's my profit? 6,000, correct? Correct? Why? Someone said 6,000. Some people said 6,000. Who all said 6,000? It's okay, be honest. Huh? It is? Take a red ink. Please take a red ink. It is what? Absolutely wrong. Why is it wrong? Guys? Why is it wrong? You are comparing the sale revenue that you generated out of 800 units with the cost incurred with respect of 1000 units. Correct or not? The matching concept goes for a toss. Correct or not? Can you compare the revenue generated out of 800 units with the cost incurred with respect to 1000 units? Can you do it? It's a sin. You can't do it. Absolutely not. Correct, guys? So what should you do?
Yes. Now, what you'll have to do is, this 10,000 rupees, what will you do? You will split it into two, correct? You will split it into two. What and what? The cost incurred in respect of the units that is sold, and the cost incurred in respect of the units that remains unsold. Correct or not? Correct or not? So, each and every unit gets valued at how much? What is the cost you are spending on every unit? Whether it is sold or unsold, what is the cost you are spending? 10 rupees. Correct or not? So, can I say 800 into 10? This is going to be 8,000 is my cost. And here, in respect of units unsold, the cost is going to be 2,000. Correct, guys? Correct. 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 Now, I call this as cost of goods sold. That is, the cost I incur in respect of units that I sell is called as cost of goods sold, and the cost I incur in respect of units unsold is called as closing stock. Correct or not? You don't call it as cost of goods unsold, it is called as closing stock. Are you clear with this? Closing stock means what? Basically, I have produced, but I have not yet sold, which means what? I have incurred some cost, but that is lying only with me. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct? So this is going to be your closing stock value. Correct, guys? Correct or not? Correct or not? And now, this 16,000 rupees of revenue, what you will do? This 16,000 rupees of revenue, you will compare it with 8,000 rupees of cost. Correct or not? Why? Because 800 units revenue can be compared only with 800 units cost. Correct, guys? Correct or not? And only if you knock it off, you get your profit as how much? As how much? As how much? 8,000. Correct or not? This 2,000 will be carried forward to the next year. Why? Current year closing stock becomes next year's opening stock. Correct or not? Correct or not? So, can I say that this 8,000 gets knocked off against my current period revenue to arrive at the profit? It expires in the current year, it dies in the current year to arrive at my profit. Correct or not? Correct or not? Whereas this 2,000 you tell me, does it expire in the current year, or it escapes the next year? It escapes the next year. Yes or no? Hence, can I say this 8,000 is my expired cost? Correct or not? Correct or not? And can I say this 2,000 is going to be my unexpired cost? Correct or not? Correct or not? You guys tell me. The cost that gets knocked off against my current period revenue is called as an expired cost. Correct or not? And the cost that escapes the next year, carry forwarded to the next year, is called as an unexpired cost. Unexpired cost is nothing but your closing stock. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, can I come to this conclusion? Profit is equal to sales minus expired cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? Because sales was 16,000, expired cost were 8,000. So 16,000 minus 8,000, my profit is equal to 8,000. Correct or not, guys? Correct or not, guys? Can I say that profit is nothing but sales minus expired cost? Correct or not? Correct or not? Everyone, please participate. Yes. Are you all clear with this? So that portion of cost that gets knocked off against your revenue to arrive at the profit is called as an expired cost, and the other cost, that is your closing stock value that expires the next year, is called as unexpired cost. Okay, clear with this? Now, don't think that we are spending a lot of time here and all. Don't worry about it. Please don't worry about it. My only thing for you is spend more time on the concepts. The amount of time that you will spend on your subject, on your sums, will be very less. It will be very less. More the time you spend in learning the concepts, lesser will be the time in execution. Abraham Lincoln, you know his saying, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, I will spend the first 4 hours sharpening the axe. 4 hours for the preparation. The actual execution is only 2 hours. So if you spend more time here, obviously the time that you will spend in your sums will be very less. Today we will finish cost sheet. Yes, today we will finish cost sheet. You see that. You just see it by yourself. Fine, we will finish this chapter cost sheet today. Fine. First, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? So profit is equal to what? Come on. Sales minus expired cost. So directly, whatever cost comes, you can't knock it off. It has to be segregated into your expired and unexpired portion. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So this was the first discussion here. A discussion. This is nothing but expired cost versus unexpired cost. Expired cost versus unexpired cost. Please excuse me for this handwriting. Actually, I'm using this pen tablet and all. So I will have to write it here. It displays on the screen. So it's quite, as it is, my handwriting is pathetic. You can ask my past students and all. But now it's even more difficult. But don't worry, I'll ensure that it's legible. Is it legible, or you can understand? No, you can at least understand. No, okay, fine. Thank you. Right. Okay, guys. First, you guys are done with this. You guys are done with this. Done. Right. Let's move to the next concept. Let's move to the next concept. Now, let's move to the next concept. This concept, I will give you the name after we take this example. Okay, after we take this example. Now, let's say I'm giving you an example. Please note down parallelly. Please note down parallelly. Let's say the material cost is 50,000. This is the given data. So, material cost is 50,000. The direct wages, let's say is 30,000. Then admin expenses, let us say it's 10,000. Admin expenses, let us say, is 10,000. And selling expenses, let us say selling expenses is another 10,000. What's the total? What's the total? What's the total? 65, yeah. This is 50,000, 30,000, 10,000, 10,000. How much is it? 1 lakh, correct or not? Yeah, 1 lakh. And then another data is given to you. Selling price, they have given it to you as rupees 15. Units produced, that is the production. Units produced, they have given it as 10,000 units. And out of this, units sold, they have given it as 8,000 units. They have given it as 8,000 units. They have given it as 8,000 units. Correct? Fine. Now, find the profit. Find the profit. Find the profit. How will you find the profit? You guys know. Can you say profit is equal to what? Your number of units sold. 8,000 units into 15. Whatever you get. That minus 1 lakh. Entire 1 lakh will you do? No. Why? Why? Sorry? Yes. So, only a part of the entire production. This cost is in respect of units produced. You can't compare the cost incurred in respect of units produced with the revenue generated from goods sold. Correct or not? Correct or not? So, matching concept takes for a toss. You need to adjust for that. Correct, guys? Yes, that you all know. That you all know. So, now you tell me, how will you do it? How will you do it? Come on, tell me how you will do it. So, how will you do it, guys? Come on, participate. So, this 1 lakh is there. This 1 lakh is there. This you will break it into two. This you will break it into two. That is cost incurred in respect of units sold and closing stock. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, 1 lakh rupees is the total cost incurred for how many units of production? 10,000 units. You incur the cost not only in respect of units that you have sold, but even in respect of units unsold. No, that is for whatever you have produced, you incur the cost. Correct or not? So, can I say the cost per unit is very important for us? Because only if you have the cost per unit, it can be segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock. Correct or not? What is the cost per unit here? 1 lakh divided by 10,000. How much is it? Rupees 10 per unit. Correct or not? Correct or not? So, can I say how many units were sold? 8,000 units into 10. And what's your closing stock? 2,000 units into 10. So, what's your COGS? What's your cost of goods sold? 80,000. And what's your closing stock? What's your closing stock? 20,000. Correct, guys? Correct? Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? And is this correct? Is this correct? And is this correct? Is this correct? Is this correct? Is this correct? No. Why no? Right. Take a red ink. Please take a red ink, guys. Please take a red ink. I know these are all some common mistakes that many people make. That is exactly the reason why I'm making you commit the mistake and rectify it in the classroom itself. Absolutely wrong. This is absolutely wrong. Without knowing all this, you can't enter cost sheet. I'm telling you, if we spend more time here, cost sheet 5 minutes will get over. Trust me, 5 minutes cost sheet done. That's all. I will make you say that entire format. I'll make you tell the entire format. In the classroom itself, you will tell the entire format. No need to mug up. Conceptually, you can learn it. Clear? Fine. What is the problem here? What is the problem here? Now, what we have done is, yes, no doubt, cost has to be segregated into cost incurred in respect of units sold and cost incurred in respect of units unsold. Correct? Absolutely correct. But you should know one thing. What we have done here is, we have valued every unit at the rate of 10 rupees. Meaning what? We have taken into account all these expenses. All the costs that I have incurred, I have added it up, divided by the total number of units, and every units I produce has been valued at the full cost. Correct or not? There is a thumb rule you should never forget in your life. Have this thumb rule in your mind. Now, every unit of product should only be valued at manufacturing costs. Should only be valued at manufacturing costs. Simple. You tell me, guys. You tell me. This trading P&L account, in your accounts you would have done. Correct? Stock item, no? Where does it appear? Where does it appear? Trading account, P&L account. Trading account, P&L account. P&L. Trading. It appears in your trading account. Correct? Now, in your trading account, you will have sales here. Correct? And you will have some closing stock here. Correct? Here on the debit side of the trading account, what expenses you will have? Only manufacturing related expenses will come there. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Only manufacturing expenses will come there. Don't say direct expenses. More details of that we will see. But only whatever cost you incur inside a factory will only be debited your trading account. Correct or not? Correct or not? And that is the reason at this level only closing stock gets valued. Are you clear with this? This is why closing stock is not appearing in your P&L. It appears in your trading because for me to segregate between cost of goods sold and closing stock, I should only consider the manufacturing cost. Sir, then what are you saying, sir? Or will I ignore the selling expenses and all? No. Selling expenses is a full-fledged expired cost. There is no question of segregating it. If it is a selling or admin expenses, it has to take the full hit in your P&L account. Are you clear with this? Now to enhance your understanding, let me give you just this example. Now, if you see in any factory, in any company, there will be 3 places. Production-based company, there will be 3 places. One is a factory. The other one is a corporate office. Head office in Solvangala. They will say head office, no? Corporate office. And then there will be a place called as sales depot. There will be 3 locations in a company. So a company has 3 locations. Factory, corporate office and sales depot. Logically, you think and tell me, in a factory what happens? Guys, what happens in a factory? Production happens. Correct? In a corporate office, what happens? Administration happens. The board meeting and all will happen. That's where the place where they take decisions. Correct? Your audit happens. So all those administrative activities happen in a corporate office. Correct or no? What happens in a sales depot? Sales activity happens. The promotion happens. All those advertisement and all that. Correct or not? Now, whatever example that I've given you above. Now, can I say that these 2 expenses are incurred inside the factory? Correct or not? Material and wages. Can I say it is incurred in this example? Correct? There can also be other expenses like factory rent, whatever it is. But these 2 expenses are incurred inside the factory. Correct? Now, any expense incurred inside a factory, I will put it under this bucket. How much is that? In our example, how much is that? 50,000 plus 30,000. How much is that? So 50K plus 30K, that is K stands for 1000. So how much is this? 80,000. Correct, guys? Now, what's the expense that you incur in a corporate office? Admin expense, how much is it? 10,000, correct? Fine. So put another 10,000 here. And sales depot, they have said another 10,000. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, you know that every unit should be valued only at manufacturing cost. So when you are trying to find out the cost per unit, when you are unitizing it, why should you unitize? Only then you can segregate the cost between your cost of goods sold and closing stock. Why should you do that? Because only if you do that, you will get the expired cost, and after you get the expired cost, only you can find out the profit. Correct or not? To compute the profit, the ultimate objective for the time being, what you need to find out is the cost per unit. Correct or not? And the cost per unit, you can do it. Every unit can be valued only at your manufacturing cost. Correct or not? So now what I will do is, this 80,000, I will segregate it. This 80,000, I will segregate it between the units sold and units unsold. Cost of goods sold and closing stock. Now if you see, this 80,000 is a cost I have incurred for producing how many units? How many units? 10,000 units. Correct or not? So 80,000 divided by 10,000, what is the manufacturing cost per unit? What is the manufacturing cost per unit, guys? What is the manufacturing cost per unit? 8. Every unit of stock, by stock what I mean, every unit that has been produced should be valued at 8 rupees. Correct or not? Correct or not? Why? Because we should always value every single unit only at manufacturing cost. Correct, guys? Correct? Correct or not? Are you understanding this? Are you understanding this? Now, how many units were sold? How many units were sold? Come on. 8,000. So 8,000 units, each valued at 8 rupees. How much is that? How much is that? 64,000. Correct? Fine. Next, this is 64,000. Closing stock. How many units of closing stock are there? 2,000 units. How did you arrive at this? 10,000 I have produced, 8,000 I have sold, meaning 2,000 I have it with me, which is remaining unsold. So 2,000 units, and this also gets valued at 8 rupees. How much is the value of closing stock? 16,000. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now I will say, this is an expired cost. Correct? Where will it come? If you imagine the trading account, what I will do, if you imagine this trading account, I will debit 80,000. Correct? Correct? But I will remove this 16,000 here. Correct or not? By way of stock. Correct? Net of what comes? Net of what comes? What comes? 64,000. So basically, 64,000 expires in your trading account. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Whereas your admin and selling expense, they will expire in your P&L account. Correct or not? No segregation. Fully expired. Correct or not? Correct or not? So this admin and this selling, these two fully expires. These two fully expires. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? These two costs fully expires. Expires means what? Gets knocked off against your current period revenue. If you see this, how it will look like? How it will look like? Your trading account, if you see, whatever is the sales value, you will put it here. Correct? Now, you will put your entire production cost here. The cost of production, you will put it here. The cost of production, you will put it here. And this, if you net it off with your closing stock, the net of these two is only what? Your cost of goods sold. Correct? So your cost of goods sold expires here in your trading account. Correct? Now, whatever is the gross profit that you make, it gets transferred to your P&L account here, guys. Correct or not? It gets transferred here. From this, you will remove your administrative overheads and selling overheads. Admin expense, selling expense, you will arrive at your profit. Correct or not? This is what we do. So basically, can I say, listen carefully, can I say, manufacturing cost, that is the production cost, that is the cost incurred inside the factory, expires only to the extent of cost of goods sold, whereas my non-manufacturing cost will expire fully. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? You want me to repeat anything? I'm ready to do it. You want me to repeat anything? Yes, I'm telling you, look, only the manufacturing cost can be segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock. Why, sir? That's a thumb rule. That's a thumb rule. Because only the cost incurred inside the factory should go into the product. You should not consider your administrative cost and selling cost to unitize and find the value of stock and all, because that dies. Let's say administrative expenses I have incurred, will I get any benefit in the future? Whatever administrative expense I do it in this year, it has to, the entire benefit has to be used only in this year only, no? The entire amount gets knocked off against the current period revenue. Whereas, look at this, 16,000 rupees worth of stock I have it with me. This can realize some benefit for me in the future, no? Correct or not? That's why I value my stock, not at full cost, but at manufacturing cost. Are you clear with this? Only the manufacturing component gets segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock, whereas your admin and selling will expire fully. Those two are P&L item. This is a trading account item. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Basic level of understanding you should definitely have here. This is very much important. Trust me, this is where the subject builds in. This is where the subject builds in. First, are you all understanding this? So, can I say, to sum it up, can I say, what cost goes into your product valuation? What cost goes into your product valuation? Manufacturing cost. Now, since it goes into my product valuation, can I call it as a product cost? Can I call it as a product cost? Yes, I will call it as a product cost. Correct? So product cost is what? Nothing but manufacturing cost. Correct or not? That is the cost that is considered for the purpose of unitizing or finding out the cost per unit. Are you clear with this? And all your costs that you incur outside the factory. Remember, visualize those three locations: factory, corporate office, and your sales depot. Only the cost incurred inside the factory will be used for stock valuation. That is your product cost. Any cost incurred outside the factory, that is non-manufacturing cost, is called as period cost. Why is it called as period cost? Because it will be accounted for in the P&L in the period in which it is incurred. Correct or not? There is no question of carrying it forward to the next year by way of stocks and all. Because for stock valuation, we will not consider what? Your non-manufacturing costs. Correct, guys? Are you all clear with this? So can I say this is called as period cost? Are you clear with this? Sir, why are we studying this, sir? Now is where I am going to link it. Now carefully listen. Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold, whereas period cost expires fully. Correct or not? Only if you know what cost expires, you will know what cost to knock off from the sale and arrive at the profit. Are you clear with this? And ultimately, you need to find out the profit. Yes, guys. Ultimately, you need to find out the profit. First, we saw expired cost versus unexpired cost. Next, what expires and what unexpires, we need to know, no? That's where we are studying product and period. Product cost expires only to the extent of cost of goods sold. This happens where in the trading account. Whereas period cost expires fully. Are you clear with this? So the second discussion, you can take the heading, that is B here, this B part, you can take it as product cost versus period cost. Product cost versus period cost. Please note it down. Product cost versus period cost. Are you clear with this? First two concepts are over. Any doubt? Yeah, you guys are clear with this? Yes, guys. Fine. Shall we move to the next one? Yes. Shall we move to the next one? Guys, say yes or no. Whatever it is you say. Please tell me. Please be interactive. That's very important. Right? You got this, guys. First. Fine. So, your profit is equal to sales minus expired cost. And what cost expires? Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Period cost expires fully. What do you mean by a product cost? Simple. Any cost incurred inside a factory is called a product cost. Any cost incurred outside the factory, it can only be an admin or selling expense. It is called as a period cost. Are you clear with this? Guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes? Now, yeah. Wait. Carriage outward, what we will do, carriage inward. The treatment, I will tell you when we are following the format of cost sheet. So what we are doing is pre-introduction to cost sheet. Once we finish this, the entire structure of cost sheet will be set for us. When I am doing the format of cost sheet, I will tell you every single line item. We have a separate page for that itself. Every single line item Beyond that, if you have doubts also, you can ask me. Okay, clear? Right now, I'm just touching on the concepts. Okay, let's not get into the specifics. Are you clear with this? Okay, so you want to know whether carriage, what? Carriage inwards will be manufacturing. Carriage outwards, it is also related to your production activity only, no? What is carriage outwards? Basically, what is your carriage outward? When you're selling the goods, sending the goods back to your supplier. Okay, so that's related to your production activity only, no? That's related to your production activity. Material handling cost, it will be under production overheads. Okay, clear with this? Fine. But if it is related to movement of your FG, then that will be a selling and distribution overheads related to sales activity. Okay, clear with this? We will see it in detail. Don't worry about it right now. First, this, are you clear with this? What is expired cost, unexpired cost? What is product cost, period cost? Are you guys clear with this? Next, one more concept we will see, and after this, this will be a proper introduction for us to get into cost sheet. Cost sheet will finish it quickly. Now, let's get into the next part. Let's get into the next part, the very important part. This is C. This is going to be manufacturing cost, admin cost, and selling and distribution cost. Selling and distribution cost. Manufacturing cost, admin cost, and selling and distribution cost. So first A, what we saw? Expired and unexpired cost. Now B, what we saw? Product period. Why? Because what expires, what unexpires, we will know only if we know what is the product cost and period cost. Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Period cost expires fully. Next, what are all the components inside your product cost, period cost? Now manufacturing cost is nothing but your product cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? Your admin and selling is nothing but your period cost. Correct or not? What are all the components of these two or of these three costs is what we are going to see right now in this leg of discussion. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Shall we get started, guys? Shall we get started? Fine. Now, please, this is very important. Please note it down. Please note it down. This is very, very important. This is there as such, just like this in your study material. It's very important. Manufacturing cost. Manufacturing costs, branch it into three. Branch it into three. Materials, that is material cost, labor, and expenses. Now, each of the components bifurcate into two: direct material, indirect material, direct labor, indirect labor, direct expense, and indirect expenses. Note it down. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Please note it down quickly. Done? Everyone done? Now, see, admin and selling is very simple. Nothing great there. Any cost you incur in a corporate office is called an admin expense. Any cost you incur in your sales depot is your selling and distribution. The major problem arises only with respect to manufacturing cost. Let me tell you why. Now, first, the objective of this leg of discussion is to find out profit. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, how will you calculate profit? Profit is what? Sales minus expired cost. So, basically, for you to do that, you should segregate your product cost into product cost. That is, your manufacturing cost has to be segregated into cost of goods sold and closing stock. Correct or not? There is no problem with your non-manufacturing cost. Why? It expires fully, no? It expires fully, no? Now, for you to segregate your manufacturing cost into cost of goods sold and your closing stock, you need to necessarily find out the cost per unit. Correct or not? Only if you have the cost per unit, if you multiply that with units sold, you will get the cost of goods sold. If you multiply that with units unsold, you will get the value of closing stock. Correct? So, the crux point here is to find out the cost per unit. Correct or not? Correct or not? And every unit is valued at what cost? What cost? Manufacturing cost. And that is the reason why for manufacturing cost alone, we are seeing it in so many detail. Because this is the only cost that can be unitized. Correct or not? And what do you mean by a manufacturing cost? In layman words, Any cost incurred inside a factory, that's all, don't mug up. Any cost incurred inside a factory is called as a factory cost, manufacturing cost, product cost, works cost, whatever way, name, different names are there, we will see it later when we are hitting the cost sheet format. Right now, what are the possible costs that can be incurred inside a factory? Is these three, material, labor and expenses. These are the three possible types of costs that can be incurred inside a factory. Now, under each of these category, you can either have, it can either be a direct cost or an indirect cost. For example, material can either be a direct material or an indirect material. Labor can be a direct or an indirect labor. Expense can be a direct expense or an indirect expense. No sir, I didn't understand. Give me some example. Let's take a company like Hyundai. You know Hyundai? Yes? Or Maruti Suzuki. Any company. Let's take Maruti Suzuki. Better example. Fine. These guys are into what business? Car manufacturing, automobile business. Correct or not? These guys are into automobile business. Now, you know that every car requires a component called as piston. You know that? Piston, no? They call it as PISTON. Some engine, fine. Let's keep it as engine. One engine it requires. Correct or not? Let's say the engine, they buy it and they assemble. These guys, they all just assemble things. Okay, these guys assemble. So what they do is, they are buying one component and they are fitting it in a car. Correct? Now, you tell me, can I come up with this kind of relationship? Can I say, if you want to manufacture 1 unit of output, what is my output? Car. I need 1 engine. Can I come up with this relationship? Yes or no? If I want to manufacture 10,000 cars, I need to have 10,000 engines. Correct or not? So I can establish a direct relationship between a material and my output. Correct or not? This is an example of direct material. So example is what? Let's take the example as engine. Are you clear with this? If I buy this product, I know that I need to, example, doors. Every car requires 6 doors. 6 doors. The 4 doors for the passengers to enter, 1 bonnet and 1 dicky. Correct or not? So can I say, can I come up with this relationship? 1 car, 6 doors. 2 cars, 12 doors. Direct relationship I can establish between my material and my output. Correct or not? Correct or not? And if I can establish this kind of a direct relationship for one component of material, it is called as a direct material cost. Are you clear with this? Then what is an example for indirect material? Now, these guys, Maruti Udyog, now these guys have a big factory. Correct? They have a big factory. Correct? They purchase raw material. They assemble, manufacture, they do all these things. Whatever components they purchase and assemble, these are all some direct materials we just saw. Now, will they buy only that? No. Let's say they buy this Castrol, Servo, this lubricants they buy. Why do they buy it? They don't buy it for their output product. They buy it for their machines, to maintain their machines. To only if the machines are maintained, they can ultimately produce the product. Correct or not? First you tell me, where is this cost incurred? Factory or in your corporate office or in a sales depot? Factory. Correct. What type of cost is it? Material, labor, expenses. Lubricant, material. Now, can I say, if I pour 1 liter of Castrol into it, 1 car will come out. Can I even make this kind of a relationship? It is a material, but it doesn't have a direct relationship with every unit of output. Correct or not? Such examples are only called as indirect materials. These materials are also incurred inside the factory, but I can't establish a direct relationship between them and 1 unit of output. Are you clear with this? So the example for this is lubricants. Correct, guys? Guys, please participate. Please. Fine. Next, direct labor. Quite simple. If you see in these assembly line and all, where these guys are actually manufacturing cars, now people will be standing, the workers will be standing, they will have some gloves and all, and they will be doing some work. Correct or not? Now, let's say door fitting, they have some structured time and all. Let's say for them to fit 1 door, it takes 2 hours. Can I come up with this kind of a direct relationship? Correct or not? The guy who is working on the assembly line, he will know, he will be given a job card and all. He'll say you can take a maximum of 2 hours to fit 1 door. 1 car has 6 doors. So 6 into 2, you can take a maximum of 12 hours. Correct or not? I can establish this kind of a direct relationship between a component of workforce with my output. Correct? Correct, guys? Correct? So this is an example of direct labor. Direct nullate means that I'm able to establish between my cost component with my output. Are you clear with this? So can I say assembly line worker is an example of direct labor cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, if in a factory, if you see, these workers alone will not be there. Obviously, for every 20 workers or 30 workers, one supervisor will be there. What will he do? He will tie his hands like this and see whether work is going on properly. Correct or not? Now, without his presence, will the work happen properly? No. His presence is required. Where is this fellow standing? Factory only. Correct? Think about the location. Please think about the location. This is all in cost sheet. We are doing only cost sheet. Please remember this. Fine, this guy, where is he standing? Factory. Now, for every 1 hour he stands, 5 cars will be manufactured. Can I come up with this kind of a relationship? Can I come up with this kind of a relationship? So, this is a labor cost, but it is not directly related to my output. So, I can keep my supervisor's salary as an indirect labor cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So, example is going to be supervisor salary. Supervisor salary. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Yes? You're clear with this? Next. Expenses. Expenses. Now, direct expenses and indirect expenses. Direct expenses, I'll give you one example. Now, the company that we are talking about is actually called as Maruti Udyog Limited. It's not called as Maruti Suzuki. The legal name is Maruti Udyog Limited. They have joined they have joined hands with Suzuki Incorporation of Japan. And basically, they are using their technology or know-how. So, basically, the agreement between Maruti and Suzuki is that for every car that these fellows, Maruti manufacture, they need to pay certain amount, fixed amount. Let's say 1 lakh rupees as royalty to whom? To Suzuki Incorporation. Now you tell me, this cost I can directly relate it to 1 unit of output. Only if I produce at 1 unit of output, I'll have to pay the royalty. No, but this is a direct cost, but I can't call it as a material. I can't call it as a labor, so I will park it under direct expenses. Are you clear with this? Globally, there is no concept of direct expenses. Globally, they don't have something called as direct expenses because they will say direct cost only has direct material, direct labor. There is nothing called as direct expenses. Everything else is indirect only. That's the global school of thought. That's a global school of thought. If you are doing courses like ACCA, CMA US and all, this is what they will say. But in India, we are following this. We have a separate cost accounting standard also for this. So in India, as per your study material, this is what it is. Direct expenses are direct costs other than your material and labor. As simple as that. Are you clear with this? So what is the example I gave here, guys? Come on. Royalty payments. Royalty payments. Correct? And an example of indirect expenses. Let's say factory rent. Factory rent. Factory rent. Now, this is a cost I incur with respect to factory. Manufacturing cost only, no? Is it direct? Is it direct? Is it direct? Can I say, if I pay monthly 1 lakh rupees as rent to my landlord, automatically some 2 units will be produced, 5 units will be produced. That landlord is not even bothered. That landlord is not even bothered whether you are producing 1 unit or 1 lakh unit. For him, for the space that you have occupied, you need to pay the rent. Correct? Is there a direct relationship between the rent payment and the output? No. So this is an expense incurred inside the factory, but that is indirect in nature, and hence I can call this as what? Example. What is the example I can give? Factory rent. You can give any number of examples. Factory rent, depreciation on machinery, and all these things you can give. Fine. So now, sir, why are we reading all these things? You know, this is as if you have anyways told us manufacturing cost, any cost incurred inside the factory, any cost incurred inside the factory should be used for unitizing. Correct or not? Then why are you giving me all these things and making my life miserable? No, there is a reason. What you have to do is, please take a green ink. Guys, please take a green ink. Take a green ink. Now, club these 3 direct expenses. Club these 3 direct expenses. That is direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Pull it down and in a green ink itself, call it as prime cost. I will tell you everything, don't worry. Call it as prime cost. Call it as prime cost. So, link these 3 and call it as prime cost. Done? 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 Now take a red ink, link all the three indirect components, and call it as production overhead. I am using a short form, POH. Call it as production overhead. So basically what we have done is, we classified the manufacturing cost into many buckets, and we collated all the direct costs in one bucket and all the indirect costs into one bucket. Now can I say prime cost plus production overheads will be my full manufacturing cost? Correct or not? Prime cost plus production overheads, nothing but these 6 costs put together. Correct guys? Correct or not? Now, what is our objective? We need to find out the cost per unit now. Why should we find out the cost per unit? Only then the product cost can be classified into cost of goods sold and closing stock. Why should you do that? Only then you can find out the profit, because profit is sales minus expired cost, not the total cost. Correct or not? Ultimately, you need to find out the cost per unit. Correct guys? Now you tell me, this prime cost components are there, no? Let me take a green ink myself. Now, these prime cost components are there. These costs can be readily available. These costs are readily available on a per unit level. Correct or not? Let's say, for every 1 unit of car, I need 1 engine. 1 engine costs, let us say 10,000 rupees. Can I directly say direct material cost per unit 10,000? Correct or not? Let's say every unit of car requires 4 hours of direct labor. Every hour of labor costs me, let's say 1,000 rupees. 4 into 1,000, the direct labor cost per unit of car is 4,000. Can I directly say every car I need to pay a royalty of 10,000 rupees? Can I directly say? Now, can I say that the prime cost components are readily available on a per unit level? Correct or not? But is that the case with my overheads? Is that the case with my indirect costs? These costs are in total, no? Factory rent, they have given one amount. Lubricants, total amount is there. Now, ultimately, I need to find out the cost per unit, no? I need to find out even this indirect cost. Currently, I have it in bulk. I have it in total. But somehow I need to do something. And I need to arrive at the overhead cost per unit also, no? Because prime cost per unit plus overhead cost per unit is only my full manufacturing cost. And every unit should be valued at manufacturing cost. Correct or not? The problem is not there with respect to prime cost components, but there is a big problem for us with respect to production overheads. The other overheads are also there. Selling overheads, admin overheads, leave that. That need not be converted into unit, no? That will anyways hit your P&L in bulk only. Correct or not, guys? So what you need to do here is you need to convert this. You need to convert this cost that are there in your bulk. That is, these line item of overheads need to be converted into per unit. Correct? And this is separately done through a roundabout process called as absorption. Which we will be seeing in the second chapter, that is overheads. Overheads chapter fully talks about how to convert the bulk amount into overhead cost per unit. We will see it later. But for that, first you should know how to classify, no? Prime cost components, no problem, readily available per unit. But only the overhead cost from bulk to per unit you need to convert. So only if you segregate all this and keep readily, overheads chapter will work for us. Correct or not? Are you clear with this? And this is the reason why we are classifying this further into prime cost and overheads. Are you all clear with this? First, are you all clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? Done? Are you all clear with this? So basically, we started with expired versus unexpired costs. Correct? Then we went on to see product versus period, and what comprises inside product, that is manufacturing cost. We broke it down into prime cost and production overheads. Prime cost is nothing but direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses, and your production overheads will have indirect material plus indirect labor plus indirect expenses. Clear with this? Why this segregation? Because prime cost is readily available on a per unit level, whereas production overheads, the amount is there in bulk, and this needs to be converted into per unit. Are you clear with this? First, are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Now, with this background, now let's get into the flow of cost. Trust me, guys, this flow of cost I will introduce you to the cost sheet area, and then we'll take a break. Okay? Fine. We'll take a break after that. Yes? Okay? Clear? Fine, we will finish this because it will cut the flow. That's why I'm continuing. Okay, we will take a break after this. Okay. Now, this is the most important thing. Now we are getting into cost sheet. We are getting into cost sheet, the actual cost sheet area. We are getting into it. Now, you need to understand what is this flow of cost, how the cost flows inside an organization, inside a factory. This is very much required. This is very much required for you to understand. Now, okay, fine. So before this, what we will do is, let's go to this cost sheet area. Now guys, this is the format of cost sheet. This is the format of cost sheet. It has all these line items, and 10 marks exam question, they are testing just the format. If you ask me, that should not be a CA question itself, but for some reason or the other, they have been testing this. Out of 6 attempts, all 6 attempts cost sheet chapter they have tested, but I think 3 or 4 attempts they have tested only the format, and we'll be doing one sum. Don't worry about that. Fine, clear? Now, format of cost sheet, they have given so many things here. They have given direct material, opening stock, addition, deletion, so many components of cost they have given. What students generally do is, they mug it up, they blindly mug it up without knowing why they are doing what. And if a question comes along with stock valuation and all, that's all. They will feel like, oh, I have mugged up properly only, but somehow they have asked something else. So, wait, this entire format of cost sheet, there is a different way to learn it. And how are we going to learn it? That is by this flow of cost. First, if you know how a cost flows inside an organization, inside a factory, if you know that, automatically this statement, trust me, you yourself will do it. By yourself, you need not mug up anything. Deal? Shall we get started? Fine. Now, we are in what? We are inside a factory. Now, I told you in a company you have 3 places, right? In a company you have 3 places. That is factory, corporate office, and then your sales depot. Now, forget your corporate office and sales depot. We are entering into the factory. Now, this factory has 3 places inside it itself. Inside the factory, you further have 3 places. What are the 3 places you have inside the factory? You have an area called as stores. This is the place where the raw material is dealt with. That is, you purchase raw material, you keep it. Whenever the factory fellow, he asks you, you will issue it to him and all that. Okay. Then the next place is called as factory shop. What do you mean by a factory shop? This is the place where the machines are there. You will receive the material, raw material from the stores, put it in the machine, convert it into FG, and once the FG is completed, it goes and sits in a place called as a warehouse. So warehouse, what is the duty? Receive from the factory shop, and then whenever there is a sales order coming, you will issue it. Are you clear with it? These 3 locations in a factory, logical? Is it logical? Stores is a place which deals with raw material. Factory shop is a place which deals in WIP, that is work in progress. You take the raw material, try to convert it into an FG. And warehouse is a place where FG is actually stored and you sell it, or you remove that FG to give it to your sales depot and all that. Are you clear with this? Now, let's talk about stores. Now, in your cost accounting system chapter, we will be seeing all this as ledgers. But this is nothing but the same cost accounting system chapter in a statement format. That is only cost sheet. Basically, your cost sheet is nothing but your trading and P&L account in a statement format. That's about it. I'll tell you how this works. Now, if you see, let's say you are the stores manager. You are whom? You are a stores manager. You are sitting in the stores. Now, let's say this month in our subject, the period need not necessarily be 1 year. It can be 1 month. It can be 1 week, it can be 1 day, it's up to the company, because our subject is for internal reporting purpose. It is not for external reporting. You can't say the same thing for your financial accounts, because accounts need to be presented yearly. Whereas this is all for your internal aspects, internal control purpose. You have all these things. So I can keep anything as a period. One month I can keep as 1 period and all that. Let's assume 1 month is the period. What is this month? So we are in the month of September. Okay. Now, let's say as at the beginning of this month, let's say I had some opening stock of raw material. Possible or not? Which is nothing but purchased during the previous period but not consumed. That is only I'm still carrying forward. Correct or not? Now, this year I could have made some purchases also, no? This year I would have made some purchases also, no? Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? Let's say I have purchased, let's say opening stock of raw material, I have 20 units. I'm not giving any value to it. Unit wise, I'm telling you. Fine, this is just for understanding purpose. Now let's say current period, I have purchased 100 units. I have purchased 100 units. So totally, how many units I have with me? How many units I have with me? 120. Okay, let me not use units, I will use kgs. Because output we will value it in units, input we will value it in kgs. These two are different units of measures. Let's take that. Fine. I have 120 kgs with me. Correct or not? Now, during the course of this month, what I did was, I issued 80 kgs. I issued 80 kgs. To whom? To whom? The factory shop. The factory shop. Correct or not? So, raw material introduced, raw material consumed was 80 kgs. Correct? Correct, guys. Correct, guys. Now tell me, I have consumed 80 kgs. What is left with me? What is left with me? What is left with me? 40 kgs. This is nothing but what? This is nothing but what? Closing stock of raw material. Correct? 120. Correct or not? Basically, I am trying to track my receipts with my issues. Correct or not? Correct or not? See, these are my receipts. I already have my opening stock of WAP plus current year I purchased 100. Overall, I have 120, correct? Out of this, I have issued 80. So, whatever balance that I have is how much? 40 kgs, correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, just one pointer I want to ask you. You tell me, guys, for me to produce the actual quantity of output, what material cost is relevant? Material cost purchased or material cost consumed? Material cost purchased or material cost consumed? I'm repeating. What is the kgs of raw material that get consumed for me to arrive at my production? That is, out of this 120 kgs now I have, how many kgs I actually use for the current period production? 80. So basically, whenever I say raw material cost, I only mean cost of raw material consumed, no? Correct. It really doesn't matter how much I purchase and keep, because this 40 kgs I have never used it. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? So basically, always remember, raw material cost means cost of raw material consumed. Why? Because only that is being used for the actual production. This 40 kgs never even entered into my machine, no? Correct or not? Whenever it enters, at that point I will consider. For this period, only 80 has entered. The cost incurred in respect of units consumed should only be considered as a material cost. Are you clear with this? This problem is not there with labor and all, because labor, you can't stock it, no? You can't stock labor. You can't stock labor. Hours, how can you stock? Correct? This problem is there only with respect to raw material. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, let's enter into the factory shop. Let's enter into the factory shop. Shall we? Yes. Now, from the raw material stores area, I have received materials. Correct? Now, where are we? Factory shop. We are in factory shop. Correct? What happens in a factory shop? The production. Now, similarly, last period also some production would have happened. Yes. Out of which, everything need not have been completed, no? Some units would have remained incomplete inside the machine only. That would have been a closing WAP in the previous period. Correct? Can I call it as opening WAP of the current period? Correct or not? Let's say that is some figure. Okay? Opening WAP I have. Current period raw material came from my stores. Then, what are the expenses I will incur inside a factory? What are the expenses? We just see direct labor. Correct? Direct expenses. Correct? Then all the indirect costs put together is called as what? Production overheads. Correct or not? All these costs will be incurred. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Correct? Correct. Correct. Now you tell me, I have incurred all these costs in the current period. Correct or not? Using this cost, is it always necessary that I will finish the entire production, or even some production, some units can be partly produced as at the month end, some units can remain partly produced inside my machine itself, no? Correct or not? So can I say closing WAP can also be there? Closing WAP can also be there. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? So these are the costs that I have incurred towards what? Towards units produced and units unproduced, or units semi-produced. Correct or not? So can I say this total, that is opening WIP plus raw material consumed plus direct labor plus direct expense plus production overheads minus closing WIP will give me my cost of production. Correct or not? This is the overall cost that I have incurred in respect of fully produced units. Correct or not? Correct or not? Because I incur this cost. I incur this cost only towards units completed and units incomplete. Correct? Now this cost minus units and incomplete, the value of units incomplete will give me the cost of units completed. No. Correct, guys? Correct or not? This is nothing but my cost of production. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes. Yes. Is everyone clear with this? Satisfied? Are you all really convinced? Yes, guys. Clear with this? Fine. Now what happens? The journey continues, right? So what happens to the completed units? What happens to the completed units? It goes to the warehouse. Fresh units. Current year produced units. Now even in the FG, the same thing can happen. I might be having some opening FG, correct or not? Guys, I might be having some opening FG, correct or not? Correct or not? Now, totally, whatever I have, this is available for sale, correct or not? Now, out of this, I can actually sell only a few and remaining will be my closing FG, correct or not? So, can I say cost of production plus opening FG minus closing FG will give me my cost of goods sold, correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Is everyone understanding this? How a cost flows inside a factory? Are you getting it? Are you getting it? We started from here. Opening raw material plus purchase minus closing raw material net off is what enters into my factory shop. Correct? Now, on top of it, I also have direct labor, direct expense, production overheads, and then I will adjust for opening and closing WIP. I get what? Cost of completed units. It's called as cost of production. Now this enters here, to which if I adjust FG, that is opening FG minus closing FG, I get cost of goods sold, and this is exactly what is given here in this particular table. This is only given in this particular table. You see it now. I told you material cost. The material cost that is relevant for us is direct materials consumed. Why? Because that is the cost that enters into my production facility. Correct or not, guys? Are you all clear with this? So how will you compute the direct material consumed? How will you compute? The same thing, opening stock of raw material plus purchases minus closing raw material. That's what is given here. Clear? If you net these three off, you will get this figure. That is value of material consumed. Clear or not? Clear or not? On top of this, now you will enter into what? The factory shop area, correct? Here, you will incur what? Direct labor, direct expense. But wait, if you add all the direct costs, it is called as what? Prime cost. So this subheading you need to give it. That's all. Clear with this? On top of this prime cost, you will add your production overheads. You will get it as gross works cost. Why is it called as gross? Because before netting off your WIP stocks. Are you clear with this? So here also, in your WIP, what happened here? We saw that, no? In your factory shop, what happened? You had some opening stock of WIP, correct? Then raw material, direct labor, then production overheads, all direct expenses, production overheads, then closing WIP. If you adjust for all this, you will get what? Cost of production. Correct or not? So basically what they are doing that factory shop account only they are doing it here. This factory shop account only they are doing it here. Just a minute, I'll erase it. I'll erase it once. Okay, fine. So what they are doing here is opening, okay, fine. So they have adjusted for opening WIP and closing WIP, and now they have got something called as a net works cost or simply works cost or factory cost. Are you clear with this? This is nothing but your cost of production, but wait. Now, are you guys understanding this? Are you all understanding till this? Yes or no? Now, I told you what are the different costs that are incurred inside a factory. Components of prime cost, that is direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, and one more cost, that is club all your indirect expenses put together, call it as production overheads. Correct? These four costs are only coming for you to arrive at your cost of production and all, manufacturing cost. Correct? Now, sir, what are these items? What are these items that are appearing on the face of cost sheet? What are these items? Quality control cost, research and development cost, admin overheads related to production, packing cost primary, less credit for recoveries or scrap. What are these? What are these? Now let us see this. Now I told you, first let us see what is a quality control cost. Now in your factory, you will have inspections. You'll have inspection, obviously quality control. If you buy this plastic items and all, they will say QC passed or tested okay. Have you seen that in your jug and all? Yes, that is nothing but quality control. Inspection would have gone. Fine. Where are these people conducting the inspection? Where are these people conducting the inspection? Factory. Ideally, and is it a direct or indirect? Random samples they will do it and all. Correct? Direct or indirect? Indirect. Ideally, this should have been included in your POHs. Here itself it should have been included. No. Correct or not? Next, R&D cost. Research and development related to your production. Some technology let us use related to your production. This is also production related cost. Indirect. Next, admin overheads related to production. What is this, sir? Now, imagine inside a factory, this factory head will be there, no? Factory head. There will be many factories for a company, but the factory head will be there, no? He will be working on the floor, or will he be sitting inside an AC cabin? That AC cabin will be inside a factory only, but he will be sitting inside an AC cabin, no? Generally, this is also incurred inside a factory, but this is administrative type. Correct or not? Ideally, it should be a part of POH, basically incurred inside factory. Correct or not? This is what they call as administrative overheads related to production. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? And finally, you have something called as a packing cost primary. What is this? Only primary packing cost. I will give you an example. So every time I used to give this example. Now have you, you guys should have had this, what do you call, drinks, soft drinks, your Coke and all. Yes, Coke or Pepsi or whatever it is, Slice, Maaza, whatever it is. Now, how are you getting it, or how can you buy it from the market? How can you buy in the sense? How are they able to sell it to you? By bottles, no? Can you go to their facility and say, no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Without that bottle, they can't sell it. It's called as a primary packing cost. And that cost will be included in your, it's a very much a part of your manufacturing expenses. Are you clear? Upon a primary, then there will be something called a secondary. Yes. That they will put it on one crate, no? They will put it in one crate and give it to this wholesalers, retailers, not. That is for distribution purpose. That will come under selling and distribution cost, not related to your factory. So remember, primary packing cost alone will form part of your manufacturing related expenses. Are you clear with this? Now let's talk about these 4 additions. Minus we will see it later. Now, these 4 additions, sir, these 4 expenses, you actually didn't tell us only, no sir. Production overheads was there. You didn't tell us all these 4 expenses. Ideally speaking, these 4 expenses should have formed part of only your production overheads. But the institute, our institute, this is only there in our institute. Even the costing institute is not saying this. Our institute, because cost sheet doesn't have a format by itself. You can follow any format, whichever you want. Any format you want, Nana, this is what the standard says. For your exam, you need to follow this format. Please don't think that I said any format means legally, as per the Companies Act, your cost accounting standards leave, it is at the discretion of the company to follow any kind of format. For you in your exam, you need to follow only this format. What they are doing is, these 4 costs are some important costs. What you do is, pluck it from POH and park it separately on the face of your cost sheet. That's all it is. Ideally, it's also a part of production. Indirect expenses incurred inside a factory should come only under your POH, no? Correct or not? But they deliberately want to remove it and park it separately as 4 different line items. So that's why I put a bracket here. These are all there in your new format of cost sheet. Earlier in the old syllabus, this was not there. Now they have introduced for you. Now it's ever since this new syllabus, for the last 9 attempts, it's been like this. Are you clear with this, guys? Ideally, this should have formed part of your what? POH only, but they are removing it and parking it separately. Are you clear with this? So if you do all these things, and of course there is something called as less credit for recoveries or scrap income. Now let's say I incur so much cost to produce 100 units. Sharia, right? I incur so much cost, let's say 10,000 rupees to produce 100 units. Out of this, 2 units become defective. 2 units become defective. What I do is, I just sell it, I scrap it up, and whatever cost, whatever proceeds that I generate, I will have it with me. Correct or not? Scrap, in this newspaper and all, you guys do it at home. Correct? Whether we read or not, it will directly go, no? Actually, we can make an arrangement. He will directly supply to the old paper mart only. But yes, this newspaper, something like that. So what happens is, the cost incurred in respect of units that are scrapped off is being shared by the good units, 98 units, no? Correct or not? That is what I'm trying to say is, I incurred, let's say 1 lakh rupees. I incurred 1 lakh rupees and I produced 1000 units. I incurred 1 lakh rupees to produce 1000 units. Out of this 1000 units, let's say 50 units. 50 units were defective and I scrapped off. Okay. Now this entire cost of 1 lakh should be shared by 950 units, no? Correct or not? But wait, this 50 units is generating some revenue, no? The cost incurred in respect of 50 units was also incurred while computing the cost of the good units. So any benefit that this 50 units can give you, go and knock it off so that only the net cost is being shared by the expected good units. Are you clear with this? And this is the reason why credit for recoveries, also called as scrap income, gets reduced on the face of your cost sheet. Are you clear with this? And if you adjust for this, you get your cost of production. Now guys, simple. Let's go back to this. You guys know that this is the store's place. Correct? So I told you, opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock gives you what? Raw material consumed. Correct? Now on top of this raw material consumed, you will have your direct labor and direct expenses. That gives you prime costs. On top of it, add your POH, exclude those 4 items, but add your POH. You get what? You get your gross works cost. You adjust for opening WAP, closing WAP. You get your works cost, factory cost. Now you add those 4 additions, 1 deletion. You get what? Cost of production. Correct? Now from your cost of production, you add opening FG and subtract closing FG. You get what? Cost of goods sold. And now you are out of the factory. Simply add the admin and selling expenses. You get something called as cost of sales. This is nothing but a total cost. And if you add profit to that, you will get your sales figure. As simple as that. Now remember, till this, you are incurring inside a factory. Correct or not? And here is when you are moving out of the factory. Correct guys? Now whatever cost you incur inside a factory, is it only in respect of units that you have sold or in respect of all the units? Units produced or units sold? And that's why in this per unit column, you need to divide it. Till this, it has to be divided by units produced. Are you clear with this? Very important. Now, opening stock, closing stock and all, respective units will be given. From the cost of goods sold, you need to divide it with units sold. Why sir units sold? It's fully an expired cost, no? What do you mean by expired cost? That portion of cost that gets knocked off against my revenue, sales. And that's why when you are unitizing it, these costs, this column divided by what? Units? Divided by what? Units sold. Guys, are you understanding? You want me to repeat anything? Sure? You guys are clear with this? Now, once again, shall we attempt the format of cost sheet? Can we attempt the format of cost sheet? Now, first, where are we positioned? So, where are we right now? Please don't try to attempt it by yourself. Yeah, tell me. First, opening stock of raw material. Then, add purchase of raw material. Less closing stock of raw material. You get what? Raw material consumed. Yes, this is my first line. This is my direct material cost actually. Correct. To this, what will I add? Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. You get what? Prime cost. To which if I add production overheads, exclude those 4 addition, 1 deletion. What do you get? Gross works cost. Why is it gross? Because I need to adjust for WAP. Add opening WAP minus closing WAP. You get what? Net works cost or factory cost, whatever it is. Correct? Now you add those 4 addition, 1 deletion. Why? Institute is asking us to do it separately. Clear? What are those 4 additions? Quality control cost, research and development cost, administrative AC room inside factory, administrative overheads related to production, and primary packing cost. Correct? And then deletion. What will be there in deletion? Scrap. Any scrap income that you generate. If you net it off, you get what? Cost of goods. Cost of goods produced. Cost of production. That is fully completed goods cost you will get. Correct? Now this will enter into your FG area. Correct? Warehouse area. Add your opening FG minus closing FG. You get what? Cost of goods sold. Now cost of goods sold. Now you add the outside to expenses. What is that? Admin, selling. You get your total cost called as cost of sales. And cost of sales, add profit. You get your sales. That's simple. Now remember this conceptually. I told you product cost, manufacturing cost expires to the extent of what? Expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Correct or not? Expires to the extent of cost of goods sold. Period cost expires fully, I told. Now can I say 18 is what? This point number 18 is cost of goods sold. Point number 19 is admin. Point number 20 is selling. Now can I say this is expired cost to the extent of cost of goods sold. That is nothing but manufacturing cost to the extent expired. These two are non-manufacturing costs fully expired. Can I say cost of sale is nothing but my expired cost? Can I say cost of sale is nothing but my expired cost? Because it has my period cost fully and my product cost to the extent of cost of goods sold. Correct or not? Can I say cost of sales is nothing but my expired cost? And that's why if you knock off your expired cost of sales with your sales, you get your profit. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? And that's about it. If you master this, 10 marks in your pocket. As simple as that. We will solve sums. Don't worry, we will solve sums. We still have FG valuation we will do. Then we'll have, I think, a few more sums, past exam questions we will solve. And then we will conclude this particular chapter. But don't worry. First, once again, I want you guys to tell me the format. Please tell me the format, guys. Come on, tell me the format. Opening stock of raw materials plus purchases minus closing stock gives you raw material consumed. Add direct labor. Add direct expenses. Prime cost. Add production overheads excluding. Okay. You get what? Gross works cost. Adjust for opening WAP. Add a minus closing WAP. You get what? You get what? Net works cost or factory cost, whatever it is. Now you add that 4 addition, 1 deletion. What is that? Quality control. Research and development. Admin overheads related to production. Don't confuse this with admin overheads corporate office. Admin inside factory. Admin related to production. Then primary packing cost and then 1 deletion. Scrap income. Scrap income. You get what? Cost of production. And now you will adjust for what? FG stock. Add opening FG minus closing FG. You get what? Cost of goods sold. And from this, just add your outside parties. Your admin and selling. You get what? Cost of sales. And sales minus cost of sales will give you your profit. Profit generally is a balancing figure. Or cost of sales plus profit gives you your sales. Are you clear with this? Now in one attempt what they did, students knew the entire cost sheet format. But what happened in the exam, what they did, prepare a cost sheet clearly stating the cost heads in poturnanga. They had used the word cost heads. What do you mean by cost heads? Nothing. Each of these subtotal is only called as cost heads. Cost heads is nothing but prime cost, cost of production, cost of goods sold and cost of sales. Are you clear with this? So cost heads, know this jargon. It is nothing but the subtotal that we've already seen. Don't think I didn't study this. What will I do? Nothing. Subtotal is only called as your cost heads. Once you prepare this fully, at the bottom, write down each and every cost head, what is the value. For presentation purpose, you do it. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So I have parked these things in gray items so that it will be easier for you to recollect it. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? With this, the cost sheet format is over. Don't worry, we have not finished the cost sheet chapter. We have just entered into it. We spent a lot of time on the concept building. Now the balance is going to be very simple and we will clearly, easily finish it off. Are you clear with this? This area has been tested time and again. You will not believe this question that I have with me. here right now, this question was tested. This came in RTP for 10 marks. If you see nothing is there, you just have to plug the figures. You just have to plug the figures. This question might seem very big, but nothing is there. You need to plug the figures. For example, production overheads, they would have given indirect material, indirect labor, all these things you need to properly classify and do it. You are done. 10 marks, you are done just if you know the format. Are you clear with this, guys? It's that simple. Strategize and learn. It's going to be very, very simple. Are you clear with this? So once again, just tell me the format of cost sheet. Come on, let's do it together. Opening stock of raw materials plus purchase minus closing stock of raw material gives you what? Raw material consumed. Add direct labor plus direct expense gives you what? Prime cost, to which you need to add. You need to add production overheads. Okay, all those 4 things apart. You'll get what? Gross works cost. Adjust for your WAP. That is, add opening WAP minus closing WAP. You'll get your net works cost, or simply works cost or factory cost. Then 4 addition, 1 deletion. What are those 4 additions? Quality control costs, R&D costs, admin related to production, and your primary packing costs. Correct? The Coca-Cola example I gave you. Minus scrap income if you get. It's called as credit for recoveries or scrap income. That's okay. Fine, acceptable. So you get what? Cost of production. Now from this you will add what? Adjust for your FG stocks. Add opening FG minus closing FG. You get your COGS. You get your COGS. So COGS is nothing but the expired portion of your manufacturing cost. Correct? To which straight away add the non-manufacturing cost. It fully expires. That is, add your admin overheads and selling and distribution overheads. You get your cost of sales, and to which if you add your profit, you get your sales. Are you clear with this, guys? Yes? Fine. Now in this there is one thing. The direct expenses is something that I want to tell you. I told you globally direct expense. There is no concept called as direct expenses because prime cost comprises generally. What can be a direct cost? It can only be either by way of material or labor. Globally, they don't recognize anything apart from direct material and labor as prime cost component. But in India, we follow this. Direct expenses. So what comprises of direct expenses? This is actually given in your study material. So that's why I've introduced it here. So expenses other than direct material and direct employee cost, which are incurred to manufacture a product or for provision of service and can be directly traced in an economically feasible manner to a cost object. That is, any cost that can be directly traced to every single output, and it should not fall under the category of material and labor. So the examples that we saw was royalty paid. That was one example that we saw. Now higher charges paid for hiring specific requirement. For example, I can also be in the nature of a job industry, wherein let's say I'm in a shipbuilding industry. And for me to manufacture this particular ship, I am hiring one specific equipment. So this is directly traceable, no? This is directly traceable to that particular cost object or job. Correct or not? In cases like that, this is not general higher charges for specific equipment. Meaning, if a customer comes and asks me for a particular product, and for that product, if I'm forced to use an equipment, the specific equipment for which if I pay some higher charges, these will be included in it because it's not a labor nor is it a material. So it will only fit into the category of direct expenses. Then cost for product or service specific design or drawing. Again, any specific designs or drawing. Then cost of product or service specific software. Then other expenses which are directly related to production of goods or provision of service. Don't worry, when we are doing this comprehensive sum, we will have certain areas. There we'll be seeing what exactly could be a direct expense and all that. So we will be seeing it, but just to give you a bird's eye view as to what comprises of direct expense, that is the reason why I've included this segment. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes, guys, are you all clear with this? Fine. Next. Now, in these sums, in your cost sheet problems, you can have valuation of FG. Valuation of FG can be one particular testing part that they can ask you in these kind of questions. So basically you tell me FG is what? Your output. Correct or not? Every unit of output should be valued at what cost? At what cost? Manufacturing cost. In other words, can I say cost of production? That is, can I say every unit should be valued at this price, that is cost of production per unit. Correct or not? That is my full manufacturing cost. Correct or not, guys? Fine. Now Now let's take these three examples. First, let us see what is happening here and then we will proceed forward. Now let's take an example. Let's take an example where I'm talking about my what? I'm talking about my FG. Okay? I'm talking about my FG. Now, let's say in this example they have given, in this example, let's say I have an opening stock. What is my opening stock? Guys, how many units of opening stock are there? Hello? How many units of opening stock are there? 8,000 units, correct? 8,000 units. Each valued at how much? Each valued at how much? Do it now quickly. 10 lakhs by 8,000. 10 lakhs by 8,000. Opening stock means what? The production that was done in the previous period, unsold it, got carried forward to this current period. Correct or not? So it is valued at previous period cost of production. So what is this value? How much is it? Valued at the rate of rupees 125. Correcta? Correcta? Next. Current period, I have some production. How many units have been produced in the current period, guys? 10,000 units. Correct, fine. 10,000 units. Now, each of these 10,000 units will be valued at how much? 10,000, 10 lakh divided by 10,000. How much is it? What is the current period cost of production per unit? How much is it? How much is it? Come on, calculate and tell me. How much is it? 100, right? It's 100. Fine. Now, totally, you tell me, how many units do I have which is available for sale? How many units is available for sale? Correct. How many units is available for sale? I have 18,000 units that is available for sale. Out of this, I have actually sold only how much? I have actually sold only how much? Look at this. Look at this. I have actually sold only how much? I have only sold 11,000. Correct or not? I have sold 11,000 units. Now, you tell me, this 11,000 units that I have sold, have I sold it out of the opening stock or current year production or partly out of the two? First of all, this opening stock units are valued at a different rate. Correct or not? The current period production is valued at a different rate. Sir, how is it possible? Maybe because the previous period's cost of production would have been higher. The current period cost of production is lower. Correct or not? Opening stock means what? The units produced in the previous period remaining unsold. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, when I am selling something, I am in a fix or I need to really make some decision. I don't know whether I have received, whether I have used the opening stock units or the current period units or not. Correct or not? This problem is there. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, always remember, this is called a stock valuation. Stock valuation issue will arise when two cumulative conditions are satisfied. Please write it down somewhere. When two cumulative conditions are satisfied. What are the two conditions? Condition number one, where you should have multiple lots of receipts. You have multiple lots of receipts, correct? One lot is coming out of the previous period production, the other lot is coming out of the current period production, correct or not? Correct or not? So, stock valuation issue comes, number one, when there is multiple lots of receipts. Multiple lots of receipts, correct? Correct, guys? Correct? And number two, each of these lots are valued at different prices. That is, valued at different rates. Valued at different rates. The lots of receipts are valued at different rates. In this case, example, in this case, let's say the opening stock was also 100. Current period production is also 100. This 11,000, whether I take it from opening stock or the current period production, it doesn't make a difference because everything is valued alike. Correct or not? Correct or not? But when my opening stock is valued differently and my closing stock is valued differently, I need to choose between this FIFO, weighted average and all these methods. Correct or not? Correct or not? So when will you go for stock valuation methods? When two cumulative conditions are satisfied. Condition number one, you should have multiple lots of receipts. And condition number two, each of these lots should be valued at different rates. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Both the conditions should be satisfied. If only one condition is satisfied, no use. No use. If you have multiple lots of receipts, but everything is valued similarly, then where is the question of using FIFO weighted average? Everything will be valued. Your entire sales, cost of goods sold will be valued only at 100 rupees, no? Correct? Or if you have only one lot of receipt, then where is the problem? Everything comes only out of that lot, no? Correct or not, guys? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Always remember, the stock valuation issue arises when you have two cumulative conditions. Condition number one, multiple lots of receipts, and condition number 2, valued at different rates. Each of these lot of receipts are valued at different rates. Are you clear with this? Multiple lots of receipts, each valued at different rates. Are you clear with this? Only then the concept of using FIFO or weighted average or LIFO and all these things will even arise. Are you clear? 2, cumulative. Never forget this. I am saying this again and again because in the sums when we are doing, you need to apply it. Are you clear with this? Now what is FIFO? What is weighted average? What is LIFO? You guys know already. Anyways, that is why I am not doing it. I have just given it as an illustration. Let us just have a look at it. Now if you see, now let's take this example only. Now I told that 8,000 units are valued at how much? 8,000 units are valued at 125. And come on guys, participate. 10,000 units are valued at how much? 100. Fine. Now I am selling how many units? 11,000 units. Now, and how many units are remaining unsold? 7,000 units. 7,000 units are remaining unsold. Correct or not? 7,000 units are remaining unsold. Now, if I follow FIFO method, what do you mean by FIFO? First in, first out. That is, whatever came in first or whatever got produced first should be sold first. Meaning what? This 11,000, out of this, first I will pick from the opening stock. Correct or not? That is 8,000 I will fully exhaust. Balance how much is required? 3,000. This 3,000 alone I will pick it from the current period production. Correct or not? That is, this 11,000 how it gets valued? 8,000 at the rate of 125 and 3,000 at the rate of 100. Correct or not? Which means my entire closing stock will invariably come out of my current period production only. No. Correct or not? When I am following FIFO method, my entire opening stock, first receipt would have been exhausted by way of sales, which means my entire closing stock is valued using what? My current year cost of production. Correct guys? And that's exactly what they have given. That's why they have given this 10 lakh by 10,000. That is the current period cost of production into 7,000. This gives you 7 lakhs. Are you clear with this? Is everyone understanding this? Correct guys? Now, what if I follow LIFO? Last in, first out. What if I follow LIFO? Now, this 11,000 kgs, 11,000 units, what I will do? First, I will touch my current year production. That is, first 10,000 units, I will take it from the current year production. Balance 1,000 units, I will take it from the opening stock. Why? Last receipt will go out first. Correct or not? Which means in this case, my entire closing stock will come out of my opening stock, and that is the reason why they have valued it like this. 10,000 divided by 8,000. This is nothing but value of opening stock per unit into 7,000 units. They have valued it. The closing stock is valued at 8,75,000. Guys, are you clear with this? Yes, you want any explanation further here? You guys already know this area, right? Fine, that's why I given an illustration. Are you guys clear with this? Now, there's another method called as weighted average method. This is the best of all methods. So, average is always the king because average takes into account the attributes in both the receipts. No? So, both the receipts price will be considered. So, that is the reason why weighted average is the best method. In the absence of anything mentioned in the exam, you can either use FIFO or weighted average. Don't use LIFO or not unless and until it's specifically asked in the question. So, the question is silent. Use either FIFO or weighted average. So, weighted average, what you will do? So, what they have done? So, the first lot, current year production, every unit is valued at 100 rupees. Correct, guys? Yes, how many units have been produced? 10,000. Total value is how much? 10 lakh. Next, opening stock they have taken. Every unit is valued at 125. How many units of opening stock are there? 8,000. So, what is the total value of opening stock? 10 lakhs again. So, which means the total receipts total is going to be how much? 20 lakhs divided by total units in the receipt side, that is available for sale 18,000. Just average it out, you will get how much? 111.11. Please use your calculator and do it. Use your calculator. I am showing it here only so that you can easily do the calculation and not note it down. So please use your calculator. Pick it up and do the calculation and check it. Fine. So this 111.11 is the rate that you will use to value both your units sold as well as units unsold. Uniformly valued, because here I am not saying partly I am taking from opening stock, partly from current year production and all. Are you clear with this? So first you tell me guys, when will you have the concept of stock valuation? Two conditions should be satisfied. What is the condition number one? multiple lots of receipts, and number 2, each lots of receipts are valued at different rates. Only then you will go and touch your stock valuation. Stock valuation can be done either in FIFO, weighted average, LIFO, and all these methods are there. Are you clear with this? Maybe in a cost sheet sum itself, they can include all this and ask you. So this is one concept inside this area. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? Fine. Shall we go to the next one? Shall we go to the next one? Yes, let's go to the next one. Now, this was again a past exam question. I think they tested this for 10 marks, I guess. Look at this question. Please first don't look at the solution. I would just request you not to look at the solution because just check yourself. See if you are getting it right. That's very important. Illustration 1. Now, this is the data given in the question. Direct material, 50% of the total cost. Okay. Direct wages, 30% of the total cost. Direct expenses and overheads put together, some 20% of the total cost. The selling price is 2000. Next year, direct material cost will increase by 15%. Direct wage cost will increase by 10%. The profit will reduce by 20% as compared to the previous period if the same selling price is maintained. Prepare the cost sheet for the current year and the next year. This is what they have asked in the question. Now, just take 20 seconds time, read the question once, process it, and just think of the approach. Please don't look at the solution. Please don't look at the solution. If you look at the solution, you're killing your thinking skill. You're killing your thinking ability. Don't ever do that. Exam, you will be left all alone. You will be left all alone and you need to battle it. You need to battle it. Please don't ever look at the solution. It's only for your good. Fine. Just try to scribble something. Try to get it. Try to get something. What should be the approach? You just see. Try it by yourself. Because we don't have much time. I need to give it by way of an illustration. So please try it once. I'm giving you the time to attempt and then we will move forward. Come on guys, make it fast. Huh? Come on, it's okay, attempt. Don't, first thing, remove that fear of failure or fear of rejection. It's okay if you're wrong. So what? You're just going to learn something new. That's all. It's okay if you're wrong. Come on guys, attempt it. Come on, tell me what should be done. Hello? This is all is given. 10 mark question. 10 mark question. This is all is given. That's all is given. Nothing more is given. Okay, fine. So let us just discuss it. Let us discuss it. Had it been a regular batch, I would have given you more time so that you can think. In fact, I did this some in my regular batch. But anyways, right now we can't. No, okay, fine. So, yeah, please refer. Okay, so we've done it before. Okay, fine. But here, of course, limitation of time. So let's discuss it. But guys, anyways, I'm giving you questions for practice. That please do it sincerely. Take all the time you want and do it. But I'm telling you, even if you take 2 hours to do one sum, it's okay. It's okay, but do it by yourself. Today it might take 2 hours for you, but once you crack it by yourself, it will never leave you. You will only have it for you. Okay, if you look at it and do, it will never stay even for 5 minutes. You can only have a temporary satisfaction that you have done one sum, but no, it's not good. Do it by yourself. Spend the time in your house and do it. Okay, clear? Now what have they given? They have given all the components of cost as a percentage of total cost. Correct or not? So if I keep my total cost as X, can I say my direct material, direct wages and direct expenses 0.5x, 0.3x, 0.2x respectively? Correct or not? Correct or not? And they have also given that the selling price is 2000, which means what? The selling price is 2000 means my profit will be 2000 minus X. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? This is the current period data. They have also given something with respect to the next period. What have they given? Next period, the direct material cost will increase by 15%. Meaning what? As compared to the previous period's direct material cost, it will increase by 15%. Correct or not? Correct or not? Can I say it is 0.5x into 115%? Hello guys. Yes or no? Similarly, they have given direct wages. It will increase by 10%. Can I say it is 0.3x into 110%? Correct. Nothing has been given with respect to direct expense, which means it remains to be the same. Correct or not? Correct or not? So can I say the cost for the next period is going to be what? 1.105x. If I add the 3, I get this. Correct guys? Correct guys? Correct or not? Now what are they saying? Now they are saying that all this will happen, and if all this increase in cost happens, your profit will reduce by 20% provided you keep your selling price constant. Meaning what? I will not change my selling price also. Correct? So my revised profit equation, can I say it is 2000 minus 1.105x? Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? What I am saying is, I have adjusted for increase in cost. I am retaining the same selling price, and I am saying that if I do this, the equation for profit will be 2000 minus 1.105x. Correct or not? Yes or no, guys? See, is this understandable? Any doubt? Please ask me. Please ask me if you have any doubts. Is this understandable? Is this understandable? Yes. Now, what they have done here is, they have picked this and they have parked it here. That is 2000 into 1 minus 1.105x is equal to, they have said no. Yep. Correct. I'm telling you, wait. I'm telling you. What happens? What they are saying is, as compared to the current period, in the next period, the profit will reduce by how much? Or it will reduce by 20%. Or can I say, the next year's profit is equal to 80% of the current period profit? Correct or not? And that's exactly what they've done here. Next period profit is equal to 80% of current period profit. They have equated the two and found out the X value. Are you clear with this? It requires some presence of mind. It's not that you don't know. It's not that you don't know. You know everything. What is this? This is nothing but a cost sheet. Sir, cost sheet so small? Yes. Because opening WIP, closing WIP is not there. The 4 special items and all is not there, which means everything has been only production overheads you have. Correct? All this, we have bypassed all these things. This is nothing but cost sheet. This TC, this total cost is nothing but cost of sales, no? Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? So basically what they have done, they have framed one equation with this. Then there is an increase in the components of cost and retention in the same selling price. They have framed one more equation for profit, and they have said year 2's profit is equivalent to 80% of year 1's profit. They equated the two and find out the X value. Are you clear with this? It requires presence of mind. Now, sir, conceptually, I know the entire format of cost sheet. Still, you might not be able to crack it, provided you have already done this sum before. Correct? Just imagine in exam this question comes up. And you have not solved it before. Now, first thing that should strike you is, you should frame 2 equations and equate it. Correct or not? This itself will not strike for many students. Sir, how do you know, sir? Very simple. Once in every 6 months, that is once an attempt gets over. In your students' journal, no, ICA students' journal, there will be something called as examiner's comments. And this examiner's comments will be question-wise. For each and every subject, question-wise they will give you. How they will say is, for this question, students have gone wrong in this particular part. Or for this question, students generally answered it correct, but in the last part, they made a mistake while calculating FG. This amount of analysis they would have given. How many of you know that there is something called as examiner's comments? Based on, many students know. Very good, fine. Right? So based on all these things only, I picked this sum apart from your past exam questions. So all these things have gone behind this. So that is the reason I'm telling you, if you don't know something, please don't feel bad for it. I know that many students go wrong here. If you know something and I'm doing it back here, then what is the use? I am only taking those areas which are slightly different and that are important from an examination perspective as well. Are you clear with this? So this question, what you need to do, frame 2 equations and equate it. Are you clear with this? This was on top of the world. This 80% equating it. The next year profit is equal to 80% of the current year profit. It should strike you. I'm telling you, an exam is a condition where you will already be pressurized. And in that kind of an environment, you need to properly answer it. I know it's going to be a difficult task, but for that to make it easy, if you practice it now, you will automatically get it. That's all I want to tell you. It's not impossible. Please don't get bogged down. Don't feel that, sir, I didn't get this solution by myself. I know. If you get the solution by yourself, it's very good. Why am I here for? This crash batch is meant only for those areas that are equally important from an examination perspective and that are fairly difficult to crack. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? So first, we saw the format of cost sheet. Then we went on to see stock valuation. And now we have seen one simultaneous equation. This is also in cost sheet only. Some people, in some authors, what they do is, if you see in some big publications and all, what they do is, they will classify the sum either under cost sheet or either under overheads chapter. They will do it either which ways. Anyways, that really doesn't matter, but you should cover the sum. That's what is important. It's a past exam question. Please mark it as important. It's a past exam question. It's a very important question. Clear with this? Look how small is the solution. And once you get the x value, what you can do? Prepare this dabba once again, substitute the x value, you will get the entire cost sheet. That's simple. That's simple. And I didn't want to waste the time on doing all this. The problem here is, I know if you start, you will get it right. The problem is, we all have a starting trouble. Correct? We all have a starting trouble. Let's accept that. Let's accept that and work on it. Fix it, you will automatically get it. That's all. Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? So this kind of sum, look how beautifully they have coined the sums. They are in your study material, I guess. Now, look how they have given, everything has been given as a percentage. So they have given percentage vertically. They have also given some percentage horizontally. Based on this, frame two equations, equate, get the x value and prepare your cost sheet. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys, is everyone understanding? Any doubts here? Any doubts here? Is everyone understanding this? Guys, is everyone understanding? Fine. Shall we move to the next one? Shall we move to the next one? Sure. Fine. Right. Now, there is a concept called as conversion cost. There is a concept called as conversion cost. Nothing great about it. What do you mean by a conversion cost? What do you mean by a conversion cost? Now you tell me. Yes, you tell me. Now, inside a factory, what are all the costs that will be incurred? Can you tell me? Come on. Prime cost components, direct material plus direct labor plus direct expense plus indirect expenses put together called as POHs. Correct or not? Now, only if I incur all these expenses, a raw material can be converted into a finished goods. Correct or not? Correct or not? Or in other words, can I say, apart from the raw material, I will be needing these costs to convert the raw material into FG. Correct or not? So all the manufacturing cost except the raw material cost is called as conversion cost. Are you clear with this? The costs incurred for you to convert a raw material into your FG is called as conversion cost. In simple words, your entire manufacturing cost excluding what? Material cost. Are you clear? Because material is already there. The conversion is the cost incurred to convert it into FG. Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? And in the absence of information, you can always take direct expense as 0. Generally, direct expense, unless and until it's specifically given in the question, don't take it. Are you clear? So that's why in global parlance, what they call it is conversion cost is equal to direct wages plus POH, because there is no concept of direct expenses only. Even in a study material for conversion cost, they have used only like this. So let's also follow the same. If they give direct expenses, then use that also. Are you clear with this? Don't worry too much about it. The cost incurred to convert your RM into FG is called as conversion cost. Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? So what is your conversion cost formula? Your entire manufacturing cost except your raw material, or in other words, you can say direct labor plus direct expenses plus production overheads. Generally, direct expense will not be there for these kind of sums. I have passed the trend, that's how it is. So generally what they will do is conversion cost. You can even write direct wages plus your production overheads. Are you clear with this? Know the meaning. Don't mug up. Know the meaning. Cost incurred to convert my RM to FG. Exclude the RM cost. That's all. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys. Simple. So now if they give you a sum like this, production overheads is 40% of conversion cost, and they have given the direct wages value. Can you find out the value of POH? They have given this and they have given this. Can you find the value of POH? Huh, guys? What? They have given you that production overheads is 40% of 2 lakh plus POH. Frame an equation. This is nothing but 80,000 plus 0.4 POH. This gives you a production overhead value of 1,33,333. Do the calculation. Is it correct? I'm not sure. Please do the calculation. Pick your calculator and do it, guys. That's very important. Pick your calculator up and do it, guys. Please. Yeah? Yeah, is it matching, guys? Is it matching? Everyone, participate, please. Yeah? You guys are getting it? You guys are getting it? Yes? You guys are able to follow this? So conversion cost, if they give, don't worry, it's nothing great. Your whatever cost you incur to convert your RM to FG, just remove the RM cost. Are you clear with this? If at all they ask, this was actually one adjustment in a full-fledged problem. That's why full-fledged problem, we will be doing it. We will be doing it. I'm just talking about a handful of adjustments. Because the full-fledged problem, I will be doing it. Beautiful sums, 2 beautiful sums we have. that we'll be doing it in the classroom. Excellent sums, these are the models where their institute is testing. So that the two sums are actually lined up, don't worry about it. But these are some small areas. So we saw the format of cost sheet, correct? Then we went on to see the valuation. When will valuation methods be invoked? Come on. How many conditions? How many conditions? 2 conditions. What are those 2 conditions? Guys, come on. Multiple lots of receipts, each valued at multiple rates. Correct? Clear with this? Either use FIFO, LIFO, weighted average. Question is silent. Either use FIFO or weighted average. Are you clear? You know how to do it. Correct? Then we went on to see the simultaneous equation, presence of mind question. Presence of mind question. Nothing to do with your cost sheet concept. Presence of mind question. But it has some cost sheet element also. That's why I parked it here. Anyways, you need to know this. Correct? And then we went on to see what do you mean by conversion cost. Why? Because production overheads at times may be expressed as a percentage of conversion cost. With this, you should not be trying to figure out what this question is. Conversion cost is nothing. It's nothing but your cost incurred to convert your RM into FG. Just remove your RM cost. Are you clear with this, guys? Clear with this? Fine. Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts? Fine. Now let's move to the next part. Okay, fine. Let's move to the next part. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. This is going to be a participative session. Now, this nothing great. You need to do it here. If at all there is something required, you just need to mark it in your book. That's all. Follow this. Follow this. Special items treatment. I'll just tell you a few items. You tell me where it should come in your cost sheet. You know cost sheet format? Should you mug up? Should you mug up? Even at midnight, if someone wakes you up, just visualize the flow of cost inside the factory. You will get it. You will get it. No one can take it away from you. That's the power of conceptual learning. That's the power of conceptual learning. You should never lose it. Clear with this? Fine. Audit fees. Which place it is incurred? Corporate office. So it is AOHs, administrative overheads. Next, scrap sales. What should you do? Now, you have a separate line item. 4 addition, 1 deletion. No? 4 addition, 1 deletion. Correct or not? 4 addition, 1 deletion. That 1 deletion is what? Revenue from credit for recoveries. Revenue from scrap sale. Yes, scrap sale. Now, there are 2 types of scraps. Now, just for you to understand, don't worry too much about it. Some students have really bothered a lot about this. So, they have had sleepless nights. Sir, I am not convinced. I don't know why they have done it like this in one sum of the study material. They have done it differently in another sum of the study material. I'll tell you. There are 2 different types of wastages that can happen. One, I purchased the raw material. That raw material got kind of destroyed. And I am scrapping the raw material as such without even it entering into my factory. Correct? Correct, factory shop. Correct? Number 2, I purchased the raw material. It was good. I put it into my machine. At the time of processing, some defect happened and all. Have you seen in this printing and all, printer, if you put that paper inside, it gets torn and all, something like that. That is a processed loss. That is a processed loss. Correct or not? See, I would have added the entire material. And on top of this, some labor overheads would have also been gone, but it is not marketable. So what I do, I just scrap it off then and there. Correct? Now this processed material, whatever scrap income that you generate, you will park it in that separate line item. But if it is a raw material sold as such, you have an alternative of reducing it from your material cost itself. That is raw material consumed. The formula is what? Opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock minus scrap income of your cost of raw materials. You can do that also. So you can adjust it provided it's a as such without being processed. If the raw material is scrapped off, you can do it. 2 alternatives are there. Institute material is not very clear about it. Certain sums they have done it on the top, certain sums they have done it on the bottom. So you just decide this is the logical reason. Okay, you read the question. Whether if you feel it's a process loss, park it as a separate item, else park it above. Okay, whatever you write, put a note, that's all. No one can touch your marks. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Foolproof method. What to do? I know there are certain lacunas. I myself will show there are certain lacunas in whatever has been given in the study material. Don't worry too much about it. I'll tell you how to fix that. Best way, you write your assumption and leave it there, best possible. But you can't write assumption. For example, they are asking you to use only FIFO. Now, you can't write an assumption saying, I have assumed to do it only under weighted average. No, that is not an agree. When there is an ambiguity, you can do it. Are you clear with this? So, you can either reduce it from your direct material consumed or you can show it as a separate line item. Correct, guys? Then, quality control expenses. It's a separate head. Ideally, it should not be a factory overhead. It's a separate head. Plug it and remove it. Remove it and plug it as a separate line item. 4 addition, 1 deletion. Clear with this? Next, royalty. Direct expenses, correct? Next, lab testing cost. Testing R&D. Okay, if it is related to production, separate head. Next, abnormal losses are not considered. What is that? We have a separate discussion. I will tell you. Process costing, I will tell you at that point of time. Even if I tell you now, it will not be that much of use. You just understand abnormal losses are not considered. What is it? I will tell you later. Director's fees. Where will he sit? Corporate office, right? Next, amortization of jigs. Jigs and fixtures meaning what? Some small plant and machinery. Amortization is nothing but kind of depreciation. Correct? So, jigs and fixtures, where will it be present? Factory. And depreciation on that is a cost only, no? Correct? So, it's incurred inside the factory. Indirect or direct? Indirect. So, you park it under POH. Correct or not? Simple, no, guys? Simple, no? Yes. Special frame for manufacturing. For that particular job alone, I purchased a frame. After that job is over, I will not use it for anyone else. Correct? So, this is a direct expense exclusively for a particular client or job. Are you clear with this? Next, research and development expenses, you guys know, is a separate thing. Next, very important, very, very important. Material handling. Material handling. What is this? Material handling cost. What is this? Come on, guys. Come on, participate. Tell me. What is material handling cost? What can you make out of this? Come on. It's okay, attempt, no? Exactly. Material handling cost will never form a part of your raw material consumed. The cost incurred to handle the material from stores, I need to take it to my factory shop. Correct or not? Material handling has nothing to do with raw material cost. It's an indirect expense incurred inside a factory, production overhead. Students make a mistake here. Repeatedly they make mistake. Guys, don't forget it. Please don't forget it. Many students make this mistake. Please don't forget it. So, material handling cost is a POH. This forklift trucks and all you have seen inside the factory, from one place they will move to another place. These costs are all indirect costs related to production. For production only they are moving it. So, very good. It's only a production overheads. Are you clear with this? Next, bad debts, income tax, dividend and interest expenses. Now, you should know one thing. In our subject, what we have done is, this cost sheet format we have done, no? All this material, labor and all these things we have just removed. Now, basically your sales, from your sales we have removed the expired cost, Expired cost, what all it has? Expired cost. Manufacturing cost to the extent of cost of goods sold. Then the entire admin, entire selling, correct or not? So, now apart from this, can a company incur any other expense? Yes. Something like bad debts or something like income tax, dividend. Did we see anywhere? No. So basically, the profit that I am arriving in my cost sheet, this is not net profit. This is called as operating profit. Why? The profit that I have generated out of my operations. Meaning what? In other words, this is nothing but my EBIT. EBIT in your FM, no? Yes, that's why earlier costing and FM were in the same paper. Your FM starts when your costing ends. Okay, in your costing, you will not consider interest and finance charges because that is exclusive subject matter of FM. Please note it down somewhere. This is your operating profit and not your net profit. So, any kind of non-operating expenses, that is any finance related costs and all these things will never be considered in our subject. What will you do, sir? Ignore. What will you do? Ignore. Then you are not arriving at the right profit. Who said? I am arriving at only at operating profit. No. From operating profit, remove all the non-operating expense, you will arrive at net profit. Net profit that financial accounts will only do. I am cost accounts only, no? Correct or not? Correct or not? So, it is not a subject matter of study in our discussion. Are you clear with this? Entire subject, have this in your mind. Any kind of non-operating expenses like penalties. Ask yourself this question. Is this required for my operation? These three places am I incurring? Factory, admin office and sales depot. These three will only hit my cost sheet. If not, it will never come. Are you clear? Now, you might be having a doubt. Sir, bad debts. Bad debts, how can you say, sir, non-operating? Bad debts, sales related, no? How many of you have this doubt? Honestly, tell me how many of you have this doubt? No one has a doubt. Okay, so everyone is completely satisfied that bad debts is always a non-operating expense? Guys, answer something, no? No or yes? This is yes, this is no. Okay, you're satisfied. So tell me, why is it that bad debts is a non-operating expense? Related to debtors. So debtors is related to sales, no? Now, what do you mean by bad debts? It shows your inefficiency in collecting the money. Correct? Will I say, only if I incur bad debts, I can make sales in Solvena. Having made the sale, I have incurred bad debts. Correct or not? So it is not an expense that I need to incur to make a sale. It is post-sale expenses. Correct or not? It has nothing to do with our subject. That is the reason. It's all, there is a concept called factoring in FM. That has something to do with your bad debts. Forget that. Bad debts is not a subject matter of discussion in costing because it's a non-operating, it's a finance item. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with it? It's a non-operating expense. Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear? And obviously your income tax and all these, what do you call? The income tax, dividend and all, it's all some finance area. EBIT minus interest, EBT minus tax, you get all these things. That's all a subject matter of your financial management. So that will not be considered in our subject. Clear? Clear, guys? Next, cost of website maintenance for online sales. This was present, this adjustment was present in your latest RTP for your attempt. This was there. You tell me, where should it come? Where should it come? Where should it come? They have clearly given for online sales. Don't say that, sir, physically sales depot, inside that only I should incur. No. That is for your visualization example I gave. Any sale related expense will only be your SOH, selling and distribution overheads. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? This is quite important. I am expecting this adjustment in this attempt because this has appeared in your RTP. And RTP questions generally, last 3 RTPs generally, it comes once in a while in your exam paper. So that is a trend that I have analyzed that everyone can see. If you notice it carefully, you yourself can see. This is for all the subjects. If you notice it carefully, you yourself can see. It is easy. Who said clearing CA is difficult? If you ask me, covering the entire syllabus is difficult? Yes. But don't tell me that clearing CA is difficult. It's not difficult. It's certainly not difficult. You just need to be little observant. You can automatically see what to do. So I'm not saying this because, had this been you can ask my regular batch students. The first strategy I shared with you, I will discuss only in the last class. Because if I discuss it in the first class, they will not come for those balance 8 chapters. So I know that. So here I'm telling it because we're doing it in 10 days. So we have to strategize and do it. So I'm telling you that it's easy. So let's do it. That's all. Only then you will have that inclination to do it because it is actually easy and it's achievable. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Next, canteen expenses. Where is the canteen present? Factory? Yes. Fine. It's simple. Now, I can also have a canteen. Yes, you are right. I can also have a canteen in my corporate office. Fine. If the canteen is present in the corporate office, it's an AOH, admin overhead. If it is present in my sales depot, it's an SOH. Simple. Location is only important. Canteen, generally nothing is given. You take it as POH. That is generally in factory only many workers will be there. So that's where the need of canteen is very much required. Physical labor also is there. So generally, reasonably you can assume. So canteen expense POH. Primary costing, primary packing cost. Guys, answer. Everyone answer, no? Yes. Then fringe benefits. Fringe benefits means it's a part of your pay package. Something like your rent-free accommodation, HRA. You would have seen, 17.2, your income tax, or the components of income. So many things are there. Perquis itself, the fringe benefits. If they are pertaining to direct workers, it will be what? Direct wages. If they are pertaining to indirect workers, it will be POH. If they are pertaining to salesmen, SOH. Are you clear with this? No rocket science. Simple. Identify the location and park it there. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Next. Okay, fine. So that's about the different heads of this particular car sheet. Now, any doubts here? Any doubts here? Yes, please ask me. Oh, wait. GST, I'll tell you. Yes, next. Reserve that for the next sum. Next. Apart from GST, any other doubt? Any other doubt? Now, one more thing, material cost, guys, material cost, what all forms part of your raw material purchase costs? All the costs that you have incurred to bring the raw material from the supplier's location to your stores, to your location, meaning what? Carriage inwards will be a part of your raw material cost. Are you clear with this? Carriage inwards will be a part of your Raw material cost. Then why sir, carriage outwards alone you said production overheads. Now carriage outwards is what? You are returning it back. Yes. Should you return back? Necessarily should you incur that? See, you are returning back, it means you are not holding some raw material only, no. Are you incurring that cost to keep it in the location or throwing it away? Throwing it away. But it needs to be accounted because it's related to your production. So that's why I said carriage outwards can come under your POH. But carriage inwards, don't take the same logic. It is a cost that is incurred to bring your raw material in the current location. Are you guys clear with this? Are you guys clear with this? Everyone? Yes guys, are you all clear with this? Now, someone asked me about GST. So what happens with GST? Now, let's say I purchase raw material worth 100 rupees. Let's say I pay a GST. Generally, it's 12% for goods. Let's say it's 12 rupees is the GST. Now, this 100 rupees, is there any doubt? It's always a purchase cost, correct or not? The question is, how am I going to deal with this 12 rupees? Correct? Correct. Now, have this in your mind. Now, there is a concept called ITC. Yes, you guys know that. Obviously, group 1, same group only. Yes, concept called ITC. What does it mean? Indian Tobacco Company, huh? Huh? Input tax company? Sir. Karma is a boomerang. Okay, fine. So, input tax credit, right? Input tax credit. Correct, guys? Now, if you are eligible for an input tax credit, basically, it's an asset for you. That is, you pay it to your supplier, you will recover it back from your customer. Correct or not? That concept you know. Let me not get into GST. Let me not get into GST to explain all that. Yes, if credit is allowed, then it is not a cost. It's an asset. It should not even enter into your cost sheet. Suppose credit is not allowed. Cases where credit is not allowed, can there be? Can there be? Example, the 17.5 in our section, your blocked credit and all. Yes, in that cases, or somewhere they are giving you are a non-registered person. Simple. Why should you go into 17.5? You are a non-registered person. You have purchased from a registered person. He will invoice it only with GST, no? Then for you, this 12 rupees will also be a cost because I can't pass it to anyone. I only have to bear it. Ultimate recipient. Correct or not? Correct or not? So, the moral of the story is simple. If credit is allowed, don't take it as a cost. If credit is not allowed, you should take it as a cost. Are you clear with this? Done, guys. Done, guys. With this backdrop, let's go to the next sum. Let's go to the next sum. Question number 1. This question was, this type of question was tested as a 10-mark question. Now, don't think that the sum is big and all. Please don't ever think that the sum is big. Please don't ever think that the sum is big. They have given everything and they just want you to plug the figures and prepare a cost sheet. No stock valuation, nothing is there in the sum. Nothing is there in the sum. Just you need to know which to classify under what head. Are you clear with this? Shall we do it? Now, what we will do is, guys, what we will do here is, now I will read the line item. You tell me where it has to go. You guys know the format of cost sheet? You guys know the format of cost sheet? We need not do it. I have already given this printed solution at the back because waste of time. Again, doing it is waste of time. Valuation question, yes, we will do. Don't worry. This is waste of time. So they have already given it. What we will do is, don't look at the solution. Whenever we are reading line item, you tell me where it appears and I will say whether it is correct or not. Shall we do it? Shall we do it? Easy, guys. Shall we do it? Fine. Now let's get started with this. First, raw material purchased. Direct material consumed. You have a separate line item for this. Correct? Fine. So raw material purchased, separate line item. GST paid. GST paid. You tell me first, will it be a cost or not? Cost or not? Cost or not? Cost or not? Who all say yes? Who all say yes? Own your answer. Own your answer. It's okay. Who all say no? Even if it is 1%, it's okay. Who all say it's no? No. It should not form part of cost. Okay. Why? Why? You tell me it's okay. Tell me why. Don't look at the percentage. Please don't look at the percentage. It's 5%, I think. That's okay. Don't look at the percentage and all. Oh, inverted tax. Please don't get into GST. Are you? Simple. Tell me whether this 10 lakh is eligible for credit or not. No. Now you're changing your answer. This 10 lakh, if it is eligible for credit, it should not be added to my material cost. If it is not eligible for credit, it is my cost. Correct? This 10 lakh, my question is, don't look at the tax rate and all. 10 lakh by 5 crores, no, don't do all that. My only question is, this 10 lakh, is it eligible for credit? No. This 10 lakh is not eligible for credit. Why? 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 This GST is paid under composition scheme, correct or not? And what does your composition scheme tell you? No credit can be taken or passed down. First of all, you can't even issue a GST invoice. You can, a tax invoice itself cannot be issued. You can only issue what? Fine, forget. Right? You can only issue a bill of supply. Fine guys, forget that. Fine, are you clear with this? Look at how they are interlinking your GST provisions here. Composition scheme, you should at least know that composition scheme is not eligible for ITC. So this will be added to your cost. Look at how beautifully they have given it. This current attempt RTP, again this adjustment also I am expecting. Mark this as important. This should form part of your cost. Why? Composition scheme. How do you know? Composition scheme. The GST legislation says that it is not eligible for your credit. Correct or not? Yes, that section 10 and all they have, no, the entire section, they have all these things only. Correct guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes, are you understanding? Next, come on, freight inwards. Raw material purchase, very good. Trade discount received. Subtracted from the raw material cost, no? Maybe this is the MRP from which you reduce what net amount you pay to the supplier. That alone you need to consider, no? Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Yes or no? So, I will say, I will knock off this. So, can I say these four are raw material related? That is raw material purchase plus GST paid under composition scheme plus freight inwards minus trade discount. Correct or not? Yes guys. No one needs to tell you that all these things should be done. If you know the concept, you will know what has to be added and what has to be reduced. Are you clear with this? Easy? Fine. Let's go to the next one. Wages paid to factory workers. Where it will come? Where will it come? Direct labor. Okay, fine. Very good. Next, contribution made towards employees PF and ESI. Now, it depends, this PF and ESI, whether it is for a direct worker or it is for a supervisor. If it is for a direct worker, you park PF ESI component also under direct labor. If it is for an indirect worker, park it under POH. Now, what they have assumed, assumption also is not written in the exam. Since here they have given, fifth point is what? Wages. Immediately sixth point is PF. So they have assumed that this is relating to direct wages and direct laborers, and hence they have classified it as your direct laborers. Sir, should I also assume? I don't have an answer because institute, I don't know what they have done. Better, my suggestion, write a note. Follow the same thing, write a note. Simple, close. Deal close, because if you ask me, I don't have the answer because I don't know what the institute is going to tell for this. Simple, this is what institute has done. You also do it, as simple as that. Clear? Let's not worry too much about it. Fine, right? So your PF and ESI contribution assumed to be direct workers. Correct, guys? Yes. Next, production bonus paid to factory workers. Workers has been given. So even these three are all direct labor. Correct or not? Yes, guys. Are you clear with this? Next, fee for technical assistance. Sorry? Administration, okay. Direct expense, okay. Who all says direct expense? Okay. Any other answer? Who all say admin expense? Okay, right. So administration expense is wrong. So direct expense is only correct. So wait, what is this? Fee for technical assistance. So basically, at times what they will do is, for a specific project, they will hire some scientists or not. They will avail the services. It's only for a specific project, because if it is required for all the projects, they themselves will have an in-house team. Correct or not? If they have an in-house team and they pay them, it's called as direct labor. But if it is for a specific job and these guys are outsourced, it is only called as a direct expense. It is only for that job. Are you clear with this? So mark this as important. Students generally make a mistake here. I know that students generally make a mistake. Sir, then you didn't tell this fee for technical assistance. This was not included in direct expense, whatever you give. That list is not exhaustive. If you see that, last always our institute has this. Any other expenses, in that other expense category only this came. Okay, fine. So yes, I know this is a bit confusing, but that's why I'm discussing in the classroom. So fee for technical assistance, they have classified it as direct expenses. Let us also do the same thing. Okay, the assumption is this. Are you clear? Here you don't put assumptions and all. You can't write assumption and say I am assuming this to be an indirect nature. No assumptions. Please, certain areas you can make assumptions. This is not such an area. So make peace with it. Whether you like it or not, just do it. Are you clear with this? Fine. Certain areas, I have to necessarily say this. Certain areas are conceptually good. So fine. Let's actually accept it. That's all. Next, amount paid for power and fuel. So power and fuel, basically, more the number of hours you run the machine, more will be the power consumption. Correct or not? So that it's a direct cost, but it's neither a material nor a labor. So I will call it as direct expenses. Fine. Next, job charges paid to job workers. What does it mean? Okay, fine. So classification. Direct expense. Why direct expense? Oh, perfect. Specific job. Oh, they have given job charges paid to job workers. Okay, I'll tell you what job workers is. Simple. If you use your own workers and if you pay them money, it's called as direct wages. Sometimes you might not be having your own workers, but immediately you need to make an order. What you will do? You will outsource it from outside, Maybe some other factory guy will give you their workers, correct? If you pay him, you will not pay the workers directly. You will pay that fellow. He will pay it. He will keep some margin and all, correct or not? That is called as a job charges. Or if you outsource your in-house work to an outsider and if you pay some money, it's called as a job worker. So job work charges are generally direct expense in nature because they are as good as your labor costs, but they are not your own employees. They are not on your rolls. That is the reason you're paying an outsider for your own labor requirements. It's called as a job charges. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys. Are you all clear with this? Fine. Next. Fine. Stores and spares consumed. Stores and spares consumed. Where does it come? Stores and spares. Lubricants. Indirect expense. Indirect expense is not a separate line item. All your indirect material plus labor plus expense, indirect material. So your lubricant is an indirect material. It gets classified under what? VOH. Are you clear with this? It's an indirect material, but you don't have a separate line item. I told you all indirect material under one bucket. Remember. Fine. So these are direct expenses. Now this is going to be your production overheads. Guys, are you clear with this? If you couldn't figure out something, mark it as important. What do you mean by important? If you don't know something, that's important. As simple as that. That's what I believe in. If you don't know something, you should know it, then it's important. Are you clear with this? Fine. Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes, everyone? Getting it? Next. Depreciation on factory building. Come on, everyone. This is simple, guys. Vanilla. Nothing is there here. Tell me how much is it? What is this? On factory building. POH. On office building. On office building. Where is the office located? Corporate office. What is that? AOH. Plant and machinery. POH. Now don't ask me, sir, plant and machinery, if I keep it in my office, generally you will keep it only in your factory. So please don't take such wild assumptions and all. This is okay. Are you clear with this? Shall we move to the next one? Next, salaries paid to supervisors. Why POH? It is indirect wages, correct? Supervisor, what will he do? Yes, that's all he will do. Correct or not? Remember, so this comes under what? POH. See guys, we are linking whatever we studied initially. I told you, it will be easy right now because we did that concept. Next, repairs and maintenance paid for. Number 1, plant and machinery. No rocket science, very simple. POH, sales office. SOH, vehicles used by directors. One student in one batch said drawings. Said, sir, inga drawings, directors is using for office purpose. Fine. First of all, in a corporate setup only director will be there. In a company, how can you have drawings? I don't know. But anyways, this is what? AOH. Because these guys, where do these guys sit? Corporate office. Now don't tell me, sir, what if he is visiting a factory and all from his corporate office? Please don't make such. No, I am telling this all. It is not my own, creativity. Students have asked me this. I am telling you, don't go too much into it. First, we will see this. This is enough. This is more than enough for your exam. Clear? Fine. Next, insurance premium paid for plant and machinery. POH. Your factory building. POH. Next, expenses for quality control check activities. 4 additions. Separate line item. Correct? This comes as a separate line item. Correct, guys? Quality control. Next, Research and development cost paid for improvement in production process. Separate line item. Another separate line item. Next, expenses paid for administration of factory work. So, administration overheads related to production. Separate line item. Guys, getting it. Getting it. Look at this. Look at this. If you present it properly, that's all they're giving you marks. What more do you need? What more do you need? Next, salary paid to functional managers. Under that, first production control. POH. Any other answer? Any other answer? Any other answer? What separate line item? What separate line item? Production control manager. Separate line item. New line item you are introducing. But he was right actually. It comes under separate line item. Your production overheads related to, administration overheads related to production. I told you no. If a guy is present inside a factory, but if he is sitting inside an AC room, it should come under admin overheads related to production. Correct or not? And who is this guy? He's a functional manager. And where will he sit? Where will he sit? Guys, I am making this so, fancy and all because this is all there in the study, your RTP. If it's one you will remember in the exam. That's why I'm telling you, if you just go to the RTP, you will not, I know you will not first. If at all you go through, you will happily miss all this. That's why I'm telling you all these things. Guys, production control, this comes as a separate line item. This comes as a separate line item. This is what? Admin overheads related to production. This is admin overheads related to production. This is how institute has done it. And this is how they expect you to do it. No assumptions here. You can't take your own assumption. Are you clear with this? So, functional manager, production related. Functional manager, production related. Correct? So, where will it come? Where will it come? Administration overheads related to production. Very good. Next, finance and accounts. Functional manager, salary. AOH, don't say finance charges. This guy's salary only they are paying. No, where will he sit? Where will he sit? Corporate office. So it's a AOH. Next, sales and marketing. SOH. Next, salary paid to general manager. General manager. Nothing is mentioned. It is AOH. Are you clear? Are you clear? Similarly, if they give only administrative overheads, take it as general administrative overheads, not related to production. Okay, that SOH, AOH, non-manufacturing cost, you take it. So this is going to be your AOH. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Next, packing cost paid for. Packing cost paid for. Primary packing necessary for. What did you say? Sorry, come. 4 items. Okay, I thought overheads. Okay, those 4 special items. Primary packing. Your Coca-Cola bottle, not the crate. Coca-Cola bottle. It is done inside the factory. Correct or not? So this comes under separate head. Correct, guys? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Packing for redistribution of material. Selling and distribution. For distribution purpose. If you see this 10 rupees, 12 rupees bottle, no, glass bottle. You will drink it and you will have to give it back to them, no? These kind of things. The tray will be under rotation, no? The tray will be under rotation between the distributor and the retailer. Correct? So is this required for primary packing? No. But the glass bottle is only required for primary packing. Correct or not? So the primary packing cost, the glass bottle cost will form part of your product cost. That is a separate line item. Whereas your crate, for the crate, that cost will come under your selling and distribution. Are you clear with this? Yes. Next, interest and finance charges for usage of non-equity fund. First, wait. Whether it is non-equity or equity, interest and finance charges will not be considered in our subject. Why? It's a subject matter of what? Financial management. So this should not be included. This should not be included. Now, what they have done in the study material, if you look at the solution, they have added it as a separate line item at par with SOH, AOH and one separate line item called interest and finance charges. Sir, why have they done it? Okay, God only knows. Fine, even I don't know. Fine, I don't know. But for some reason they have done it. But in the latest RTP, they have removed this from the question itself. So what they have done, suppose if they include it in the question and they say specifically excluded, it's okay. They have realized the mistake and they have removed this from the question and hence it is not there in the answer. So now I don't know whether you should do it or not. I am telling you, please don't do it. Because the intention of the institute is they have realized a mistake, they have realized that there is some mistake, interest and finance charges should not come. Why am I saying this? Because, interest and finance charges. Why am I saying this? Because today I'll be giving you some questions and all for practice. In that, interest and finance charges will be as per what study material they have done, but you don't include it, okay? In that they would have included, but they have realized the mistake, so they have omitted this in the question itself. So don't worry. Sir, suppose in my attempt they asked this question, please ignore it. If you ignore it, you should not say ignore and leave it there. You should write a note saying why you are ignoring it. That is very important. Clear? Ignore na, don't say they will give marks for granted. You should clearly tell them that I have ignored it. I have excluded it. Ignore is not the right word. You have considered it and excluded it. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Right? I'm not saying that it's a non-operating expense, finance charges. It's not a part of my subject. Okay, clear? I mean, not in literal words, but you build your own language. Okay, clear with this, guys? Fine. Next, fee paid to auditors, legal advisors, independent directors. All these are overheads. Payment of maintenance of website for online sales. For online sales, SOH. Now, if you ask me, they didn't give anything like online sales. Our own website is there, landing page and all is there, no? So they don't make any sales from that, but general page, sir, if you ask me logically, it will come under AOH. It is an administrative related thing. Specifically, they have given, they have not asked like that till now, either in RTP or exam question. Here specifically, they have given for online sales, which means you directly take it. Sales word, just take it as your selling related overheads. SOH, are you clear with this? SOH means selling and distribution. Even the distribution part comes in. Are you clear with this? Next, performance bonus paid to sales staff. SOH, no rocket science. To whom you have paid? Sales staff. That's all. So it is an SOH, correct? And then value of stock they have given as on 1st April and 31st March. What will you do? Opening stock and closing stock respectively. You saw the 3 places inside a factory. So in the stores, you will have opening stock, closing stock of raw material. In your factory shop, you will have opening and closing stock of WAP. And in your warehouse, you will have opening and closing stock of FG. All these were merged in your cost sheet format. Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes. And don't just do this and stop. They have given one small line. Look at this. Sweet mala vechi vedi adil vechirukanga. Look at this, what they have done. Amount realized by selling the waste generated during manufacturing process, 66,000. This has to come under 4 addition, 1 deletion. That deletion you need to do. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So what they have given, waste generated during manufacturing process. So this will come only as a separate line item and not as a reduction from your material cost. Okay, fine. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So from the above data, prepare the statement of cost, that is cost sheet of Impact Limited for the year, showing the prime cost, factory cost, cost of production, cost of goods sold and cost of sales. That's about it. That's about it. So now you know where to do what. I think the difficult part was, of course, this interest and finance charges. This one was there. Then this was top of the world actually. This production control, correct. This one was good. And then where in a something. Oh yeah, stores and spares, and these direct expenses related items. Please just look at it carefully, because it would not be given in the theory part in even your study material. While solving the sums only, you will get a hang of it. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Now, this has been prepared in such a way that you can cover many questions. See, in this model itself, 4 attempts they have tested. In this model, if you cover this, it is as good as covering 4 attempts exam question. That's why we spent a lot of time in this. So let's do some smart working here. Instead of solving 4 sums together, we will discuss this and we will finish off what are the important points where you can drop a mistake. Are you clear with this? And that's why I asked you to take a hard copy of the book. You highlight or do whatever you want. Never forget it. Never miss this. The day before your exam, all the red ink items, you just have a look at it. Why? Because these are the places that originally you went wrong. And the very same person is only sitting for the exam. You are prone to commit the mistake in exam. If you watch out for that, then that mistake can be avoided. Are you clear with this? That is the logic for this color coding and all that I'm going to give you. Clear with this, guys? Fine. Are you clear with this? This 1 10-mark question is done and dusted. Any doubts in this question? Any doubts in this question? Guys, any doubts? Any doubts here? Any doubts? Any doubts? Done? Done? Yeah, tell me, ask me any doubts. Solunga, it's okay. Solunga, any doubts you have? Okay, good that you asked me this doubt. What will happen when I receive a cash discount? You tell me what will happen. What do you think will happen? It's okay if it is wrong. You tell me, no? Hey, come on, don't be like that. It's okay. Fine. What do you mean by a trade discount? Guys, come on, please. What do you mean by a trade discount? What do you mean by a trade discount? For the quantum, if you buy in bulk, he will give you a trade discount. It is related to my production activity or material related activity, correct or not? What do you mean by a cash discount? I have purchased it. If I promptly pay it within 1 month or 2 months, then he will give me some discount. That's called as cash discount. Basically, why is he giving this? He's incentivizing you to pay money earlier, correct or not? Correct or why is he doing that? So that if he has the money with him, he can rotate it for his other use. Else he should have borrowed a loan and used it, no? Correct or not? So basically, the supplier is trying to save on his finance cost, which he's basically passing it on to you. So your cash discount, very good question. It's a very good question. Cash discount is a finance charge. Please write it down somewhere. Cash discount is a finance charge, should never be deducted. It should never be deducted. Cash discount is in the nature of finance charges. Why? It is not a discount that he is giving because you are purchasing. It is a discount that he is giving because you are making an early payment. Are you clear with this? It is payment related. It is for the time value of money, or concept you would have studied, no? It's for time value of money. Early you pay, that guy saves some interest. He makes some money out of whatever you have paid. So he's passing on the benefit to you. So cash discount, very good questions. Please ask me these kind of questions. Whatever questions, let it be the most silliest questions. It's okay. But don't go home with a doubt in your mind. Any other doubts? Please tell me, guys. Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Okay, done. Till now it's okay. Till now it's okay. Sure. Shall we proceed to the next one? We will move to the next sum. We will finish it and then we'll take a break. Is that okay? Is that okay, guys? We'll finish the next sum. With the next sum, we are finishing the chapter itself. That's about it. Okay, so notes, when should we give? So when should you give notes? When there is an uncertainty in the question. For example, this was a clear example for giving notes. Contribution made towards employees PF. That employees could be your direct worker or indirect production worker or an admin worker or a selling worker. It could be anyone. So this is very ambiguous. This is very vague. In this case, you have to give an assumption. Whereas fee for technical assistance and all you can't give. So wherever you get doubt, you cannot give. Wherever it is actually ambiguous. That's why. How will I know, sir, whether it is my original doubt or it is really vague? That comes by practice only. That comes only by practice. That's why we are solving all this in the classroom. Are you clear with this? Yes? Any other doubts? Guys, any other doubts? Madam? Doubts? Yeah? Done? Shall we move to the next sum? Next sum is a brilliant sum. Again, a past exam question. In the sum, a brilliant sum. Yes, I am saying only because only we will be discussing brilliant sums in the classroom. Fine, this is a crash batch, so it will be such. Yep. Yes. In-house build, so okay, you're saying if I incur some costs for building my own maintenance, by my own website, how will it come under R&D? R&D related to production will only come there. See, this type of cost, what will happen is they will be having their own administrative staff. In-house marketing team will just sit in the factory. In-house marketing team will only prepare the website, no? Where will they be sitting? Corporate office, AOH. Done. Okay, clear? So whatever salary you pay them, that comes under AOH. Are you clear with this? And one more thing. Very interesting part. Interest and finance charges. What should you do? Ignore. Bank charges. What will you do? Bank charges. What will you do? You answered it correctly in regular batch. You didn't remember. I remember. What will you do with respect to bank charges? Bank charges comes under AOH. I'll tell you the logic. Bank charges come under AOH. Please note it down somewhere. I'll tell you the logic. It's not illogical. This is logical, no assumption. What do you mean by bank charges? Now, every year from your bank account, they will deduct some 150 rupees for annual maintenance, AMC, debit card and all, no? For businesses, they don't have SB account, savings account. They have current account. And for them to operate a current account, they will periodically charge. The bank's major revenue comes out of these business accounts only. Clear? Now you tell me, this is related to finance or related to administration. Everyday business I do only without my bank account. What can I do? Every financial transaction, whatever it is, purchase, sale, everything, my money, parking, everything I will do it here only, no? So the bank charges is not finance related. It is a charge that the bank is charging you because they are providing you a facility or a service. Are you clear with this? Hence, the moment we look at bank means borrowing. Borrowing means finance. Finance means interest. Interest means you are non-operating. This is how we think. No. bank charges are not for your borrowings. Bank charges are for your account maintenance, and hence it will come. This was also once tested or was present in your RTP. So bank charges will come only under AOH. Please write it down somewhere. Please write it down somewhere. So these are some small areas. If you be very careful here, 10 marks you can't lose at all. Anywhere you can't lose. Now this question, you tell me what was there in this. It was looking big. If you know the format using that flow of cost concept, you just have to plug it and get the marks. As simple as that, no? It's like a plug and play model. This is some very easy thing. Stock valuation was also not there. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Shall we proceed forward? Shall we proceed forward? Now let's go to question number 2. This question we will be solving it. Yes, you have it out? No. Okay, so this question we will be solving it. We will be solving it in the classroom. So I will be doing this question in the classroom. So this sum has to be done only like that. And again, this was tested in November 20 for 10 marks. This question again was tested in November 20 for 10 marks. This question alone stood apart. Generally, cost sheet what they will test. Generally, cost sheet what they will test. Format, correct? Or this FIFO weighted average that this I told you, FIFO weighted average. Or using the cost sheet concept, they will ask for missing figures. Missing figures, there is no value addition I can make in the classroom. I will give it to you by question for practice. You do it. It has to come from the bottom to top. You need to do some missing figures will be given. Or they can also give you the simultaneous equation equating x and all 0.5x, 0.3x, 0.2x, that type of questions. Or they can also test you this conversion cost related adjustments and all that. But in one attempt, they tested this question which stood apart. So I have picked this question because we are not repeating anything that we did already. So that's why I'm picking this question. What is unique in this question? I want you guys to figure out. If I tell everything, no use. No use. If I tell everything, no use. You figure out and you commit a mistake, mark it in a red ink and then correct it. You will never forget for a lifetime. That is what real learning is. Okay, clear? You are spending your time today. Ensure that it's absolutely worth your while. Ensure that it's absolutely worth your while. Do it. Please do it this way. These are all some time-tested techniques. Time-tested techniques. We are just looking into the important concepts from an exam point of view. Fine. Once we finish this milestone, 10 marks in your pocket. Provided you finish all the questions for practice that I will be giving you. Clear? Done, guys? Shall we get started? Next question. Okay. Now, question number 2 on whatever page number 7. Right. Easy Feet Shoe Company manufactures 2 types of shoes, A and B. Production cost for the year ended 31st March were direct materials 15 lakhs, direct wages 8 lakh 40, production overheads was 3 lakh 60,000. Clear? Yes, there was no work in progress at the beginning or at the end. So in that cost sheet format, opening, closing WIP is not that. Meaning what? Your gross works cost equals your net works cost. Correct or not? Bypass panna. Or if you want, you put gross works cost, add opening WIP nil, closing WIP nil. If you want, you do that. Or if you omit that, it's okay. They have clearly given WIP is not there. Fine, one headache is over. Clear? Clear? Read the question carefully. Next. Direct material in type A shoes. So the company is dealing in how many shoes? How many shoes? How many products the company has? How many products? 2 product or 1 product? 2 product. What are the 2 products? Shoe A, shoe B. Fine, shoe A, shoe B. Let's say black or brown shoe, or let us say some men's shoe or lady shoe, whatever it is. 2 different types of shoes. Fine. Now, one more thing I wanted to ask. Now the company has produced, example I'm telling you, the company has produced 1000 A shoes and 5000 B shoes. Example I am saying. Can you say that company has totally produced 6000 shoes? Huh? I am saying I have 4 monkeys and 3 donkeys. Can you add the 2 and say I have 7 what? Dinosaurs, huh? Huh? Can you add dissimilar items? Can you add dissimilar items? It can never be done. So when you are in a multi-product situations, say 1000 units of X remains 1000 units of X. 2000 units of Y remains 2000 units of Y. You can't add 1000 units of X with 2000 units of Y and say 3000 units of something. Never possible. Never possible. Have this in your mind first. Clear with this? With this background, let's get started. Let's get started here. Now, there was no opening, okay fine, there was no work in progress, both at the opening and at the end. Direct material in type A shoes consists twice as much as that in type B shoes. Okay? The direct wages for type B shoes were 60% of those for type A shoes. Okay? Next, production overhead was same per pair of A and B types. Okay? Next, admin overheads for each type was 150% of direct wages. Next, selling cost was 1.5 per pair. Production during the year was type A 40,000 pair, out of which 36,000 is sold. Type B 1,20,000 pairs, of which 1 lakh were sold. The selling price was rupees 44 for type A and rupees 28 per pair for type B. Clear? Clear? Prepare a statement of cost and profit for each pair of each type. I'll give you solid 60 seconds. Solid 60 seconds. Read the question once, process it, and then whatever you need to do, just scribble it on the side. Whatever you need to do. Presentation, we will do it together. But I want that thinking capacity on your own. I want you to think on your own. Assume this question has appeared in your exam. You are sitting in an exam hall. Now, I keep on telling this to my students. Wait. Now, you don't know swimming. Assume you don't know swimming. Don't say, I know swimming, sir. Assume you don't know swimming. Someone is taking you to the mid-sea and dropping you. Will you say, I don't know swimming, so I give up? Will you say that? Will you say that? That survival instinct within you will keep doing something so that you stay alive you take that breath, correct or not? Put yourself in the same position. You are in an exam hall right now. This question has come. Will you give up? Will you give up? 6 months is no joke. 6 months is no joke. I'll tell you, the 6 months, if you delays right now, your final clearing will become, it gets delayed by 6 months. Correct or not? Every month, assume minimum salary will be 60,000. 60,000 into 6 is 3,60,000. That is your opportunity cost for not doing this sum right now. So you better do it. Please do it, guys. Please do it. Please do it. Come on, do it. 60 seconds from the moment I finish this sentence, I'll give you no disturbance from my side. So get started. Come on. Have you read the question once fully? So you know what to do. You know what to do. Fine. Now tell me. Fine, guys. We will discuss now. Time's up. We will discuss now. It's okay. We don't have that much amount of time. So let's quickly discuss. I've given you the time to digest the facts. So you've read the question properly. Look, always remember the first step towards solving any kind of problem or anything in your life. I'm telling you, the first thing that you need to do is listen carefully or read carefully. In our exam, reading the question, more time you spend on the question, lesser will be the time you spend on the answer. Even in cricket, if you see, the batsman, if he wants to hit the perfect shot, he reads the ball of the ball. He reads the way the bowler, releases the ball. Correct. That's why Sunil Narayan actually, he hides his hand and all like this so that the batsman doesn't read his ball. So what I'm trying to say is, read the question first. Carefully. See, what we do is first 3-4 lines we will read. We will come to a conclusion that the rest of the question would have asked only for this. So we answer something and they ask for something else. Please don't do that mistake. Read it carefully, word by word, process the facts. One look and you should be done with the question. Now you should only think about how to solve. Solution and approach the problem is all that you need to think. Now, tell me what is different in this question, guys. What is different in this question? First, what is different from the previous questions, what all we've seen? What is different in this question? First, basic thing. Very good. You have two products, multi-product cost sheet scenario. Correct or not? So what, sir? Multi-product scenario. Very simple. Instead of preparing a single cost sheet, I will add one more column and have one more cost sheet. Correct or not? Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Next, what is the next part? What is the problem here? What equations? Now, they have given, the company has incurred how much? 15 lakhs of direct material. For producing A or B? For producing A or B? 15 lakh is for A or B? Both. Fine. 8,40,000 A or B? Bowling or fielding? Both. It's both. Right? And production overheads is also for both. Basically, they have given you the figure. Overall cost incurred, you need to split it between the products. Correct or not? Correct or not? What is the big deal? They have given the ratio, the manner of apportioning the material cost, wage cost, production overheads cost and all has been given. Correct or not? Easily can be done. What? No. No, Okay, fine. So tell me, first you tell me, let's pick this material cost. Let's pick this material cost. You tell me, how much is the total material cost incurred with respect to A and B? How much is the material cost incurred with respect to A and B? How much is the material cost incurred with respect to A and B? Oh, sorry. No, they have given A consists twice as much as the materials contained in B, correct or not? So what you will do, you will apportion this in the ratio of 2:1, correct? Correct, or 2x or 1x, whatever it is, correct? 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 So if I keep asking correct 4 times, you will know that somewhere you've gone wrong. No, like that and all you can't do, you should know where you've gone wrong. Wait, okay, fine. Wait, okay, fine. Now, it is not that simple. I'll tell you what. I'll give you an example. If you already know this example, I know you would have never forget. If you have already attended my regular batch, you would have never forgotten this example. But let me just give you this example. I hope you won't forget it. You won't forget it. Yes, that example only, right? Now let's say, guys, it's important. Please, I will hype a bit and all. It is only for your, even movies, if they take it without any hype, it will be of no use. If they hype only, you will remember, it stays with you. Anga irukra hype, we will use it productively for our exam. Okay, we will use it productively for our exam. Now, I have an elder brother. Okay, guys, please listen, it's quite important. I'm telling you, I'm not deviating even for a second. Please don't worry about it. It's a crash batch. I know we are on a timer. Okay, now I'm telling this only for your benefit. Now, let's say I have a brother at my home. Let's say I really have a brother at my home. Fine, elder brother. Now what happened? Now, okay, so let's call him as big and I'm small. Fine, I'm not taking names. So let's call it as my big brother and myself. We two other guys. Now what happened is, I actually love a sweet called Kaju Katli. You know this Kaju Katli? Yes. But the problem is, my brother also likes that sweet. So every time my mom actually brings home that sweet dabba and all, no? We both have a fight. Okay, not really. It's all imagination. Now what happened? One day, my mom knows that her kids, that is me and my brother, we all like this Kaju Katli. So to surprise us, she bought 1 kg of Kaju Katli, kept it in the kitchen in the night. Okay. Next day morning, she came to surprise us. But what happened? She got surprised. The entire dabba was gali. The entire dabba was empty. Why? We guys entered the kitchen and we saw this. Obviously, who will leave it? Now, my mom wanted to know who is the culprit. Obviously, don't say both. See, who's more culprit you should know, no? Correct or not? That always has to be done. Because if you ask my brother, he will say, I am the culprit. If you ask me, I will say, he is the culprit. Same thing happens everywhere in the house, no? So, my mom was very clever, or at least she thought so. So, what she did was, she didn't ask. Next day, she again bought 1 pack of Kaju Katli. But this time on her way back home, she went to an electric shop to buy 1 CCTV camera. And she fixed it on top of the kitchen. And it's like, that rat trap only. So trapping the rat, they will put some puri and all, no? Like that she has kept, it seems. And now she went into the other room. She was looking at the system and monitoring this on a real-time basis. First, what happened? My brother entered the kitchen. Now, why my brother? Yes, okay, fine. My brother entered the kitchen. He took 3 pieces. He took how many pieces? 3 pieces. And he went away. Now, I entered the kitchen. I took only 1 piece. Now, you tell me who's the culprit? Huh? So, who's the culprit? That's okay. Rendu perilla. Yaar more culprit? Huh? Your brother. My brother. Correct. But actually, I forgot to tell you one more thing. He entered the kitchen only 2 times. But I entered the kitchen 15 times. So, now totally you tell me he has consumed only 6. Whereas I have consumed how much? 15. Now who is the culprit? You. This alone you will tell quickly, no? Yes, I am only the culprit now. The problem is the same thing here. What you did, you only considered the raw material consumption per unit. But you didn't consider the number of units that got produced. Now, in our example, what they are saying, type A shoes and type B shoes are there. Correct or not? Every unit of A uses 2 times the raw material that every unit of B consumes. Correct or not? But the number of units they produced, B would have been more, no? So basically, you should not take into account only the consumption ratio, even the production ratio, number of times I visited the kitchen, that should also be considered, no? Correct or not? Correct or not? Here if you see, 2x is the consumption, but I have produced only 40,000 units of product A, whereas B consumes only X per unit, but I have produced 1 lakh units of B. Correct or not, guys? Correct or not, guys? So it should be a function of both your consumption pattern as well as your production pattern. Are you clear with this? That is the reason why I took this example. It's not just the number of pieces you take per visit. It's also the number of visits that matters. Correct. It is not just the consumption of raw material that matters. Even the number of units that you produced using that raw material is all that matters. Are you clear? So when I arrive at a ratio, what I need to do is I should consider both. So what I will do is, this is how much? 80,000 X. Correct. This is how much? 1 lakh X. Correct or not? So this is nothing but what ratio is this? 4:5. Yeah. What ratio is that? 2:3. Yeah. Fine, whatever it is, 2:3. So whatever it is, 2:3, whatever it is. So basically, you should consider both the consumption pattern as well as your production pattern to arrive at the weighted ratio, and using this ratio, you can now apportion what? Your 15 lakhs. Correct or not? Are you clear with this? So this 15 lakhs should not be done directly in the ratio of 2:1. Why? Because 2:1 is only your consumption ratio. To that consumption ratio, also mix your what? Production ratio and arrive at a weighted ratio. This has to be considered for apportioning your common cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? But for this, the entire sum is easy. Trust me, but for this, the entire sum is easy. Now, the same format of cost sheet you need to put, but in this sum, what you need to do it, every time you do, let's say direct materials, come down, write a working note, how this calculation has to be done. Then labor, come down, write a working note. Similarly, you need to pass on working notes. You need to do a lot of working notes for the sum. Every single figure should be populated. Are you clear with this? Shall we quickly do it now, or you want to take a break and then do it? Your wish. We will do and leave. We'll do and take a break. Yeah, sure. Fine. So let's do this question quickly and then we'll go for a break. Fine, guys. Clear with this? Are you all clear with this? There is one more additional point in this question. Let me see if someone is able to identify that. If someone is doing that, excellent. Excellent. Hats off to you. Fine. Let me see if someone is able to, make out what that hidden point is. Apart from this, there is some point that I have not discussed. I will be discussing. That is the reason why I have kept this sum. Okay. Shall we do it, guys? Shall we? Yes. Shall we? Yes. And one more thing you should remember. Till your cost of production, it is tied to your units produced. I showed that, no? If you want to calculate the per unit cost, it has to be tied with unit produced, correct? Now, after this cost of goods sold, admin, selling and all, these are tied to your units sold, correct or not? Because these are all expired costs. You guys know that? You guys know that? Guys, I just told you, no? I just told you here, I put this bracket and all, I told you. This is tied to units produced. This is tied to units sold and all, I've told you, no? Yes, you remember this? Fine. This will come in handy. This will come in handy for this sum. Let us see how many of you are, I've actually given away. Let us see how many of you are able to crack this. Fine. Shall we get started? Shall we get started quickly? Let's do the sum. Guys, shall we do it? Fine. So let's do the sum. Let's do the sum. So it's on the last sum that we have here. Question number 2. Okay, fine. So please take your notebook. Let's do this. Question number 2. What page number is it on? What page number? What page number? Page 7. Okay, page number 7. Question number 2. Clear? Shall we get started, guys? Shall we get started? Now, first write down. Take a green ink and write down cost sheet. So I told you all headings will be in green ink. Cost sheet of Easy Feet Shoe Company Limited, whatever is the name of the company. Now what you do is, first write down on the top itself, production A is equal to how many units of A they have produced? Look at the question. 40,000. Yes, ready referencer. Put it on the top. It's very much required. Then B, how many units? 1 lakh? Oh, 20,000. Huh? Okay. So 1,20,000. Just a minute. Yes, 1,20,000 units. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Yes. Next, units sold. Units sold. A, how much? How much? 36,000. B, how much? B, how much? 1 lakh. Fine. So put it on the top. Why, sir? Because you will have a ready reference. Ready reference. You should also calculate cost sheet, total amount and per unit column. So what we will do is cost sheet particulars we will do. Then product A, total per unit. Then product B, total per unit. So single cost sheet, multiple column. If you want, you can again copy paste and repeat the cost sheet. Time waste. Same particulars only, no? Same particulars. Why do you want to do it twice? Exam, you don't have that much amount of time and all. So multi-columnar cost sheet is accepted. Are you clear with this? And the per unit, remember, till your cost of production, unitize it with your unit produced, and after that you should unitize it with your unit sold. Are you clear with this? Have this in your mind. So let's get started. Let's get started. Now first, let's prepare the format of the cost sheet. Let's not fill the figures. We will not fill any figures. We will prepare the format of the cost sheet. Why? We will not fill the figures. Once we prepare the format of the cost sheet, you will know the space required. After that, you can come and write down the working note. These are some small things. Follow it in the exam. You will actually find it easier. Else, first if you do the working notes, you can also do it that way. But you will not know how many working notes you need. Planning the space that requires again some efforts. You better do it like this. Okay? Clear with this? Fine. So now let's get started. Take a black ink. Okay, fine. So now write down particulars. Then you have type A shoes. Guys, in exams, don't write units. In this question, they have given it as pairs, Use the same thing, pair. For classroom discussion, I'm using it as unit. You just write it as pair in exam. For that, if they reduce marks, it is not nice. So let us not take the chance. Then you have another type B. Correct, guys? Hello, everyone. Please participate. Let's finish it off quickly, Yes, guys. Shall we do it? Fine. Now have these two columns. Per unit, smaller column, amount, slightly a bigger column, then per unit, smaller column, amount, slightly a bigger column. Yep. Guys, done? Done, guys. Please don't do this clumsy and all. I'm forced to do it like this. I don't have any of the scale and all, but you do it properly, okay? You do it properly. Examiner, please don't do it like this. Whatever I'm doing on the board is just for your understanding, okay? Presentation, please take care of it. This way you present, but neatly you do it, okay? Fine. Right. Now, next, fine. So first, write down direct material cost, or direct materials consumed. Direct material consumed. Now, do you know the figure ready-madely? Is a figure available ready-madely? Yes, sir. You have the figure ready-madely. You only have the bulk figure, no? You need to segregate it between A and B. That comes by way of working note. So, write a working note reference. Working note number 1. Then and there you write it. Fine. Next, direct wages, Guys, please, come on, participate. Come on. Direct wages is the next one. Yes. Fine. So, that's not readily available. Fine. Working note number 2. Then, do you have any direct expense in this question? Do you have direct expenses? No. So you need not write, or if you want to write direct expense, dash, you put. I don't see a point in writing it. If something is not there, you need not write it. Now, if you add this, what do you get? Prime cost. Format of cost sheet should be maintained. Prime cost. Prime cost is just a subtotal. So you need not worry about it. To which you will add what? Production overheads, also called as factory overheads, also called as works overheads. Any ways you want, you can call it. Clear? Factory overheads or production overheads. Correct? In this sum, have they given those 4 items and all? No. So don't worry about all that. Now, if you add this POH, what do you get? Gross works cost. Now, gross works cost, from that you will adjust your WAP, no? In this question, do you have WAP? No. So here my gross works cost is also equal to my net works cost. Correct or not? Then, now net works cost, 4 addition, 1 deletion, no? 4 addition, 1 deletion, you will get what? Cost of production. Do I have any of those 4 addition, 1 deletion? Do I have 4 addition, deletion? What admin overheads? How do you know it's relating to production? Exactly. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Guys. This is another catch beautifully hidden in the question. Beautifully hidden in the question. They have not given it anywhere in the study material. It directly came in your exam. This is where I'm telling you conceptual learning will help you. This is where I'm telling you conceptual learning will help you. This administrative overheads is administrative overheads related to production, not an assumption. Can anyone tell me how? If you've already answered, please don't answer. Can anyone tell me how? Look, they have given generally administrative overheads will be a percentage of your overall cost of production or a percentage of sales or something like that. But look at this, administrative overheads here, they have represented it as a percentage of a prime cost component. Correct or not? In that case, it is fair on your part to assume it is always the case that this admin overheads is incurred inside the factory. That's why they are trying to establish a relationship between admin overheads and direct wages. Correct or not? Had it been incurred outside the factory, why would they represent it as a percentage of direct wages? Where is direct wages incurred? Factory only, no. Correct or not? So, if the absorption rate or if the percentage for admin overheads is given as a percentage of any of your prime cost components, always consider that as admin overheads related to production. Beautifully hidden in this question. Many students went wrong. Examiner's comments. Many students went wrong. Past exam question. November 20 exam question. This is what you should watch out for. Are you clear with this? Brilliantly hidden. So first thing that you need to do is this weighted ratios of apportionment. Having done that also, they have kept one more speed breaker for you. One more check they have kept, that is by way of admin overheads. Clearly given in your RTP also, suggested answers also, clearly it's given. Since it is established as a percentage of a prime cost component, it is only related to production. They have given it no assumption. No assumption here. No assumptions. Are you clear with this? So there are two ways of finding out whether admin overheads is related to production or not. One, it will be given, or number two, if it is established as a percentage of your prime cost component. Are you clear with this? Study material, they have not given it as such, but they have tested in exam. Why sir, how sir, we will know. Logically, if you understand, that's how you need to do. Of course, it requires some presence of mind. It came in RTP and then only it came in your study material. That's why I'm telling you, RTPs, it came in your RTP and then only it came in your exam. So RTPs are equally important. That's why I'm asking you to solve all the RTPs. Clear with this, guys? Fine. Are you all clear with this? Excellent. Now, prime cost plus POH gives you what? Come on, guys, tell me. It's okay. Gross works cost. Now I don't have opening, closing FG. It's also equal to my net works cost or factory cost. Correct or not? Now, from this, those four items, so one item is there, no? Take a red ink. Please take a red ink. Everyone, even if you got it right, take a red ink. Please take a red ink. You should never forget it. The day before your exam, when you scan through the page, this red ink will pop up and you will never miss it. That's why I'm asking you to write a red ink. Fine. Write down AOH within bracket related to production. How do you know it's related to production? Because it's a percentage of your prime cost component. Are you clear with this? Related to production. Are you guys clear with this? Yes, guys. Are you all clear with this? Now if you do, what do you get here? If you total this, what is it called? Come on, you guys know it already. Yes, cost of production. Now, from your cost of production, what should you do? Add opening FG and minus closing FG. In this question, I don't think there is an opening FG, so we will just put a dash. So, when you don't have an opening FG, what is the implication? No stock valuation. Multiple lots of receipts are not there, no? Correct. Only when you have opening FG and current year production, multiple lots of receipts, take for multiple rates, go for FIFO weighted average. When opening FG is not there is only one lot of receipt. Guys, this is where it should strike you. Are you clear with this? Fine. And if you adjust for this, what do you get? Yes, cost of goods sold. Correct. And from this cost of goods sold, what will you add? General admin overheads, if any. In this question, is there anything? No. Do you have selling? Yes. So add SOH. You get what? You get your cost of sales. Are you clear with this? Have they asked for profit also? Have they asked for profit also? So add profit, that will ideally be your balancing figure. Add profit, you get what? As simple as that, sales. Now each and every line item, we will go with working notes. Each and every line item, we have just prepared the skeleton. We have just prepared the skeleton of this cost sheet. What we need to do right now is fill it up. Completely we need to do the working notes and all that. Shall we get started, guys? Hello? Shall we get started? Shall we get started? Shall we, guys? Now, if you do this, first if you do this, you will at least get a comfort that you've got it. You've got the whole sum, the structure of the sum, you've got it. Look at this AOH related to production. Again, another beautiful rider, they have kept it in the sum. I absolutely love this sum. And somehow, I don't know, don't ask me and all. Somehow my gut feel says that this question might come for your exam as such, or maybe something related to this multi-product cost sheet. I feel I might be wrong as well. Somehow, based on the past trend that I've been analyzing, somehow I feel that this question might come in this attempt. I'm not sure about that. Of course, I'm not the guy who's printing the exam paper and all. Fine, so I didn't get in touch with the printer and all, printing press and all. Don't worry. But anyways, I'm telling you, my gut feel, somewhat it says that, I feel that this question might be tested. So watch out for the sum. Definitely watch out for the sum. Anyways, we are just picking up the important areas and doing it. So all these areas you should anyways be focused on, but have one, watch out for this question. Just watch out for this question. Somehow I feel it might be tested. I was actually expecting this in the last attempt itself. It didn't come. So this attempt, I feel it might get tested. Fine. Just a gut feel. That's all. It might be wrong also. Clear? Shall we get started with the working notes, guys? Shall we get started with the working notes? Shall we? Let's make it quick. And close it off. Now, first, what's your working note number 1? Just write all your working note number in green ink. Headings, no? Write it in green ink. I am writing it in a black ink. Please use a green ink. Working note number 1. Write down apportionment of direct material cost. 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 Yep. Done? Done? Now, write down particulars A is to B. Just write down particulars A is to B. You will understand. Once we proceed, you will understand. Now, first write down consumption ratio. Consumption ratio. What is the consumption ratio? Guys, what is the consumption ratio? Every visit or every unit, what is the consumption ratio? 2:1. Correct or not? If A consumes 2 units of raw material, B will only consume 1 unit. This is per unit only. Correct? But the number of units produced should also be considered. Correct or not? Next, write down production ratio. Production ratio is going to be how much? How much is it going to be? Come on, guys. How much is it going to be? 40,000 is to, write it fully. 40,000 is to 1,20,000. Correct? 1,20,000. So, what is your weighted ratio? This is the ratio that you use to apportion it. What's your weighted ratio, guys? Come on. 80,000 is to 1,20,000. Correct or not? Simplify it and tell me how much is this? Simplify and tell me. 2:3. Correct or not? 2:3. Yes. Just go up. So working note number 1, if you have a place to squeeze it here, 2:3. Now, what's your total cost? Guys? 15 lakhs. Yes, 15 lakhs is there. So 15 lakhs divided by 5 into 2 into 3. How much and how much? Come on. Apportion it. 2:3 ratio. You know how to apportion, right? You know how to apportion. Guys, you all know how to apportion. Divided by 2 plus 5 into 2 is equal to write down, into 5 is equal to write down. Apportionment you all know, 2:5. Yes. So tell me how much and how much? 6 lakhs and 9 lakhs. Correct? 6 lakhs and 9 lakhs. Now per unit can you find out? 6 lakh divided by 40,000. Correct? How much is it? 15. That's your material cost per unit. 90,000 divided by, 9 lakhs divided by 36,000. How much? Sorry. 90,000 divided by 1,20,000. How much is that? How much is it? 7.5. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? I am dividing this by with the respective units produced. 40,000 and this I am dividing it with 1,20,000. Why? The cost sheet component, still your cost of production, is tied up with your units produced. Correct or not? Correct or not? Is everyone getting this? Guys, sure you guys are getting it? You guys are getting it? Perfect. Right? You have a doubt? Right. Yo, you guys are getting it? Fine. Next. Go to working note number 2. Let's go to working note number 2. Write down, guys. Come on. Working note number 2. What's working note number 2? Greening. Working note number 2. Greening. Apportionment of what? Apportionment of what? Direct labor or wage cost. Is everyone writing it? Is everyone writing it? You guys finish it, huh? Okay, fine. Right. Apportionment of direct labor. Similar thing, write down. Particulars A is to B. Now, what's your consumption ratio? Guys, consumption ratio. Hello? What's your consumption ratio? What's your consumption ratio? What have they said? 100 is to 60, or you can also say 1 is to 0.6. Whatever you want, you can do it. Multiply with 10 on both the sides, 100 on both sides, gives you the same result. Yes, guys. Yes. Next, what's your production ratio? Production ratio. Why am I doing production ratio also? Kaju Katli example. Your how much you take per visit alone is not relevant. It should be relevant along with the number of times you visited. Similarly, per unit consumption alone is not enough. You also need to consider the number of units of a product produced. Are you clear with this? So tell me, what's the production ratio? Come on, guys. How much is it? 40,000 is to 1,20,000. Correct? 40,000 is to 1,20,000. This is not going to change. Fine. So now tell me what's the weighted ratio. Weighted ratio, how much is that? Tell it to me fully, no? It's 40,000 is to 72,000, huh? 72,000. Simplify and tell me how much is it? How much is it? This is going to be 5 is to 3. 5 is to 3. Correct or not? Sorry, 5 is to 9, huh? My bad. Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. So this is going to be 5 is to 9. I'm taking the figures from you guys. Please tell me. 5 is to 9, huh? It's correct. Okay, I somehow I think I heard 5 is to 3. I put it 5 is to 3. 5 is to 9 is correct, no? Yes, 5 is to 9 is correct. Everyone. Correct. Now what you will do? Immediately go up. So populate this. This is going to be what? 5 is to 9. This is the ratio. 5 is to 9. So what is the total amount of labor cost? What's the total amount of labor cost? So you have 8,40,000. So apportion it in the ratio of 5 is to 9. How much and how much? Come on. Sorry, 3 lakhs and 5,40,000. 3 lakhs and 5,40,000. Correct? 5,40,000. 5,40,000. Fine. Per unit, you unitize and tell me how much and how much. This is 7.5 and this is going to be 4.5. Okay, so 4.5. Right. So now prime cost, add it up. Tell me guys, how much is it? 9 lakhs and 14,40,000. Correct or not? 14,40,000. 14,40,000. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Per unit, you can add this. Add these two per unit. 22.5 and hello, 12. Correct or not? Correct or not? Next, what are they given with respect to POH? Production overheads, guys. Production overheads. What are they given? What are they given? Okay, fine. Just a minute. Okay. Now, what have they given here in production overheads? Same per pair, which means 1:1 ratio. 1:1 ratio. No, the consumption ratio is only 1:1. Still, you need to consider the production ratio. Correct or not? Correct or not? Take a working note for POH. Come on, guys. Are you all understanding? Guys, is everyone understanding? Please stop me if you don't understand anywhere. Please stop me then and there if you don't understand. Get your doubts clarified. Clear? Fine. So, this is going to be what? This is going to be working note number 3. Yes, guys. Working note number 3. So, can I just scroll down? Can I scroll down? Yes. Working note number 3. Working note number 3. So, what's your working note number 3? Apportionment of POH, correct? Apportionment of POH. So, now the same thing. Particulars A is to B. Particulars A is to B. Now, tell me first consumption ratio. Tell me guys. Hello. 1:1. 1:1. Then production ratio. Production ratio. Production ratio. How much is it? How much is it? 40,000 is to 1,20,000. So how much is it? If you multiply the two, it's actually in the production ratio only. So 40,000 is to 1,20,000. That's going to be how much? 1:3. It's going to be 1:3. Yes, it's going to be 1:3. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So go above POH. You already have the consolidated figure. So 1:3 ratio. You just apportion it. So what is the overheads figure you have in total? What is it POH figure you have? So 3,60,000 divided by 4, whatever you do, into 1 is equal to, into 3 is equal to, how much and how much? Huh? That's going to be 90,000 and 90,000 and 2,70,000. 2,70,000. Divided by number of units produced, it's going to be 2.25 and 2.25. Another check for you. They said per unit it will remain the same. Correct or not? See, it's remaining the same. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Per unit it's remaining the same, no? For type A and type B. Both are 2.25 only, no? Correct or not? Another check for you. You can do that. Clear? Next, subtotal this. Subtotal this. Tell me how much is it? There's going to be 1,80,000. Sorry, 9,90,000. Sorry. 9,90,000. This is the problem if you don't use the digits properly. Next, so like this you should not do. That's why I demoed. Okay, fine. Next. 17 lakhs. The other one is 17 lakh 10,000, right? So 17 lakh 10,000. Now, what's your per unit cost? 40 now. It's 22.75, no? Sorry, 24.75, 24.75 and 14.25. Guys, are you all doing it? Are you all doing it along? Any issues here? Have I committed any mistake? Look, calculation, I'm picking it from you. Calculation, I'm picking it from you. Conceptual knowledge is what I'm trying to do it here. Calculation, pick your calculator, do it. Exam, all these things you need to do. Someone will not be next to you, sitting next to you and telling you the answers and all. Please, do the calculation. Pick up that speed. Fine, I'll also share with you that calculator trick and all. When we are going to overheads chapter, I'll tell you there is a trick to use the calculator a little fast and efficient. I'll tell you that when we move into overheads chapter. Okay, this one is done. This one is done. Yes, guys. Next, what have they given? What have they given? AOH. How much is AOH? 150% of direct wages. So what you will do, directly apply this 150% amount column la apply 150%. So what you can do here is, within bracket you can put it as 150% of direct wages. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? 150% of direct wages. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? And of course, guys, in exam, please write a note. You should write a note saying that since your AOH is given as a percentage of direct wages, it is administrative overheads related to production. Don't write AOH and all. Write administrative expenses or administrative costs related to your production. Are you clear with this? How did you get 150% of your direct wages? Come on, tell me, how much is it? 3 lakhs into 150% is going to be 4,50,000. And here it's going to be, sure, correct, 8,10,000, correct? And now unitize it, divide by units produced. 11 point, this one for A, 11.25, and for B, 6.75. Okay, very good. Now tell me the cost of production, total it, very important. Per unit is 36, and here, okay, 14 lakh 40,000. Guys, I'm going by your figure. Please, everyone cross check. Is it correct? Next, exactly 31, 21, round figure. Okay, fine, 21. I myself don't understand my handwriting. Okay, fine. This is 0.25. Okay, how much is this? 25 lakh 20,000. Please bear with my handwriting, guys. I myself am finding it very difficult to use this setup. Anyways, it's legible or you can understand, no? If you have any issues, please ask me. You should not note down the wrong answer. Say that I only did and all. Please ask me. That's why I'm actually narrating and I'm only doing it. Okay, clear? Fine. Now, opening FG, how much is given? Nothing is given. So life is simple for us. Already they have made our life miserable by keeping some other riders. So in this sum, they are not keeping any your opening stock and all. Now closing FG, can anyone tell me closing FG? So now closing FG will be valued fully using current period cost of production. Correct or not? Correct or not? So can I say this will also be 36 and 21? Correct or not? Correct or not? Closing stock valuation. Closing stock valuation, when you don't have multiple lots of receipts and all, you will value only at current period manufacturing cost. What is the current period manufacturing cost per unit? 36 and 21. Correct? Now just imagine, had you considered this AOH, as not related to production, your entire answer will change because of stock valuation. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? And they will strike off and give you 2-3 marks maximum out of a 10-mark question, despite the fact you would have done all the apportionments correctly. Watch out for this. That's why I'm telling you, where you put, just sir, instead of top only for presentation, no, it impacts your stock valuation. If your stock value gets impacted, unexpired cost changes. If your unexpired cost changes, balancing figure is only expired cost. Correct? And what is your profit? Sales minus expired cost. So this in turn affects your profit. Correct or not? Correct or not? One line item if you skip, it impacts your profit. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Such is the importance of this adjustment. That's why I'm reiterating it once again. Clear, guys? Are you all clear with this? This is exactly how they have done in the study material. So now, how many units of closing FG are there? Let's say for product A, 40,000 they have produced, out of which 36,000 only they have sold. Meaning what? 4,000 units remains unsold. Correct or not? Correct or not? So somewhere we can maybe write it here itself. A will be 4,000 units into 36. Correct? And B will be how many units? B will be how many units? They have produced how many units? They have produced 1,20,000, out of which they have sold only 1 lakh. So it's going to be how many units? 20,000 units. Each valued at 21. Correct or not? Correct or not? Value the figure. Tell me how much and how much? 1,44,000. Then 4,20,000. Is it correct? Is it correct? Is everyone getting it? Is everyone getting the same answer? Is the answer correct? Guys, is the answer correct? Yes? Fine. Now don't forget the bracket, because it's a closing stock, it has to be removed. You remember that warehouse area and all, opening FG plus current year production minus closing FG. Net off you do only, you will get what? Your COGS. Fine. So tell me what's your cost of goods sold? Tell me what's your cost of goods sold? So tell me what's your cost of goods sold? Now this will also be 36 and 21. Please don't do 36 minus 36. This is per unit. Per unit. Correct? Per unit cost of goods sold will also be same only. No, every unit sold and unsold will be valued similarly. No, because when you don't have a stock, correct or not? Correct or not? So when you don't have an opening stock, both your units sold and your units unsold will be valued at the same rate only. No, there is no question of stock valuation. So tell me what is the value here? You can just subtract this and tell me how much is it? 12 lakhs? 96,000 and 21 lakhs. Correct? Correct, guys? Yes. Now, what have they given with respect to SOH, selling and distribution? What have they given? What have they given? 1.5 per pair. Okay. So here you first fill what? Unit column, 1.5 per pair, whether it is A or B. So tell me the figure, how much is it? 54,000. What is 54,000? What is 54,000? What is 54,000? Now, SOH per pair means what? Per unit means what? Per unit sold. Per unit sold. No assumption. They need not give you, because your expired cost, non-manufacturing costs are always tied to your units sold. Correct or not? I told you that bracket and all I showed and told you. If you see here, this bracket I showed and told you. This bracket I told you, no. I asked you to, I have actually given this bracket by myself. I told you till this figure, it is tied with units produced. And after this cost of goods sold, it is tied with units sold. I told you, no. If you are unitizing it, correct or not, see how it is helping us here. Are you clear with this? Why, sir? Because it's an expired cost. These are all expired costs. Correct or not? Expired cost gets knocked off against your sales revenue only, no? Correct or not? If at all you want to present it in a unit format, Anyways, it will not enter into my stock valuation. If at all you want to present it in a unit format, you divide it by units sold because it entirely gets knocked off with your sales. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Is everyone understanding this? Take a red ink. Please take a red ink. Please take a red ink and write it here. Write it here. Take a red ink and write. This is another good thing, good adjustment here. This is going to be 1.5 into how much? 36,000. Huh? Okay, 36,000. And B is how much? 1.5 into 1 lakh. Huh? Okay, so 1 lakh. Please write this in a red ink. Please write this in a red ink. Should never forget. Better if you write only this 36,000 and 1 lakh in a red ink. It's better. Fine, if you have written everything, it's okay. It's okay. So tell me how much and how much? 54,000. Oh, a round of 54,000. Huh? Okay, and then this is 1,50,000, right? So 1,50,000. So if you do this, now you get your what? Cost of sales, right? So how much is it? So this is 37.5. This is how much, guys? 13 lakhs? 15,000. Huh? One. Okay. 13,50,000. 13,50,000. Here 22,50,000. Are you clear with this? Now, do you know the sales figure? Do you know the sales figure? You have the units sold, you have the selling price. Just populate. Tell me the selling price per unit for A and B. 44, B 28. Now 44 into 36,000. How much? 15,84,000. 28 into 1 lakh is how much? That I will do. 28 lakhs. Thank you. 28 lakhs. Fine. 28 lakh. So the balancing figure will be what? The balancing figure will be your profit. So in your profit, write down B/F. B/F per unit. How much is it? For A, 6.5. 6.5 only. Correct. And this is what? What happened? 5.5. Okay. And in terms of amount? 2,34,000. And here? 5,50,000. Fine. Take a pencil, circle this. Pencil circle clearly means that this is a balance figure. These are all some accounting hygienes you need to follow even in your accounts. All pencil figures, all the balancing figure, take a pencil, circle it. If you take a pen and circle it, they themselves will think that you have written the answer and you have also done the correction. Their work also you have done, don't do it. Take a pencil, put a pencil circle and write B/F. B/F stands for balancing figure. Clear with this? Clear with this? And with this we are done with the sum. Are you clear with this? Now in the sum, what did we learn? A few things that we learned in the sum. Number one, a multi-product cost sheet. A multi-product cost sheet. Then the manner of apportionment is not your simple ratio, it's a weighted ratio. That is, it is both your consumption ratio as well as your production ratio together. Correct or not? Next, whenever admin overheads is given as a percentage of any of your prime cost components, it should be treated as administrative expenses related to your production. That is those 4 items, one item. Clear? Fine. And finally, the selling overheads was given per unit. It is always per unit sold. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? And just to sum up the entire discussion, cost sheet is done. Cost sheet is done. So just to sum up the entire discussion of cost sheet. So first, we went on to see what is expired cost versus unexpired cost. To understand what is expired, unexpired, we went on to see what is product and period. Product cost expires to the extent of cost of goods sold, whereas period cost expires fully. Now, what do you mean by a product cost? It's nothing but your manufacturing cost. What is your period cost? It is nothing but your admin and selling. Now, what are the, if you incur any non-operating cost, like your bad debts, interest, dividend and all, it should not be considered. However, your bank charges should definitely be considered because it is your admin expenses. It is for maintenance of your bank account. Are you clear? This is what we have seen. Next, now manufacturing cost can be broadly classified into 2. That is a prime cost component. You know what it comprises of: direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses. Then POH. What POH comprises of? Indirect material plus indirect labor plus indirect expenses. That need not be mentioned as such. You can just write down POH. Clear with this? Now with this, I showed you the flow of cost, and from the flow of cost, we went to the format of cost sheet. Now come on, one last time I want you guys to tell me the format of cost sheet. Don't look anywhere. Tell me the format of cost sheet. Come on. Opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock of raw material gives you what? Direct raw material consumed, to which you will add direct labor, then direct expenses, subtotal prime cost, add POH, those 4 and 1, 4 addition, 1 deletion, park it separately. You will get what? Gross works cost. Why is it gross? Because you have to adjust for WIP. Add opening WIP minus closing WIP. You get what? Net works cost, or simply works cost, or factory cost. From this, 4 addition, 1 deletion. What are those 4 addition? Quality control costs, R&D costs related to production, admin overheads related to production, and your primary packing cost. Remember that. Primary packing cost, and minus what? Any scrap income. I told you, if it is a processed scrap income, remove it here. If it is a raw material scrapped assets, you have an option whether to do it here or to remove it from your material purchases from that for computing your RM consume. Fine. Okay. If you do this net off, what will you get? Cost of production. Now from this, what will you do? You are in your FG area. Add opening FG minus closing FG. You get what? Cost of goods sold. To which you add what? Selling and admin. General admin. If nothing is given, take it as general admin. Are you clear with this? Admin overheads and selling overheads. You get your cost of sales. Cost of sales nothing but your expired cost. Add profit. You get your sales. Clear? Then we went on to see. When will stock valuation issue come? FIFO, weighted average LIFO. When will it come? 2 cumulative conditions. What are they? When you have multiple lots of receipts and each lot is valued at different price. Correct? Are you clear with this? Then what did we see? We saw that one sum where they had given the simultaneous equation solving x and all equal to x, 0.5 and all we saw. You remember that? You remember? Yes? You guys remember that? This sum, we saw it, right? This sum, this illustration 1, this sum we saw. Nothing but a little presence of mind will do this sum. Next we went on to see what is a conversion cost. What is a conversion cost? All the manufacturing cost excluding your material cost. That is the cost incurred to convert your RM into FG. Ideally, it will be your direct wages plus direct expense plus POH. If wages is not given in the question, take it simply as direct wages plus POH. Are you clear with this? Then we went on to see some special items treatment and all. I told you this material handling is quite important. It's not material related cost. It's POH. Then cost of website maintenance. I told you it's again your online sales. For your online sales, it's your SOH. Correct or not? Fine. And then your fringe benefits and all I've already told you. Then we did one format question in which there were some catches. For example, this production control, this functional manager production control salary and all is admin related cost, and watch out for all the direct expenses. They were different, little bit different. And then finally we went to the last sum wherein we saw a multi-product cost sheet that had its own complications like this weighted ratios and all. And that's about it. This entire chapter of cost sheet is over. In terms of conceptual learning, that's about it. Now, sir, will this be enough? This is enough for you to do sums on your own. If you don't do the sums, it is not enough. Definitely not enough. So I am just enabling you to be self-reliant. That's what I am trying to do. That's what you want, right? Because if you do 100 sums without knowing the concept in exam, they will ask 101st sum only. Because we are in a CA exam, so obviously a professional exam will be concept driven. So that's about the concept. 10 marks in your pocket. That's about it. Service costing. Okay. Now guys, everyone, please participate here. Come on, everyone. Yes. Now, I have already showed this to you before, but let me just show this to you once again. So this chapter, if you see, it has come in the last 6 attempts. All the 6 attempts it has come. Wait. Between question number 2 to question number 5, it has come only 5 times. And once it came in question number 1, which means to say that there has never been a single attempt where the exam paper got released without this chapter inside it. And out of the 6 attempts that I told you, 4 times it was tested for 10 marks and only 2 times it was tested for 5 marks. Basically, this chapter comes only as a 10-mark question, but at times they are doing also it as they're also testing it as a 5-mark area. Clear with this? So basically, what I'm trying to say is, this chapter is very important from an examination viewpoint, and I'll tell you the reason also. Throughout the syllabus, wherever we saw, everywhere it was relating to goods. It was relating to manufacture. Stock was there. Correct or not? This is the only chapter that talks about the application of costing in a service sector. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? An application of a costing in a service sector, you tell me, in India, the service sector forms the predominant portion of our GDP. It contributes a lot to our GDP, not just GDP, even foreign exchange. If you see these IT companies, transportation sector, one day lorry strike, it affects all our food items, everything gets affected. Correct or not? Lorry strike. So what you do during a lorry strike, it will be announced well before. You will store some extra food for yourself and all, no? Yes, such is the important. Transportation sector, service only, no. Are they in the business of selling lorries? They are in the business of using the lorries to provide some service. Correct or not? Yes or no? Yes. Passenger transportation, aircrafts, your metro rail, how do they arrive at the ticket fare? Some costing has to go behind it. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, costing is not just confined to manufacturing setup. It is also applicable in a service sector. Right or not? Right or not? And this is the only chapter that talks about it. And that is the reason why Institute always tests this chapter, will also continue to do so. It's an open secret, because as a CA tomorrow, you should know how to apply the costing principles inside a service sector organization as well. Let's say you're joining an IT company in the finance department. Yes, you should know how to, get done with all these things. Let's say you're joining a big company like Parveen Travels or KPN. Yes, you should know for passenger transportation, for goods transportation, how is the cost arrived at, how are things done, and how am I going to fix my tariff? You need to do, right? You need to know, and that is the reason why we are studying this in this particular syllabus, in this particular chapter called as service costing. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? This chapter has another name. It's called as operating costing. Operating costing. Operation costing is process costing. This is operating costing. In old syllabus, this was named as operating costing. Operating costing. Operating costing, nothing but costing in a service sector environment. Now, what is the unique thing about this particular, guys, hello? Yes, done? Okay, so what is the unique thing about this particular service sector? What is the unique thing about this particular sector? Number one, the output is intangible. Let's say I am a pen manufacturer. What am I dealing in? Pen. Show me the pen. Yes. Correct? I can stock my pen. Absolutely yes. Correct? Whereas, let's say you are in the business of providing this transportation service. So, what business are you in? You are in a service sector. Your nature is actually providing transportation services. Now, physically, the train or physically your bus may be there. That's your fixed asset. You are not in the business of selling buses. You are using that bus for generating some revenue, your ticket cost and all. Correct or not? Is that tangible? Is that tangible? No. So that is one unique thing. So which means one very good thing for us is that there is no question of stock valuation in this area. Correct or not? No stock valuation. Correct or not? So basically all your costs are expired costs. No segregation between cost of goods sold and closing stock. Clear? Yes. One headache gone. One headache gone. Fine. Then dominant cost is labor and overhead. Obviously, material will not be there. Labor and overheads will only be there. How, sir, you are saying I am in a transportation sector, I am using a big bus. Material, no. The depreciation on that bus will only come under overhead, no. Correct or not? Correct or not? Labor, let us say you are paying that driver and conductor, cleaner and all, you are paying some salary. Correct or not? Yes. Fine. Then every service is sold by a different name for its selling price. What is this? I'll just come in a few seconds from right now. And every service is measured by a different cost unit. Now, let's get into this particular area. Let's get into this particular area. Now, you guys know that what is the meaning of cost object? I told you yesterday. What do you mean by a cost object? The object for which I am computing cost. For example, I am saying 100 rupees. You will ask me, sir, 100 rupees for what? I am saying 100 rupees per pen. So the pen is a cost object for which I am computing the cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now let's say I am in a manufacturing setup and I am a pen manufacturer. For me, what is the cost object? Pen. So what I will do? This pen I will sell. Correct? and that pen will fetch me some revenue. So basically, whatever fetches me revenue, for that I need to definitely compute the cost. Why? Only then to the cost you can add your profit and you will arrive at the selling price. Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes. Are you all getting it? Are you all getting it? Now tell me, in a service sector, what is my cost object? What is my cost object? This is where the difficulty arises. What you are in the business of? I am in the business of passenger transportation. What's your cost object? So now that's something which you need to think about, right? Correct? Now let me take an example. How many of you have booked a ticket on IRCTC portal? How many of you have done that? Yes, many people. Yes, many people are raising their hands. Yes, very good. IRCTC portal. Fine. Now, you booked your train tickets there. Correct? Now, when you're booking your train tickets, they will ask you for two information. Information number one, starting point, ending point. Correct? Why is this information asked? They will calculate the distance. You know, in your train ticket fare, how they are computing per kilometer, they will charge something. You know that based on the distance. I want to travel from Chennai to Bangalore. I also want to travel from Chennai to, let's say, New Delhi. Fine. Will the ticket fare be the same? No. Why? Distance. Correct. Now, let's say they are saying, sir, the cost per kilometer is, let us say 2 rupees. Now, let's say you are traveling a distance of 1000 kilometers. Fine. So, if they say, sir, the cost is 2 rupees per kilometer. Okay. 2 rupees per kilometer. That's all they are saying. What will you do? 2 into 1000. You will pay how much? 2000 rupees. Now, what did they tell you? Cost per kilometer is how much? 2 rupees. Correct? Have this 2 rupees. Fine. I have paid how much? 2000 rupees. Correct? 2 into 1000, 2000 rupees. I will pay 2000 rupees and I will take my entire family along with me. Acceptable. Why not acceptable? Wait, this is 2 rupees per kilometer per passenger. Correct or not? So that is the reason why they also ask you for another information called as passenger info. Correct or not? Now, when they are fixing the rate, they will say it is 2 rupees per passenger kilometer. Meaning what? If every passenger wants to travel for a distance of 1 kilometer, he needs to pay 2 rupees. Now, if I remove this passenger and say kilometer alone, what you will do? You will pay this 2 rupees and bring your entire family. Correct? Now, let us say they are not, then they are giving, okay, 2 rupees per passenger. Maybe they have arrived at this rate, 2000 rupees per passenger alone they are saying. What will you do? Then you will think that with this 2000 rupees, I can travel entire India. Because they have not mentioned anything about the kilometers. No, per passenger alone they have said. So actually, when it comes to a service sector, there are multiple cost objects that are combined together. This concept is called as composite cost object. And the selling price is fixed for a composite cost object. Similar example I will give you. Let's say you have some family function, some marriage, you have destination wedding, your cousin destination wedding, somewhere it is there in a hill station. Now, what happened? For all the guests, they will book rooms and all, no? Yes. Now, have you seen this room tariff? How will they fix a room tariff? They will say, sir, you need to pay 1000 rupees per room per day. Per room day, they will tell you. If they just tell you, sir, pay 1000 rupees per day, what will you do? You will pay 1000 rupees and book 25 rooms. Is that feasible? Or if they just tell you, sir, 1000 rupees per room, sir, that's all if they say, what will you do? You will book one room and pay 1000 rupees and stay there for 1 full year. Is that also feasible? Hence, it has to move along with two things simultaneously. Room, day. Are you clear with this? Similarly, in a passenger transportation, passenger kilometer. Similarly, in your let's say your KPN Travels, you guys know, these guys are very big dealers, or Navta or KPN Travels. What their business are they into? Passenger transportation. They are into goods transportation. Yes, KPN, I think they are also into passenger transportation. But anyways, goods transportation services, how they will charge? Per ton, per kilometer. So, if you give me something, if you want me to transport something, for every ton, if it travels every kilometer, I will charge so much. Correct or not? So, it depends on the quantity as well as on the distance. So, one biggest problem or one biggest unique thing about this particular chapter is that you don't have a single cost object. If you're talking about goods, that's only a single cost object, pen, pencil, whatever it is. Whereas here the cost object for which you fix the selling price will be generally more than one. Example, I told you, passenger kilometer, ton kilometer, room days. If you're talking about a hospital, they will say per bed per day. Correct or not? If you're booking that, they have this normal room, ICU, CCU and all they have, no? Correct? Based on that, they will change the rate and all. You know that? Yes? So, if you're in a, what do you call normal ward, general ward, yes, they will say per room per day, they will charge, no? Apart from all that hospitalization expenses, they will also charge you the room rent tariff. Correct or not? So, per bed day, they will call it. Per bed per day or per patient per day. Are you clear with this? So, the unique factor about this particular chapter is that we have something called as multiple or composite cost object. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? And this cost object changes based on which industry you are operating. Passenger transportation, I call it as passenger kilometer. Your goods transportation, I call it as ton kilometer. Your hospital, I call it as bed days. Your hotel, I call it as room days, and it goes on and so forth. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So basically, whenever I say cost per unit, it's not a unit here. You need to find out the cost per passenger kilometer, or you need to find out the cost per room day, something like that. So basically, this is what we need to do in this chapter. Are you getting an eye view, a bird's eye view on this chapter? Are you understanding what this chapter is all about? Guys, yes, are you understanding? Now what we will be doing here is, we will be touching upon multiple different types of industries. We will be touching upon different types of industries. So we'll say transport, goods transportation, passenger transportation, like that we'll be touching about multiple industries, and we will see what has to be done. The objective of this chapter again is to find out the cost per cost object. I will not say unit, I will call it as cost object. Why am I using the word cost object? Because this changes from industry to industry. So the object of this chapter is what? Calculate the cost per cost object. So what you need to do? Simple. Numerator, collect all the costs. Denominator will be what? That cost object. What is the cost object? Passenger kilometer or ton kilometer or room day or bed day, as the case may be. Are you clear with this? This numerator divided by denominator, you will get the cost per passenger kilometer, cost per ton kilometer, and so on. That's the objective of this chapter. And I told you, in a service sector, you don't have the concept of stocking and all. So that's why we need not worry much about product cost, period cost. But remember one thing, we are in which subject? Cost accounting. What profit do we compute? Operating profit. And hence, any kind of non-operating expenses like interest and finance charges, fines and penalties should not enter your numerator computation. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? That's all. It's a very plain chapter. What we will do is, whenever, of course, there are little good sums. That's what I've kept in my lineup. In the last three sums, I mean, the questions for classroom discussion, there are some really good sums. Of the lot, there are some really good sums. There we will do. Fine. And there is one more concept called equivalent room days or equivalent cost object that we will do. Whenever we are coming there, we will do it. But for the time being, the objective of this chapter is what? To find out the cost per cost object. Why? Because for that cost object only, I am forced to fix the selling price. So from the cost, if I add my profit, I can fix my selling price. Are you guys clear with this? Is everyone understanding this, guys? Is everyone understanding? Yes? Perfect. Now, let's go to the study material. Let's see, the material that I've given you. So this is the feature. So that's why I said every service is sold by a different name for its selling price. That is, the cost object changes, and it is deferred by and it is measured by a different cost unit. At times it's a ton kilometer, at times it's a passenger kilometer, and so on. Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this, guys? Yes, are you all clear with this? Fine. Now, cost classification in a service industry. What you need to do? What is the objective of this chapter, guys? You need to find out the cost per unit of cost object. That is basically numerator divided by the cost object, denominator. Now, very simple, what they are asking you to do is, while you are computing this numerator, you should only consider operating expenses, that we know. But what they are saying is, that also you do in a proper sequence. Okay, sir, if I don't do it in a sequence, will the answer change? No, the answer will not change. But they are saying this for a particular reason. What they are saying is, you should pool all your fixed costs together, pool all your variable costs together, pool all your semi-variable costs together, and present it like that. And fixed cost in this chapter is called as standing charges. They are giving some jargon, don't worry about it. Standing charges. Variable cost is called as running charges, and semi-variable cost generally will be the nature of maintenance. This is generally for passenger transportation or goods. In the transportation sector, only this we generally have this maintenance. But for that generally, sir, how will I know what is standing, what is running? Actually, what you can do is, based on the question itself, reasonably, you take an assumption and you do it. That's all. No hard and fast rule. Looking at it itself, for example, power and fuel. For example, fuel, diesel cost, standing or running? Running. It's a variable cost. Running in the sense variable cost, correct? Bus depreciation, standing cost. Are you clear with this? So based on the sector, don't mug up anything. Based on the sector, apply your mind and start doing it. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Fine. Now, what are the different types of service industry that we will be doing? So first major industry will be transport industry. Inside that you have passenger transportation, goods transportation. Then another major industry will be your hotel industry, their accommodation services, your inns and all that, hotels. Fine. Then your hospital sector. That's another main thing. These three generally come. But for that, the other sectors are all very easy to solve. As in like educational sector, then your insurance sector. Nothing great is there. You can easily do it, nothing great. But generally, the twist happens only in these three sectors broadly. Transport sector, hospital sector, hospital sector, and your hotel sector. These three are the places where generally they have some good quality sums, and that's what we'll be covering predominantly, but we'll be seeing on a bird's eye view what the other areas are. Clear with this? Fine. Now, let's get into this particular area called as transport sector. Now, in a transport sector, what can be transported? Goods can be transported. Passengers can also be transported. This is like a lorry service and a bus service. Clear or not? But in our country, in Tata Ace and all, it's meant for goods actually. But people, along with animals, everything, we all travel together only, Yes, this is called mutual coexistence. So we are so open-minded people. So we are absolutely fine with anything. Right. Anyways, coming back. But yes, goods transportation, we're talking generally about. Exceptions are not examples. So goods transportation, you're talking about lorry services, all this, this guy is porter, and the other one is there, link, okay, porter, link, and something else. Okay, fine. Porter, link, these guys, how do you think they arrive at all this rate? Per kilometer tariff and all, how are they arriving? Some costing would have gone behind it. Are you clear with this? And again, you think these companies can function without chartered accountants? No. Someone back at the team will be a chartered accountant who will be leading this. They will only fix the price. Now Link or this Porter guy, these guys have come up with things like similar to Ola and all, no? You can book it whenever you want. Just on a tap of a button, you can book, pick up and drop location and all over there. Fine. Anyways, so for this, a lot of costing would have gone behind it, and that's exactly what we're going to see right now. Now, you tell me guys, in a transportation sector, the denominator, what is the denominator? Cost object. What is the cost object in a transportation sector? Okay, if I'm talking about, let's say I'm talking about a goods transportation. What will be the denominator? Ton kilometer. Because I will not fix the rate purely by kilometer. I will not fix the rate purely by the quantity also. It is per ton, per kilometer, both has to come together. Yes or no? Are you understanding this? So per ton kilometer, yes, fine. You guys are understanding this. Now, you should understand one very important thing. There are two ways of computing this ton kilometers. There are two ways of computing this ton kilometers or passenger kilometers, whatever it is. Two ways of computing. This is applicable only for a transport sector. Absolute basis and commercial basis. Absolute basis, commercial basis. This is weighted average. This is simple average. I will give an example and I'll tell you how to do that. Okay, many students didn't know. Last crash batch when I took, I was shocked to see that, sir, now only I'm getting to know that there's something like this. It's there actually within the first few pages of your study material. In this chapter itself, first few pages itself, this is there. Absolute ton kilometer and commercial ton kilometer. So fine, let's not get into this definition and all, that's not even needed. I will tell you what that is. I will tell you what that is. Let's take an example, shall we? Let's take an example, shall we? So go to the next page. Go to the next page. Go to the next page. Now, you don't look any of this. Please don't look any of this. Just look at this particular diagram. Just look at this particular diagram. A lorry starts from A. It goes to B. Okay. How many kilometers? 100. And at the back of the lorry, how many tons it is carrying? 10 tons load. Correct or not? So what is the ton kilometer here? 10 into 100. Correct or not? Correct or not? Then from B is it stopping? No, it's going to C. 8 ton 80 kilometer. Correct? I will multiply the two. Then from C it is coming back to A. 6 tons into 60 kilometers. Correct or not? So basically for the distance that I travel, for that particular distance, how many load I am having on my back? How many load am I having on the back? If I multiply it then and there, it's called as an absolute basis of calculation. This is nothing but a weighted average. What am I doing? Look at this. 60 into 6 plus 80 into 8 plus 10 into 100. Are you clear with this? 60 kilometers I traveled keeping 6 tons at the back of the lorry. 80 kilometers I traveled keeping 8 kilometers at the back, and 100 kilometers I traveled keeping 10 kilometers at the back. So if I multiply this weighted average, it's called as an absolute basis of computing your ton kilometer cost object. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, in certain industries, what they do is they do it differently. They do it differently. Differently mean how do they do it, sir? They will say, weight. Generally, on an average, you tell me, what is the weight you carry with you? 6 ton plus 10 ton plus 8 ton. Correct or not? 10 plus 8 plus 6. Totally, how much is it? 10 plus 8 is 18 plus 6 is 24. 24 divided by 3. On an average, you carry how much? 8 tons. Correct or not? So, don't tell me exactly for this many kilometers you carried this much. For so many kilometers you carried so much. No. First, do a simple average of the weight you carry. Correct? So, total weight divided by number of journeys. How many number of journeys? 3. That's what comes to the denominator. Correct? Simple average is 8. Correct or not? And that multiplied by the total distance traveled. 60 plus 100 plus 80. Are you clear with this? So, total distance traveled multiplied by simple average of the weight. This is another way of computing. Generally, this commercial basis of calculating the ton kilometer will be used in passenger transportation sector. This absolute basis will be used in your goods transportation sector. Why, sir? This also makes sense. I'll tell you, MTC bus, correct? One day they have one route and all, no? Yes, they have proper routes. Bus will not come to your street if you want. Will it come? Huh? It will go only in its own route, correct? Can you say, no, you can't stop the bus then and there. Fine. Actually, I just got reminded of this. Anyways, so we were actually, there's a place called Tiruporur. You know that there's a place called Tiruporur. There is one Murugan temple there. So basically, when we were there, they were giving one, this food packets for free distribution. Fine. They were doing it on the main road. So some people came by bike. They stopped. They collected. Some people came by car. They stopped. They collected. So what we did, so we used to offer, because we used to show like this, only then people will come, they will know that we are distributing. So one bus was coming. So we know that obviously bus will not stop to collect. So we didn't show him, but that bus driver stopped the bus and he asked the conductor to come down and collect 2 packets. Fine? Okay, fine. So this is the extent where we are in. Fine. Anyways, I like his hunger, real hunger. Okay, fine. So coming back here, now this bus transportation, on an average, let's say he travels about 100 kilometers in a bus, correct? Now can I say for 50 kilometers, 42 people were sitting inside. For the next 20 kilometers, only 20 people were sitting. Can I do that? So what I do is, on an average, the bus's capacity is 50 people. On an average, it's 80% capacity. So 40 people travel inside it generally. Add the total kilometers and then you arrive at it. Correct or not? That makes sense that in a goods transport, I know how much good I carry because that fellow is paying for me. But in a passenger transportation, point-to-point buses at least fine. But this local buses and all, how can you track the actual load carried for every single kilometer? That's where they use it. Does it make sense, guys? Does it make sense? So there are two ways of computing it. In exam, if they ask you to compute the denominator using absolute basis, you need to do this weighted average. Using commercial basis, do it on a simple average. First, are you clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Yes? Fine. Okay, guys. Fine. Now, yes, important notes. This is not required right now. When we do the sum, you will get it automatically. For goods transport, we generally follow what? Absolute basis of cost unit. Whereas for passenger transport, we generally follow commercial basis. In one round trip, when I say round trip, have you guys booked a flight ticket? Yes, round trip means what? Up and down, correct? Chennai to Mumbai, round trip means what? Chennai to Mumbai, Mumbai to Chennai. So one round trip means two trips. It has two individual trips, correct? Why am I saying all this? It's required in the sums when we calculate. And in general, it is not every time unless and until it's given in the question. For transport, goods transportation, one side is always empty. One side of the round trip, they will deliver and come back. Unless and until there also they do the loading and come back. Yes, it's fine. So if nothing is given in the question, you can assume that one side is empty. And in a passenger transport, generally both the sides are full. Because if a train, if a flight, if an aircraft goes from Chennai to Mumbai, obviously again from Mumbai when it comes back to Chennai, it will not come empty, no? It will carry some people and only come here. Correct or not? Fine. Then operating cost of any service should not include the finance cost and abnormal cost like fines and penalties. This I already told you. Why? Because the profit that our subject computes is only your operating profit and not your net profit. So which means to say, sir, the fines and penalties will be ignored. Yes, for our subject, but it will not be ignored while you are doing your financial accounts. Are you clear with this? In a chapter called Cost Accounting System, we'll be seeing the reconciliation statement and all. There you will see the differences between your costing profit and accounting profit, financial profit. There you will see these items will be reconciling items. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this, everyone? Done? Fine. So let's take a quick example. A good example, decent sum. So this is how the sums will be. Okay. Now illustration. They have given you one route. Let's say the route is 25 kilometers long. This is how really these guys are planning. No, this MTC. This MTC buses in Chennai. MTC buses. These guys, the department, whichever is responsible for that, the transportation department or whatever department that is. People sit there, they brainstorm and they do all this. Look, at the back, really some people will be working on all these things because they will know that per ticket or per kilometer, assume they need to charge 10 rupees. They are charging you only, let's say 6 rupees or 7 rupees. They know that 3 or 4 rupees is subsidy. They should know, no? Correct or not? So they will do the costing just to quantify how much funding they need. That's why governments will borrow, no? Governments will borrow from either from central government or from World Bank or IMF. Correct or not? IMF is not Impossible Mission Force. IMF is International Monetary Fund. Yes? Fine. Anyways, coming back. Yeah. So now one route is what? 25 kilometers long. Cost of bus is, life is 5 years. The depreciation, so cost of bus is how much? It's going to be 20 lakhs. Annual road tax, yes, 36,000. So now they have put S here. So this is a standing charge. Correct or not? Depreciation is a standing charge, guys. Fixed cost only, no. Correct. Road tax. Obviously, it has nothing to do with the distance I travel. Correct. In one movie, Vivek will say, no, road illa tax ke kare. Yes. Correct or not? So, yes, it has nothing to do with your travel or the number of passengers you have. Are you clear with this? Next. Your annual repairs, this we can keep it as a semi-variable cost. Why repairs are semi-variable cost? Because the more you use your vehicle, you need to repair it. Okay, so let's say I have traveled 500 kilometers, I need to repair. But it does not proportionately move. I can't say that for every kilometer I will be incurring this cost. In a range I incur. So it's both a variable and as well as a fixed. That's why we call it as a semi-variable or maintenance cost. Are you clear? Driver's salary 2,40,000. Conductor's salary 1,80,000 per annum. In addition to 10% of the takings as commission to be shared by the conductor and driver equally. Now 10% of takings. What do you mean by takings? What do you mean by takings? 10% of my revenue. So they call it as takings. Takings is nothing but revenue, the sales revenue, the sales revenue. So 10% of the sale. Why? Why are they giving the driver and conductor? Just assume. One day you are the conductor. Assume. Let's say I am the conductor. Let's assume. Put yourself in that shoe. I am paying you only fixed some salary. Okay, fixed salary. Monthly, let's say 10,000, 15,000 rupees I am paying you. What will you do? That whatever ticket the customers pay, you will not put in the common bag. You will put in your bag, no? Correct or not? So, to motivate them to perform better, they are saying, show more sales, we will give you 10% of that. Clear? Sorry? Fine, okay, fine. Don't get too much into it. Of course, then the police will be after you. So, that's why they can't do it. Okay, fine. Come back. Don't extend too much. But practically, how long can you do that? You tell me. If you're having your own bag, how long can you keep it inside your bag? When the owner asks, you will say, no collection today, but diesel cost alone is gone. Fine. Obviously, it will not happen. Now, okay. So, over and above whatever is being paid, 10% of the takings will be a commission, which half will be shared by the driver, half will be shared by the conductor. Next, office overheads. Office overheads, you can keep it as standing. You can keep it as standing charges. Diesel and oil, what have they given? 1,500 rupees per 100 kilometers. So for every 100 kilometers, I'll be incurring 1,500. This depends on your mileage. Generally, buses and all will give a mileage of 3 to 4 kilometers per liter. That's all. And it will run in diesel. That's all. So basically 3 to 4 kilometers. Beyond that, it will not give. Next, insurance at the rate of 3% on cost of bus. This is also a standing charge. Okay. Okay, fine. Now what have they given? The bus will make 4 round trips. Carrying on an average 40 passengers on each trip. Okay, so on an average they have given. So exactly for 5 kilometers, 200 people were sitting. For the next 10 kilometers, so many. So that is not here. So this is basically the commercial basis this company is following. Are you clear with this? So 40 passengers generally travel, and the bus will make how many round trips? Every day it makes how much? 4 round trips, meaning what? 8 one-way trips. 4 round trips is equal to 8 one-day trips. Fine. Assuming 25% profit on takings and average 25 days in a month, you are required to prepare the operating cost sheet for the month. Calculate the fare to be charged per passenger kilometer. So they themselves have given what is the cost object, passenger kilometer. So per passenger per kilometer is what you need to compute the cost for. How will you do? Simple. What will you do first? Denominator computation, have it with you. Passenger kilometer totally, how much is it you compute? For which first you need to know total kilometers how much, correct or not? So total kilometers into average passengers 40, you will get the passenger kilometers. Denominator ready, then numerator compute all the costs divided by denominator, you will get the answer. But in this question they have asked you for some takings, percentage, some profit share and all is there. So first please don't turn back, please don't turn to the next page, please don't. Tell me guys, can anyone tell me how many kilometers the buses traveled in one full month? How many kilometers the bus has traveled in one full month? Come on, calculate. 5,000. How did you get? 4 round trips. Each round trip again, which means into 2. Basically what? It makes it 8 single trips, 8 single trips, one-way trip. Into every trip has a distance of 25 kilometers. Like that I am operating for 25 days. If you multiply this, how much do you get? 5,000. Why do you need this? Why do you need this figure? Why do you need this? For 2 reasons. One is for denominator computation, passenger kilometer. The other one is diesel cost, They have given 1,500 per 100 kilometers, meaning what? 1,500 divided by 100 into 5,000 will be the total diesel cost, correct or not? So for 2 things you need. So this is what they have done here. Look at this. So 25 kilometers into 8. 8 is nothing but 4 round trips into 2. That is 8 one-way trips into 25 days they have done. Into 25 kilometers. So this is a total of 5,000 kilometers. Now, passenger kilometers is nothing but average passengers. sitting inside multiplied by the kilometers. So 2 lakh passenger kilometers totally the company is generally expecting. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Yes, guys, fine. Next, operating cost sheet, what they have done. Now we need to prepare monthly cost, monthly cost. Look at how they have done. Standing charges, maintenance charges and running charges, they have kept it separately. Depreciation, 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs divided by 5 if you do, you will get the annual depreciation. Further divided by 12, you will get the monthly depreciation. Correct or not? Road tax is given, insurance is given. So this is the total fixed cost. Correct or not? Find no much value addition here. That's why I've given it as an illustration. Clear? Where certain things requires computation that we will do. Don't worry. I'm not going to close off with this. We will be doing some sums. Don't worry. Some standard sums we will do. Fine. Repairs, it's given. So they have considered this office overheads as maintenance charges. That is semi-variable. You can also put it under standing charges. Absolutely no problem. Just write a note. Are you clear with this? So this has been included and this is also there. Now, running charges, in my opinion, this is actually wrong. Driver's salary is not a running charges. It should come only in standing charges. Driver and conductors, this fixed salary, the fixed portion should actually be coming on the top, and only that variable portion, that percentage, 10% taking, that alone can come under running charges. But somehow they have given it like this, so let's also take it. Fine, let's also take it. In my opinion, I would suggest you, driver and conductor salary, fixed portion, take it above, that is standing, and the variable commission, 10% commission, take it as a running charges. Then diesel cost, I told you how to compute. It's 1500 rupees for 100 kilometers. How much will it be for 5000 kilometers? They have computed. So now this is the total, running charges. Running charges, total of everything. So this is the total of everything, guys. Yes, this is the total of everything. Correct? This is the total of everything. Wait. Yes, this is the total of everything. Oh, sorry, this is total of running charges. Sorry, what happened here? Okay, just a minute. 1 second. Yes, so this is not the total of everything. This is only the total of everything. Total cost before commission. Correct or not? Correct or not? Total cost before commission. Now guys, you just listen here. Total cost before commission, you get some figure. Correct? To which I will add a commission. How much percentage is that? 10%. Then I will also add a profit. How much is that? 25%. And then finally I get what? Takings or sales. How much is this? 100%. So can I say, if my sale is 100, profit is 25, commission is 10, then the cost before commission is 100 minus 25 minus 10. Can I say this is 65? Correct or not? I am saying if this is 100, profit is 25, commission is 10. Can I say this is nothing but 65? How I got this 65? 100 minus 25 minus 10 gives me the 65. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Now you have the 65. Can you calculate the rest? 1,57,000 divided by 65 into 10, you will get this figure. Correct or not? Correct or not? 1,57,000 divided by 65 into 10, you will get 24,154. Correct or not? Then you will get this subtotal. Correct or not? And this is equal to 75, or you can keep the same thing as the base. 1,57,000 divided by 65 into 25, you will get this figure. If you add everything, you will get your total sales revenue. Correct, guys? That divided by your passenger kilometer, you will get what? The fare, the tariff to be charged per passenger per kilometer. So if someone wants to travel the full journey, they will be charged with 25 kilometers into 1.21. That's going to be a ticket fare of 30.25. Are you clear with this? Nothing great here and all. That's why I kept it as an illustration. This sum is easy. That's why I just kept it as an illustration. Are you clear with this? Is everyone understanding this? Sure? Pakka? Done? Yes? Fairly simple, guys. Now, shall we move to the next sector? Called as hotel accommodation? Yes, that's quite interesting. We will learn a new concept here. That's quite interesting. Now, go to this question number 1. Okay, guys, come on, everyone, just pay attention, guys. Just 45 more minutes. That's all. Let's finish it off. Whatever it is, Fast track course. Anyways, we are running on a meter. So anyways, we are running on a meter. So don't worry, 45 minutes only. Yes, then happy for life, no? No, till tomorrow 1 p.m. Okay, fine. Come back. Yes. So problem number 1. So now again, I'm calling it a problem. No, question number 1. Question number 1. A company runs a holiday home. For this purpose, it has hired a building at a rent of rupees 10,000 per month, along with 5% of total taking. So the landlord is there, no? That fellow landlord, he's saying, pay me 10,000 rent. Apart from that, you should also pay me 5% of your revenue. Clear with this? So that fixed component comes under standing charges. This variable component comes under running charges. But in a hotel thing and all, you need not put that segregation. Anyways, you can just put it in a single statement. That way you'll see later. Now, there are 3 types of what? There are 3 types of what? How do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce this? It's called suites, not suits. Suit is your coat suit. Suite is a type of room. Suite as in how you say this laddu sweet. Just like that, the pronunciation is one and the same. Fine. Okay. So it has 3 types of suites. It has 3 types of suites. Why am I saying this? Not to show my knowledge in this. Because when I read, first time when I took the class, I read this as suites. Students started laughing. Then I said, yeah, I am correct. You are laughing. Okay, fine. Anyways, right? So that's why I'm giving a disclaimer before itself. This is pronounced as sweet. You need not trust me. After the class, Google type and then there is one pronounce button. No, you click that. That madam will say sweet only. Fine? Okay, fine. Right. For its customers, which is single room, double room and triple room. Come back. Now, if you see in a hotel, you don't have only one type of room. Based on the amount that you pay, you have multiple types of rooms, no? Single room, double room, triple room. Many different types they have. They name it whatever, presidential suite, they say. They have some basic level where worst to come worst, they will have only floor mat. You will have to sleep on that also. Fine, okay, coming back here. So this is how it can be. It can either be a dormitory, or it could go to the extent of a presidential suite. Correct or not? Based on this, the rate depends. The rate is only all that matters. Fine, 500 rupees if you get, you will get a dorm. Whereas you need to pay what, 50,000 rupees per night for you to get this presidential suite and all. That's quite costly. Now, the following information is given. What have they given? In their hotel, they have 100 single room, 50 double room and 30 double room. What is this? The number of rooms available. But wait, look at this occupancy. Any day you go, the single room will be fully occupied. Any day you go, the double room will be occupied only to the extent of 80%. Meaning what? Only 40 rooms are occupied every day. Any time you go, only 40% are occupied. Clear? With 40 rooms are occupied. Next, triple rooms, only 60% occupancy. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? This are you understanding? This is the type of room. This is not room number. Number of rooms. This is number of rooms they have given, and then occupancy percentage they have given. Are you clear with this? Fine. Then the rent of a double room suite is to be fixed at 2.5 times of the single room suite, and that of the triple room suite is twice as much as of the double room suite. Now you tell me, if I fix single room as X, double room's tariff will be how much? 2.5x. Excellent. Triple room? Triple room? Twice the double room. So it's going to be 5x. Sorry? Yes. Yes, it's going to be twice the double room. It's going to be 5x. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes. You tell me. Can I add this 100, 50 and 30 as such? Can I add this monkeys and donkeys and something else together? Elephants? Can I add these 3 together? No. What will I do? What will I do? I will convert the double rooms and triple rooms into equivalent single rooms, and then I will compute my what? My room days. Correct or not? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Only then I can add, and then I will get the tariff for what? Single room. If I multiply that with 2.5, I'll get the double room tariff. Multiply with 5, I'll go write the triple room tariff. Correct or not? This is the only value addition that is there in this question. So what is that? What is that? When you are having different types of rooms, or when you are having different types of your cost object, it has to be converted into an equivalent cost object. You can convert everything into a single room, or convert everything into a double room, or convert everything into a triple room. Whatever you want, you do, but everything should be alike. Are you clear with this? Because only then it's addable, right? Correct or not, guys? Yes? Fine. Now, the rent of double, this is what we've read. The other expenses for the year 20X1 are as follows. So, they have given some expenses, staff salary, room attendance, lighting, heating. So, these are typically some costs that are incurred, genuinely. These are some costs incurred in your hotel sector, your short-term accommodation services. Short-term, in GST, they call it as short-term accommodation services. But anyways, yeah, these are all some accommodation. Hotel, not this restaurant, not this food industry. We're talking about accommodation. Fine. So, provide a profit of 20% on total takings and assume 360 days in a year. You are required to calculate the rent to be charged for each type of suite. So, this is what has been asked in the question. Shall we do it? Shall we do it, guys? Shall we do it? Yes? Shall we get started? Fine. Just quickly go through this question once. I'll give you 20 seconds. Quickly go through this, digest the facts. We'll just get started. Okay, so shall we start? Guys, shall we start? Yes? Let's get started. Let's get started. Now, this is what? Question number 1 on page number 32. Question number 1, page number 32. Yes, guys? Shall we do? Not interested? We'll do or you want me to give it as homework? Now come back. Do it. Fine. Yes, write down first. Step 1. Guys, write down, please. Write down. Green ink, write down. Step 1. Write down. Calculation of total equivalent. EQUIVALENT. It's actually pronounced as equivalent, but there is one EN in it. Equivalent. Total equivalent single room suites. Single room suites. Suites. Yes, single room suites. Fine, guys. Yes, done. Now, write down nature of the room. Then slightly bigger column. Write down room days, slightly bigger, and then write down equivalent single room days. Equivalent single room days. First, what is the first type of room? Single room. Yes, single room. Fine. Now, room days, you tell me, how will you compute, guys? Now, how many rooms are there? 100 rooms. And what is the occupancy? 100% every day. Like that, how many days are there in a year? 360 days. Come on, guys, tell me. How much is the figure? How many room days are there? How much is this? 36,000. Correct or not? 36,000. Correct or not? Do they have 36,000 rooms with them? No, this is room days. See, I have only 100 rooms. Correct? Let's say I have one room. I have one room with me. Correct? That one room per day is what I charge. So, let's say if I am able to let this room for 100 days, it is equivalent. Only one room I have. It is equivalent to 100 room days. No? Correct or not? So, that's why I am merging rooms with days. I am calling it as room days. Why? Because room day is only my cost object. Are you clear with this? This doesn't mean that I have 36,000 rooms. No, I have only 100 rooms. But it operates for 360 days. That's why I call it as 36,000 room days. Are you clear with this? Fine. Now, equivalent single room days, how much is this? Obviously, 36,000 into 1. 36,000 into 1. This is directly or single room only. Are you clear with this? Next, guys. Next up. Hello? Next up. Yes, participate. Double room. Calculation. How many rooms are there? 50 rooms. All the 50 rooms are occupied, huh? No. Only 80% of that are occupied every day. Like that, how many days are there? 360 days. Tell me the figure. 14,400. Now you tell me, can I add this 14,400 directly with selling single room days? No. Why? The tariff structure itself is different. How is it different? every double room is equivalent to 2.5 times of my single room, which means, can I say, for me to generate the revenue, let's say I am letting out my double room for one day. If I want to generate the same amount of revenue using a single room, I need to let it out for 2.5 days. Correct or not? That is the meaning. So I am converting my double room into equivalent single room days. Are you clear? How much is that? Come on. This is going to be 36,000 once again. Fine. Next. What is that? Triple room, huh? Triple room. How many rooms are there? 30 rooms, 60% occupancy, and I have 360 days. Calculation. 6480. How much is that? So now 6480 triple room is equivalent. Every room is equivalent to 5. One triple room is equivalent to 5 single rooms. Meaning what? If I am letting out one triple room today. If I want to earn the same revenue by letting out single room, I need to let it out for 5 days. What revenue that I generate by letting out my single room for 5 days, I will get it by letting out my triple room for a single day. That is the meaning. Are you clear with this? So how much is this, guys? How much is this? Sorry, 30 to 400, 30 to 400, right? 30 to 400. So now can we total this up? Yes, everything is equivalent single room days. Tell me, how much is that? 104,400. Are you clear with this? Are you guys clear with this? Yes, guys. Are you guys clear with this? Yes. Shall we move to the next one? Take a green ink and write down step 2. Step 2. Write down statement of total cost. Statement of total cost. Now, in this sum, they have not segregated into your standing, running, jumping and all. They have not done it. Fine. So they have just added all the line items because it's not relevant in this sum. The next sum we will see it's required. So we will also do it in the same way. Preferably in exam, you do everything as per whatever is everything as per the institute, whatever they're asking as per standing, running and your semi-variable, that's how you do it. But anyways, in this sum, it's not of much relevance. They themselves, the study material, have only given it as line item. So let's also do it the same way. So just to write down particulars and rupees. 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 First expense. Forget that rent we will include it in the end. Apart from that dabba is there, no? Just write down staff salaries. Write down staff salary. Figure 14,25,000. Guys, let's not waste time here. No value addition. Just quickly copy paste. Then room attendance, salary or wages. Fine. Salary or wages. How much is that? 4,50,000. Right. Next. Sorry, lighting, heating and power. This is one real main cost for them. Lighting, heating and power, because we all don't use AC when we are in home. But when we go to a hotel, we are paying, no. So let that guy suffer. So we will put AC full. So yes, power cost will be there only. And even if you are not using the restroom and all, we'll put that switch, geyser, whatever switch is there, we'll on it. Correct? Or that light, geyser and all. Fine. So great. That shows our greatness. Anyways. So how much is that? 2,15,000. 2,15,000. Then repairs and maintenance. How much is that? 1,23,500. Then laundry charges. 80,500. Next, quick. Yes, interior decoration. Yes, this is one big cost for them because they are in the hospitality sector. Interior decoration, interior decor. How much is that? 74,000. Then sundries. How much is that? That's going to be 1,53,000. Correct? 1,53,000. Correct? 1,53,000. Yes, 1,53,000. Then you also have this rent, on the top. You also have this rent, include that rent. How much is it? Rent, how much is it? How much is it? Yes, it is 10,000 per month. So can I say it is nothing but 1,20,000 plus 5% on takings? Plus 5% on takings. They have said no. They have told you no. This landlord will also get a 5% share on the takings. Correct or not? Correct or not? Don't worry, we will compute. Don't worry, don't worry. So for the time being, what you write is the total cost. Total cost. How much is that? Total cost. Can anyone total this up and tell me? 26,41,000 plus 5% on takings. Correct or not? 5% on takings. Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? This is not profit. 5% is a cost for me. I am paying outsider only, no? Guys, 26,40,500. Another 26,40,500. What is that, Guru? 26,41,000. It's not 26,41,500. How did you get 500? We have two 500s here, so that makes it 1,000, no? So please check your calculation. Is this calculation correct? Is this calculation correct? So 26,41,000 plus 5% on total takings. Correct or not? Correct or not? Guys, what happened? Yes, this is fine with you all. This is fine with you all. Now, profit is how much? Profit is how much? Look at this. How much is that? 20% on total takings. So, guys, listen. Can I say total takings is equal to 26,41,000 plus 5% on total takings plus 20% on total takings. Correct or not? This 5% is the cost that I need to pay to that fellow. Who's that guy? That landlord. And this 20% is what? This is profit. So this is basically my cost plus profit is only equal to revenue. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? Are you understanding this? Are you understanding this? Now what we will do is we will take it as let R be the tariff. Let R be the tariff per single room day. Single room day. Per single room day. I am just assuming R, or you can take X. R stands for room. You can take it as X or Y. General algebra, you can do it. Yes, your problem. Fine. Let R be the tariff per single room day. Correct? Now, total takings, can I say, is nothing but 1,04,400 into R. Hello. Total room days for me. How much is equivalent single room days? This is basically what I am selling 1,04,400 units, no? From a service costing point of view. This is my cost object, correct or not? Can I say my total revenue is nothing but 1,04,400 single room days into rate per single room day. That rate per single room day is what? R only, I just told you, no? So can I say my total revenue is 1,04,400 R? Correct or not? Guys, are you understanding? No. You want me to repeat once again? Yes. What you didn't understand? Tell me. Okay, fine. I am telling you. Okay, fine. Right. We have so many rooms, different types of rooms. We converted everything into what? Equivalent single room days. Correct? So totally, now you tell me, this hotel, let's say we're talking about Taj. This Taj has sold how many units? Units in Solvia. Will you call it as units? No. What will you call it as? Room days. Totally, how many room days sales has happened for them? 1,04,400. And for every single room day, it's equivalent single room day only, no? 1,04,400. And for every room day, they are charging how much? R. They are charging R. So can I say my total sales, total takings is 1,04,400 into R. Number of units into selling price. Correct or not? Correct or not? For me, the units is room days. Equivalent single room days I've put. Converted everything. It's 1,04,400 into R. Correct or not? Correct or not? So now, can I equate this here? And say that 1,04,400 R, 1,04,400 R is equal to 26,41,000 plus 5 plus 20% is going to be 25%. 0.25 R. Correct or not? Correct or not? Sorry, 0.25 into, I'm really sorry, just one second, where is this eraser? Can I say, this is nothing but, why is it not clicking? Okay, Fine. Can I say this is, okay, so this is nothing but, look, 26,41,000 plus 5% on total takings, that is 5% plus 20%, 25% on total takings. Can I say my total revenue is nothing but 26,41,000 plus 25% of total takings? What is my total takings? 1,04,400 are correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Puriyadha illaya? You want me to repeat anything? I'm ready to do it. Huh? Now you understood. Okay, is everyone understanding? Is everyone understanding? What I'm trying to say is, see here, what is the total takings? So 5% of total takings plus 20% of total takings is what? 25% of total takings, and 25% is 0.25. Total takings is how much? 1,04,400 R. So now in this equation, can you do it? So this is nothing but 1,04,400 R is equal to 26,41,000 plus 0.25 into 1,04,400. How much is that? How much is that? How much is that? How much is that? Just do it, no? 26,000? 26,100 R. Okay, fine. Now you put it on the other side, 1,04,400 minus 26,100. How much is this? I think it's 78,300. 78,300 R is equal to 26,41,000, or R is equal to 26,41,000 divided by 78,300. How much is that? Rupees 33.73. And what is this? This is the single room tariff. Correct? If I multiply this with 2.5, I'll get the double room tariff. Into 5, I'll get the triple room tariff. Now, Guru, I saw your message. Yes, I will repeat how this 1,04,400 came. I think looks like one student has not understood this. Fine. For the benefit of all, let me just repeat it. Now, you tell me sales is equal to number of units sold multiplied by your selling price. Correct or not? Yes, Guru, you there? Fine. If possible, can you just keep your video turned on? Yes, fine. Okay, right. Now, sales is equal to number of units into selling price. Now, in a service sector, do I have something called as units? No. So what do I have? Here I have a composite cost object that is called as what? Room days. So total units or total room days that I'm able to sell or that I'm able to generate is how much? 1,04,000. So every unit is called as a room day. So totally I'm selling how many units? 1,04,400, and every unit is sold at what? I'm keeping it as R. That is the selling price. That is tariff. So can I say my total revenue is 1,04,400 R? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? You are understanding this, Guru, right now? Yes, yes. Okay, sir. Got it now. Okay. Thank you. Welcome. Yes. Okay, fine. Right? Getting it? Guys, are getting it? Getting it? Fine. Now tell me, guys. Tell me, guys. Write down here. Rent to be charged. Rent to be charged. Okay. Right. Fine. First single room. How much? Single room, how much? 0.7, 33 then, 33.73, correct. Next, double room. How much is it? 33.73 into 2.5. Why? They have only told no, 2.5 times tariff. How much is that? Perfect. It's going to be 84.33. Good. Next up. Triple room, how much is that? That's going to be 33.73 into 5. How much is that, guys? 168.65. So this is the ultimate answer that you need to give them. Are you clear with this? Guys, you're understanding? Yes, you guys have finished it. Yes, everyone has finished it. Yes, you are understanding it. Fine, Rohini, everyone, Kirtana, Madhu, Praveen, Anne Abraham, Vamsi, Krishna, Nikita, Guru. Yes, you guys are understanding? Yes, others also, Darshini, everyone. Yet you guys are understanding? Right. Okay. Very good. Fine. Done. So, this hotel sector, one concept that we learned right now is what? The concept of equivalent service cost unit. So, convert your double and triple rooms into equivalent single room. Are you clear with this? Now, let's move to the next sum. Quickly and close it off. Now, this sum is about a hospital sector. And I want to tell you that this sum, I think, okay, so this came as a 10-mark question, the sum that we just did right now, and even this sum came as a 10-mark question, recent past, maybe 2-3 attempts before, 10-mark question, right? Okay, fine. So shall we get started, guys? Let's get started quickly. Let's do this sum. Fine. Now this sum is about what? A hospital. And in a hospital, what is the service cost? What is the service cost object? Bed days or patient days. Bed days or patient days. Fine, you can call it anyways. Bed days or patient days. Now look at this. ABC Hospital runs a critical care unit in a hired building. The CCU consists of 35 beds and 5 more beds can be added when required. Correct? So basically, just imagine yourself, there is a room that can have a capacity of accommodating 40 beds. But currently they are keeping only 35 beds and some space. Whenever there is a demand, whenever there is a demand, they will add this 5 beds. But beyond that 5 beds, they don't have the place. Clear with this? Yes? Now, rent per month, 75,000. Supervisors, 2 persons, 25,000 per month each. Nurses, 4 persons, 25,000 per month each. Ward boys, 4 persons, 5,000 per month each. Doctors are paid rupees 2,50,000 per month, and they are paid on the basis of number of patients attended and the time spent by them. Can you tell me this is a variable or a fixed cost? Variable or a fixed cost? Is it a variable or a fixed cost? Come on. Attempt. Who all say it's variable? Okay, who all say it's variable? Okay, Nikita, I got your answer. Others, who all say it's variable? Okay, who all say it's fixed? Only a few people rose, few people only raise their hands for variable. Others, I thought will mean only fixed. Oh, semi-variable, huh? Oh, you thought okay, how many semi-variable? Oh, fine, I have people for that. I'm sorry, fine, semi-variable. Come on, Venkatesh. Oh, you also thought, okay, fine. Right. Up. Please. Semi-variable. Who else think it's semi-variable? Okay, what made you think that it's semi-variable? Now, 1 minute. Guys, 1 minute. Please come back here. Fine, I understood what you were saying. Now, look at this. They have said that they have paid the doctors how much? 2,50,000 per month. They didn't say that it's a salary. They said that they have computed based on the number of patients attended. It's a variable cost. They have computed and they have given you the total figure alone for you. Clear with this? This is the meaning that you should take. So it's not a semi-variable cost or not. It's not a fixed, because they've clearly given it's paid on the basis of number of patients attended. How many patients attended, sir? That we don't know. They have multiplied the rate per hour or whatever is per patient, and they have brought this. So it's basically a variable cost only. Clear with this? Now, other expenses for the year are given. Repairs, they themselves have given fixed. Food to patients, variable. Other services to patients, variable. Laundry charges, variable. Medicines, variable. Other fixed expenses, obviously it's fixed. Admin expenses allocated, that's also fixed. No doubt about it. Fine. Now look at this question. It is estimated that, read this carefully, this is where students make mistake. It is estimated that for 150 days in a year, 35 beds are occupied, and for 80 days, only 25 beds are occupied. Clear? Then, the hospital hired 750 beds at a charge of rupees 100 per bed per day to accommodate the flow of patients. They told no, 5 beds extra they can have at any given point of time. Yes, that they have borrowed, it seems. Fine, that's why bed hire charges they have given. However, this does not exceed more than 5 extra beds over and above the normal capacity of 35 beds on any single day. You are required to A. Calculate the profit per patient day if the hospital recovers an average of 2,000 rupees per day per patient. So in this sum, they have given you what? The sales. From that, you need to reduce the cost and arrive at the profit. Are you clear with this? Yes. Next, find out the break-even point for the hospital. Have you heard this break-even point? No, don't tell me. You're 2 months before exam. Don't tell me that. Break-even point. What is the formula for break-even point? Fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. This is a concept in marginal costing we'll be covering later. But yes, for the time being, let me just park it aside, at least first. Forget. First you tell me what is the total bed days, patient days. I want the answer. What is the total patient days or bed days? Come on. 30 seconds. Calculate and tell me. What is the total patient days? Calculate, no? Madam, first row, please calculate. Please calculate, come on. Think. I will do, I know. But look, don't wait for me. You need to get that. Have the thinking skill. You guys are very intelligent. I'm really telling you, not to flatter you guys. You guys are really intelligent. That's why you're able to follow so much. Make use of your intelligence. Come on, guys. So tell me, anyone got it? Oh yeah, tell me. Huh? Okay, so the bidding starts now. Okay, so 10,000, then? Right, okay, fine. Right. 10,100, Sorry, I made a mistake. So this is 10,100. Next. What? Don't say I don't know. You know something. That you tell me, that's enough. I'm not asking you to give me the correct answer, no. I'm just telling you, give me an answer. Oh, changing, Okay, this 10,100 gone. 11,300. 10,400. Excellent. 10,400 doesn't mean you're right. But yes, 10,400, Tell me, no, whatever is the answer. 13800. Okay, guys. I'll tell you one hint. Out of these 5 items, one is correct. So first, let us omit. 10,400 is not correct. 11,300 is, one more thing, 11,800. Okay, 11,800, immediately not correct. Okay, fine. No, it's not correct. Seriously not correct. 11,300 is not correct. 8,000 is also not incorrect. So that is only correct. Fine. So 8,000 is only the correct answer. I think Guru and Muralidhar, these two guys answered it. Fine. Very good. Online folks. Others. Wait. Chill out. I'll tell you. I gave your time. Now let me just take my time to explain this. Guys, please wait. Now, what are they saying? 150 days, this 35 beds are occupied. Correct or not? 35 beds into 150 days. How much, guys? How much? 5,000. 5250. Excellent. Then, guys, please listen. Praveen, please listen. It's really disturbing. Fine. Now, next 25 beds, they said, are occupied on how many days? 80 days. How much is that? 2,000. Right. Apart from this, have they given any other information? Yes. What have they given? The hospital hired 750 beds. 750 beds can they hire? 750 beds. No, their capacity itself is 40 only. Can they hire 750 beds and keep inside their hospital? This is not 750 beds. You should understand it is 750 bed days. It is 750 bed days. Sir, how can you say that? Now you tell me, during this, when will they hire extra beds? When all the 35 beds are occupied? Correct or not? And in a day, how many beds can be occupied? 5 beds. You tell me, how many days they were running in full capacity? 150 days, correct? Now, 150 days. On each of these 150 days, they had some extra demand. 150 into 5 you do. On these full capacity days, they are hiring the beds. How much is it? And that is the calculation of this 750. They have not given it. It is not 750 beds. It is 750 bed days. Are you clear with this? And students time and again made mistake only in this area. They made a mistake. Examiners comments for our rescue. So that's what told me. That's how I know. How will I know pan India? How many students perform this much and all? Yes, this is where many students made a mistake. So what I will add a direct of 750 here, and that gives me how much? 8,000 bed days. Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this right now? Guys, You want me to repeat it once again? What do you want me to repeat? Now, you tell me what have they given here. Okay, fine. Now, they have 35 beds with them. 5 more beds they can add whenever required. Correct or not? Correct or not? Now, you tell me, when will I go and hire some extra beds? When all the 35 beds are fully occupied. Correct or not? Now, you tell me, on these 80 days, only 25 beds were occupied. Meaning what? I myself have 10 beds with me. Why will I borrow from outside? Will I borrow from outside? No. If at all I borrow from outside, it should have been only on those 150 days. Because only on these 150 days, all my 35 beds are full. Correct? If one patient comes, I can't ask him to sleep on the floor, no. I will have to hire one bed. Correct or not? But in any given day, I can't hire more than 5 beds. Correct or not? So what they have done, during this 150 days only, they have hired 5 beds every day. That gives a calculation of 750 beds. Are you clear with this? So which means 150 into 5. You need not tell them that this 750 is not beds. It's 750 is bed days. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Now, let's quickly finish off the statement, and then the second part will not do it today. Fine, the second part will not do it today. Let's quickly finish off the statement. Sales. Now, since they have asked for break-even point and all, what you need to do is, you need to segregate between variable cost and fixed cost. Why? Because in marginal costing, we'll be saying sales minus variable cost gives you something called as a contribution. Contribution minus fixed cost gives you your profit. Now, your break-even point formula is fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. In this case, unit is bed day. Now, why this formula and all detailed discussion? We will do it in marginal costing. Don't worry about that. But for the time being, here you understand that in this sum, when they are asking for a marginal costing concept, it necessarily needs to be segregated into variable and fixed. Quickly, let's prepare the statement alone and leave it there. Fine. Shall we do this, guys? Make it fast, and then we are breaking for the day. Yes? Done? Yes. Come on. Make it fast. So this is question number 3. Whatever is the page number. I think it's page number 32. Page number 32. Clear? Fine. Let's start. Quickly, let's make it fast. Now the major discussion is over. Discussion only takes time. Now that's over. Now let's get started here. Now tell me, guys. Tell me first, what will you do here? First. Oh, sorry. This is question number 2. Sorry, this is question number 2. My bad. Question number 2. Fine. First, guys, write down working note number 1. Working note number 1. Simple. Calculation of patient days or bed days, patient days. Calculation of patient days. Now, first what will you do? 35 beds into 150 days. How much is that? Hello? 5250. Next. 25 beds into 80 days. How much is that? 2000 round figure. Yes. Next, extra beds directly. It's given. I told you the logic. It's directly given. Clear? How much is that? 750. Total bed days, patient days. How much is that? 8,000. Correct or not? Which means I have sold 8,000 units. I will not call it as sold because I am in a service sector. So I call it as I have made turnover for 8,000 bed days. Correct? Now let's go to the statement of profitability. Write down statement of profitability. In this question, it is not cost plus profit is equal to selling price. They themselves have given you the tariff. So it comes other way around. Sales minus variable cost contribution minus fixed cost is equal to your profit. That's what we need to do. So write down statement of profitability. Okay, statement of profitability. Now, let's do this. Write down particulars and 2 columns. Inner column, outer column, both rupees. Both inner column, outer column. Fine. So fixed overheads, line item, we will add it in the inner column. Overall addition, we will put it in the outer column. Clear with this? So write down particulars and 2 columns, rupees and rupees. Particulars and 2 columns. One for inner column, the other one for outer column. Now first you tell me income for the year. How much is this? Now they have how many how much do they charge per bed day, patient day? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. How many bed days are there for them? 8,000 patient days are there. Correct or not? Patient days are there. And every patient day they are charging how much, guys? They are charging how much? Rupees 2,000. Correct or not? So total revenue for them is how much? Total revenue for them is how much? Compute. Please compute. That's going to be 1 crores and 60 lakhs. 1 crores and 60 lakhs. Correct or not? 1 crores and 60 lakhs. Correct? So this is your sales figure. This is your sales figure. Correct, guys? Fine. Next, accumulate all your variable costs. Accumulate all your variable costs. Accumulate all your variable costs. First variable cost. Can anyone tell me what's the first variable cost? Pick it from the question. Doctor fees. Doctor fees. I told you, doctor fee is a variable cost. Correct? So write down. Doctor's fee. Doctor fee. How much is it? How much is it? 2.5 lakhs per month into 12. How much is that? Guys? How much is that? It's going to be rupees 30 lakhs. Correct or not? Next. Food to patients. It's variable only, no? Guys, please answer. Food to patients. How much is that? 8,80,000. Just populate the figure. Look at the question and answer. Next. Other services. Other services. How do you know it's variable? They have given. How much is it? 3 lakh. Then laundry. Laundry charges. Yes, this also depends on the number of patients. How much is that? 6 lakhs. Then medicines. It's going to be 7,50,000. That's all, no? Yes, that's all. That's all. Take a red ink. Take a red ink. Take a red ink. What? What we missed out? Bed hire charges. That's a variable cost, no? Bed hire charges. Extra beds I have hired, no? That's a variable cost, no? Take a red ink. Take a red ink, guys. Come on. Please take a red ink. Please take a red ink, guys. Come on. Write down. So write down bed hire charges. How much is it? 750 bed days into every bed day they are charging 100 rupees. How much is that? How much is that? 75,000. So am I done with all my variable costs? Yes, guys. Now variable costs are over. Fine. So now you total this. Fine. So now you total it. How much do you get? That's going to be 56 lakhs 05,000. Correct? Fine. So now this is your total variable cost. So what's your contribution? There is a concept called contribution. Contribution is nothing but your sales minus variable cost. Can you just tell me 1 crore 60 lakhs minus 56 lakh 5,000? How much is that? 103,95,000. 103,95,000. From this, you will remove what? All your fixed costs. One by one. Just quickly tell me. We will finish off the next 2-3 minutes. Fine. So tell me, order the fixed costs. Rent. Yeah, it's given rent. It's going to be how much? 75,000 per month into 12, no? It's going to be 9 lakhs. What happened? Correct? Yes, it's 75,000 into 12. How much is that? 9 lakh rupees. Guys, correct or not? Am I going fast? Is this understandable? You want me to slow down a bit? Fine, don't tell because you want to leave now. Seriously, is this space okay? Fine, tell me next. These are all some direct picking only, no? Then, yes, supervisor salary. Supervisor, how many persons? 2 persons. Per person, how much? 25,000. This is per month into 12. How much is that? 6 lakhs. 6 lakhs, no? What, Nikita? I heard a different answer. 6 lakhs. Yes. Next. Nurses. How many nurses are there? 4 nurses. Each of them are paid 20,000 a month and there are 12 months in a year. How much is that? 9.6 lakhs. So 9,60,000. Next. Yes, ward boys. Not soup boys. Did someone say that? Soup boys. Right. Okay. Ward boys. 4 persons into what? 5,000 into 5,000 and each of them, I mean this is per month, so it's into 12. How much is that? It's going to be 2 lakh 40,000. Perfect. Then you have repairs also, no? Repairs are also fixed. Correct. Very good. Repairs are also fixed. How much is that? 81,000. Then you have some other fixed expenses. How much? This is going to be 10 lakh 80,000, right? So 10 lakh 80,000. Then you have some admin expenses allocated. Can it come here? Yes, it can come. No, we don't have a concept of product cost, period cost. No, stock only. All operating expenses can come. And operating expense include admin, selling and all. No, are you clear with this? Okay, I deliberately asked you this question. I know you will get confused. That's why. Admin expenses allocated. How much? 10 lakhs. So now tell me the total of fixed cost. 48 lakh 61,000. Correct? 48 lakh 61,000. So what's your profit? Profit is equal to contribution minus fixed cost. So 1 crore 3 lakh 95,000 minus 48 lakh 61,000. How much is that? 55 lakhs 34,000. Are you clear with this? That completes the first part of our question. Wherein they have asked us to calculate the profit. They've asked us to calculate the profit per patient day, no? Profit per patient day. So tell me, what is the total number of patient days? Patient days, how much is that? 8,000. So what is the profit per patient day? Profit per patient day. How much is that? Just divide the two. Rupees 691.75, and that's your profit per patient day. Are you clear with this? This completes the first part of the question. The next part will just take about 3-4 minutes. We'll do it tomorrow, no worries. And then we'll move to the question number 3. After that, this chapter, I'll give you an overview of the other service sectors, and then we are done with this. Yes? Clear with this, guys? So just look at this. Wait, one second. Yes, it's done. So now, look at this. We have completed cost sheet, overheads, ABC, standard costing, and almost service costing. Fine, we'll do one more sum tomorrow. Beautiful sum. We'll do one beautiful sum tomorrow. And after that, I will discuss a few areas in this. I think after that, in our lineup, we have marginal costing, I think. Yes? So yes, brace yourself. Marginal costing is such a beautiful chapter. It's such a beautiful chapter. It actually opens up your mind. No need to mug up even single formula. That AHs also you need not remember. Like that also nothing is there. Yes? Clear with this? Fine, guys. Yes, before I say thank you all so much and good night, can everyone tell me the formula for material usage variance? Tell and leave. Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Very good. So guys, once again, let me just give you a backdrop. So we're talking about what? Service costing, which basically means that costing in a service sector. And what's the biggest problem while costing in a service sector? Let's say I'm a manufacturer. I know what my unit is. That is, I know what I'm selling. I know how to call it. I can say I sell a pen, correct? Or a pencil or a mouse or whatever it is. Whereas when I'm in a service sector, let's say I'm in the business of transporting goods. Now, what am I selling? Now, I can't exactly come up with what exactly I'm selling, right? I don't sell lorries. I use it lorry to provide some service, correct or not? So that unit is actually composed of more than one cost object. And that's what we saw. In this case, it's going to be what? In this case, in a transportation of goods sector, it's going to be what? Ton kilometer. Yes, in case of a passenger transportation, it's passenger kilometers. In case of a hotel accommodation, it's going to be what? Room days. Hospital, it's patient days, and so on. So now, in this sum, question number 2. So what we did was, yesterday this sum, this was about a hospital sector, wherein we saw that they had given a list of items of cost, and we had to segregate them between variable and fixed. And of course, there was one catch with respect to what? With respect to that rented beds. I told you the 750, though they have given that it's 750 beds, it's actually not 750 beds. What is it? It is 750 bed days. Correct or not? 750 bed days. The logical reason is what? So 150 days they were fully occupied, and only when they are fully occupied will they even approach another person to actually hire for beds. So 150 into 5, that is the calculation for 750 beds. So basically here the unit, the cost object, the ultimate cost object is what? Patient days or bed days, correct or not? So now what we did, we have computed the entire question. In this entire question, we have computed what? We have computed the sales, that is the revenue. We have computed the revenue. Then we have also computed the variable cost. We have arrived at something called as contribution. What is that? Today, in today's discussion, that is marginal costing. That's the cream area. That's where we are going to see what is contribution and all that. Don't worry, I'll start from the basics. Fine. So minus contribution, then you get your contribution. Sales minus variable cost, you get something called as contribution. From that, you reduce all your fixed cost, you get something called as profit, correct? And they had asked you for what? They've asked you for what? Profit per patient day. So divide that profit by 8, divided by 8,000 patient days, you get something called as profit per patient day. Correct or not? Fine. Yes, are you all clear with this? Now the question has a part 2. What is that part 2? What is that part 2? They are asking you to find out the break-even point of the hospital. Now, what is a break-even point? How will you compute it? I told you the formula for calculating break-even point is fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. In this case, 1 unit is what? 1 patient day. So, can I say this is nothing but the total fixed cost divided by contribution per patient day? Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Fine. Sir, why this formula we are using? We will see it right now. Today itself we will see in marginal costing chapter. Don't worry about that. But for the time being, you just understand that break-even point calculation is what? Fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. And unit in this particular hospital sector is what? Patient day. So first, for me to compute, for me to arrive at this break-even point, what do I need? I need to calculate the contribution per unit, no? I need to calculate the contribution per patient day. How will I do that? How will I do that? I have total contribution, no? Contribution divided by patient days, 8,000. I get the contribution per patient day. Fixed cost anyways is readily available. So fixed cost divided by contribution per patient day, you get the break-even point. Are you clear with this? Shall we do it quickly and close it off? Shall we do it quickly and close it off? So let's get started. Let's get started. Just it will take about 2-3 minutes. That's all, not beyond that. Fine. So write down. This must be what? Step number 2. Please write down step number 2. Step number 2, calculation of break-even point. Calculation of break-even point. What is break-even point and all? I am yet to tell you. I will tell that only in marginal costing. That is the chapter that will be starting in a few minutes from now. After we finish the next sum, we will start with only marginal costing. And today I have planned for marginal costing. So all the concepts in marginal costing we will cover. Every single concept we will cover. Certain important intricate concepts, that alone I will increase my explanation and we will do sums also. Clear? This is something that I have got the feedback from the previous batch and I have incorporated some extra sums in this chapter more specifically. Clear? So we will be discussing it in detail. Are you clear with this? So don't worry about how we got this break-even point. Not even a single formula should be mucked up. Everything is conceptual. Everything is conceptual. At least in standard costing, I told you to remember what? AH. Fine. But here you need not even remember as in mug up anything. There is nothing to be mugged up. Everything is conceptual. In fact, you do it in your everyday life without giving it a name called marginal costing. That's all. We all do it in our everyday life. So it's all decision making element. We will see. It will be super fun. Fine. Right now, first, for us to calculate the break-even point, what do we need first? We need the contribution per unit. We don't call it as unit in a service sector. What do we call it as? In this case, patient day. So write on first. Calculation of contribution per patient day. Contribution per patient day. Contribution per patient day. Calculation of contribution per patient day. This is nothing but total contribution divided by total patient days. Correct or not? So first tell me what's the total contribution. Come on guys, look and tell me. Total contribution, how much is this? Pick the figure, it's there already here. 1 crore 3,95,000, correct? So just pick it and write, that's all, it's very simple. Rupees 1 crore 3,95,000. Right guys? What is the total number of patient days? What is the total number of patient days? First working note itself, how much is that? 8,000, right? 8,000 patient days. So what is the contribution per patient day? What is the contribution per patient day? Yes, what is the contribution per patient day? So 1 crore 3,95,000 divided by 800. Pick your calculator, do the calculation. Don't wait for me. Yes, how much is that? Rupees 1299.375. Correct or not? So this is your contribution per patient day. Yes, guys. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Now I told you what's the formula for break-even point? What's the formula for break-even point? Fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per patient day. It's actually contribution per unit. If I am in a manufacturing sector, I call it as a unit. In a service sector, it depends on my industry. In this case, it's a patient day. Correct or not? Yes, guys. So tell me how much by how much? How much by how much? Fixed cost. You know the total. How much is your fixed cost? 48,61,000 divided by what? Patient days. Contribution per patient days. Rupees 1299.375. So how much is that? How much is that? 3741 patient days. 3741 patient days. So your break-even point happens at 3741 patient days. What it stands for, I will tell you when we are doing marginal costing. For the time being, you just accept as it is. Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Online folks, you guys are clear with this? Yes, guys, is everyone clear with this? Fine. So Rohini, Guru and Yashwant, yes, Darshini, everyone. Nikita, Kirtana, everyone. You guys are understanding this? Yes? Fine. Okay, good. Right, guys, are you all clear with this? Now, with this, we will move to the next sector. With this, we will move to the next sector. This is something that you guys would have actually experienced. This is something that you guys would have actually experienced. This is nothing but, no, we will go back to our school days. We'll go back to our school days. And during our school days, they use the bus facility, no? Some of us use this bus facility and all that. So, what is the costing that goes behind these buses? They charge you something called as bus fees and all, no? How do they actually do that? It's a very practical real life example, and not just that, it is a past exam question and also it's your study material question. So that's what we are going to see right now. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. So based on the distance you travel, some students stay close by to the school. Some students stay far by to the school. Can the school charge the same fee for both? No. How do they do that? How do they differentiate and do that? These kind of interesting things are there in the next question. A very beautiful question. Very beautiful question. If you just go and visualize how exactly it was in your school days, automatically there's nothing to be mugged up. You will automatically know what exactly they're talking about. And then you can just logically think and answer the question. 10-mark question. 10-mark question. Clear with this? Shall we go, guys? Shall we go? Proceed? Yes? So let's do it. Let's do it. Now, this is question number 3. On page number 33, everyone please take question number 3 on page number 33. SMC is a public school having 5 buses, each plying in different directions for the transport of its school students, correct? So generally if you take some big schools and all, they will not have a single bus because students will be scattered across the city. So each bus will be going in different directions to pick up different students from different routes, correct or not? Similarly, this school has 5 buses that runs simultaneously, right? So this is not about costing for school. This is as good as passenger transportation. This is passenger transportation only, but they are taking a school example. In view of larger number of students availing the bus facility, the buses work 2 shifts daily in the morning and in the afternoon. The buses are garaged in the school. The workload of the students has been so arranged that in the morning, the first trip picks up senior students and the second trip plying an hour later picks up the junior students. Simultaneously in the afternoon, similarly in the afternoon, the first trip takes the junior students and an hour later the second trip takes the senior students. So basically what they are saying, they have 5 buses with them. They have 5 buses with them. Yes or no? Yes or no? So what they are doing, 5 buses, they go in different directions, correct? Because many people, they stay across the city, correct or not? Now what they are saying, in a single route, 1 bus will go, no? In a single route, 1 bus will go, no? That 1 bus is not sufficient to bring all the students. So what they are doing, every day in the morning, every bus will go to the same route twice. Every bus will go to the same route twice. Why? First, they will pick up senior students, come to the school, drop them. 1 hour later, again they will go, pick up the junior students, drop them, correct? Again in the evening, they will first go, drop the junior students, and then 1 hour later, they will go and drop senior students, correct or not? 5 buses are there. Every bus does 2 round trips in the morning, 2 round trips in the evening for seniors and juniors. Are you clear with this? This is what is given in the first paragraph. The distance traveled by each bus one way is how much? 8 kilometers, correct? So every route is a maximum of 8 kilometers. The school works for 25 days a month after your weekends off and all that, and remains closed for vacation in May, June and December. So in a year, how many months does the school work for? Guys, answer, please answer. 9 months, 9 months, correct? Let us see if you remember this while we are calculating the cost and all. Yes, the bus fee, however, is payable by the students for all 12 months in a year. Yes, we all know during COVID, fully online class only, but the parents were forced to pay bus fees. Why? Who knows? Why? Who knows? But if you sit in your house and attend, still bus fees you need to pay. Bus say whatever, but still fees you need to pay. Yes, schools are like that only, so you need to pay. Fine. Then the details of the expenses for a year are as under. The driver's salary is given 4,500. Observe. I'm not going to drop any hints. I'm just going to test your observation skills. Fine. The driver's salary is 4,500 per month per driver. The cleaner's salary is 3,500 per month. The salary is payable for all 12 months, correct? 3 months students vacation. Can you say for this 3 months I will not pay the driver and cleaner? Then they will leave the job only, correct or not? Obviously, you will pay them for the entire 12 months to keep them in the business or keep them in your school, correct or not? And only one cleaner is employed for all the 5 buses. Why? Why? See, when will they clean? When the bus is standing, no? So one cleaner is enough. Can they say only one driver is enough for all the 5 buses? 5 buses run simultaneously. So number of drivers are how much? 5. But number of cleaner? 1. Logical, correct? Fine. License fee, taxes, etc. is given. Insurance is given. Repairs and maintenance, purchase price of the bus. Why have they given the purchase price? Depreciation. Very good. Now, next, the life of the bus is given, scrap value. So these 3 are required for you to find out the depreciation. You know how to find out depreciation is in SLM method. 11 standard accounts. 15 lakh minus 3 lakhs. 12 lakhs divided by 12. How much is that? 1 lakh per annum per bus. Okay, fine, right. Diesel cost 45 rupees per liter. This was maybe some long time back. Now it's quoting as 100 rupees, but forget that. They have given 45 rupees per liter. Now, each bus gives an average mileage of 4 km per liter of diesel. Meaning what? If I pay 45 rupees and pour 1 liter of diesel, the bus will run for 4 kilometers. Correct? So for total distance, how much will it be? 45 divided by 4 into total distance, whatever that we have to calculate. That will be my total diesel cost. Makes sense? Yes, guys. Fine. The seating capacity is fully occupied during the whole year. What does it mean? What is the capacity of the bus? Have they given it? Oh, the bus capacity has been given on the top itself, or they've given it down. So fine, let's come to that. Okay, fine. So yeah, the seating capacity of each bus is 50 and it's fully occupied. Meaning what? How many students, see, every bus, one bus is there. 5 buses are simultaneously there. Leave that. One bus is there, no? How many students use this one bus? Excellent. 100 students. How 100? 50 juniors, 50 seniors, correct? Like that for each of the 5 buses. Every bus is used by 100 people, but at a time it is used by 50 people, correct or not? Correct or not? Yes, you are getting this. You are getting this. Are you understanding this? Excellent. So there are 100 people, 100 students are using the bus facility. Clear with this? Excellent, guys. Very good, very good, very good. Now, this is where an important point is here. Students picked up and dropped within a range of 4 kilometers of distance from the school are charged half fare, and 50% of the students traveling in each trip are in this category. Okay? Okay? Ignore interest. Since the charges are to be based on average cost, you are required to A. Prepare a statement showing the expenses of operating a single bus and a fleet of 5 buses for a year. Clear? This is part 1. What you need to do? Numerator computation. That's all. Part 2. Work out the average cost per student per month in respect of students coming from a distance of up to 4 kilometers from the school and students coming from a distance beyond 4 kilometers from the school. Fine. I will give you 30 seconds time. Go through this sum quickly. First part, I know you guys will easily do it. Numerator computation. The entire crux of the sum lies in the denominator. That is part 2 of the sum. 30 seconds from the moment I finish this sentence, I'll give you undisturbed. I will not disturb you. 30 seconds, read it, observe it carefully. What are the points to be noted? You just carefully observe it. And when we are solving it, I don't want any kind of mistakes. I don't want any kind of mistakes. Yes, guys? Deal? So yes, your time starts now. 30 seconds, not beyond that. Okay, guys, done? Done? Done reading the question? Done reading the question? Everyone, done reading the question? Perfect. Now, what we will do is, we will just prepare one statement of cost. That is very simple and logical. So you need not know this entire concept and all to know this, to do this. Automatically, you just keep collecting the cost per bus, per fleet of 5 buses. Now, when we are doing it, you just need to have it in your mind. So that standing charges, you remember? The fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost, for presentation purpose, we will do it separately. Are you clear with that? Number 1. Number 2, for you to compute one item in the numerator, you need to calculate something. Can anyone tell me what is that? Diesel cost. Very good. For you to compute the diesel cost, what should you know first? The kilometers traveled, not the students. You only need the kilometers traveled. Students, why do you need it? For denominator only. Correct or not? Because here it is per student and all, that is required only for denominator. For numerator computation, irrespective of how many students use, only the distance matters. Correct or not? So first we will write a working note calculating the distance traveled by every bus. Clear with this? And then we will compute the diesel cost and keep, so that when we are preparing the statement, we can give this working note reference to only the diesel cost. The other figures are all readily available. Shall we do this, guys? So just start this question with a working note. Come on, everyone do it along with me. And tell me what question is 3, right? And what's the page number? 33. Okay, 33, and it's service costing, right? Service costing. Okay, fine. And let me try my luck today. I'll try to improve my handwriting. Working note number 1. Calculation of what? Come on, guys, don't wait for me. Tell. I told you, learn like a child. Learn like a child, behave like a professional. Learn like a child. So please answer. Don't worry about what others are thinking about you. Just answer. Just answer. The next person, what he or she is thinking, that's none of your business. You are here to learn. Ensure that you make the maximum out of it. Come on, participate. And even the online folks, even if you're staying muted, it's okay. Shout. Just tell the answer. People around you might think you are stupid. It's okay. It's okay. At the end of the day, you are learning. That's what is important. Come on, everyone, tell me, what's the first working note? Calculation of what? Calculation of what? Diesel cost, right? So calculation of diesel cost. Calculation of diesel cost. Calculation of diesel cost. Yes. So first, for you to compute the diesel cost, what is the thing that you require? First, distance traveled. Distance traveled in a year. I'm talking about per bus. If you compute that per bus, automatically when they're asking for the cost, you can put into 5 and apply it. Find distance traveled in a year. Can anyone tell me, let's begin the auction. What's the distance, total distance traveled by every bus in a year? Every distance, I'm talking about the kilometers traveled by every bus in a year. Rohini says it's 72,000. Kavya also says 72,000. 14,400. Next, any other answer? Pick your calculators. That simple piece of machine will do wonders. Do it, use your calculation. Yes, any other answer? 72, 14,400. Who else says 72,000? No one here. Online folks, I think a couple of people answered 72, 14,400. Who else says 14,400? Guys, raise your hands. Okay, fine. Right? So we have some CA foundation students who are sitting in the class. Looks like they are interested in costing now itself. So they are sitting here. They are also participating. One student has said 14,400 also. Answer. Fine. Okay, right. I appreciate your involvement. Very good. But anyways, coming back here. Guru says 72,000. Vamsi says 14,400. Okay, so the deal breaker. So it's basically between 72 and 14,400. I'm talking about single bus. One bus total distance, how much? Oh, 14,400. Oh, okay. Oh, if you put 14,400 into 5, it comes to 72,000. Okay, fine. I'm talking about a single bus. How much is that? Now Rohini. 14,400 Kavya per bus. I'm talking about per bus. 14,400. Excellent, guys. Everyone, 14,400. Excellent. 1440. I think you have missed one zero, Darshini. Yes, it's 14,400. Praveen, yes, very good. Everyone, it's 14,400. Now tell me, how did you compute this? Come on, guys, tell me, how did you compute this? Now, Every one-way trip is how much? How many kilometers? 8 kilometers. Like that, I need to go and come down. Correct? Like that, in the morning itself, I do it 2 times. Like that, in a day, I do it twice. Correct or not? This is the distance I travel in a day, no? That is one way 8 kilometer. Up and down, I need to come. That is into 2. Then this into 2 is for what? Junior, senior. This into 2 is for what? Pick up and drop. Correct or not? Correct or not? This is the distance traveled per day. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Now, like that, how many days are there in a month? 25 days. And how many months in a year? 9 months, not 12 months. The bus is not running for 12 months. And now, what is the calculation? Guys, come on. It's how much? 14,400. Excellent. Everyone got this answer correctly. Very good. Almost everyone. So the 72,000, I think you guys took it for 5 buses. I'm talking only about 1 bus. Because when we are having the 5 buses column, we'll just simply multiply it into 5. So it's very simple. Very good, guys. Very good. Everyone note it down. Quickly note it down. Parallelly. I hope you guys have written this down, right? Now, tell me what is the cost of diesel? Cost of diesel. Cost of diesel. Tell me the cost of diesel. What is the cost of diesel? 1,62,000. How did you get? How did you get? They have told you it cost you rupees 45 rupees for how many kilometers? 4 kilometers. But you want to run. Yes, so this brings you how much? How much? How much? Yes, 45 by 4 into 1400. Very good. How much is that? Guys, how much is that? 1,62,000. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding? This is the mileage computation, no? You guys, you use 2-wheelers? Yes, you guys compute your mileage, no? Just to know how it comes and all. Correct or not? Yes, we all know that simple mileage calculation. This is something that we all do every day. Fine. Are you clear with this? Everyone clear with this, guys? Fine. Now, shall we go to the statement of cost? Shall we go to the statement of cost? Write down. Write down. Please write down. Statement of expenses of operating 1 bus / 5 buses, because they have asked you to prepare that statement for 1 bus and 5 buses. Correct or not? Correct or not? So 5 buses for a year. For a year. Now let me see how many of you get it right. Let me see how many of you get it right. Anyways, I will walk you through every step. I mean every single line item, but I will not tell the answer. I will pick it only from you. If I tell the answer, then what is the point in you learning? Yes, yes, clear, fine. So just drop a template. I will give you this template, guys. Please note it down. This is how it's done in the study material also. Let's do it. Particulars. Then write down something called as rate. I will tell you what this is. Rate. Then per bus per annum. Then 5 buses per annum. In this question, they have asked you to prepare that statement of cost for 1 bus, for 5 buses. Correct or not? So we have put it in a multi-columnar format. What is this rate column? No, nothing. So they have said now, for example, the driver's salary is 4,500 per month. So we will write here 4,500 per month, so that we can actually, it's easy for us to calculate. So we'll just copy paste the figure and write it here. So for our reference only, this is a reference thing. So you need not total this up and all. Okay, are you clear with this? Okay, guys. So shall we get started now? Shall we get started now? First write down A, standing charges. What do you mean by standing charges? Fixed expenses. They are calling it some jargon and all. Standing charges. Nothing great here. So write down standing charges. Standing charges. Standing charges. First standing charges. Yes, driver's salary. Driver's salary. In that rate column, what will you write? 4,500 per month. How did you get this? Question let's given. Copy paste from the question. Yes. Now tell me, per bus per annum. How much? 4,500 into 12. Correct or not? How much is this? 54,000, right? Yes. Now for 5 buses, how much is it? 54,000 into 5. How much is that? 2,70,000. Why into 5? Because I have 5 bus drivers. No. Yes, Kirtana, correct. 2,70,000. Very good, guys. Online guys also participate. Very good, very good, very good. Next. What is the next thing? Cleaner's salary. Cleaner's salary. Cleaner's salary. How much is that? 3,500 per month. So tell me, per bus per annum, how much is it? How much is it? How much is it? Guys, come on, tell me now, easy. 42,000. How many of you 42,000? Raise your hands, up, come on. 42,000, 42,000. Be confident. Adana ibdi. Onithla ibdi illana ibdi. Avladha adana nadulla. 42,000. Is it correct? Is it correct? Recheck. Go read the question once again. It is 42,000 for 5 buses. 42,000 for 5 buses. Why? They have said one cleaner is only there for 5 buses. Correct or not? So 3,500 into 12. One cleaner salary should be shared for 5 buses. Correct or not, guys? Guys, are you getting this? How much is it? So for 5 buses, how much is it? 42,000. So per bus it will be what? 42,000 divided by 5 only, no? Are you getting it? Is anyone not understanding this? Please let me know. I'll repeat once again. You want me to repeat this? Fine, I'll tell you. Look, there is only one cleaner for 5 buses put together. So for that cleaner, how much cost you pay? 3,500 into 12, 42,000. But this 42,000 is a cost you incur for 1 bus or 5 buses? 5 buses. That's why I'm putting it in 5 buses column. For 1 bus, how much is it? 42,000 divided by 5. Correct or not? This is where again students make a mistake. Take a red ink. Take a red ink and write. If you have made this mistake, take a red ink and write. Tomorrow, one day before the exam, you will know, one look at the question, you will know, yes, I have made a mistake here, so I should watch out for this. Come on, tell me, how much is this? How much is this? So this is going to be how much? 8,400, no? 8,400, correct? 8,400. Is everyone clear with this? Is everyone getting this, guys? Yes, this is time and again a place where students make a mistake. Watch out for this. Silly mistake, please watch out for this. Next. You have license fee, you have some license fee, etc. and all is directly given. How much is that? 8,600 per annum means per bus only, per bus per annum. So into 12, how much is it per bus? Oh, it's already given per annum only. Yes, it's 8,600 directly you put. So for 5 buses, how much will it be? 8,600 into 12, it's going to be 43, 43,000. Yes, next one. Insurance, Insurance, how much is that? They have given it as 10,000 per annum directly. So write it down here. 10,000 for a single bus. For 5 buses, it's going to be 50,000. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Next. That's all our standing charges. Depreciation. Yes, depreciation. How many of you forgot this? In case you forgot it, put it in a red ink. Please put it in a red ink. Exam, no one will come to your rescue. You should be all alone. Fine, be self-reliant. So tell me, how will you compute depreciation? Guys, 15 lakhs minus 3 lakhs scrap value, salvage value, divided by useful life of the year, useful life of the asset, 12 years, basic accounts. How much is that? 1 lakh, no? Yes, 1 lakh. How do you get 12 lakhs? 12 lakhs is the numerator. Fine, numerator. Oh, that way also we can say. Yes, nice summarification. Okay, fine. So depreciation is 1 lakh per annum. 1 lakh per annum. So it's going to be 1 lakh per bus and 5 lakh for 5 buses. Correct, guys? Yes. Next. That's all. Always for safety purpose, leave a line gap before you move to the next one. Write down B. B is what? Maintenance charges. Write down maintenance charges, or you can also put running charges. Maintenance charges. First you will write maintenance charges. There is only one maintenance charges, no? What is that? Repairs and maintenance. How much is that? Directly given, 35,000 per annum. 35,000 per annum. Why are we showing this separately? It's just for presentation purpose. That's all. Fine. No great reason for that. It's a semi-variable cost, and hence we are putting it this way. So 35,000 into 5. How much is that for 5 buses? 175,000. Guys, yes, use that calculator. Make it fast. Yes, next. Write down C. C is your running charges. This is nothing but your variable cost. Running charges, nothing but your variable cost. Yes, so tell me, first running charges. What is that? I think only one running charge. Diesel costs. Within bracket, working note number 1. We've already done it, no? Guys, we've done it, no? At least I have done it. You have done it, huh? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Just fill the figure. How much is this? Yes, 1,62,000. You need not fill this rate column and all. 1,62,000, and for 5 buses it's going to be 8,10,000. Correct? 8,10,000. Right? So tell me, what's the total cost? Add A plus B plus C. So total operating cost is going to be A plus B plus C. How much is that? Very good, 3,78,000. And how about 5 buses? 18,90,000. Yes, yes. And one more thing, in this part they have asked what? In this part, what have they asked? They have only asked what? The first part they have said, calculate the cost, operating cost of every bus, 1 bus per annum, 5 buses per annum. The next part they are talking something monthly and all, correct or not? So for the next part purpose, here itself we will just have one thing, write down total operating cost per month. Total operating cost per month. This figure we will be using it for the part 2. Okay, are you clear with this? So just divide it by 12. How much is that? Just divided by 12. How much is that, guys? 31,500. And here it's going to be 1,57,500. This you need to divide by 12 only, not by 9. That 9 why we did? That's only for drivers. I mean that 9 we did only for kilometer calculation. The bus will not run, but every month I am charging the fees, no? That's why they have given. They charge the fees even for those 3 months, correct or not? So when I'm averaging it out, I will average for the entire span of 12 months, not for just 9 months for which I operate the bus. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Now the easier part is done. Now let's come to the main important discussion. Now you tell me, fine. Now let's take this figure. 31,500. What is this figure? 31,500. This is the monthly cost of operating 1 bus. Correct or not? Let's take this. Monthly cost of operating what? 1 bus. Now, what is asked in the second part of this? Beautifully worded. Now, if I am an examiner, I would be tempted to test these kind of sums, because in service costing, if that equivalent units and all is not there, then service costing chapter itself is waste. What anyone can do this numerator computation. Yes, you need not do it in a CA intermediate level. Anyone can do it. Now this is where the actual cream of the sum is there. Now if you do all this entire numerator, they might give you maximum 4 to 5 marks. The entire part lies in the denominator computation. The denominator computation will not take much time, but it requires conceptual knowledge. Clear? Now work out the average cost per student per month in respect of A, students coming from a distance up to 4 kilometers and students coming from a distance beyond 4 kilometers. Now you tell me what has to be done. First of all, you tell me this, what I need to find out, the average cost per student, correct or not? Now, how many students use 1 bus? Every bus, how many students use? Who all say 50? I've already told you it's 100, correct? How 100? In the same bus, 50 students, 1 trip, 50 students, another trip, junior, senior, 50-50, correct or not? At one point of time, only 50 students travel, but in a day, this bus does a tripping. It does trip for both the junior as well as senior. So 100 students should share this cost. Correct or not? Yes. Now, can I directly put this divided by 100? No. Why not? Some students are traveling only up to 4 kilometers. For them, half ticket. Correct or not? Yes. Maybe they will say, no, junior students, half pant, half ticket, full pant, full ticket. Yes. So something like that. So half ticket. If I'm traveling beyond 4 kilometers, full ticket. Now, can I add half ticket students with full ticket students directly? Monkeys, can I add with donkeys? Yes. Can I add 2 dissimilar items? Absolutely no. So what you should do, you should convert. You can convert anything you want. Either convert the half ticket students into equivalent full ticket students, or you convert the full ticket students into equivalent half ticket students. Correct or not? So what we will do in this sum, for a change, this is also done in the study material. What we will do is, we will convert the full ticket students into equivalent half ticket students. Can we do that? No. Before we do that, you will hear me out. You tell me. First, let us talk about juniors. How many juniors travel in this bus? 50 juniors. Now, what are they saying? half of the crowd, that is 25 people and 25 people. 25 people are half ticket, correct? And 25 students are full ticket, correct or not? Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? This is what is given. How do you know, sir? How do you know, sir? They have given it, no? They have given it, no? Yes. So, and 50% of the students traveling in each trip are in this category. This category means what? In any of the category you keep, the other category is also 50%. So, less than 4 kilometers, 50% of the students. More than 4 kilometers, 50% of the students. Correct or not? Now, I want to convert this full ticket students into equivalent half ticket students. You tell me, if at all I am charging one full ticket student, whatever amount I receive from one full ticket student, can I say it's equivalent to the amount that I will receive from two half ticket students? Correct? Or can I say one full ticket student is equal to two half ticket students? Correct or not? So if I put into 2, I can say this, I can call this as 50 half tickets. 50 half tickets. Now with this 50, can I add 25? Absolutely yes. So can I say in every trip 75 equivalent half ticket students travel? Actually 75 people travel. No. Only 50 people are inside. But for me to arrive at this cost, I am converting the full ticket into equivalent half ticket so that it's even for me to apportion the cost. Are you clear with this? Now you tell me how many equivalent students totally are using the bus facility? How many students are using the bus facility? 75 equivalent juniors and 75 equivalent seniors, which means this 31,500 should be shared by 150 equivalent half ticket students. If I arrive at the cost per half ticket students, if I put it into 2, I will get the cost per full ticket student. Are you getting this? Are you getting this? In your study material, they have done it in a statement format. You might not understand that. It is quite confusing. But if you do it in the chart format, you can easily remember and you can easily understand it conceptually. That's why I am doing it like this. Are you clear with this, guys? Now you are all understanding. So every bus, this monthly bus cost of 31,500 should be shared by how many equivalent half ticket students? 150 equivalent half ticket students. How is that 150? Okay, how is that 150? That 75 is equivalent juniors half tickets and 75 is equivalent senior half ticket. Right, is everyone clear with this? Is everyone clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Fine. So shall we just go to the second part of the question? Okay, shall we just go to the second part of the question? So write down calculation of equivalent number of half ticket students, equivalent number of half ticket students, Now, maybe you can use this, maybe you can draw this, You write down juniors 50, branch it into 2, 25 half ticket, 25 full ticket, and this you can multiply into 2 and you arrive at 50. The seniors, the full ticket students are converted into 50 equivalent half ticket. If you add this 2, you can put a flower bracket here and call this as 75 equivalent half ticket. Sir, can I do it exactly like this in the exam? Yes, you can do it. No problem. This is in fact a better way of presentation. No one is stopping you. For that. Okay. So you can put a flower bracket and do it like this. And finally, after this, you can write down. After this, maybe you can write down. Anyways, this is visible. So total equivalent half ticket students using a bus is going to be 75 plus 75. How you got 75 plus 75? This is junior and this is senior. So this is going to be 150 equivalent half ticket students. 150 equivalent half ticket students. We are not done yet. So this is the denominator. So numerator by denominator we need to do and show it to them. Do it fast. This is understandable, guys. This is understandable. In your study material, they have done it in a different way. 1 minus 2, they have done it in a different way. If you are able to understand that, you do it. But I would suggest, this is very simple and straightforward to understand. So I would suggest any day, if you can do it like this, then the examiner will also get impressed because you are clearly knowing the concept and you are segregating and showing it to him. So don't worry about that. Now in accounts and all, you have some schedule 3. your balance sheet. That is a format that you can't change. But there is no such format in our subject. In our subject, you know, costing is meant for internal purposes. So there is no format prescribed by the law and also you need not have to worry about that. I will not say this, if you're doing accounts, you can change the format whichever way you want. No, current asset, the current liabilities, that's how, current asset, the non-current asset, that's how it has to come. But there is nothing of that sort in our subject. So that is the reason you're free to do it. In fact, even in accounts, working notes, you can do it in whichever way you want, no? Whichever way, decent presentation, you can do it. So here also, it's only a working note, so you can definitely do it. No problem here. Are you clear with this? Is it done, guys? Is it done, guys? So finally come down and write down. Finally come down and write cost per month. Cost per month. How much is that? 31,500. Please write down. 31,500. 31,500. 31,500. Correct? You got this? Next, write down. Total equivalent half ticket students. Total equivalent half ticket students. How much? How many students? 150. So now you tell me, what is the cost per half ticket student? Half ticket student. How much is that? How much is that? So 31,500 divided by 150, it's going to be how much? 210 rupees. Now, is the answer over? Is the answer over? No. Now write down cost per full ticket student. How much is this? Full ticket student. How much is this? Simple. 210 into 2, no? 210 into 2, no? Into 5, yeah. Into 5 is 5 buses, no? See, 2 half ticket students make 1 full ticket student, no? So you have found out the fare for half ticket student. How much is it for full ticket student? It's going to be 420. Yes, is it correct? Okay, fine. 420. Correct or not? Guys, are you understanding this? Yes, you're understanding, Hudi. Yes, you're understanding. What's your name? I forgot. Vishal. Yes, okay, fine. Right, you getting it? Yes. Anything you want me to repeat? Guys, anything you want me to repeat? Online folks, you guys are understanding? Yes. I'm happy that Rohini and Yashwant are always keeping their videos turned on. Thank you so much. Fine. Others, if possible, please do it. Fine. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Fine. Are you guys understanding? Yes, you have a doubt. Tell me. The last one, you want me to explain what? So I'm telling you. So till this you understood, huh? This is the cost per half ticket student. So if I charge 210 rupees from half ticket student, half ticket is 210 rupees. That's all. Then what? That's why here we multiplied into 2, no? That 2 is only coming here. We converted everything into half ticket. Now, once we found the half ticket fare, 2 full ticket fare is into 2, that's all, no? This is exactly what we did in the hotel sum also, no? We found the single room rent, multiply with 2.5, you get the double room rent, multiply with 5, you get the triple room rent. That's what we are doing here. Half ticket into 2, you get full ticket. Yes, what's your doubt? You can convert half ticket to full ticket. In that case, what will happen? First, you will get what? The cost per full ticket student is 420 you will get. Now, cost per half ticket student is 420 into 0.5, you get 210. Yes, you can do that also. Absolutely no problem. Yes, are you clear with this? One sum we did like that, another sum I want to do it this way. As simple as that. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? And that's about this chapter. That's about this chapter. In fact, there are other industries. This hotel industries we have done. The cost unit is actually room days. Hospital, you guys know it is bed days. Now, hospital, there are different categories of beds or rooms. You know that, no? ICU, CCU, now casual ward, normal ward and all. Based on that, they will charge. In case there are multiple rooms, then what you need to do, concept of equivalent units has to be done. Next, power industry. Power industry, the cost unit is kilowatt hour. Correct or not? Yes. Then in software industry, it's very simple. There is no composite cost object and all. You need to calculate only the cost of a single project. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Then in a toll plaza, you know toll plaza? Yes, these guys who operate this toll plaza and all. See, these guys, what is the thing for them? They have this maintenance of road and all they do, correct? And they will collect fare from you based on the vehicle type, correct or not? Now you tell me, in a highway, in between one toll plaza will be there, correct? Only one type of vehicle will go or multiple type of vehicle will go? Huh? Bus, 4-wheeler, 6-wheeler, 12-wheelers, any different type of vehicle. So now here also the concept of equivalent units will come. Here also the concept of equivalent units, just like what we did here, you need to do it there. Are you clear with this? So that's simple. Per vehicle, here also there is no composite cost object per vehicle. That's all. This is not per vehicle, per kilometer. Will they charge like that? If you cross my toll, you need to pay so much. The tariff is per vehicle only. No, car means 30 rupees. Yeah, then lorry means 40 rupees or 50 rupees, whatever it is. That is the tariff, correct? Then there is financial institutions, that is like banks and all. This is one very lame thing. There is no much of thing. So total cost divided by total number of accounts or total loan value sanctioned, nothing. They will give you some processing fee, and they will say that your in this particular month the total processing fee was incurred, total loans were processed. What will you do? So total cost divided by total loans processed, nothing is there. I think once they asked this, or the other one for 5 marks they asked, somewhere as a filler they asked. Nothing great, very, very simple. That's why I'm not doing those kind of sums. I'm just telling you that there are also other sectors. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? The predominant portion comes only in your passenger transportation, goods transportation, hotel and hospital. This is where the predominant questions, the main questions come, and that's something that we have already covered. Are you clear with this, guys? Yes, you have a doubt? Does anyone have a doubt? You have a doubt? Huh? No? Yes, guys, clear with this? Clear with this? And before we move to the next chapter, one thing I wanted to tell you yesterday itself I want to tell you one thing. Now, you tell me, let's go to material mix variance. Material mix variance. Yeah, what was the formula I told you? Revise the actual quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Correct or not? Correct. Fine. Now, why did we call revise the actual quantity? What is revise the actual quantity? I will take the actual quantity, and what is the revision I do? I apply the standard mix. Correct or not? So actually what I'm doing, I'm taking the actual quantity and I'm applying the standard mix. So revised actual quantity is only the correct name, no? Correct or not? Revised actual quantity is only the correct name, no? Yes, yes. Deliberately I told you we revised the actual quantity only, but in our study material, I don't know for what reason, they use the word revise standard quantity. They use the word revise standard quantity. Now, don't think it is something else. The exact same computation, name alone they are calling it differently. You tell me, is standard quantity changed? No, you are applying the mix only on the actual quantity, no. But for some reason, institute material, it's used as revised standard quantity. So in exam, whenever RAQ comes, you don't use RAQ, that's for our classroom discussion. Replace that with revised standard quantity. Similarly for gang variance also, it's revised standard hours. Are you clear with this? So wherever RAQ comes, put it as revised standard quantity. Wherever R revised actual hours come, replace it with revised standard hours. Please note it down. Please note it down. Please note it down. It's very important. It's very important. So in exam, they give marks generally if you write RAH also. Some authors do that. So generally they give marks, but why to take the chance? Let's go as per the study material. This is called as revised standard hours. So if you see in your study material and all, in missing figures sums, wherever you see, they would have never used the word revised actual hours or revised actual quantity. They would have only used the word revised standard hours or revised standard quality. Are you clear with it? But logically speaking, it's only the actual hours that are getting revised. So logically we are right. But anyways, some people call it as revised standard hours or revised standard quantity. Some people call it as revised actual hours or revised actual quantity. Fine. So are you clear with this? So there is no change in the computation. I'm just saying the name alone is different. Are you clear? I'm not telling anything new. Whatever we have done, only I'm just telling you that it's given a different name by the institute. Are you clear with this? So let's get started with this chapter called as material cost. What is this chapter all about? Now guys, do you all remember the format of cost sheet? Do you guys remember the format of cost sheet? Yes. So the format of cost sheet is direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses give you prime cost plus production overhead gives you gross works cost, and life goes on like that. Okay. Now one of the components of the cost sheet is your material cost, correct? And we are going to deep dive into that particular component of cost called as material cost. Clear? Now in this chapter throughout, we are going to exclusively discuss about various aspects that happen inside this material cost, or various aspects that happen with this material cost. So where is your material stored? In your stores area, right? You visualize those three places inside a factory: stores, factory shop and warehouse. I told you, you remember? Yes. So you visualize, we are only talking about the stores area. That is, we are only talking about the place where your raw material is kept. Nothing else that we are talking about in this chapter. First, switch your perspective. Switch your perspective. We are not bothered about anything that happens outside my stores area. I am exclusively talking about what? My materials area. Clear with this? Clear with this? Yes? Fine. Now, if you see, raw material as a component of cost forms the predominant portion of any cost in a production setup. Now, raw material cost is generally, it forms part of the predominant portion of any kind of cost in any manufacturing company, because basically this is the raw material on which you do apply some labor and overheads and convert it into an FG. So basically, if you see, whatever FG, let's say a car manufacturing company, they would have spent a lot of money. The predominant portion of their cost would have been only with respect to material cost. Hence, you're managing your material cost itself at times can be separate studies. For example, you have some MBA courses exclusively on material management. You have some MBA courses exclusively on material management alone. Fine. So material is such a very important component and a heavy component of cost that needs to be carefully utilized. You have some decision making element. It needs to be controlled and all that. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Now you need to understand one thing. Before that, first, how many objectives are there in our subject? How many objectives are there? How many objectives are there? 3. What are the different objectives? What are the different objectives we've got? Stock valuation and profit computation. Then you have got decision making. Then you've got control. Now, this chapter is a very, very favorite chapter, not just for me, but for the institute. That's what is important for you. Fine. Institute finds this as a favorite chapter because this chapter contains concepts. Certain concepts help you achieve stock valuation and profit computation objective. Certain concepts help you achieve your decision making objective, and certain other concept helps you achieve control objective. So basically, this chapter has so many small concepts inside it, and each concept, many concepts, actually it is scattered in such a way that each and every concept will achieve each and every objective. So that's how this chapter is scattered into. Clear? So, and that is also one of the reasons why you should know that this chapter at times students find this confusing, or they find it, they find it difficult to arrive at the answer for a simple reason. If a particular concept helps you achieve the decision, if a particular concept helps you achieve the objective of stock valuation and profit computation, now what is the relevant cost classification? Product and period cost. If the particular concept in this chapter helps you achieve the decision making objective, the cost classification that is relevant for us is what? It is going to be your variable and fixed cost, and so on. So the classification tells you from which angle you need to look at the cost. Are you clear with this? Or the objective you are trying to achieve will tell you the type of cost classification from which you should look at the material cost. We are only going to talk about material cost. So switch your perspective. You're not going to talk about your factory shop, your production overheads, labor and all. Exclusively one component of cost, that is material. What are all the different aspects that can be covered inside is what we are going to see right now. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? For example, in this stock valuation profit computation objective, we have certain areas like, stock valuation methods, FIFO, weighted average and all. Yes, we have those methods. So this area is called a stores ledger. You would have already seen it in your CA foundation. You would have already seen it in your foundation. Ditto same. Even in your CA foundation, stores ledger. Now that is one concept that helps you achieve stock valuation profit computation. We saw that, I told you, before we did process costing, I told you we did a concept called as treatment of losses. Do you remember? Do you remember, guys? Yes, cost per unit, I told you, with respect to materials, purchase cost minus normal loss scrap income divided by purchase quantity minus normal loss units, and I told you it's actually covered only in what? Your materials chapter. So I'm not going to do it again. Obviously, we've done it already in length and breadth. We have finished. The treatment of losses, that also helps you achieve the objective of stock valuation profit computation. Only if you value your loss, you can know how much is the balance. stock value, and only if you know the stock value, expired, unexpired cost, you can find out your profit. So this also helps you achieve the stock valuation and profit computation objective. Now you have certain concepts like EOQ, we will see what that is, economic order quantity and all, how many units to be ordered every time. So this achieves the objective of decision making. And you have certain concepts like stock levels, minimum stock, maximum stock, reorder level and all, stock levels. Then you have a concept called as ABC analysis. This is not your activity based costing, it's called as ABC. ABC as in ABC, your alphabets, ABC analysis. So these areas and all, I'm just giving you a bird's eye view. These are not exhaustive. You have multiple other concepts. So these concepts helps you achieve the objective of control. So this chapter is beautifully being split into small concepts where each concept has its own agenda or its own objective to fulfill, and accordingly you should move along with it. Are you clear with this? That's why again this is one of the chapters which has a 10-mark question area. It also has a 5-mark question area. So that's why if you see, this chapter is all pervading throughout the paper. It can appear in question number 1, or at times question number 1 5 marks, between the 2 to 5 questions 5 marks, or 10 marks fully between 2 to 5, any which ways. But this is one frequent chapter that you can expect in your exam. Are you clear? Again, a never miss chapter, Clear with this, guys? Because remember, we have covered 75 marks. But even in that balance, whatever we are yet to cover, there is some trend that I will be telling you. So this is one such chapter that shows some trend. Are you clear with this? Shall we get started with this beautiful chapter, guys? Yes, shall we get started? It's relatively a small chapter. It's very easy for us to understand also. If I just give you the right perspective, direction and background, you can just take off. You can just prepare here, practice sums and finish it off. That's all. Nothing more is required. Fairly an easy chapter. Okay, shall we get started? Right? Okay. Now, if you see, what are the different types of costs that are associated with raw materials? Can anyone tell me? Logically, you think and tell me, what are the different types of costs? Raw material related costs. Yes, tell me. Yes. Come on. Huh? Okay, very good. Purchase cost. Then direct expenses to bring them. You mean transportation cost. Okay, then storage cost. Then anything that comes to your mind. Come on, guys. Freight inwards. That's what is your transportation. Correct. Then come on. Tell. Sorry. Loading, unloading charges. Okay, so loading, unloading charges. Okay, loading and unloading. Taxes. If it is not eligible for credit, correct? If it is eligible for credit, you will treat that as an asset, receivable. If it is not eligible for credit, yes, in that case, your taxes. That comes a part of your GST or any kind of taxes. If ineligible for credit, you should remember that. Then it comes as a part of your purchase cost. Then? Sorry? Carrying cost, that's your storage cost. Site preparation to load raw material. Okay, fine. So basically you have any type of, correct, that makes sense. What you're saying makes sense. So basically, the cost associated with raw materials, there are so many costs that you can think of, correct? Or in other words, whatever you said, I can classify it into either of the three. I can classify it only into either of the three buckets. What are the three buckets? Number 1, purchase cost. Obviously, that's the main part. Number 2, ordering costs. And number 3, carrying costs, which is also known as holding costs, which is also known as storage cost. So remember, it's got three names. The cost of carrying my raw material or holding my raw material or storing my raw material, it is all one and the same. Don't worry, I will tell you what are all the different categories of cost that comes under each bucket. Now, this is a right way to get into this particular chapter. So that's why I am giving you this classification. Now, like this classification, it's not given in your the material that I have given you. Okay, all this I have resorted only to running notes. Only and only if you take running notes, you will remember all this. So please have the habit of taking running notes. Your own handwriting, your own language, you do it. Okay, that's the best way to learn. Now, first, Purchase cost, you guys know, the amount that you pay to supplier, whatever cost you talk about, it can only fit into these three categories. Fine. The amount that you pay to supplier, in case the GST component, if it is not eligible for credit, all these things will come under your purchase cost. Correct or not? Because your GST, if ineligible for credit, it's a percentage of your price that you pay, purchase cost only. So it's all a part of purchase cost. Correct? Yes, guys. Yes. Are you clear with this? Fine. Now, what is this ordering cost? This is some cost that I incur. This is a cost that I incur only every time when I place an order. I will incur this cost. Every time I place an order, I will incur this cost. Example, in real life, if you see, so in your house, your mom is asking you to buy some groceries. What will you do? You will get the list from her. You will go to the market. You will buy and come back home. Correct? But it doesn't happen like that in a company. In company, what they do, first, if you've seen newspapers, first they will put an advertisement inviting tenders, because they will buy in huge bulk, bulk quantity. So what they do is they will first incur some advertisement cost to invite people for tender. Yes. Now after that tender comes, many people will apply. Now they will appoint an expert panel and they will incur cost with respect to selecting the tenders. To whom should we give the contract? Supplier A is good, supplier B is good. All these things they will do. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Does it make sense? This advertisement cost is what? Not for selling their product, but telling people in the market that I am in requirement of certain raw materials. If you are dealing in this raw material, come and sell to me. I am ready to buy. That advertisement, not marketing expense. Don't think it's marketing expense. I am inviting people for tenders. After the tender comes, I appoint a set of people to vet the tenders, vetting process, selecting. Yes, it's like a quotation. Correct. I get multiple quotation. Correct. You also do this multiple quotation and all, no? Whenever you want to, let's say you are you want to buy a mobile phone, will you directly buy it? You will see Amazon, Flipkart. Apart from that, you will see local stores like Purvika and all. Compare, get some 2-3 quotes and you do it all by yourself. You compare it and you see which is better. Correct or not? Logically, this is what even a company does. But what you do is you go and approach the market. Whereas in companies, since in industrial usage, it's not the way it happens. They don't go to the market and buy. Instead, they invite. So advertisement cost for inviting tenders or quotation, selecting the tenders or quotation. Now, once that is selected and deal is finalized, now the supplier, he will have to, the products will be the supplier's location. It needs to come to my location. Correct or not? For this, I will incur some transportation cost. Correct or not? That comes under ordering cost only. This I incur, not he will bring one unit separately, or he will put everything in a lorry, and every time I place an order, one lorry comes. Correct or not? So every time you order, you will incur this transportation cost. And immediately when that lorry comes to your factory, will you accept everything just like that? In Flipkart, there is something called as open box inspection. You know that? Open box inspection. That guy, you have an option to do that. That guy will open and tell you, sir, whatever you ordered. Because you know what happened once a person ordered an iPhone, but he got one brick. Instead of iPhone, he got one brick only. So like that, it happened. Maybe after that, they brought this open box inspection concept. I don't know what is that. But I mean, I don't know if that is the reason why they want. I think open box verification, open box inspection, something like that. So that's only for Flipkart Plus members, I guess. So like that, you will want to inspect, no? Just imagine you paid 60,000 rupees. You wanted to place an iPhone, but what they did was, in the same box inside, they gave you one brick that cost only 5 to 3 rupees, 3 rupees or 5 rupees. Will you accept it? What will you do? You will do Bhumi Puja with that? Obviously not. With that single itself, you go and hit him. Correct or not? If possible, you will even try to reach Tom Cook himself. Correct? So this is what will happen. So you will inspect. Correct? Similarly, when that lorry comes, I will not put everything and go. I will have an inspection cost. I will have an inspection cost. Every time I place an order, I will inspect the raw material and only then accept. Correct? Now, this, whatever they are bringing in a lorry, it will be what? In bulk, no? Correct? What I need to do, I need to break that bulk, and in a small lots, I need to go and put it in my storehouse. Correct or not? So there is a cost incurred called as breaking the bulk. The bulk needs to be broken. Breaking the bulk needs to be broken, and I will put it in my shelf and rack. The place where I keep my raw material is called as bins. We will see that later. It's called as a bin. Bin can either be a small tub, or it can even be one full room, or it can just be a small stack, whatever it is. Bin is a place. Ideally, it's not, the word is not stores. It's called as bin. Bin is a place. B-I-N. Bin is a place. You say dust bin, no? Bin means it's a place of storage. If you store dust inside that, it's called a dustbin. So bin doesn't mean that, bin is a place of storage. It can be as small as a bucket, or it can be as big as a hall. So bin is a place of storage. That's all. Normal usage. So basically, whatever comes in that lorry, can I just drive that lorry inside the bin itself? Is it possible? No. That lorry will stand outside only. Obviously, I need to break that bulk. I need to have my workers there to break that bulk and put it inside. Correct or not? So these are all some costs that you incur with respect to ordering. Correct, guys? Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Now, after ordering, obviously you get the product in your stores. It's located there. You need to hold it, no? You need to hold it, no? So this is called as either carrying cost or holding cost or storage cost. Guys, from now on, if I use any one of the word, you should know that it's interchangeable. Carrying cost, holding cost, storage cost, these three are interchangeably used. Are you clear with this? Fine. Now, something like I incur some warehouse rent. Yes, I incur some storehouse keeper salary. Storehouse keeper salary. I pay some salary to him. Yes, correct or not? Yes, guys, correct. Then I also need to take some insurance. I need to take some insurance. Let's say tomorrow my entire stores got burnt in fire. What will happen? I need to protect myself. So what I generally do is I pay some insurance premium based on the stock value that I hold on an average. Correct or not? Yes, I do all that. Now, and one more thing that's very important here is opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. This is nothing but interest lost on money blocked in stock. I'll tell you what this is. Money blocked in stock. Now let's say you and I are entering into this stores area. Let's say there are 50,000 units or 50,000 kgs of raw material outside. If you and I see this, we will think, okay, 50,000 kgs of raw materials are lying here. But this is not a way a businessman will look. Businessman, what he will think is, there are 50,000 kgs of raw material inside. Every kg I purchased at 10 rupees. So 50,000 into 10, 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees, I have blocked it by way of stock. Had I kept this 5 lakh rupees in an FD, I would have got some interest at the rate of 6% per annum. Correct or not? So, because I am blocking the funds on my stock, I am losing out on some interest. Are you clear with this? So that is also one of the costs that you incur. That is also called as an opportunity cost. The value of the next best alternative foregone. Sacrifice that you are foregoing. So the opportunity cost on interest. The opportunity cost on your whatever this interest lost. Are you clear with this? Yes. First, Guru is asking, sir, how is that a real cost? It's not a real cost. It's not a real cost. It's called as an implicit cost. It's called as an implicit cost. That's why I will tell you this cost is not considered for the purpose of stock valuation, but this cost is considered only for the purpose of decision making. Are you clear with this? This is not an explicit cost. I don't shell out money to incur this cost. That's why when the question in this chapter, I told you it achieves multiple objectives. If we are talking about a stock valuation profit computation area, this is not considered. Whereas if you're talking about a decision making perspective, then your opportunity cost should be considered. Are you clear with this? So that is the reason why, that's why I said this chapter it achieves multiple objectives. Depending on the objectives you want to achieve, you need to take it accordingly. Guys, are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear with this, guys? Is everyone clear with this? So this opportunity cost, this is not an explicit cost out of pocket. No, it is an implicit cost. I am just calculating and saying that I forgo this because something has happened, because I'm blocking the funds on my stock. So this is useful only for the purpose of decision making objective. It is not at all considered for the purpose of stock valuation. In stock valuation, we saw every unit is valued only at your manufacturing cost. Manufacturing cost. How can you take opportunity cost and all? No. This is not considered for stock valuation. This is considered only for the purpose of decision making. Are you clear with this? Guys, is everyone clear with this? So broadly, your material associated cost can only be three in nature: your purchase cost, your ordering cost, and your carrying cost. Are you clear with this? So purchase cost is the amount that you pay to the supplier. Ordering cost is any order specific cost. Only if I place an order, I will incur this cost. This includes all your transportation costs and all that. And then the third leg of it is called as a carrying cost. Carrying or holding or storage. All these things are simultaneous. They are interchangeably used words. This is nothing but the cost of storing or carrying my raw materials. Are you clear with this? And in this chapter, we are talking only about raw materials. We are talking only about raw materials. We are not talking about FG and all. Cost of storing the raw material alone we are talking about, and the ordering and purchase of raw material alone. Are you clear with this? So this chapter is only about material. That's why we're talking about material cost. Guys, are you clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Any doubt here? No. Okay, fine. Now, you look at this. The first part of this particular chapter, they have said landed cost computation. This is nothing but arriving at the cost of raw material. That's called as landed cost. When it lands to my factory, to my stores area, what is the price at which I should value my raw material? So this they have just given it. This is only for more clarity purpose. So I put it like this: domestic purchase, I can purchase from a local supplier, or I could have imported it, or I could have manufactured the raw material on my own. Let's say for example, I am in the business of car manufacturing, but one of the components of car is door. That door, I thought that instead of purchasing door, let me manufacture the door itself in one small shed, correct? Then this raw materials is also getting self-manufactured. So raw material can either be purchased locally or imported from abroad, or I myself can have a separate division and manufacture it, correct or not? Now, if I purchase it domestically, what are all the costs that I should include for the purpose of valuing every unit of raw material? You guys know. Invoice price minus trade discount, and GST you need to reduce provided it is eligible for ITC. You guys know that. If it is eligible for ITC, it should not form part of your cost. That's why they are doing what? That's why they are reducing it. Correct? Are you clear with this? Suppose GST paid under composition scheme, what will you do? If it is paid under composition scheme, it's not eligible for credit, so it can form part of your cost. Correct? Then they have given insurance, freight, delivery charges, rejection, rebate. So insurance, now this is not your insurance for carrying. This is your transport related insurance. They are talking about transport related insurance, or maybe they are talking about you would have talked certain things based on your agreements. You would have talked certain things with your supplier. If they don't take delivery within this time and any loss happens, I will actually bear that loss. You have something called a Sale of Goods Act in your foundation. You didn't have the Sale of Goods Act, it was there in your foundation. Yes, you would have studied there. Once it is apportioned and kept it for a particular person, then the risk lies on you. Fine, forget that. So this is basically all your raw material related associated cost comes in here. Are you clear with this? In case you are importing it, you should add your FOB value with insurance, freight, all the duty and whatever you have paid till the time it reaches your factory. Now, you might ask me a question, sir, what is this FOB stands for? FOB stands for free on board. Free on board. Free on board. The short form for that is called as FOB. This is actually a concept that you will learn in customs in CA final. So, it's okay. Basically, what happens is, let's say I am importing a product from US. Okay. I'm in India. I'm importing a product from US. So what this guy will do is, now this guy will actually, my supplier is in US. He will actually load all the goods in one vessel. No, he will load all the goods in one vessel. Correct or not? And this vessel travels to India, and here I will unload. Correct or not, guys? Now, whatever cost that he incurs inside his country is called as free on board value. So his whatever is his cost of manufacturing plus his margin plus his local transportation till his border, whatever cost he incurs is called as a free on board, FOB value. On that I will add the cost incurred inside the sea. What is the cost I will incur inside the sea? Insurance on the product and freight on the product. I will have to pay the shipping freight. Correct or not? Yes, apart from that, I will also need to pay insurance. Correct or not? Insurance, what? Freight insurance, travel insurance. During, if the sea sinks, sorry, if the ship sinks in the sea, then who has to bear the loss? So I will have to bear the loss. So what this, the shipping company will have to bear the loss. So what the shipping company will say, I will not carry any goods that are not insurance, covered by insurance. So first you insure and then I will carry your goods. So basically in the sea, during transit, I incur what? Insurance and freight. Correct or not? Correct or not? So free on board is a cost I incur up to the boundary of the supplier's country. In the ocean, I incur what? Insurance and freight. That is for the transportation. So basically, if you see, you don't need this, but anyways, let me tell you. Free on board is there. Free on board is there. Correct? Plus free on board is there. So this is basically my cost. From that, if I add insurance, sea insurance and freight, it's called as CIF value. Cost, insurance and freight. This CIF, what is CIF? CIF is nothing but the cost that I have incurred till the time it reaches the boundary of my Indian soil. Till the time it touches my Indian soil, whatever cost I have incurred is called as a CIF cost. So till the time I move, till the time it crosses the US soil, whatever cost I incurred is called as free on board. Free on board plus insurance plus freight. Sea insurance plus sea freight or air insurance plus air freight. Till the moment it hits, till whatever cost I have incurred till it touches my Indian soil, this cost is called as CIF. On that, after that, I should also add all my local import duty, and from my port, I will have to take it to my factory, local lorry charges and all, I will add. So basically, your raw material cost will have all the costs you incur till the time the particular products reach your godown or reach your particular bin or stores. Are you clear with this? Are you all clear with this? FOB, CIF and all, I think in one attempt somewhere they asked. So that is the reason why I am actually, students somehow felt that this is something that we haven't studied at all. No, these are some terminologies and jargons that we use generally in customs, indirect taxes customs. But anyways, for the limited purpose of your requirement of exam, I have just explained you. So in case you have given FOB, add insurance, sea insurance and sea freight or air insurance and air freight as the case based on transportation. So you get your CIF value, that is the cost incurred till it reaches your Indian soil. From that, you add your local cost that you have incurred here, import duty, delivery charges. You get all the costs incurred till the product reaches your factory. Are you clear with this? In case it is self-manufactured, what is self-manufactured? My raw material itself, I am self-manufacturing in a small shed. So whatever direct material, labor, direct expense and production overheads that you have incurred for the purpose of manufacturing your raw materials, that alone you take and treat it as the cost of raw material. Are you clear with this? This is nothing actually, just an introduction that I have given you. And anyways, you should also have this in your mind. You should exclude all recoveries. That is, any cost that is borne by the supplier is not your cost, correct? So remove all that. For example, if GST is eligible for credit, no, it's not a cost, it's not your cost. Transportation, if it is borne by the supplier, then it's not your cost, no? If the transportation is borne by the supplier, it's not your cost. So you should include all that. It should exclude all that. Then any kind of abnormal expenses, you guys know, in your stock valuation, abnormality should not be considered because stock is always valued at normal cost. Then obviously finance cost, imputed cost. Someone asked me, who asked me? I think Vishnu asked me, sir, opportunity cost, how will I include for the purpose of stock valuation? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It should not be considered. That's why I'm telling you that is only for the purpose of decision making you will consider. Then subsidy, grants and incentive you're receiving from the government, just reduce that also. Net off, what is the amount that you have actually spent or paid on that? That alone should be considered for the purpose of your stock valuation. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Yes. Are you all clear with this? This is called as computation of landed cost. A very logical thing that you guys already would have seen in your AS2 and all. AS2. Your accounting standard 2, anyways, you guys would have seen. But yes, this is what it is from the viewpoint of costing as well. Now, let's move to the next segment. Let's move to the next segment of this particular chapter. A repeated exam question, a favorite exam area. It's called as economic order quantity. And this particular area helps you achieve the objective of decision making. Decision making. So the objective here is decision making. So if the objective is decision making, I can also consider what? I can also consider my opportunity costs and all that. Correct or not, guys? Guys, yes, you guys are understanding this? You guys are able to follow this? Yes, I should also consider, take into account my opportunity costs and all that. Yes, are you clear with this? So basically, this EOQ segment of this particular chapter helps you achieve the objective of decision making. Clear, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes, are you all clear with this? Yep. Yes, fine. Now, let me just give you a background here. With this, we'll get into the sums. Let me just give you a background. Okay. Now, let's go to the next concept. Yes, you have it out? Done. Okay, fine. Let's go to the next concept called as EOQ. What do you mean by EOQ? I told you economic order quantity. Now, what is this? What is this particular area is what we are going to see right now. Now guys, you all know how a stores control ledger or a raw material ledger looks like. You have your opening stock of raw material plus purchases. You have some closing stock of raw material. Then you have raw material consumed. Basically, this raw material consumed only gets into your what? Your WAP account, that is into your factory shop. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? I told you purchase decision is separate from consumption. Correct or not? Yes, guys. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Now, let me just take an example. Let us say they are preparing a budget. See, when we are talking about decision making, when will a decision be taken? Before an incident happens or after an incident happens? When will you take a decision? Before or after? Guys, before. So you take it well in hand, correct? Yes. Now let's say before the start of the period, the company has budgeted a raw material consumption. A company has budgeted a raw material consumption of 1,20,000 kgs. The company has budgeted a raw material consumption of 1,20,000 kgs. Basically, what does it mean? This year throughout, I am going to put together for the entire period, I am going to consume raw materials that is equivalent to 1,20,000 kgs. I will pull it from the stores and I will start consuming it in my factory shop. Clear, guys? Yes. Now, the company has two options. I will tell you. Option number one. Buy the entire 1,20,000 kgs in a single order. So you buy it in a single order. You store it. Entire 1,20,000 you store it in your particular stores area. Whenever the production manager is asking you, then and there you issue it. Or option number two, you don't buy the entire thing. What you do is you just buy 10,000 kgs at a time. But like that, in a year, you place 12 orders. So you will again buy the same 1,20,000 kgs only, no doubt. But here what I will do, I will buy it every time in lots of 10,000 kgs, but I will place 12 number of orders. It's not a single order. Are you clear with this? So ultimately, how many kgs you are going to consume? 1,20,000. No doubt about that. How am I going to purchase it? I'm just going to purchase the entire 1,20,000 in a single order, or I'm going to place 12 orders and buy only 10,000 kgs at a time. Now you guys tell me which is better. Come on guys, you guys participate. Tell me which is better. Hello? Which is better? Sorry, which is better? Guys, which is better? Option 2. Why is option 2 better? If you can look at it and on the face say that one option is better than the other, then why should we study this area called as decision making? Now, remember we saw cost indifference point and all. Both the alternatives, prepaid, postpaid. One alternative had an advantage by way of lower fixed cost. The other alternative had an advantage by way of lower variable cost. In this scenario also, both the alternatives have one advantage. So it depends. Sir, what advantage, sir? What advantage do we have here? Now, you tell me. Just look at this. You tell me. I am saying order quantity. Order quantity means what? Every time I place an order, how many units I am going to purchase. Now, let's say I am increasing the order quantity. In this example, I am purchasing 1,20,000. Every time I purchase, how much you purchase? That's called as order quantity. If I increase that order quantity, you tell me what will happen to the number of orders? What will happen to the number of orders? Number of orders, will it increase or decrease? Guys, participate. No, please unmute and participate, guys. I'm shouting. Please unmute and participate. Please unmute and participate, guys. Please, please, please. You tell me, instead of buying 10,000, every time I buy 1,20,000 itself, you tell me number of orders in a year, will it increase or decrease? Hello? It will decrease, correct? Now you tell me my ordering cost accordingly is driven by what? The cost driver for ordering cost is going to be number of orders. So ordering cost will also decrease, correct or not? Correct or not? But what happens? Every time I purchase how much? 1,20,000. It means, can I say my average inventory that I hold, I need to have a very big warehouse. I need to have a very big stores area to store this, correct? Because the average inventory I hold at any given point of time will be more now. Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? This clearly indicates that my carrying cost, or also called as holding cost, or also called as storage cost, my storage cost will increase. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? If I increase my order quantity, my advantage is going to be a lower ordering cost, whereas my disadvantage is going to be a higher carrying cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Is everyone understanding this? Yes. Now let's assume I am reducing the order quantity. Example, every time I place an order, I am going to place an order only for 10,000 kgs. Now you tell me the number of times I need to buy will be more, correct or not? So number of orders will increase, which will definitely increase your ordering cost. Every time transportation cost you need to incur, correct or not? Correct or not? Every time you need to give newspaper advertisements, correct or not? Yes. But what happens to your average inventory? Since I am purchasing only lesser number of units, my average inventory is less, because of which my carrying cost will be less. If you see in this alternative, the advantage is by way of a lower carrying cost, but there is a disadvantage by way of a higher ordering cost. Are you clear with this? So basically, if you increase your order quantity, the advantage happens by way of a lower ordering cost. If you decrease your order quantity, the advantage happens by way of a lower carrying cost. Are you clear with this? So basically, which option is better? I need to decide. Are you clear with this? There is a decision making element involved here. Guys, are you all able to understand this? Yes. Are you all able to understand this? Guys, are you all able to understand this? Very good. Fine. Now, see, I could have directly gone to the formula and told you EOQ is equal to root of 2AO by C. Just mug it up and leave. Now, I'm trying to bring you the context, and I'm trying to give you the logic for the formula. Understand it. It will stay with you forever. Extra few minutes, worthwhile the investment. No one can take it away from you. Now, look at this. Now, let me just assume. What I will do is, let's say the annual consumption, I will call this as A. I will say ordering cost per order, let's call it as O. Let's say transportation cost, okay, or let us say this is transportation cost, because every time you order only you will incur transportation cost. That's why the cost driver here is per order. I will not say transportation cost per unit. Will I say per unit? Will you bring one unit on your head and come? No. One lorry will be there, you will load everything. Correct or not? That's how it happens. Correct? Fine. Then I will say carrying cost or holding cost. Carrying cost, look at the wordings here. Per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit per annum, I will call this as C. Carrying cost is what? Your storage cost. Storage cost. Sir, why sir? Why here alone you are giving me two different cost objects? Recall in your, when did we see two different cost objects? In which chapter? Service costing. What did I tell you? What is it called as? Having two different, Tell guys, what is it called as? Multiple cost objects coming together is called as? Composite cost object. Excellent, Yashwant. Composite cost object. Now, sir, when your cost is driven by more than one cost object, it's called as a composite cost object. Now, carrying cost, example, let's say your warehouse rent, correct or not? Warehouse rent. It is driven by two things. If you say your warehouse rent, it is driven by two things. Example for carrying cost. One is your quantity, the other one is called your duration. How, sir? Now, if you want to hold 1 lakh units, you should have a bigger warehouse. If you want to hold only 15 units, you will have a very small warehouse. Correct or not? So, depending on your quantity, your warehouse rent gets impacted. Correct or not, guys? Correct or not? Number 2, let's say I am going to hold 1 lakh units every time. Now, if you are holding it for 1 month, you will only need to, yes, Darshini. Now, what I'm saying, if I increase my order quantity, that is, if I purchase 1,20,000 kgs a time, the number of orders that I will be placing in a year gets reduced, which means the ordering cost will also reduce in a year. But if I am buying more quantity at a single point of time, my average inventory that I store, that is, I need a big storage place, which means the carrying cost will be more. Correct or not? Similarly, if I have a lesser order quantity, the number of orders, let's say I'm placing an order, every time I place an order only for 10,000 kgs, which means the number of orders that I need to place will now increase, and this will in turn increase my ordering cost, let's say transportation cost, etc. However, since I'm only purchasing 10,000 kgs at a time, the average inventory will fall, which means my carrying cost will fall. So basically, both the alternatives have one advantage each. If you increase the order quantity, since the number of order falls down, your ordering cost falls down. So this is the advantage of increased order quantity. But if you reduce your order quantity, what happens is your average inventory falls down, because of which your carrying cost reduces. So basically, each alternative has its own advantage. Are you clear with this? This is what I was telling you. Then I went on to take one example where I told you annual consumption. I told you in our example is 1,20,000. Let's give it a short form called as A. Ordering cost per order. Ordering cost will always be driven per order. Every time you order, you will incur a transportation cost, etc. It's called as O. Carrying cost per unit per annum is called as C. Let's call it as C. Why, sir? It is having two composite cost objects per unit per annum. I said let's take an example of warehouse rent, which is a prime example of a carrying cost. It is driven by two factors. Number 1 is quantity. Number 2 is your duration. Correct? Quantity. Why, sir? Let's say you want to store 1 lakh kgs, which means you need to have a bigger warehouse. You want to store only your 10,000 kgs, you will need a relatively smaller warehouse. Your quantity drives your warehouse rent or your carrying cost. Now, duration. Let's say you want to store it only for 1 month. You will pay only 1 month's rent. If you want to store it for a year, you need to pay a year's rent. So basically, with respect to the carrying cost alone, since it is driven both by quantity and by duration, we always mention it as per unit per annum. Per unit per annum. This is per annum. A. This is per A. PUPA. Per unit per annum. Are you clear with this? So whenever you say carrying cost is 5, it means 5 rupees to hold 1 unit for 1 full year. So per unit per annum. 1 unit, if I want to hold for 1 full year, it is going to be 5 rupees. Example. So that's going to be your carrying cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Yes? Yes? Fine. Now, if you look at this, can I say the total ordering cost is nothing but number of orders into O. Correct or not? Correct or not? Number of orders into O. How can you find the number of orders? Can I say number of orders is nothing but A divided by OQ. In our original example, let's say my per annum requirement is 1,20,000 kgs, and every time I place an order only for 10,000 kgs. It means A is 1,20,000, order quantity is 10,000. Can I say 1,20,000 divided by 10,000, it's nothing but 12 times I need to place an order, correct or not? Or in other words, can I say number of orders is nothing but annual consumption requirement divided by the order quantity every time I place an order, correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Is everyone understanding this? Is everyone understanding this? Into O, correct or not? Correct or not? Yes? Fine. Now guys, you tell me, carrying cost. What do you mean by carrying cost? The cost of holding an inventory. Can I say it is nothing but average inventory multiplied by C. C is what? Carrying cost per unit per annum. So average inventory multiplied by C. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? The average inventory I hold multiplied with C. Correct or not? Guys, are you all there? Yes, are you all able to follow this? Now you tell me, assume every time I place an order, I purchase how much? 10,000 kgs in our example. Now let's say this is my bin. I place an order for 10,000 kgs. Now I consume, I keep on consuming. It becomes 0, correct? Then again, by the time it reaches 0, I place another order called 10,000 kgs. Again, I start consuming, it becomes 0. Then again, this process keeps on going, correct or not? Correct or not? So can I say, whenever I place an order, what is the stock that I hold with me? Maximum is going to be 10,000, minimum is going to be 0, or can I say, on an average, generally I hold maximum plus minimum divided by 2. That is nothing but, can I say, whatever is my order quantity, can I say 1 by 2 into order quantity is my average inventory, correct or not? Correct or not? On an average, how much you hold? Do you always hold 10,000? No. Which means you always hold 0? No. It keeps on moving. But to give it a representative figure, what I do is the average inventory that I hold is 1 by 2 of my order quantity. Or you can say order quantity plus 0 divided by 2. That is nothing but 1 by 2 of order quantity. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Is everyone understanding this? So can I say this into C is going to give me my total carrying cost per annum? Yes or no? Guys, yes or no? Hello? Are you all understanding this? Now you tell me. Now, what are the different components of material cost? I told you, you have purchase cost, then you have ordering cost, then you have carrying cost. Yes. Now we are taking one fundamental assumption here. Now, every time I place an order for 10,000 kgs or every time I place an order for 1,20,000 kgs, the supplier is not going to give me any discount. The price is going to be the same. Actual, in a real life scenario, you tell me, fine. In this example itself, you tell me, if I purchase 1,20,000 in a single shot, or if I purchase 10,000 kgs in 12 orders, at the end of the day, entire year put together, I would have purchased 1,20,000. Correct or not? Correct or not? My consumption is not going to change. The question is, if I purchase at a time, how much quantity should I place an order for? That is the decision we are taking, and we are assuming that the purchase costs is not impacted by your order quantity decision. You tell me in real life, practically, let's say I go to the market, I buy 1,20,000 kgs at a time. You go to the market, you buy only 10,000 kgs at a time. You tell me who will get a better price? Who will get a better price? I will only get a better price. Yes or no? I will get more discount. Correct? We are assuming that the supplier is not giving this kind of discount. Whether I buy 1,20,000 at a time or I buy 10,000 kgs at a time, I am not going to give any discount. The per unit cost is going to be the same. Are you clear with this? When your per unit cost does not change, when your purchase price does not change, can I say that my order quantity decision will impact only these two costs? That is my ordering cost and carrying cost. Correct or not? Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes, are you understanding this? When my purchase price is not getting impacted because of my order quantity decision, can I say only two components of cost gets impacted? Ordering cost and carrying cost. Correct or not? Yes, guys, are you all understanding this? Now, what will happen if I get a discount? That we will see later. For the time being, we are talking about EOQ in case of a scenario where you are not having any kind of discounts. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys. Are you guys clear with this? Now, sir, how do we go about with this? Now, you guys would have studied economics in your class, sorry, not class 12, yes, class 12 also. Foundation, you would have studied economics, previous level of this course that you are doing. Yes, there, you know, there is something called as optimum production. Optimum production is a point where your marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. Have you seen this before? Have you seen this before? The point where your marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue, that should be your optimum production, that will give you the maximum profit. Correct or not? Correct or not? Similarly, by following the same economic theorem, what they are saying is, what is our question here right now? You find out the order quantity that gives you the least total cost. Correct or not? You should find, what should you find out? Every time I place an order, how many quantity should I purchase? That is the decision making here. The decision making is not about the consumption. Consumption would have been given. They will give you total annual consumption is 1,20,000. My question is whether to purchase everything in bulk or purchase every time you purchase some 10,000 or 9,000 as the case may be. What should be the order quantity? Order quantity means what? Every time I place an order, how many units should I purchase from the supplier? Are you clear with this? Now, following the law of economics, what they say is, your economic order quantity. What do you mean by economic order quantity? That order quantity where your overall cost will be kept at the minimum. Your overall cost will be kept at the minimum. So your economic order quantity will happen at a point where your total ordering cost is equal to your total carrying cost. So can I equate this to? Now, only when my total ordering cost is equal to my total carrying cost, at this point only, whatever order I make, how many ever units I place an order for, that will be called as my economic order quantity, because this will only yield in the least total cost. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, if you just equate these two, just a minute, if you just equate these two, now what do you get here? If you just equate these two, is it visible, guys? Is it visible? You want me to zoom in a bit? Okay. Now, if you equate this two, can I say that this is nothing but, so A divided by OQ into O is equal to 1 by 2 into OQ into C. Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes. Or in other words, if you cross multiply, can I say 2AO, that is this 2 goes here, 2AO is equal to OQ square into C. Correcta? Guys? Yes or no? Yes. Are you understanding this? Or in other words, can I say 2AO by C is equal to OQ square? Correct or not? In other words, can I say OQ is equal to root of 2AO divided by C, and the point at which this OQ happens is called as an economic order quantity. Hence, I call it as EOQ. Are you clear with this? So, EOQ formula is nothing but, if you equate the total ordering cost and carrying cost, whatever you will get is your root of 2AO by C, where A stands for your annual material consumption, O stands for your ordering cost per order, and C stands for carrying cost per unit per annum. And if you are able to do this, whatever answer that you get, that should be the most optimum quantity that will only give you the least total cost. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding this?
Total ordering cost should be equal to total carrying cost.
Sorry? What do you want me to repeat? Why total ordering cost should be equal to your total carrying cost? I told you law of economics. Optimum production happens at a point when your marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. Correct or not? Similarly here, by drawing the same economic theorem, what we are saying is, your optimum EOQ, your economic order quantity will happen. The optimum order quantity will happen when your ordering cost is equal to your carrying cost. So if you equate the two and if you arrive at this OQ formula, whatever is that is your economic order quantity. Are you clear with this? So we are following law of economics. That's all. Are you clear? No other logic for that. If you want another logic, I will give you, but definitely non-haters of Max will curse me, not just me. They will pull two generations up, two generations down. They will pull everything and they will curse me like anything, so I don't want. This is actually based on a mathematical concept called as differential calculus, dy by dx. Fine, let me not get into it. By and the dy by dx portina, super I will get this formula. So in fact, you will get this double differentiation, d square y by d square x by dy square. And my double differentiation panna, you will get the answer actually. But let me not get into it. So I should not tell you something because I know it. I should tell you something only if it is relevant for you. But that's why I said economics and I just took it forward and kept it. There is another way of deriving at it. You can easily do it, beautifully do it using your differential calculus. You can also do it using that way. But forget that, guys. Are you clear with what we just did right now? So basically your EOQ formula is nothing but root of 2AO by C, where A stands for our annual raw material consumption, O stands for what? Ordering cost per order, and C stands for your C stands for your carrying cost per unit per annum. Are you clear with this? Yes, how we got this formula? Are you all clear with this, guys? I hope you guys have scribbled down this particular example and all that. Yes, are you all clear with this? But this formula holds good only when there is no price discount and all. Based on your order quantity, if I am giving some discount, then this formula will not hold good. So this formula holds good when you don't have any kind of price discounts. Are you clear with this, guys? Yes, you are understanding?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. So let's just go to this particular the book that I've given you. So what is the meaning? The quantity per order. So every time I place an order, what should be the quantity? That is the total raw material inventory maintenance cost to keep it minimum. So what is every time I order, how many units should I order so that I will keep the overall raw material cost at the minimum? So what we are taking, annual consumption as A, purchase price per unit, it remains constant, I told you, irrespective of your order quantity. Ordering cost per order is O, carrying cost per unit per annum is C. There is no closing stock, no lead time, we'll see what that is. So your total raw material purchase cost, okay, whatever I just did it right now, they have done it here. They have equated and they have found out the formula, root of 2AO by C. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Yes, are you all clear with this? Now there is one more thing. When a company is operating at EOQ level, so it will be having its ordering costs. It will also be having its carrying cost, total ordering cost plus total carrying cost, correct or not? This, how can you find out? Number of orders into your ordering cost per order. This you can find out by average inventory into carrying cost per unit per annum, or there is a direct formula for that. If you just do root of 2AOC, all the three figures you put it inside the root and put it as root of 2AOC, you will directly get the total ordering cost plus total carrying cost, provided the company is ordering at EOQ level. This is a shortcut formula. How much relevant it is, I don't know. In case they are asking some missing figures, then you might use it. But generally, they will ask you to find these two things separately, add it up and only arrive at the total relevant ordering and carrying cost. But in case you want to know the direct formula, it is root of 2AO by C. Please don't ask me for this derivation and all. That again gets into a big thing. This is just in case you want to use it, you can use it. In exam, they are asking you for relevant cost alone. So please don't use this formula directly. Don't expect them to give you 5 marks. Please compute the ordering cost separately, carrying cost separately and add it up. We will be doing it the next sum. Number of orders, I told you how we got this, A by OQ. And time gap per order. Now, I told you in that question, what was the annual requirement? 1,20,000. Every time I place an order, I place an order for 10,000 kgs. So basically, what was the number of orders? 12 orders. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Now, how frequently am I making an order? Can I say once in a month I am placing an order? Correct or not? Guys, I'm saying in a year I am placing 12 orders, which means once in a month I am placing one order. Correct or not? How did you say once in a month? It is nothing but you took 12 months divided by number of orders, 12 orders. You got it as 1. Correct? That's what I'm telling you. Period. If you want it in months, take it as 12. If you want it in days, take the numerator as 365. Weeks now 52 and so on. Divided by number of orders. If you get it, you will get the time gap between two different orders. Can I say 1 month? Once in a month I am ordering, which means what? The time gap between two orders is only once a month. The formula is nothing but days or weeks or months, as the case may be, divided by number of orders. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? And EOQ with different price levels, meaning what? Price discount and all is all there. How to do it? We will separately. I have a sum. I will do it. For the time being, you just don't read it. I will tell you. The one sum we will do it here, and then one sum we will do it with EOQ with price discounts. Are you clear with this? So this is all about your EOQ concept. So what is this EOQ concept talking about? It's basically asking you to find out the number of units or number of kgs you can order. Inside every order, how many number of kgs should be there? Every time I place an order, for how many kgs should it be for? That's all they are asking. Are you clear with this? So it should be, you should plan it in such a way that your overall ordering as well as your carrying cost, overall raw material related cost should be kept at minimum. And how do you do that? Equate your total ordering and carrying cost. You get your EOQ formula as root of 2AO by C, and that should be the optimum order quantity every time you place an order. Are you clear with this? Guys, is everyone understanding this? Yep, fine, great. So let's move to the question. Let's move to question number 1. Now this question, if you see, is a past exam question. It's a past exam question. Repeatedly tested exam question. So just watch out for this. So let's get started with this. Basically, they have asked 2 questions inside it. So let us see how to do this sum. Shall we, guys? I'm reading out the question for you. The gardener is deciding on the economic order quantity for 2 brands of lawn fertilizer, Super Grow and Nature's Own. The following information is collected. So basically, he has 2 different types of raw material. For him, it's a raw material. Okay. Annual demand, actually seeing it shouldn't be demand. The word demand is used only for your FG. When you're talking about your raw material, the right word should be consumption, annual consumption. But anyways, since they have given, don't question the question, examiner. Don't question the question. It's okay, let it be there. Okay, fine. Next, annual demand they have given. Super Grow 2000, Nature's Own 1280. Ordering cost per order is given. Annual carrying cost per bag is given. Per bag, in the absence of information, it is per bag per annum only. So in the absence of information, you can take this. So compute the EOQ for Super Grow and Nature's Own. Can you do it easily? So this is your A, this is your O, this is your C. So root of 2AO by C, if you will get the EOQ for both the products. Then for the EOQ, what is the sum of the total annual relevant ordering cost and annual relevant carrying cost of Super Grow and Nature's Own? You know how to do that. Ordering cost is nothing but number of orders into ordering cost per order. Carrying cost is nothing but average inventory into carrying cost per order. You can do it, or directly you can use the formula root of 2AOC, but please don't use that unless and until it's really required, because if they are asking for this, it means they specifically want you to find out the ordering cost and carrying cost separately. Next, for the EOQ, compute the number of deliveries per year for Super Grow and Nature's Own. This is nothing but they're asking for the number of orders. Anyways, while calculating the total ordering cost, you would have done that. So it's a easy sum, it's a fairly an easy sum. Since they have 2 products in a single sum, I think this has been tested frequently. This is as good as 2 sums. So shall we just go do it, guys, quickly? Guys, are you all there?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let's do this. Let's do this. Come on. Take question number 1 on page number 61. Question number 1, page number 61. Yes, right on. Part 1, EOQ. Part 1 is EOQ, economic order quantity. First, guys, tell me, EOQ formula, what is it? Hello? Root of 2AO divided by C. Yes. So now what you should do is, in exam you should write where A stands for annual material consumption, O stands for ordering cost per order, C stands for carrying cost per unit per annum. In exam, please write it. In class notes it's okay, but in exam you should write where A stands for what, C, O stands for what, and C stands for what. Clear? Clear with this? Fine. Now first let's do it for Super Grow. Let's do this for Super Grow. Super Grow. So tell me, EOQ is equal to, substitute root of 2 into, what is A? Hello? A is 2000 bags into O is how much? 1200 divided by what? C is how much? 480. So how much is it? How much is it? Calculator, do it fast.
It's going to be 100 bags. Guys, this root, no, this root is equally therefore denominator. Okay, don't square root only the numerator. Do the entire thing is within the square root. So root it up and then, so divide it and then root it up. Okay, so it's going to be what? 100, right? 100, right? For basic decimals, you can just round it off, 100 bags, correct? Which means if I order 100 bags, that will be my most optimum quantity. That is when I will get the least total material cost. Next, for nature's own, nature's own. Nature's own. So tell me guys, what's it for nature's own? EOQ is equal to substitution. Tell me substitution. What is it? Root of 2 into 1280 into 1400. The whole divided by 560. I get how much bags?
80 bags.
How many bags, guys?
80.
You get how much? 80 bags, right? Yes? You get 80 bags? Fine. You get 80 bags. Are you clear with this? This is ideally two different sums. They have merged it together. That's all. Okay. Are you clear? So all the calculations should be separately done for Supergrow, separately done for nature's own. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Done? Perfect. Right. So let's move to the next one. Part 2. Write down part 2. They have asked for total relevant costs. Write down total relevant costs. Part 2. They have asked for total relevant costs. They have asked you for total relevant costs. Total relevant cost means what? Ordering cost plus carrying cost. It is not total cost. Why? Because total cost will also include a purchase cost. Ideally, your total raw material cost will be purchase cost plus carrying cost plus ordering cost. Hence, they have asked only total relevant cost. Relevant for the purpose of our EOQ calculation is only ordering and your carrying cost. So that is the reason why we are specifically using the word total relevant cost. Okay. So now tell me guys. First, so write down under this step 1. Let's do it for which fellow first? It's going to be nature's own. So Supergrow. Let's do it for Supergrow. Yes. Write down step 1. Supergrow. Step 1 is going to be Supergrow. Under that, write down particulars, formula, computation and amount. Particulars, formula, computation and amount. First, write down ordering cost. Can anyone tell me the formula for computing the total ordering cost? Hello? Number of orders into ordering cost per order. What is the number of orders? How will you find it? Yes, very good. A divided by, not number of orders, Nikita. A divided by order quantity, no? I want to purchase 1,20,000, that is A. Every time I place an order, I place an order only for 10,000, that is OQ. So A by OQ, in our case, OQ should be EOQ. A by EOQ into what? Into O. Correct or not? This gives you number of orders into O. So tell me how much by how much into how much? Can I say it's nothing but 2000 divided by 100 multiplied by 1200. Correct? Guys, are you all understanding this? Yes. So tell me what's the rupees? How much is it in value?
24,000.
It's going to be 24,000. Yes. Next, carrying cost. What is the formula? 1 by 2 into order quantity. In our case, the order quantity is EOQ into C, which is nothing but 1 by 2 into 100. Yes, into 480. How much is that? 24,000. So the total is going to be 48,000. So this is going to be your total relevant cost. Now remember, this is another check. At EOQ level, your ordering cost should be equal to your carrying cost. Correct or not? See here, 24,000 and 24,000, it's matching. So which means you've done your calculation correctly. Are you clear with this? That's another way to check your calculation. Are you clear with this, guys? Folks, are you all understanding this? Are you guys understanding this? Yes. Are you all understanding it? Yeah?
Yes, are you guys understanding it? Yes? Okay, fine. Shall we move to nature's own? Hello? Shall we move to nature's own? Yes, let's go to step number 2. Write down step 2. That's nature's own. Nature's own. So nature's own, write down particulars, then formula, computation, and amount. Particulars, formula, computation, and amount. So tell me guys, first ordering costs. Ordering cost formula A by EOQ into O. So tell me what is A? 1280 divided by EOQ 80 into ordering cost per order 1400. This is going to be 22,400. Correct? Guys, please do your own calculation. Carrying costs. The formula is going to be 1 by 2 into EOQ into C. This is nothing but 1 by 2 into 80 into 560. Correct? Yes, so this is going to be 22,400 again. So this is going to be how much? 44,800 is your total relevant cost. So are you guys getting it? Guys, are you all getting it? Yes, are you guys getting it? Yes, you guys are understanding it? Yeah? Guys, yes, you guys are understanding it? Yeah? Yes, is this understandable? Fairly simple, no? Fairly simple. Yeah? Right. Shall we move to the next one? Fine, let's go to part 3. That's a very easy thing that they have asked. What have they asked in part 3? Number of deliveries / that is nothing but number of orders. I think we have already done the number of orders. What is number of orders? A by EOQ, that we have already done it, but anyways, don't write already done. Please do it once again. Then they will also write already given marks. Please refer previous question. No, you need to write it once again. Okay, write down first number of orders. What's your formula? A divided by economic order quantity, or just order quantity. In our case, it's A by OQ. Fine. Now for super grow. So tell me guys, how many orders? A is how much? A is 2000 divided by, every time I place an order, it's only for 100 units, which means 20 orders. Correct? For nature's own, it's going to be 1280. That's your total annual consumption divided by 80. That's going to be how much? That's going to be 16 orders. Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes? Are you all clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes? Are you guys understanding this? Yes, guys, you guys are understanding it? Yeah? Yes, guys. Right? Fine. Are you all understanding it? So basically, your economic order quantity, when there is no price discount, the formula is root of 2AO by C. Are you clear with this? Now, for the purpose of computing the order quantity, which is economical for you, the relevant costs are only ordering cost and carrying cost. You equate the two. This holds good provided he is not giving you any price discounts if you purchase more quantity. So if your purchase cost remains the same, there is no price discount and all, in that case, you can use the formula of EOQ. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding this? Yes? Are you guys understanding it? Okay, very good. Now, shall we move to the next area? Now, let's get going with the next area. Okay, so let's get going with the next area. Okay, so now you tell me what happens in a real life scenario. You tell me. Now, I am a person, let's say you and I go to the market. As I told you, I place an order for 10,000 kgs. You place an order for 1,20,000 kgs. You tell me who among us will get a better price? Who will get a better price? Guys, who will get a better price? The person who places more order, every time I place an order, see, I know that, look, one guy is going to purchase 10,000 kgs 12 times. Another guy is going to purchase 1,20,000 kgs one time. If you see for the year as a whole, both the parties would have purchased only the same quantity. No doubt. But that is not the way market functions, no? Today you come and in per order, per billing, if you have more quantity, I will give you a price discount. Per billing, if you have lesser quantity, you will lose out on the discount. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Are you understanding? So, your order quantity can impact your pricing. It can impact your purchase price. Now you tell me, in this scenario, you tell me, if I increase my order quantity, now can I say that my purchase cost overall will be less? Correct or not? Because I get a discount for every unit that I purchase. Correct. But what happens if I increase my order quantity? Yes, the number of times I need to order, my ordering cost, that will also be less. But my carrying cost will be more. Correct or not? Because I need to maintain more stock. Correct, guys? Let's say I reduce my order quantity. Meaning what? Every time I purchase, I only purchase, let's say 10,000 kgs. In this case, my purchase cost, what will happen? It will increase. Correct or not? Purchase cost. Why? Because you will not get any price discounts. You are only buying in small lots. You will lose out on price discount. Correct? Now, since you are buying in small lots, number of times you need to place an order is more, which means your ordering cost will also be more. Correct? But since the quantity is less, every time your carrying cost will be less. Correct or not? Guys, so when you have EOQ, when you want to find out an EOQ with discounts, in that case, can I say that your order quantity impacts three things, not two things. It impacts all the three components of your material cost, which is your purchase cost, ordering cost, and carrying cost. Clear or not? Now you tell me, if I use that EOQ formula, I am only taking into account the ordering cost and carrying cost. Correct? Impact. Because I am equating the ordering cost with carrying cost and saying that quantity is my economic order quantity. But in real life, you tell me, when there is a price discount, this purchase cost should also be considered for the purpose of taking decision. Correct or not? Now you tell me, can I use the EOQ formula in this case? No. Reason being that EOQ formula ignores the impact the order quantity has on your purchase price. Hence, in this, when you have a price discount, you cannot use your EOQ formula directly. This is the first point that you need to know. Are you clear with this? Guys, is everyone clear with this? So when there is a price discount, you can't use your EOQ as it is. Are you clear with this? Then, sir, what should we do in this case? Now, let's take an example. How it will look like. Typically, I'll tell you the sums. They will tell you quantity and price per unit. They will say, let's say you are placing an order anywhere between 0 to 249 kgs. The price will be 6 rupees per kg. Let's say your order quantity, every time you place an order, you are placing an order for more than, 250 or more up to 799. The price will be 5.9. Let's say 800 to 1999. Let's say the cost will be 5.8. Fine. Now let's say you are ordering 2000 to 3999. The cost is 5.7. And if you want to place an order, every time you place an order, you are placing it for 4,000 and above. The cost per unit will be 5.6. Just take an example. Let's take an example. Now, every time I place an order, if I am placing an order for kg, see, Over a span of the entire year, I'm going to purchase 1,20,000 in our example. That is fine. But that 1,20,000, I can also buy 1 kg 1,20,000 times, or I can also buy the entire 1,20,000 kg one time. No. So every time per billing, every time I place an order, if I place an order in this range, the price is 6 rupees for all the units. If I place an order in this range, let's say I am placing an order for 500 kgs every time, then all the kgs he will give it to me at a price of 5.9. So as your order quantity increases, your discount increases. In other words, your price per unit falls. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now in this case, what you need to do in exam, guys, what you need to do in exam, what you need to do is from every single range, what you need to do is pick the least quantity. Forget the first range, second range, take this as 250, then third range 800, fourth range 2000, fifth range 4000. For the first range alone, 0 to 249, pick any quantity of your choice. Don't take it as 0. So let's say 20 kgs. Okay, clear? Now what you need to do is, in every level, you have picked one order quantity. Correct or not, guys? Correct or not? What you need to do is, in this you need to calculate the purchase cost, the ordering cost, the carrying cost, and total cost. For each of this level, calculate the purchase cost, ordering cost, carrying cost, and total it up. And then what you need to do is, you will get these figures. Of these figures, whichever gives you the least total cost, that is your EOQ. Of these, whichever gives you the least total cost, that gives you your EOQ. Are you clear with what you need to do? From every single range, pick one representative quantity. For that order quantity, compute the purchase price, that is the purchase cost, ordering cost, and carrying cost. Because why am I doing this? So why are you not using your EOQ formula? Because when your purchase price is impacted, you can't use EOQ formula, because EOQ formula takes into account only the impact on ordering and carrying cost. Are you clear with this? Yes, guys, are you clear with this? So what you do is, for every range you pick one representative figure. Generally, for the first range you can pick anything. For the other range, generally in exam, pick the least quantity of the range, and then for that you go on to compute your purchase cost, ordering cost, carrying cost. Of the lot, whichever gives you the least total cost, that is going to be your what? That is going to be your EOQ. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Now, sir, is this the correct way of doing? Is this the correct way of doing? Actually, no. Why? Now, for example, let's take this range. So this range is what? 250 to 799. Here I am considering only one alternative, 250. Now I can keep my order quantity as 251. I can keep it as 252, 253, so on. No, correct or not? Correct or not, guys? Correct or not? Every time I place an order, should I always place an order exactly for 250 units? No, I can also ask him to supply in lots of 300. No, in 400. No, or 401, 402. There are multiple alternatives within every single range. But you are considering only one particular alternative. Correct or not? Correct or not? Yes or no? So ideally in a real life scenario, how they will compute EOQ when there is a price discount is, they will say, what they will do is, let's assume EOQ, the order quantity, let's take it as 1, let's take it as 2, let's take it as 3, let's take it as 4. They go on till 4,000. So 4,000 line items they will compute. The ordering cost, the carrying cost, the purchase cost, they will add everything, and total cost, whichever gives the least cost, they will pick that. Now you tell me, in exam, is it possible for you to do 4,000 line items using trial and error method? Is it possible for you to do that? No. That is why what in exam they are doing is, in exam, they are not testing you on the right answer, they are testing you on the right methodology, whether you are able to apply that method and do it properly. This has to necessarily be done using a trial and error method. You should not use the formula. Are you able to apply that or not is what the institute is testing you on. So actually what answer you get might not be the correct answer, but for the purposes of exam, you just do it. In real life, computing this is difficult. No, it's very simple. You have a software called as Microsoft Excel. All of us know that. First line alone you put the formula, other lines you just drag it. You just drag it, drag and drop. You automatically 4,000 line items will be filled in a single second. Single second. In your exam, it's a pen and paper model. You won't, they can't test you on all those 4,000 line items and all. So what they will do is every range pick one representative figure and close it off. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding this? Is everyone understanding it? Is everyone understanding it? Yes, you guys are understanding it. So shall we just do this? Shall we just do the next sum? Shall we just do the next sum? So the next sum, what we are going to see here is how to compute EOQ when there is a price discount. Are you clear with this? Shall we do it? So when there is a price discount, so from every range pick one representative quantity. For that you compute the purchase cost, ordering cost, carrying cost, add all the three, total cost. Whichever alternative gives you the least total cost, that is going to be your EOQ. As simple as that. Are you clear with this? Shall we get started with the next question, guys? Hello? Yes? Yes? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this, guys. Come on, let's do this. So let me go to the next sum. So please take page number 62, problem number 2. Page number 62, problem number 2. 62 then, 62. Yeah. Okay. So from the following particulars with respect to a particular item of materials of a manufacturing company, calculate the best quantity to order. Calculate the best quantity to order. Meaning what? In other words, this best quantity to order is nothing but EOQ. Now the exact example is what I've given you. Less than 250 units, 6 rupees. 250 less than 800, 5.9. 800 less than 2000, 5.8. 2000 but less than 4000, 5.7. 4000 and above, 5.6. So they have given you the same range with the same price. Okay. The annual demand for the material is 4000 tons. The stock holding costs are 20% of material cost per annum. The delivery cost per order is going to be rupees 6. Now first you tell me, what is my annual requirement? Guys, in this question, annual requirement is how much? 4,000. Yes. What is my ordering cost per order? Rupees 6. What is my carrying cost per unit per annum? 20% of material cost. Meaning what? Depending on your order quantity or depending on your range, your carrying cost will also change. Correct or not? Your carrying cost will be 20% on what? On whatever is the purchase price you are paying. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So your carrying cost is also getting impacted based on your order quantity decision. Are you understanding this, guys? Are you understanding? Sir, why is our order carrying cost established as a percentage of material cost? Now let's take an example. Your carrying cost or stock holding cost is nothing but your storage cost. Correct or not? Correct or not, guys? Correct or not? Now let's say you might have a doubt. How can the value of a stock impact the storage cost? Yes, how can a value of a stock impact the storage cost? Only if it is impacting, that's when you establish that as a percentage of your material cost. Correct or not? How can this be the case? What, Sweta? Is saying something? Sorry? Oh, you okay? Fine. Now, basically, what is it? Now, let's say there are two companies. There are two shopkeepers. Next, adjacent shops are there. Two shopkeepers. One guy is in the business of selling shoes and slippers. The other guy is in the business of selling diamonds. Now you tell me, this shoe guy, the shoe seller, for him, the storage cost, we will not incur much on that. What will he do? Whatever shoes and chappal is inside, at night, whenever he is going home, he will put one shutter. In that, one rusted rod he will keep, and that is this lock. That's all, no? That's all, no? He will not spend more on, protecting his product or not. Anyway, slipper who is going to take? Not many people will take. Correct? Fine. So this guy, one shutter he will put. That's all. His storage cost is taken care of. Can a diamond merchant do the same? Can a diamond merchant do the same? Can he put one shutter? Nowadays, even if he puts a brick wall, that also our people are having an underground tunnel and stealing it. Correct? Recently one case happened, is underground tunnel and they got it Federal Gold, Federal Bank. These guys some people came like they saw money heist got expired. Got inspired. Actually, they got expired only. The police caught them even before they could cross Amjikara. So they tried on another level, but what happened actually was nothing. Maybe they would have seen all the part 5 also. They would have seen, oh, Federal Bank. Oh, they use Federal Bank. Let's go to this Federal Bank. So they used this in Chennai only. It happened. So they tried to steal. So the police have recovered everything. So basically, so now you tell me, for a diamond merchant, since his value, the material value is more, the storage cost will proportionately increase. Correct or not? And that is the reason why your storage cost or carrying cost can at times be expressed as a percentage of material cost. Are you clear with this? If you have this doubt, this is the reason. Are you all clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes. And one more thing, I told you, cost of storage, it also includes your opportunity loss on your interest blocked. Correct or not? Now, what is the amount that you are blocking on the material? Only the purchase cost. Correct? So basically, when they are giving your carrying cost as a percentage of material cost, it only means that they want you to multiply that figure with your purchase cost. Are you clear with this? That's about it. It's that simple. Clear, guys? Are you all understanding it? Fine. So now, in this question, what we need to do, from each and every representative, in each and every range, pick one representative quantity, try to find out your total purchase cost, your annual purchase cost, annual ordering cost, annual carrying cost, find out the total annual cost, whichever gives you the least will be your EOQ. Are you clear with this? Shall we just get started with this and finish it off quickly, guys? Shall we do it? Hello? Shall we do it? Yes? Perfect. So let's get started. Let's get started here. Okay, right. Fine. So let's get going. Come on, guys. Let's get going. So this is what? Question number 2. And this is again a past exam question. Question number 2. It's on page number 62. So let's quickly finish it off. Now, guys, I am challenging you that you will make a mistake in this sum. Will you prove me wrong?
No, sir.
You won't prove me wrong, which means you will get it wrong.
We'll try, sir. We'll try.
I want you to prove me wrong. I will be the happiest person if you prove me wrong. Let us see. We will do it together. Don't worry. Let us see whether you are getting that right or not. Okay. Let us see. Simple thing only. Little alertness if you have, you will definitely get it. No rider and all. Nothing out of the blue. Logically, if you think you will get it. Fine. So let me give you the template. Plan your space accordingly. We will be having 8 columns. I will tell you why. We will be having 8 columns. First, order quantity, then number of orders, then average inventory. I will tell you why we are having all this. Average inventory, then carrying cost per unit per annum, then ordering cost, then carrying cost. This is your total ordering cost, this is your total carrying cost, then purchase cost, then you have your total cost. So let me just number this. I'm just numbering it for you. This is column number 1. This is column number 2. This is column number 3. This is column number 4. And this is column number 5. Total ordering cost. Ordering cost is nothing but 2 into 4. Column 2 into column 4. Don't say it's 8. It's 2 into 4. Column 2. Number of orders into carrying cost per unit per annum. Sorry. It is 2 into, the second thing into 6. Sorry. It's given, it's constant per unit, no? What, guys, you are not understanding, huh? What is your total ordering cost? Number of orders into rupees 6 per order. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Guys, correct or not? You are understanding this? What is my total carrying cost? It is nothing but average inventory into carrying cost per unit per annum. Can I say this is nothing but 3 into 4? Guys, correct or not? Correct or not? Purchase cost. Then you have your total cost. Total cost. So this is going to be number 7. So this is going to be 8. What is 8? 8 is nothing but 5 plus 6 plus 7. Correct? 5 plus 6 plus 7. Correct, guys? Yes, are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? Are you guys getting this? Yeah? Yeah? Fine. So number of orders, can I say this is nothing but A divided by order quantity? Correct? Average inventory, can I say this is nothing but 1 by 2 into order quantity? Carrying cost per unit per annum, can I say this is nothing but 20% into purchase price? Then the others are all filled up. Now, shall we get started, guys? Shall we get started? Shall we get started? Yes. Yes. So, if you put this on the top, you are avoiding a lot of working note. Legally avoiding a lot of working notes, so that you are telling them how you got every single figure. Now, guys. So, what is the range that they have given you? Less than 250. Okay. So, for the first range, what is it that you want to take? Shall we take 200? Any random figure you can take. Any random figure. For the other ranges, what you should take? The least quantity. So, tell me how much? Come on, guys. Please. Tell me no. 250, then 800, then 2000, then 4000. Okay. Very good. Done. These are some different alternatives. Okay, fine. Now, if I keep 200 as my order quantity, what is going to be my number of orders? Hello? What is going to be my number of orders? 20. How you got 20?
4,000 by 200.
So, how you got that? Now, they have given you annual requirement. Demand is 4,000. 4,000 divided by OQ. How much is it? Guys,
20.
how much is it? 20. Okay, right, 20. Then, so you want to do it column wise or row wise? You want to do it all number of orders like that you want to go, or you want to go for 200, how much?
Column wise.
You want to go column wise, fine then. So tell me number of orders, if it is 250, how much?
16, sir.
16. Then 800, how much? 5. Then 2000, how much? 2. 4,000, how much? 1. Correct? Yes. Similarly, what's your average inventory? It's nothing but half of your order quantity. You need not use your calculator. It's going to be 100, 125, then 400, then 1000, then 2000. Correct? Then what's your carrying cost per unit per annum? 0.2 into 6 is equal to write down, 5.9 is equal to write down, 5.8 is equal to write down, and so on. How much?
1.2.
Yes, that's rupees 1.2,
1.18.
1.18,
1.16.
1.16,
1.14 and 1.12.
1.14 and 1.12. I want every one of you to do it on your own. Please, Julie, do it on your own. Please do it on your own. Yes. Now tell me what's your ordering cost? Ordering cost. Can I say this is nothing but number of orders into 6? So you can just put 6 into 20 is equal to 60 is equal to 5 is equal to 2 is equal to 1 is equal to how much?
120.
120.
96.
96. Okay. 30, 12 and 6. Fine. So can anyone tell me what's the total carrying cost? You just need to multiply your average inventory with your carrying cost per unit per annum. How much? 120. 148.
7.5.
It's 148. Yes, then 7.5. 464. See, please multiply your average inventory with carrying cost per unit per annum. 3 into 4. So you need to merge these two figures. Are you clear? So tell me how much is it? So 1114. Sorry, 1140, right? 1140. Then this is going to be how much?
2240.
2240, right? 2240. Perfect. Then. So tell me what's your purchase cost? First, for 200, how much is it?
24,000.
How much is it?
24,000.
What 24,000? What 24,000? How much is it? How much is it?
1,200.
How much, Yashwant? Tell me, no, please tell me, guys, tell me. Yes, tell me. Yashwant, you are telling something.
1,200.
1,200, how you got?
200 into 6.
200 into 6, Yo, I'm talking about purchase cost. Oh, 6 rupees is the purchase cost, Okay. Right, how about you, Nikita? What is the answer? Hello? What is the answer? Huh? Sorry? 200 into 6. Is it? What, Venkatesh? What do you say? Do you agree?
4,000 into 6.
What about you, Rohini?
1,200
1,200. How you got? 200 into 6. Now, 1 second. You tell me in this question, this total ordering cost is per annum, no? For the entire year, what is the total ordering cost? Correct, Correct, Ilya? Hello?
1,440.
Huh?
1,440.
What is 1,440? Purchase cost. Okay, I don't know how you got that. But first you listen here. This ordering cost is for the entire year as a whole, correct? In this year, number of orders multiplied by 6. Similarly, carrying cost, total average inventory multiplied by carrying cost per unit per annum, no? The purchase cost should also be per annum only, no? You tell me, per annum I am purchasing 200 units, Huh, Rohini? Per annum I am purchasing 200 units? What, Yashwant? I am purchasing 200 units per annum? No. Every time I purchase, I place an order for 200. In all the cases, I end up purchasing a total of 4,000 tons. Yes or no? This is where I said you guys can make a mistake. So please write on the top. It is A into what? A into purchase price. Always it's an annual cost. Don't say order quantity into purchase price. It's an annual cost. I am going to purchase my annual requirement. Are you clear? Many students commit a mistake in this area, I know. That's the reason why I deliberately didn't fill this. Please use a red ink. Guys, by the way, all this column numbers and all, have you used red ink? No. You guys have used red ink for these columns? Column numbering. You didn't use red ink, no? Fine. Then in that case, please write this A in red ink. This has to be in red ink. Please write this A in red ink. So now can anyone tell me how much is it? So it's going to be 4,000 into 6.
4,000 only.
Sorry?
I told 4,000 into 6 only.
Yes, Darshini, I didn't say you were wrong. I didn't say you were wrong, no? Did I say? Darshini?
Sir, yes, sir, here.
Yes, did I say you were wrong?
No.
Yes. So you are not wrong. That's all. Okay. So basically, I was just trying to figure out the mindset. What people have, what are students thinking? Generally, students feel that it's order quantity to purchase price. So I never said you're wrong. You're absolutely correct. So gift yourself a chocolate today. If not, gift it from your right hand to your left hand. And you will say that, you have gifted yourself that. Okay, right. Okay, fine. Right. Come on. So tell me, how much is this first? 24,000. Then 23,600. Then 23,200. Then 22,800. Then 22,400. Now just total it up and tell me what's the total cost. Come on. It's going to be 24,240. Then 844, correct. 844. Then 23,694. Then 23,952. Then 24,646. Now you tell me, out of these 5 line items, which gives you the least total cost? This gives you the least total cost. 800 units gives you the least total cost. Why? The total cost is only 23,694, which means the total cost is least when you keep your order quantity as 800 units. Are you clear with this? So in this question, you will say that EOQ is equal to 800 tons. EOQ is equal to 800 tons, since the total cost is the least when the order size is 800. Since the total cost is the least when OQ is equal to 800 tons. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Many students time and again make mistake here. Purchase cost is not OQ, order quantity to purchase price. Never. It is annual consumption into purchase price. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding this? Yes, is everyone understanding this, guys? Folks, are you all understanding it? Yep. Done. Are you guys understanding it? Yes or no? Guys, are you all understanding?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, guys. Yes. Done. Great. Are we good to go? Yes. Have you guys completed this? Yes, guys. Perfect. Very good. So now, one small observation alone I want to tell you. Now, if you see, when I am operating at 200 units, now my ordering cost is equal to my carrying cost. Now, can I say 200 units is my EOQ? Can I say 200 units is my EOQ? Guys, I told you at EOQ level, ordering cost must be equal to your carrying cost. Correct or not? No, this is equal to no. Can I say this is my EOQ? You're getting confused, huh? You're getting confused. I have successfully confused you. Yes. Now your ordering cost will be equal to your carrying cost only when you are using the EOQ formula. Correct? Because EOQ formula is nothing but equating my ordering cost with carrying cost. And when will you use EOQ formula? Only when your order quantity doesn't impact your purchase price. Correct or not? Only when your order quantity is impacting your ordering cost and carrying cost, that's when you can use EOQ formula. Because EOQ formula is nothing but equating my ordering cost with carrying cost. At that level, ordering and carrying should be equal. Now, we are not using that formula only. We are using some random trial and error method. So, don't think that in your trial and error method, your ordering cost should be equal to your carrying cost at EOQ level. No, this is purely a coincidence. That is something that I wanted to tell you. Today, you might not be having this doubt. When you are revising, you will get, sir, at this level, ordering is equal to carrying. First of all, we are not using the formula only. That is the question of saying that ordering is equal to your carrying cost at EOQ level. Are you able to understand this? Guys, are you all clear? Yes, are you all clear with this? So basically, when you are using a trial and error formula, in this case, your ordering cost need not be equal to your carrying cost. Are you clear? EOQ when you are using, yes, because you equated the two, it was same. Economics, law of economics. Are you clear with this? Now let's move to the next part of the particular session. Next leg of this particular chapter. A very interesting part. So the next segment of this particular chapter is about stock levels. Now basically, they have given reorder level is your maximum rate of consumption into maximum lead time. Minimum level, reorder level minus average into average. Maximum, they have given some formulas and all that. Okay, so you can read it better than me. Okay, so shall we get to the problem? Now, they have given a few things here. There are some formulas given in this question. Stock level and not. What is it? They have given maximum rate of consumption into maximum read time. So they have given a lot of things. Now, what are these formulas? What are they talking about? Let's get into this particular discussion called as stock levels. So this brings us to the next leg of this particular chapter called as stock levels. What is this portion all about?
Now, let's say I store raw materials in my bin. Okay, bin is nothing but a place where your raw materials are stored. It can either be a small tub, or it can be a rack, or it can be a big hall or a big room, whatnot. Basically, stock level is something that, basically your bin is a place where your raw material gets stored. Clear with this? Now let us say I have originally purchased, let's say, some 800 kgs. Now what happened? I keep on consuming. It became 700, 600, 400, 300, 200, 100. Then it became 0. Clear? Then it became 0. Now I picked the phone call and I placed an order from my supplier. Guys, please listen, a very, very important discussion. If you don't want to mug up the formulas, then please hear me out. Okay, I picked the phone. After it reached 0, I picked the phone and I called the supplier. Sir, so my EOQ is, let us say, some 500 kgs, or let's say 800 kgs. I want to place an order for 800 kgs. What he says is, okay, fine, no problem. Please wait for 3 days, because that is called as a lead time. The time it takes between my ordering time and my delivery time is called as a lead time. Lead time means what? The time taken between the placing of order and delivery is called as lead time. He says, sir, wait for the next 3 days. After that, I will come and deliver. Now you tell me, for the next 3 days, will I shut down my business and wait for this fellow? Or basically what happened here, this problem, what happened was, I picked the phone call to place the order when I reached 0. You tell me, any logical person, will they wait for their stock to hit 0 to place the phone call, or they will place an order if their stock level reaches slightly before that itself? What will they do? They will wait for 0, or before itself they will place an order? What will they do, guys? They will place the order slightly before itself. Yes or no? Yes or no? That makes sense. Correct? Now let us say for example, I know that on an average I will consume 50 kgs every day. And I also know that the particular person, the supplier, every time I place an order, he will take 3 days. Which means what? The moment my stock hits 150 kgs, I will place a phone call, so that by the time it reaches 0, that guy will ring my bell and he will come and deliver. Correct or not? What I am trying to say is, by the time my stock reaches 800, 700, 600, it keeps on reducing. The moment it touches 150 kgs, I will pick my phone call, place an order, so that during the lead time that he takes, I will consume everything, and by the time my stock touches 0, that guy will be on my doorstep with this 800 kgs of whatever that I have ordered. Correct or not? Guys, are you understanding this? Is it understandable? So now, basically, I will not wait for the stock to hit 0. I will place an order even before it hits 0 slightly. So this is called as reorder level. The level at which I will reorder it is called as reorder level. Are you all clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding it? Now, if you see, in real life, what our mothers do? See, in real life, if you see, this is where I said we can learn this concept from our mothers. Now, what happens? Let's say, in this scenario that I told you, I know for sure that every day I will consume 50 kgs. I know for sure that the delivery person, the supplier, will deliver in exactly 3 days. Correct? Which means everything is certain. You tell me, in real life, can I predict like this certainly? Can I say I will exactly consume only 50 kgs every day, and this fellow will also exactly deliver in 3 days, so I need only 150 exactly? Will that be a practical scenario? No. Let's say in real life what happens? In real life, I will say that I will give them a range. What I will say is, every day, let's take an example, your mom. Now, she has one big drum where she will be storing rice. You know that? Yes, generally rice is stored in a big drum, no? In your houses, it is stored only in a big drum, no? On drum they will have for rice, definitely they will have, no? Correct? Fine, maybe if you are a person who is from the north, maybe you will be having one drum of atta. Yes, whatever it is, drum or rice or atta, whatever it is. Let's say rice, basically. Yes, this rice, when she says, now, you tell me what happens. Now, when will your mom place an order? When it reaches 0, will she wait for the guy to come and get it? 3 days you are on hunger strike, is it? 3 days you will be on hunger. Will she let you be in hunger? Will your mom ever let you sleep without eating anything? Will she ever do that? No. Now, if she certainly knows, let's say she knows that every day her family consumes 4 kgs. Example, minimum it consumes 4 kgs. On an average, the family consumes 5 kgs of rice every day. Maximum, they consume only 6 kgs of rice. Now, the lead time, what do you mean by lead time? The time taken between placing of an order and delivery. Let us say that the minimum lead time, she knows for a fact that if she places an order, the supplier will definitely take 4 days. Generally, he delivers in 5 days, but maximum he won't go beyond 6 days. Yes, are you clear with this? Now, this is the real life scenario that she is having. Your mom is having this with you. This scenario with you. She knows that the family consumes minimum 4 kgs of rice every day, but she knows that it will not go beyond 6. Less than 4, it will not happen. She knows definitely they will consume 4, but she also knows that it will not go beyond 6. So max, on an average, they consume 5. Clear? She also knows that, your mom also knows that the person who is delivering the rice, he will definitely take at least 4 days. On an average, he delivers in 5 days, but he will not take beyond 6 days. Clear with this? Now, your mom has a rice drum, let's say, that has one full capacity. Fine, it has a big drum she has. Now, it was full. Slowly it started reducing. Every day the family was consuming. Now, will she place an order after it reaches 0, make the family sit hungry, or she will place the order slightly even before it hits 0? Tell me, guys. Tell me, what will she do? Slightly before 0. She will not place the order after it reaches 0, slightly before 0. Now you tell me, intention of all the mothers. Will our mother ever let us sleep with a hungry stomach? Will she ever let us sleep on a hungry stomach? So what she will do is, she will assume a worst case scenario. Assume some guests have come home, they consume. So the family is going to consume a maximum of 6 kgs every day. And she will assume that this supplier, he's a stupid fellow, he will also take only 6 days. He will not deliver before that. She will assume a worst case scenario. As a matter of conservatism, prudence, she will say that the family is also going to consume 6 kgs every day. That fellow is also going to take 6 days to actually come and deliver. During this time, what is the total consumption that will take place? 6 into 6, 36 kgs. So what she will do, the moment my stock touches 36th kg, that is, the balance stock is only 36 left over, she will immediately pick the call. Correct? She will immediately pick the phone. Correct or not, guys? Please answer. Yes, she will immediately pick the phone and place the order. Correct or not? Extreme prudent. Moms are all extreme cautious. She will never let you go on a hungry stomach. Correct? She will pick the phone immediately and she will place an order saying, please get me whatever is the EOQ, economic order quantity. Every time I place an order for this much. See, EOQ is how much units to place an order for. Reorder level means when to place that order. Reorder level talks about when to pick the phone. In that phone, for how many units you are placing the order, that is EOQ. Are you clear with this? When will she do? She says maximum consumption per day into maximum lead time. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Why is she doing it? As a matter of extreme conservatism. She doesn't want her family to sleep on a hungry stomach. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? So can I say reorder level formula is nothing but maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Are you clear with this? Why? Because your mom doesn't let you sleep on a hungry stomach. She doesn't want her family to suffer. So what she does is she will provide for her extreme case scenario. Family will consume maximum of 6 kgs every day. This guy will also take a maximum of 6 days to deliver. Beyond this, there can't be a scenario. So she knows the moment my stock touches the 36th kg, she will pick the phone call and she will make the order. Are you clear with this? But she will place the order for how many kgs? For the economic order quantity. Economic order quantity. That many number of kgs she will purchase. Are you clear? But when will she do it? The moment it touches the 36th kg. Guys, are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? This is number one. So now you go and read that formula, you will now understand. So reorder level. Similarly, a company also what they do, they will ensure that the production never stops. So they will say maximum consumption into maximum lead time is what they provide for. Guys, are you all understanding this now? Guys, are you all understanding this? Yes, are you guys understanding this? Next, minimum level. Minimum level. What is minimum level formula? Now, you guys know, let's take the same example. Now, you guys know that what is the reorder level? Guys, what is the reorder level? Hello? Maximum into maximum, that is maximum consumption into maximum lead time. So now she has this big drum. Let us say, at the moment it reaches the 36th kg, she takes the phone call, correct or not? She takes the phone call, correct or not? Guys, yes or no? Yes or no? She picks the, what? Hey, please, Guru, please, I don't understand. Generally won't happen. What generally won't happen? What generally won't happen? What generally won't happen, Guru? Why can't you just unmute yourself and say? Why do you waste your time?
Sir, but for companies if they do this, won't it increase the storage cost, sir?
Won't it increase the storage cost? Now, can they go out of stock? I am not saying to buy entire annual requirement. I am just saying whatever is the maximum number of days that guy will take to deliver, for that many number of days, you take the maximum consumption requirement and store it. What is the problem here? Because if you don't store, someone comes with a requirement. If you can't sell them, you are losing out on your profit. Is that fine? I am not asking you to store your entire annual requirement. I am just saying provide for a worst case scenario. That's all I am saying. Clear? Now, in a company, that's what they do. They will take every day what will be the maximum consumption multiplied by the maximum lead time that the supplier will take. They will always, the moment the stock touches that level, they will pick the phone call. And they will actually place an order. Correct? Yes, guys. Now, you tell me in real life, practically what happens? As a matter of extreme caution, she placed an order at the time it reached the 36 kgs. Correct? But generally what happens during the time, what happens? Generally, you know that only 5 kgs will be consumed and only that supplier will also take only 5 days to actually come and deliver. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? Yes or no? This is a matter of extreme caution. But what generally happens is only average consumption takes place into average lead time. So 5 into 5, how much is that? So by the time my stock reaches, I would have consumed only 25 kgs, correct or not? Which means by the time the next lot reaches, I will be having how much with me? 11 kgs, correct or not? Yes or no, guys, please answer. Sorry? Are you understanding? What I am trying to say is, she will pick the phone and place an order the moment it reaches 36 kgs. But what happens in reality? During that time, only the family would have consumed average consumption and the supplier would have also taken only average lead time, which means from 36 only 25 would have reduced, which means this 11 kg I will always have with me, no? I will always have with me. So by the time the stock hits 11 kg, that guy will ring the bell and he will replenish again with my new stock. So which means this 11 kg will go unconsumed always, which means at any given point of time, if you go and peep inside your mom's kitchen where she stored the vessel, she will always be having at any given point of time, the rice quantity will never go less than 11 kgs. It will not go less than 11 kgs. This is why, because of her prudence. This is called as minimum stock. So now minimum stock, can I say what is the formula? It is nothing but reorder level. That is because of extreme prudent. But what happens actually? Minus average consumption into average lead time. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? Your stock can never go beyond this, can never go below this. Your stock can never go below this. If you look at the rice drum, it will never go below 11 kgs at any given point of time. If these are the figures, it will never go less than 11 kgs at any given point of time. Guys, are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? Yes, you guys are understanding this? Yes, are you all understanding? So reorder level formula, maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Mom, prudence. Yes. Next, minimum stock. You know that below this it will not go. Reorder level minus average consumption into average lead time. Are you understanding this? So can I say that this 11 units of stock will always be there in my case? Correct? It will not be the same 11 units. They will keep churning it. But any 11 units will be there. Same 11 units, if you keep for 1 year, 2 years, then it will go waste, They will keep any 11 units. That's why they follow first in, first out and all. So first, whatever came in will go out. Then another 11 will be there at any given point of time. That's why if you see, even if someone pours a rice on top, what they will do is they will go and mix it. So that the bottom rice will come on the top. So old rice, you will start using it first. I am not saying whatever you purchase first will be there. No. At any given point of time, definitely 11 kgs will be there. That's what I am saying. Okay. Are you clear with this? Now, this minimum stock is also called as safety stock. Safety stock. This minimum stock is also called as safety stock. It's also called as safety stock. Why is it called as safety stock? Because at any given point of time, you will be holding it. It's called as a safety stock. So the other name for minimum stock is called as safety stock. The formula is reorder level minus average consumption into average lead time. Guys, are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding it? Yes. Are you guys understanding it? Fine. Now, what is the maximum stock that your mom can hold at any given point of time? The maximum stock that your mom can hold at any given point of time. Now, let's again take this particular. So, let's take the same example. Let's say there is a drum. And when did your mom place an order? The moment it hit 36th kg. What we are trying to find out, what is the maximum stock that she can hold in any given point of time? Meaning what? Beyond this, she will never hold. You ask me, no, sir, if I hold more, that is a cost for me. Yes, that's why they are also having a maximum cap limit. Beyond this, if you see, your mom, even if she has that capacity, big drum also, beyond this, she will not hold. What is that? Now, you tell me, when will there be a scenario where I can hold the maximum stock? Now, your mom places an order the moment it reaches 36th kg, correct or not? Guys, everyone please unmute and participate. That's when I will know. Please, guys. Yes, right. Now, what happens during that period? Everything happens favorably to her. What happened? The family also consumed only the minimum consumption every day. And this supplier was also a good person. He also supplied it. He took only the minimum time. Correct? Let's say she provided for 36 days, but what happened was the family was also consuming only minimum stock every day. Maybe because you guys are, let's say we went out and ate or something like that, or we were out of station, something like that. The family's requirement was also very less. And fortunately, this guy also delivered quickly. So during the time, lead time, how many kgs got consumed? How many kgs got consumed? Can I say 4 kgs into 4 days? How much is that? Guys, how much is that? 16 kgs. Meaning what? By the time this fellow rang my bell with the new stock, I was touching how many kgs? My balance kgs with me was 20 kgs. Correct or not? And now he came, and on top of this 20 kgs, he poured the reorder quantity. Reorder quantity is nothing but your economic order quantity. Correct or not? So can I say can I say the maximum stock that you can hold is nothing but reorder level minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. On top of this, I will add my reorder quantity. That is nothing but your economic order quantity. Correct or not? Everything happens in my favor. I ordered when it was 36 kgs. I ordered when it was 36 kgs. Families also consumed minimum, and this fellow also delivered it in the minimum lead time. So during the lead time, I've consumed 16 kgs, which means by the time he knocked my door, with this particular new stock, I was reaching 20 kgs. So on top of that, he has actually replenished with your new economic order quantity. Economic order quantity is nothing but whatever we have just found. Let's say it's 50 kgs. So can I say max beyond 70 kgs, you can never find the stock go up. Correct or not? Guys, are you understanding this or not? Are you understanding this or not? Okay, fine. Basically, what do you mean by ROQ? ROQ is nothing but reorder quantity. In other words, this is nothing but your economic order quantity. What do you mean by economic order quantity? Whenever you place an order, you should place an order for these many number of units. Now, what are we trying to find out? What is the maximum stock that she can hold? Beyond this, she will never hold. What is the maximum stock your mom can hold? I am telling you, this is nothing but your mom, as a matter of extreme caution, picked the phone and placed an order when the stock hit 36 kgs. Correct? Now, by the time the new stock arrived, what happened? The family also consumed only 4 kgs every day, and the person also delivered it within the minimum lead time 4 days, which means the family had consumed a total of only 16 kgs. So by the time the new order came, she had already 20 kgs with her. On top of this, this fellow came and poured the reorder quantity of 50 kgs. So can I say this is nothing but a maximum of 70 kgs is the maximum stock. Beyond this, at any given point of time, she will never have the stock. The maximum stock, if you find, this is the maximum. Beyond this, you can't find 71 kgs anywhere, anytime, at any given point of time. If you at all you see, max, she will hold 70 kgs. Are you clear with this? This is nothing but reorder level minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus reorder quantity. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding? Right. So basically, what's my reorder level? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Correct? What is my minimum level? What is my minimum level? Reorder level minus average consumption into average lead time. Now, what is my maximum level? Everything happens in my favor. Reorder level minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus reorder quantity. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with the 3 formulas, guys? Are you clear with the 3 formulas? Yes, are you all understanding it? The fourth formula is called as average stock or average level. Average stock, or let's call it as average level. What is average level? There are 2 formulas for that. One is a mathematical formula, minimum plus maximum by 2. This is actually a worst formula, minimum plus maximum by 2. I will tell you what is a good formula. The other formula says that it is nothing but minimum level plus 1 by 2 into reorder quantity. When I say reorder quantity, it should be ideally your economic order quantity. Every time I place an order, for how many units do I place it? Now, why is it so? Now, in our question, can you tell me what is the minimum level of stock? 11 kgs. Correct? Guys, correct? So, if you look at the rice drum, always I will be having this 11 kgs with me. Correct or not? But what averages is only that reorder quantity. Let's assume it's 50 kgs reorder quantity. This only gets average and again it comes back. This only gets average and it comes back. Correct or not? So what averages is only something that is over and beyond my minimum level. Correct or not? So this I replenished by 50 kgs more. This alone gets averaged out again and again. This keeps on increasing and decreasing. So basically, can I say it is always my minimum level plus half of reorder quantity. Correct or not? Guys, are you all understanding it? Yes. So what averages is only the reorder quantity which is available over and above my minimum stock. Are you all able to follow this? Are you all able to understand? Yes. So this is a better formula as compared to the simple arithmetic formula of minimum plus maximum by 2. Are you all clear with this? Fine. So basically till now we have seen 4 formulas. Formula number 1, reorder level. What's your reorder level formula? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Why this formula? Your mom will never let her family go in a hungry bed. Correct? Now what's your minimum level? She provided for reorder level, but what generally happens? Minus average consumption into average lead time. Correct? Now what can be the max level that she can hold? Everything happens in your favor. Reorder level minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus reorder quantity. Correct? Yes. Yes. And what is your average stock? Arithmetically minimum plus maximum by 2, but ideally speaking it is your minimum level plus 1 by 2 of ROQ. Minimum level is also called as safety stock, I told you. So in exam, even if they are asking you a safety stock, you should be able to figure out that it's only a minimum level. Guys, are you all clear with this? Is everyone understanding this? Are you all clear with this, folks? Yes, is everyone understanding this? Okay, very good, very good, very good. Now understand that I told you that what do you mean by reorder quantity? What is reorder quantity? What is reorder quantity? Don't tell me formula and all. This is nothing but ideally the order quantity that I place every time. Ideally it should be EOQ. If nothing is given in the question, you take EOQ as ROQ. That is ideally whenever you are reordering. Yes, what is usually ordered? Correct, Madhumita. So what is usually ordered? Generally, you take what? EOQ if nothing is given in the question. In case they have specifically given, I know that EOQ is 200, but still because of my personal reason, some other reason, I want to keep something else as order quantity. Please don't question back the question. Just take that as the order quantity and finish it off. Are you clear? If the question is silent, your reorder quantity will be equal to your EOQ. EOQ, how will you find out? Root of 2AO by Z. Correct, guys? Are you all understanding? In case it's specifically given in the question, you can pick that figure. Number 1. Are you clear with this? Number 2, reorder level. So what do you mean by reorder level? Reorder level, the level at which when I should place the order. So how much is called reorder quantity or EOQ? When is called as reorder level. Correct or not? Correct or not? Reorder level, what is the formula? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Correct or not? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. So basically during that lead time, I don't want to sit idly with my zero stock. So I provide for that. So before even it reaches 0, at what point should you place an order? This is only called as reorder level. Correct or not? Guys, correct or not? So there is another name for reorder level. It's called as DDLT. Meaning what? Dilwale dulhaniya le jayenge va? No, it's called as demand during lead time. It's called as demand during lead time. That's another name. It's called as demand during lead time. Okay. Okay. So it's demand during lead time. So it's, please note it down. It's very important. Demand during lead time. In case they give it as demand during lead time, it's nothing but your reorder level. Reorder level is only that. No, it's demand during lead time. Correct or not? At least you remember Dilwale Dulhaniya, you will remember this. Okay. It's DDLT. It's also called as DDLT. Okay, guys. Clear. Is everyone clear with this? Yes, guys. Are you all clear with this? Okay, fine. Clear with this? Yes, everyone. Are you all understanding it? Are you all understanding it? Then there is something called as danger level. Danger level meaning what? Nothing great here. Suddenly one person comes and he's saying, sir, there is an urgent order, sir. There is an urgent order. So please, for me alone, you do this order for me. Now, what will happen? I will just call my supplier and tell him, sir, urgent order. Please don't take 3 days, 5 days, usual time and all is not applied. In 1 day itself, same day delivery. You have this Amazon and all, same day delivery. Like that, he'll say, sir, immediately you just do it. So in case of an emergency, danger stock level, in an immediate scenario, if you want a stock, so what will be the maximum stock level that you should maintain? Emergency lead time into average stock. That's what is given in the particular formula. If you look at it here, emergency lead time into average rate of consumption. This is not of much relevance. In case they ask it in the exam, then you need to write danger level is equal to emergency lead time into average rate of consumption. Immediately, if I want, on an average, I know that I will consume how much? 4 kg, 5 kgs a day. and immediately this guy is ready to purchase. So danger. In a worst case scenario, I should definitely stock for 5 units, 5 kgs at least. Below that and all, I cannot do that. Safety stock itself is one threshold. If at all you're going below safety stock, please don't go below danger stock level. That's what is the meaning. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? So basically, what are the formulas that you've seen? Reorder level. Reorder level is formula is maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Correct? Then what is the other one? Minimum stock level. What is the formula? Reorder level minus average consumption into average lead time. Correct? Then what's the formula for your maximum level? Reorder level minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus reorder quantity. Correct? Then what's the formula for your average stock level? Minimum plus maximum by 2. That's your arithmetic way of calculating, or the practical way of calculating is your minimum stock, or which is nothing but your safety stock, plus 1/2 of ROQ, reorder quantity. Fine. And danger stock is nothing but your emergency lead time to average rate of consumption. Guys, understandable? Should you mug this up? Should you mug this up? Absolutely not. This doesn't require any kind of mugging up. It's damn very easy, and your mom came to your rescue. So the next time when you go to your kitchen, open that drum and tell all the 5 formulas, close it back and come. People will think you are mad. It's okay. Do that. Okay, fine. Clear, guys? Clear with this? Yes? Fine. So let's, I have to believe that you are going to do it also. Huh? Okay, right. Do it. Really, I'm telling you, it's okay. Crazy. People will always call you crazy when you are actually up to achieving something great in life. Remember, Elon Musk was once called as an idiot or a crazy man, but you know what he's done today. So if something can help you retain your memory, or if something can help you enhance your preparation, I don't mind. I mean, don't mind doing all that. It's okay. What is it? Are you going to do any danger thing? Just open danger stock. It's only in the name. It's there. Fine. You just open it. Just say the formula, close it, but ensure you don't spit inside and all when you are doing it. Fine. Then the family can't eat. Okay, fine, come back. fine. Jokes apart. Fine, guys. Come back. Let's go to question number 3. It's on page number 62, right? Yeah? Let's go to question number 3. Guys, shall we? It's about the stock levels. Shall we get started? What happened? Any doubt? Hello? Okay, fine. Let's get started. So question number 62. Page number 62, question number 3. Mohit Enterprises manufactures a special product called Z. The following particulars were collected for the year. The monthly demand for Z is 1000 units. Cost of placing an order. What is this? Ordering cost is going to be 100. Carrying cost per unit per annum is going to be 50. So this is C. Correct or not? Yes. Normal usage 50 units per week. Minimum 20. Maximum 75. So here the period can be in weeks or days. In our example, we saw it in days. So if the period, if your lead time is in weeks, then the consumption should also be in weeks only. Are you clear with this? Reorder period is minimum 4, maximum 6. Average is how much? Hello? Average lead time is how much, guys? Average is 5. No, what's the big deal here? Average is 5. Minimum is 4. Maximum is 6. So average lead time is going to be 5, no, 4 plus 6 by 2. Just do it simple average only. Clear? From the above, compute the reorder quantity, reorder level, minimum level, maximum level, average level. Every level you need to find out. I will give you, 60 seconds time. Okay? Or fine, I will give you 30 seconds time. First compute this reorder quantity. Then if possible, you should have also computed reorder level. I think you should have finished the entire sum in 30 seconds. Anyways, 30 seconds I will give you. Solve this by yourself. Let us see if you get it right. Make it fast, guys. Simple sum. Please make it fast. Come on. Do it. So in the absence of information, what is your reorder quantity? Hello? It should be equal to your EOQ, correct? Fine, then calculate EOQ. What are you waiting for? Come on, guys, make it fast. Let's make it happen. Come on. EOQ. Okay, already one student has got the answer. Others, come on, do it, guys. At least tell me the reorder quantity, no? Balance, I can do it. Guys, you're taking a lot of time. 450, Guru says. I think, who was that before? Madhumita, I guess. Madhumita said 400, huh? Someone said 400. Who was that?
Reorder 11,450.
I'm asking for reorder quantity. I'm asking for reorder quantity. EOQ, reorder quantity. Okay, fine. Right. Okay. So, which is right? Sorry, which is wrong? So, majority always wins is a wrong analogy. So, 400 is wrong. 400 is wrong. 115 is only, it's also wrong. Then, how about 186? That is also not incorrect. So, that is only correct. So, 186 is the right answer. Can anyone, others, guys, figure out by yourself. I have told the answer. At least now try to figure out. Come on. We don't have much time. Come on, guys. We don't have all day. Hello? Okay, fine. Let me tell you. So, basically, EOQ formula, what's your EOQ formula? Guys, root of 2AO by C. Okay, fine. O is 100, C is 15. A, how much? How much is A? How many of you took 100? Sorry, how many of you took 1000? 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 Why did you take 1000? Why did you take 1000? Now, read the first line. I know you guys will make this mistake. That's why I kept this sum. Read the first line. Yeah. So, please, first line of the question, you read it, guys. First line of the question, you read it. What does it say? Mohit Enterprises manufactures a special product called Z. It does what? 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 Manufacture, meaning what? Z is what? An FG. And we are sitting in materials chapter. Vulgarity to the core. Not even acceptable. Guys, how can this mistake be possible? Monthly demand is 1000. Seri, how many of you took 12,000? That is also wrong. That is also wrong. Because monthly you promptly did into 12. But you did it on a wrong figure, boss. You did it on a wrong figure. You're doing it on an FG. You're doing it on FG. What happens in this case? You will proudly come out of the exam hall thinking that, look, I noted this word monthly. But actually you missed out this word manufacture. Now this is not an RM, this is an FG. Correct. So this is the total demand, annual demand for your FG is 12,000, no doubt. But what is the annual consumption of raw material? What is the annual consumption? Now, come on, tell me, can anyone tell me what is the annual requirement of raw material? Can you find out with the given data? Annual requirement of raw material, can anyone find out with the given data? Yes. So now, what you need to do here is, this is where it is out of the blue. This is where it is a class apart. What they are saying is, annual material consumption is equal to, they have clearly given, normally I use 50 units per week. So it is nothing but 50 units into 52 weeks. How much is that? 2,600. This is your annual requirement. How is this? This is where many students committed the mistake. They thought that this minimum, maximum and average is required only for the purpose of computing stock levels. No, in this case for EOQ computation, annual consumption figure itself comes only out of it. Are you guys clear with this? Your Z is an FG, guys. Please have this in your mind. FG, we are talking about material cost. Will you purchase an FG? No. You will only purchase a raw material. Economic order quantity. What will you order? Raw material or FG? Only a raw material. And that is the reason you need to compute this. If you get this right, the entire sum is clear. If you get this wrong, they will only give you a big zero. Because the first step itself you're going wrong. So obviously the entire sum they will give you wrong. Guys, are you clear with this? This is where I'm telling you. Eyes and ears, keep it open. Please keep it open. Every single question might have some catch in it. You read it, first line, what we all think. First line is always an introductory line. No. Similar to process account, I told you in process 4, no, it means it's a mid-process account. You will have transferred in cost. Similarly here, they manufacture something means it's an FG, not an RM. Clear, guys? Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? And we are sitting inside material chapter. Fine. Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? So fine. So let's do this, guys. Shall we? Shall we do this? Shall we do this? Come on, I don't want any mistakes from now on. The rest of the sum is plain and very simple. So let's do it quickly. Let's do it quickly, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So please take, what is this? Question number 3 on page number 62. It's a past exam question. Question number 3 on page number 62. It's a past exam question, guys. It's a past exam question. First, write down step 1. Step 1, reorder quantity or economic order quantity. Since in this question they have not given any order quantity, you can take EOQ as your ROQ. First, tell me what is the formula for EOQ. Guys, everyone tell me. It is root of 2AO by C. Correct? Correct? Now, in this case, A is equal to, take a red ink. Please take a red ink and write down 50 units. That is my average consumption per week multiplied by number of weeks in a year. 52. 52. So tell me how much is this? This is going to be 2600 units. Are you clear with this? This alone you write it in a red ink. Baki, all the other things you write it in black. This is where you can make a mistake. Are you clear? Into 52 weeks, it's already made it into year. No, it's made into year. So don't worry about this. It's already made into year. What is O? Ordering cost per order. It's given as 100. What is your carrying cost per unit per annum? Pupa. It's going to be 15. Correct, per unit per annum. Yes. So now it's just a matter of substituting the formula. So tell me what is this? Root of 2 into 2600 into 100 divided by 15. So tell me, guys, how much is that? 186 units. Are you clear with this of raw material? So every time you place an order, you will place an order only for 186 units of raw material. And guys, always remember when you are writing this, you should write where A stands for annual consumption, O stands for ordering cost per order, and C stands for carrying cost per unit per annum. And this also you should write, this is nothing but average consumption per week into number of weeks in a year. That also should be written. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? It's straightforward. Just that little amount of observation, if you have, it will take you heights. You will reach heights. That's about it. Keep your eyes and ears open. In an exam hall, this is how it will be. This is how it will be. That's why I'm asking you to mark in a red ink, so that the day before your exam, you can just revise all your mistakes. Clear with this? Shall we proceed, guys? Shall we proceed forward? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Guys, shall we proceed forward? Let's go to step 2. What is step 2? Step 2, they've asked you for reorder level. Formula. Guys, don't wait for me. Write on formula. What's the formula? Hello? What's the formula? Yes, don't look back. Automatically it should come. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum lead time. And always remember, if your lead time is in weeks, the consumption should also be in weeks. Are you clear? So maximum consumption per week into maximum lead time. So tell me how much into how much? Directly given, no? 75 units into 6 weeks. So how much is that? That's going to be 450 units. Are you clear with this? Guys, very simple, no? 5 marks, just very, very simple to get it. If you didn't make that FG and RM mistake. Next, go to step number 3. What's your step 3? What have they asked? Guys, what have they asked? They have asked you for what? Minimum level, huh?
Yes, sir.
Minimum level. Okay, so minimum level. So what is your minimum level formula? Minimum level. Just tell me, what is your, don't look back, tell me. Reorder level minus what generally happens in the family. What is that? Average consumption into average lead time. Are you clear with this? So tell me, what's your reorder level? 450 units minus average consumption. How much is that? 50 units a week. And how many weeks is your average lead time? 5 weeks. So tell me, how much is this? How much is this? It's going to be 200 units. Correct or not? So your minimum level is going to be 200 units. Guys, are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes. Next step. What's your maximum level? Step 4. Step 4. What's your max level? What's your max level? So reorder level minus everything happens in your favor. minimum consumption into minimum lead time. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Then plus what? Reorder quantity. By the time it reaches this level, your shopkeeper comes and rings your door to refill the entire thing. So tell me, how much is that? Reorder level. How much is reorder level? 450 plus 450 minus what's your minimum consumption? 25 units into minimum lead time 4 weeks plus what's your reorder quantity? 186. So how much is this, guys? It's going to be 536 units. Correct, guys? Are you all clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Is everyone understanding? Yep. Done? Are we done on this? Are we done on this? Yes. Yes. Fine. Yes. The next one is what? Average level. Average level. So write down step 5 is going to be your average level. Step 5 is going to be your average level. Clear? Now, how many formulas are there for average level? Guys, 2 formulas. One is your simple arithmetic formula. So write down the first formula is maximum level plus minimum level divided by 2. The other formula, what is it? What is it? Come on. Minimum level plus half of EOQ. What averages? EOQ, sorry, ROQ. Use the word ROQ. ROQ and EOQ is one and the same in this question. Okay. So what averages is only the reorder quantity that happens over and beyond my minimum level. And you all know that minimum level is also called as, hello, safety stock. Yes. So tell me, maximum plus minimum by 2. It's 536 plus 200 divided by 2. So how much is it? 368 units. Or if you want to use the other formula, it's going to be minimum level of 200 plus 1 by 2 into 186. So how much is that? How much is that? It's going to be 293 units. Sir, the formula is not matching. Obviously, it will not match. The answer is not matching. It will not match. This is a plain arithmetic formula. This is actually a logical formula. Preferable formula is only this particular formula. So I am telling you both the formulas because suppose in exam they ask some missing figures and all, and you are able to find this average level only using this formula 1, then go and do this formula 1. Clear? So you should know when to use. Clear? If nothing is given, you can write both the formulas and put both the answers. It's not going to take much time. Just 10 more seconds extra and you're done. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes. Stock levels. Isn't it easy, guys? Isn't it easy? Yes. And this stock levels helps you achieve the objective of control. It helps you achieve the objective of control. How, sir? Yes, you know when to order. Yes, you know what is the minimum stock you will be having, maximum stock you will be having, the reorder level, everything is all a part of your control. You will have a complete control over your inventory. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding this? Is everyone clear with this? Folks, you guys are understanding this? Yes, you guys are understanding this? Fine, very good. Shall we move to the next concept? Shall we move to the next concept, guys? Yes, shall we move to the next concept? Right. So let's move to the next one. So take a book. Let's move to the next one. So the next one is a fairly simple thing. This is basically about Store's ledger card. Store's ledger card. This is your CA foundation syllabus. You know, I've already told you. When will you use stock valuation methods? When will you use stock valuation methods? So, when will you use stock valuation methods? When you have multiple lots of receipts and each receipt is valued at multiple rates, then this units consumed, whether it came out of the first lot or second lot or partly out of the both, there is a question. In this case, you go for methods of issues valuation, stock valuation. What you value, you don't value the stock. Ideally, whenever there is an issue, only that gets valued, correct or not? That's why this area is actually called as issues valuation. They don't call it as stock valuation. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Now, the methods you guys know, the popular methods are FIFO, LIFO and weighted average. In your FIFO, what does it mean? Whatever comes in first will go out first. That is, old stock will be issued first. LIFO means what? Whatever came in latest will be issued first. Weighted average means what? I will mix everything together and I will issue. I will not retain the identity. Correct? We saw this in detail in our cost sheet chapter also. Not just that, even in process costing we saw. Correct or not? Guys, yes or no, you are understanding this? Guys, are you all understanding it? Are you all understanding it? Yes, you guys are understanding. Please reciprocate only, then I'll be able to follow that. Now, let's take an example and close this off. I'm not going to do sums here on this. Let's take an example and close it off. It's a CA foundation. Anyways, in your revision part, it's just going to be easy. So now let's have this here. Let's say you have first lot of receipt, 100 units at the rate of 2, value is 200. Fine. So as at that date, you have only that particular thing in your balance, 100 into 2, 200. On the second day, what you did, you purchased 500 units at the rate of 3, 1500. So currently, you have a total stock of 600. The breakup is 100 units at the rate of 2 and 500 units at the rate of 3. Correct, guys? Correct, guys? Fine. Now, you now have to issue 150 units of stock. You now have to issue 150 units of raw material. If you follow FIFO method, what will you do? Out of this 150, first 100 you will pick from the first lot. Whatever is the balance, that you will pick from the second lot. Correct or not? So 100 at the rate of 2, 50 at the rate of 3. This is how your value means. Meaning your closing stock will be completely out of your latest stock. Correct or not? Correct or not? Guys, are you understanding this? Are you understanding this? This is something that we already did. I am just doing it for revision once again. Are you all understanding this, guys? Okay, fine. I hope you are understanding. Okay, fine. So if you are following a FIFO basis, what will you do? So whatever came in first will be issued first. Then the balance, if any, will be issued out of the last receipt. Correct? Then, if I am following LIFO, what I will do? If I am following LIFO, what I will do? Now, what I will do is, first I will issue whatever come latest. Correct? So that's why I am valuing every unit out of 3. Correct? So basically what lies in my closing stock after the issue? See, this is one scenario, independent scenario. This is second scenario. Fine. Are you clear? So if I am following FIFO, this is what happens. If I am following LIFO, the entire 150 will be out of the second receipt. Meaning what? In the balance closing stock, this entire 100 will be lying. Apart from that, the balance in this lot of 350 will be lying in my closing stock. Correct, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes, are you all clear with this? This is something that we've already done. If you have to do a weighted average method, what you need to do is pick these stocks, 100 into 2, 200, 500 into 2, 300. So basically what happened here? You have a total stock of 600 and a total value of 1700. So what they did, 1700 divided by 600, everything they mixed it together and they are valuing every unit at the rate of 2.83. So whenever you make an issue of 150 units, value it at 2.83. So the balance 650 units will also be valued at the same 2.83. This is something that we already know. Simple LIFO, FIFO, LIFO and weighted average. These three are the methods that just broadly gets tested in the exam. Guys, are you all clear with the stock valuation part? Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes, is everyone able to follow this? Shall we move to the next one? There are some special points. Now, suppose you find a shortage, meaning what? There is some loss. It will come under the issues column. Correct or not? Actually, it is not issued, but any reduction in stock gets captured only under issues column. Correct or not, guys? Guys, yes or no? Yes. Fine. Next. Return from factory shop. What happened? This is my stores. This is my factory shop. From my stores, I would have issued something, and later if there is an excess, they will return it back to me. Correct or not? If I get anything returned back from a factory shop, that will be taken into your receipts column. Are you clear with this? Why? Basically, receipts means what? Increase in stock. Issue means what? Decrease in stock. Are you clear? Then one more thing, raw material consumed, the formula you guys know. It is opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. This gives you your raw material consumed. Correct? This is what they have given. Apart from that, if there is any shortage, that also needs to be reduced. That's what they have given here. Are you clear with this? These are some very basic things that I have just put it here so that you can revise it in a single shot. Now, there is something called as an inventory turnover ratio. What do you mean by an inventory turnover ratio? The formula is average raw material consumed. The raw material consumed divided by average stock. This formula and all is okay, but why are you saying this? This is the problem. Why are we doing this formula? Why is the formula such that it is only raw material consumed divided by average stock? Now let us assume, guys, let us assume that the total requirement of a particular raw material, let us say it's going to be 100 kgs. Clear? Guys, are you all understanding? Are you all here? Guys, are you all here? Yes. Let us say the total requirement for a particular year is 100 kgs of raw material. On an average, generally, if you come to my stores and see, generally I will be having 10 kgs with me. This is nothing but your average stock. Now, on an average at any given point of time, I hold 10 kgs, correct? And overall in a year, I will be needing how much? 100 kgs. Can I say that my stock gets emptied and refilled like this? It keeps on turning over again and again for a total of 10 times in this particular year. Correct or not? Now this is the meaning of inventory turnover ratio. How many times your average inventory gets over and replenished, how many number of times it happens, that is only called as inventory turnover ratio. How many times it turns over, churning, how many times the churning happens, that is only called as inventory turnover ratio. Clear with this? So if there is a more inventory, if the inventory turnover ratio is high, it means that the stock is very fast moving stock, which means it gets over quickly. It gets over very quickly, again and again, it gets replenished. So in a year, if it gets replenished, let's say 20 times, it means this is a very good stock. It's a fast moving stock. There is a huge demand for this, correct or not? So I track based on this. So based on my inventory turnover ratio, I can see whether a stock is slow moving or fast moving. Are you clear with this? Yes, are you guys clear with this? And your stock holding period is nothing but the duration divided by the inventory turnover ratio. Let's say, for example, the annual consumption is 120 kgs. Let's say on an average, I hold 10 kgs. So which means in this period, can I say that the stock has turned over 12 times? Meaning what? Or in other words, can I say monthly once I had to replenish my stock? How did I get this monthly once figure? 12 months divided by 12 times. Or in other words, the period in months or days or in weeks divided by the inventory turnover ratio. If you do that, you will get the period for which the stock takes to get emptied. From full to getting emptied, what is the stock holding period that gets captured here? Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all getting the logic for this? So inventory turnover ratio, it shows the number of times your stock gets replenished, and your stock holding period shows you for how long it takes for a stock to get emptied. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? So with this, we have finished this particular area as well. Clear? Shall we move to the next one, guys? Yes, fine. Now this is something that you have already seen. This is one area that you have already seen in the chapter called as marginal costing. Now supplier selection. There is something called as supplier selection. This is nothing but your indifference point. Simple, guys, simple. Let's say you want to purchase your raw material. You can either purchase it from supplier A or you can purchase it from supplier B. You have two options. Supplier A says, sir, you pay me 50 rupees, all inclusive price. I will come and deliver it to you at your doorstep. You need not pay any 1 rupee also more, no delivery charges, nothing. I have considered all the delivery charges and only I have kept the per unit cost. Clear? Clear, guys? Yes. Are you clear with this? Or you have an option of going to supplier B. Supplier B says, sir, I will supply it to you at 40 rupees per unit plus 10,000 rupees you need to take care of your your transportation cost. So pay me a fixed 10,000 plus every unit 40 rupees you pay me. Are you clear with this? Now this is a real life scenario where you need to take a decision. Now which supplier will you prefer? It depends on how much quantity you are placing an order. If you look at this particular supplier A, the advantage happens by way of a lower fixed cost. In this case, no fixed cost itself. But if you look at supplier B, the advantage happens by way of a lower variable cost per unit. Clear? But at some point, both supplier A or supplier B will give me the same amount of cost. This point is called as my indifference point. And if I am planning to order a quantity less than the indifference point, what will I do? I will go for the option that has a lower fixed cost. If I am planning to place an order above the indifference point, I will go for the option that has a lower variable cost per unit. Correct or not, guys? Correct or not? And at indifference point, whether I go for A or I go for B, the output or the result or the cost for me will be one and the same. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? So which guy is better? It depends on how much quantity you are planning to place an order. And indifference point formula, what is it? Difference in fixed cost divided by difference in variable cost. We saw that earlier row. Guys, yes or no? This is exactly what they have done. 10,000 minus 0 divided by, so the difference between 50 and 40, 10, they have said 1,000 units. So 1,000 units, at 1,000 units, you can either go for A or for B because it's an indifference point. Now, if you want to go beyond, if you are planning to purchase beyond 1000 kgs, go for the option that has, don't call it as higher fixed costs. Talk always in terms of advantage. Call it as lower variable cost. Yes, it is correct. A lower variable cost option has a higher fixed cost. But when you are saying, always talk in terms of advantage. Go for the option that gives you a lower variable cost. Why? Because predominant portion of your cost is driven by variable cost when your volume is high. Correct or not? Now, when you are operating at less than your indifference point, go for the option that gives you a lower fixed cost. In this case, supplier A. Are you clear with this, guys? Isn't it very simple? Something that we've already seen? Yes? Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? Yes, guys, are you all understanding it? Yes, are you clear with the concept here? Fine. So basically, the concept of indifference point can also be used in materials chapter, wherein it's called as supplier selection. And who does the supplier selection? Who does the supplier selection? Which department? Hello? Hello? Which department? Purchases department. Very good. Who was that? Who was that? Yes, very good, very good. Purchases department. How do you know it's purchase department? In standard costing we saw. Correct or not? Standard costing, material price variance. Remember, what is the formula for material price variance?
Standard price minus actual price into actual quantity.
Excellent. Standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. Correct? Yes, very good. So yes, I am responsible only for the price. I am not responsible for the quantity. Are you guys clear with this? Are you guys clear with this? Fine. Now, let's go to the part C of this particular chapter. Part C of this particular chapter. Now, what I will do here is, they have given some material procedure and all. I will just narrate it to you as a story. Okay, because I find this as important because practical theory questions are coming from this area time and again. So, I don't want to miss out on that. So, you guys should know what is the you guys should definitely know how it happens. The particular inventory placing order, how it happens, you guys should definitely know it. So that's the reason why I'm going to tell this to you. Now let me put it in a story format, and I want you guys to catch up running notes. It's going to be just simple thing. Now, what are we going to talk about here? We are going to talk about material purchase procedure. We are going to talk about material purchase procedure. Okay, fine. Now, how will I purchase a material? How does it happen? Starting to ending, just a few minutes I will tell you. Just catch up running notes, and this knowledge is sufficient for you to sit in for a practical theory question on this area. Time and again they have been testing it. That's why I am just doing the theory part also here. Let's quickly finish it off. Now, in my material purchase procedure, how many parties, how many characters are involved? There are a few parties involved. Number 1, my purchase department. Number 2, my factory shop. Number 3, my finance, or I can also call it as costing department, finance department or costing department. And number 4, my inspection department, Now, number 5, I'm sorry I missed this, stores department. So these are the 5 guys who are there, the 5 characters involved in our story of material purchase procedure. Now, purchase department, what will they do? They will place order, that is, they will purchase. Factory shop, what will they do? They will consume the raw material. Finance or costing department, what will they do? They will cost the product. Or in other words, I will say they will find out the cost per unit. They will prepare all the store's ledger and all. Correct or not? They will prepare the store's ledger. Correct? Yes. Then inspection department, what do? They check on the quality of raw material. And stores department, what do? They store the raw material. These are the guys who are involved in this. I will narrate it in point-wise format. Quickly, just make a note of it in whatever way you can understand, and we are done with this area. Clear with this? Shall we get started, guys? Shall we get started? These are the characteristics of these are the characters involved in our story. Now, first what happens? When my raw material touches my reorder level, my stores department, what they will do? They will alert my purchase department to purchase raw material. Correct? I told you, when will you place an order? The moment you touch your reorder level. Correct? How many units you will place an order for? That will be your EOQ. Correct? So what quantity? EOQ. At what time? ROL, reorder level. Clear with this? Have a clear distinction between the two. Clear? Now what happens? This purchase department, what they do? They will invite quotation. They will invite quotation and they will choose the supplier. Based on many parameters like price, quality, delivery, lead time. So many parameters are there. They will choose the supplier. Clear with this? Now, once the supplier is fixed, once the supplier is finalized, what happens? They both enter into a contract. Who both? The company which is purchasing, that is my purchase department and my supplier, they both enter into a contract. That is called as purchase order. So purchase order is not an invoice. It is a binding order. It is a binding contract. In that contract, what they will say? The supplier will say, I undertake to supply 5,000 kgs of goods to so-and-so at so-and-so time, at so-and-so place, at so-and-so rate. And I will take care of the delivery cost, or he will take care of the delivery cost. All the terms of the contract will be mentioned in the purchase order. Are you clear with this? And it has details of so many parameters like price, quantity, your lead time, your who takes care of the delivery, etc. So many things. All the characteristics of the contract will get covered inside this purchase order. Guys, are you all understanding this? Is everyone understanding this? Yes, guys, is everyone understanding this? Next. Once this happens, once the supplier is finalized and the purchase order is also read, what happens? Now, that fellow will send one truck. To my factory. He will send one truck to my factory. Correct or not? He will send one truck to my factory. Correct? Correct? Now, what I will do? Will I accept this as it is? No. Here is where our inspection department comes in. They come in and they check the quality of the product. Are you clear with this? They check the quality of the product and they have two options. They can accept a few items if they are good, and they will reject back whatever items that are not up to the standards promised in the purchase order. Clear with this, guys? Guys, are you all understanding the story? Look, if you read in your study material, it will be some 6-7 pages. I'm just summarizing you in whatever way it is relevant for your exam. Okay, and there are some jargons that you need to know. That's why I'm doing all this. It's very important. Clear, guys? First, are you clear with this? Now what happens? The inspection team, the moment they accept it, what happens is, with respect to the goods that were accepted, they raise something called as GRN. What do you mean by a GRN? Goods received note. Good. Goods received note. All these things you will see in your articleship. If you are doing a proper audit in a proper company, in a proper audit firm, all these things you will go and see it. GRN. It is a proof stating that I have actually received the goods. Correct or not? Yes. Are you clear with this? And this GRN is given to 4 people. Who are the 4 people? Number 1, the supplier. Number 2, the purchase manager. Number 3, the costing department. And number 4, the storekeeper. Simple logic. I have to give the GRN to supplier. Why? Because that is a proof stating that he has initiated the goods and I have received it. So the contract is over from his end. He has completed his obligation. The supplier has completed his obligation. This gets over. He will insist on giving a copy of GRN. Clear? Next, purchase manager. Why should he be given? Because he was the fellow who initiated the entire. Now, why will the transporter be given GRN? You tell me, Vishnu. Why should the transporter be given GRN? That transporter came, he unloaded. Only after he unloaded, I accepted the goods. Now, that fellow will go back with an empty truck. Now, why should I give him my goods received note? Why should I give him a goods received note? For your e-way bill and all, what is the supporting document? You tell me, when will you raise an e-way bill? Before you start the journey or after you start the journey? After all. Before starting. Before starting itself, you will have GRN with you. Then, obviously, the transporter need not get a copy of GRN. The transporter will only get a copy in your GST. You will study. Either if it is a taxable supply, it should be under your tax invoice. If not, it should be under something called as a bill of supply. That's all. Your GRN, why should I give it to the transporter? That fellow is not even, he has delivered the goods. Then what has he has to go vacate the factory. Why should I give my goods received note to him? Okay. Now, I need to give one copy to the purchase manager because this fellow was the one who actually initiated this particular entire transaction. Then I need to give one to the costing department because they are the guys who prepare the store's ledger. So now every single issue and all, they will have to keep a copy saying that every single receipt of goods, they will be having a GRN with them. They will, for the documentation purpose, tomorrow if auditor comes and all, they will be able to show that. So costing or finance department. And storekeeper should be given. Why? Because after inspection, this goods, accepted goods will go inside the storeroom only, no? Yes, and with that, it will be supported with a document called as GRN. So that this fellow will say, the storekeeper will see, in GRN, it is given as 100 units. Okay, 100 units are physically there. Very good, I am accepting. So obviously, the storekeeper should be there. So these 4 fellows should be given a copy of a GRN. Are you clear with this? Now what happens? Now, based on this GRN, the GRN, the storekeeper, he puts the raw material in a place called as bin. I told you what is a bin. Bin is a place where your raw material is stored. It can just be a rack, it can be a drum, or it can be a big hall, or it can be a small room, whatever it is, the place where your raw material is stored. It's a storage space. So every single unit of raw material should be supported by GRN because that is a proof stating that your actual quantity is tallying with the accepted quantity. Are you clear with this? Now what happens? Now, and you should know one more thing. Every type of raw material has a separate bin. Let's say I use raw material A, raw material B, raw material C. If I put everything into a single bin, it is called as dust bin. Correct? Obviously, I need to have separate bins for separate raw material. Only then I can have a track and control. Clear with this? Nut, bolt, let's say spanners, everything if I put together in a single thing, then what I should do? Every day I should only take that, put my hand inside. You know, this newly married people, in their one function will be there. You will put your hand inside your this one bowl, or what is it called as, one sombu will be there. They will have one game and all. They should take that tenga and all they will have. Like that, every day you need to search for this tenga only. Every day you need to search for all your whatever you want. No, organized. What they will have is, clearly they will have this. Clearly they will have a particular rack. Clearly they will have a bin for separate raw materials, and every single raw material will be tracked accordingly. Are you clear with this? Next, you tell me, now the raw materials have reached my bin, correct? Now, whenever this, ultimately, why am I storing it? Because my production manager will keep asking me, no, correct or not? Now you tell me, whenever the production manager wants, now how will he get it from me? One WhatsApp call he will do, huh? Will he say that? Obviously not. It cannot happen like that in a factory. Even if your friend is sitting as a manager, you can't send a WhatsApp message, send 5 kgs. No. So what happens? Every time, the factory shop, it requires the raw material from the stores. They will always issue a document called as MRN. It's called as MRN. It stands for Material Requisition Note. Material Requisition Note. Every time I place a request, it will be put on record. I will say that, look, I need 500 kgs. So please forward it. So the production manager has to necessarily issue something called as a material requisition store. Based on that material requisition stores only, so your stock will move from your storekeeper to your factory shop. So your actual raw material will move only if we get the material requisition note. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Yes, are you all clear with this? So what happens? If you see, the factory shop is here, the stores is here. Fine. Now, when the stores issues raw material, it moves against what? A document called as MRN. So your raw material will flow from stores to your factory shop using a document called as material requisition note. Now suppose the factory shop feels that they have some excess stock. By mistake, I ordered more. So please take it back. From your factory shop, they will return the excess raw material. For this, again, they can't directly give. They will issue a particular document that is called as Stores Debit Note. Stores Debit Note, or it is also called as Shop Credit Note. Stores Debit Note or Shop Credit Note. Sir, why this funny names they are keeping? Very simple. Raw material, WIP. Look, suppose if you are issuing back from your factory shop to your stores, now what happens? From your WIP it will get credited, and to your raw material it gets debited. Correct or not? Reduction in WIP stock, credit. Increase in raw material stock, debit. Correct or not? Guys, are you understanding? So, which place gets debited? Stores. Hence, it's called as a stores debit note. Which place gets credited? Your factory shop. Hence, it's called as a shop credit note. Are you clear with this? So, a store's debit note can also be called as a shop credit note. What is this document required for? When your factory shop is returning any excess raw material back to your stores. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
Yes, are you all understanding this? Yes, are you all understanding this? Fine. Shall I just scroll down? Yes. Now, if you see, there are 2 records so this is about your inventory purchase procedure. Apart from this, there is one more very important area from a theory viewpoint. There is something called as bin card and stores ledger. Bin card and stores ledger. What is it? Now, bin card is something that is maintained by the store's keeper whereas the stores ledger is maintained by the costing department. It's maintained by the costing department. Sir, what will this bin card have? What does this bin card have? Very simple. It will have date, receipts, issues and balance. It will have date, receipts, issues and balance, but remember, it will only track for the quantity. It will only track how many units were received, how many units were issued and how many units are lying balance inside my bin. So outside every bin there will be one label, or it will be hanging from there. If you can see that is called as a bin card. They will say how many units I've received, how many units I've issued, what is the balance. It tracks only the quantity column. Now you tell me, where is this located? In the stores. By whom? The storekeeper. Every receipt will be supported by GRN. Every issue will be supported by your MRN, material requisition note. Correct or not? So this is the tracking that he does. Are you clear with this? So the storekeeper, what he does, every bin, outside every bin, he maintains something called as a bin card. It tracks your receipts, issues and balance only to the extent of quantity. It tracks only quantity. Rate, amount will not be there. Clear? And every receipt should be backed by your GRN. Every issue should be backed by your MRN. Of course, receipt, in case you are receiving any excess from your factory shop, then it will be supported by that store's debit note or a factory credit note, whatever that is, that will also be there. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? What is a store's ledger? It also has the same thing, date, receipts, issue and balance. But here what you will have, inside every column you will track the quantity, rate and amount. Are you clear with this? You will track the quantity, rate then amount. So this is the reason why your stock gets valued only in using a store's ledger and not in a bin card. In a bin card, only quantity column is there for everything. But here you have quantity, rate and amount. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding this? Yes, guys. Yes or no? See something now, please.
Yes, sir.
Are you all understanding this? Yes. Are you all understanding this? Now, apart from that, in your bin card, every day there will be a balance. Correct or not? That balance should actually tally with what is physically inside the bin. Correct or not, guys? Correct or not, guys? Correct or not, guys? Correct. Now, this balance quantity gets tracked under bin card. This balance quantity column is also getting tracked under stores ledger. Now, what happens? There will be one inspection team. They will also, what they do, apart from their quality control, what they do is, they will also go and they will also physically inspect whether the quantity mentioned in the bin card and stores ledger are physically there. If the quantity actually there is less than the quantity mentioned in the bin card, it is called as a shortage. It is called as a shortage. So if the actual quantity is less than the quantity mentioned in the bin card or my stores ledger, it's called as a shortage, and this shortage is only a loss. Correct or not? And this loss only we can treat it as a normal loss or abnormal loss. So now you tell me, without this inspection, can I identify shortage? No. Unless and until I identify shortage, I can't find out my loss. And only if I find out my loss, I can find out my normal loss and abnormal loss. I can apportion it. So first this inspection should be done. Are you clear with this? And the process of maintaining bin card, stores ledger and physical verification put together is called as perpetual inventory control system. It's called as perpetual inventory control system. I am always maintaining all this. Perpetual means continuous. Inventory control. So perpetual inventory control system means following all this together is only called as perpetual inventory control system. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? Is everyone clear? Guys, are you all clear with this? Doing all this same concurrently is called as perpetual inventory control system. Are you clear with this? Guys, know this logically and you are done. You need not mug up any theory part. If at all there is some theory, now if you read, you will understand. We saw many jargons. What did we saw? We saw bin card, we saw stores ledger, perpetual inventory control system, shortage, then we saw purchase order, then we saw, what else did we see? Goods received note. Then we saw about material requisition note, your shop credit note. We saw your store's debit note. So many jargons you have learned along with this story. If you remember the sequence, that's about it. You are done with the perpetual inventory control system. Suppose in exam you don't have a time to do the full question, practical question. If you want to do a theory question, and in theory they've asked what is a perpetual inventory control system, whatever knowledge you have, put it in your own words, but just ensure you write it in points. If you do that, guaranteed they will give you marks. It is way better. Are you clear? You are not writing your story in your village and all. No, you are writing only what is actually there. So this is what it is. Put it in your own words and write it. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you understanding the entire procedure, raw material procedure? I think this only in this batch, I'm covering it in this much detail in a revision fast track batch. Generally, all these things, I do it only in detail in a regular batch. But yes, I thought of let us do it fully in this batch. So that's why from this batch onwards, I thought of doing this part also fully. Are you clear with this? So this theory part, if something comes in, you can just take care of it. Guys, are you all clear?
Yes, sir.
Right? Fine. Now, let's move to the next part of this particular chapter, the last leg of it. The last leg of this particular chapter. Fine. So, yes, this is the final leg of this particular chapter. Material analysis procedure. Material analysis procedure. So, this is about the control systems that are in place. This is about the control systems that are in place. So, let me just walk you through this, and we will also do one sum in this area. Okay, so let's get started here. Now, first, let us talk about ABC analysis. Only in this area you have one practical sum. The other three are like very, very direct. It's only some theory part that we'll just finish off. Okay, so let's talk about this ABC analysis. What do you mean by ABC analysis? Please don't confuse this ABC with activity-based costing. Please don't do that. What do you mean by ABC analysis? Now, you guys, when you are studying for exam, you do know category A chapter, category B chapter, category C chapter, A chapter very important, B chapter little important, C chapter least important. So like this, you do some classification. That ABC is only this. That ABC is only this. Sir, why are we studying all this ABC analysis? Why is it required? Yes, now. Let me just tell you, let me just give you a small background for this, and then we will get going. Yes, okay, fine. So let's get going here. Now, okay, fine. So this part is called as what? It's called as ABC analysis. Now, you tell me, now in your ABC analysis, what is it that we do? Now, let us take a prime example. Let's take a company like Maruti. And you guys know what business they are into. What business? Automobile business, right? Guys? Yes, automobile business. Now, if you see, there is one study, one statistic that says that for every car, to manufacture one car, you require 25,000 items, 25,000 different types of raw material. Okay, that is raw material 1, raw material 2, raw material 3, like that you need 25,000 types of raw material. Let's say raw material 1 you are using, that you need 4 quantity. Let's say door is one type of raw material, that you need 4 or 6, whatever it is. So one statistic says that you need 25,000 types of raw material, meaning what? Nut is one type of raw material, bolt is one type of raw material, your window is one raw material, windshield is one raw material, door is one raw material, wheel is one raw material. Like that, there are so many varieties of raw material. Under each raw material, wheel is one raw material, but you need what? 5 wheels, no? 4 wheel plus 1 stepney. Yes, correct or not? That is number quantity, that is different. But different types of raw material itself, you need 25,000 types of raw material. Now you tell me, whatever we have studied till now, the concept of EOQ, yes, the concept of reorder level, stock level, minimum level, maximum level, all these things perpetual inventory control system. Now, is it practically possible for me to exercise the same level of control on each of these 25,000 varieties of raw material? Is it practical for me to do that? Is it practical for me to do that? No. Then what do I do? In this case, what do I do is, instead of focusing on the entire 25,000 types of raw material, I will classify it into category A, category B and category C raw material. How to do that we will see. And category A is the top value raw material that will be given a high control. Category B will be given a moderate control and category C will be given a least control. Like this, if I'm able to do, at least I can protect the most important raw materials. It is practically not possible for me to exercise the same level of control for all the categories of raw material. Okay, sir, very good. Now, how will you do that? Have you heard this before? There is something called as Pareto rule. It's also famously called as the 80-20 rule. How many of you have heard this 80-20 rule? How many of you heard this before? Pareto rule, Pareto analysis? No one. Okay, fine. Now there was a man called Pareto. Okay, don't think I'm not going to start with a big story and all. I'm just going to tell you what he said. Okay, this guy Pareto, he made one beautiful observation. What was the observation? He said, let us assume an example where in a country there is a population of 100 people in total. There is a population. Assume, just visualize, there are only 100 people in a particular country. Syria. And let's say the total GDP, or let's say the total wealth of the country, is, let us say, 100 crores. Now he made a small observation. What he said was, he said out of this 100 crores, 80%, that is 80 crores of money is owned by just 20 people. That is 20% of people. He made an observation saying 80% of the wealth is concentrated just among 20% of the population. Now you tell me, if you are the income tax department, what will you do? Entire population, difficult to track. If you just catch hold of 20 people, you will get control over 80% of the wealth. Correct or not? Similarly, that is exactly what this ABC analysis says. What it says is, just 20% of components, you have 25,000 types of components, correct? 20% of that is what? 5,000. This 5,000 types of raw material will contribute to 80% of the material value. So means what? If you take care of this 5,000, just 20% of the total raw material items, you can get an excellent control over 80% of the value. So this way you can save a lot of your time and focus more on where actually the control is required. Are you clear with this? This 80-20 rule, some people what they do, instead of 80-20, what they do is they also make it as 60:30:10. They say what they say is 10% of the population controls 60% of the wealth, 30% of the population control 30% of the wealth, and the balance 60% of the population put together controls 10% of the wealth. Look, this is what exactly happens in India now. Yes, a few people, Ambani, Adani, then these people alone contribute to 80% of the wealth. The balance 20 crores, just 20 crores is being shared by the remaining 80 crore people, or whatever it is. That is the reason in India why rich people get richer, poor people get poorer. Yes, The gap between the rich and the poor always keeps widening. Economics we study, it's based on this Pareto analysis. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Similarly, what they are saying, for you to control, don't waste your time in controlling all the 25,000 varieties of stock. I know that just 10 or 20% of the stock will contribute to 70-80% of the value. If you have excellent control over that, then at least your 80% is taken care of. Correct or not? Indirectly, that is what even we did for our exam preparation. You know, our crash batch, the current batch, I told you, first day itself I told you, there are 16 chapters. Don't say that if you have finished the 8th chapter, you have finished 50%. No. That 8th chapter is not 50%. It contributes to about 90 marks in terms of marks. Correct? So in terms of number, it might be less, but in terms of value, it will be more. So that is actually nothing but Pareto analysis. Are you clear with this? A beautiful economic theorem that has been brought. So we are also going to use that. Sir, then how am I going to find this? So I will say that the top 60% belong to A category. The balance the remaining 30% B category, 10% C category. So more control on A category items, moderate control on B category items, and least control on C category items. Sir, then how am I going to classify which item should come under A, B and C? We will take one question, solve it. With that, you will definitely know. It's ideally a theory area, but anyways, we will take a question. They have been testing. They have already tested once or twice in this area. So let's not take the chance. Let's do it. Shall we, guys? Very small area. Shall we do it quickly? Yes. Let's do it quickly. So let's take this question. Yeah. So let's take this question. Let's take this question. Question number 4. It's on page number 66. Let's take question number 4 on page number 66. The following information is obtained from the accounts of XY Company Limited. So they have said item number 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. They have 12 different items of raw material. How many units are there in each category they have said, and what is the cost per unit they have said. Clear? Next. You are required to draw a plan of ABC selective control taking the following basis. A category item. If an item contributes to 50,000 and above, you put it as A category item. 15,000 to 50,000 B item, below 15,000 C item. Clear? Shall we do this sum? I'll tell you how to do it. When we are doing it, just parallelly we will solve it. Shall we do it, guys? Hello? So please pick your calculator. Please pick your calculator. We need to do this quickly. Please pick your calculator. It requires some calculation things and all. So take down question number 4. What's the page number, guys? 66. So question number 4. Yes. So question number 4 on page number 66. So let's get going here. Shall we? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Okay. So let's get started. Write down. Please write down table 1. Table 1. I'll tell you what is this table 1 or not. Just do as I say. You will automatically start understanding it. Write down item number, units, cost per unit, total costs, percentage to total, and rank. I'll tell you what these things are. Let's say this is A, this is column B, this is going to be C, so this is going to be B into C. That's about it. Now, shall we just get started? Yes, let's get started here. Now, what are the different items? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. Clear? Fine. So tell me the units, guys. Copy paste from the question. Please copy paste. How much? 7,000. Then, guys, are you all doing it along with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes? Tell me. 24,000. Then 1,500. 600. 38,000. Then 40,000. Yes, 40,000. Then 60,000. Then 3,000, then 300, 29,000, 11500 and 4100. Cost per unit is also given in the question. 5, 3, 10, 22. 5, 3, 10, 22, then 1.5, 0.5, 0.2, 3.5, 8, 0.4, 7.1 and 6.2. Oh, you guys are Rohini finished, huh? Done. Okay, fine. So tell me the total cost. Just multiply the two and tell me. So it's 35,000. You said you've done. Tell me now.
72,000.
Do it. Then 72,000. Then 15,000. Then 13,200. Then 57,000. Then 20,000. Then 12,000. Then 10,500. 2,400. Then 11,600. Then 81,650. Then 25,420. What's the total? You could have just click that M plus as you did the calculation, you'd have got it. Anyways, I'll tell you, it's 355,770. Yes, 355,770. No issues, guys. You can just copy it from here. Fine, you can just copy it from here, no problem. Percentage of total cost. So what I'm planning to do here is, look at this. So I will establish this 35,000 as a percentage of total cost. So if I do that, let me do the calculation. You need not worry, copy paste from here. It's 9.84 percentage. Product number 2 contributes to 20.24 percentage. This is 4.22 percentage. This is 3.71 percentage. This is 16.02 percentage. 5.62 percentage. 3.37 percentage. 2.95 percentage. Then I think it's 0. Yes, it's 0.67 percentage, 3.26 percentage, 22.95 percentage and 7.15 percentage. If you add it all, you get 100 percentage in total. So basically what we are trying to do is, we are trying to establish that particular value of raw material as a percentage of total raw material cost. If you do that, you will get the total value of that particular item as a percentage of the total raw material value. Are you clear with this? Guys, are you clear with this? Now, can you just rank this? Now, based on the percentage, rank and tell me which gets the maximum rank. Can I say this product number 11 gets rank number 1, then product number 2 gets rank number 2, then product number 5 gets rank number 3, then my product number 1 gets rank number 4, then product number 12 gets rank number 5, then product number 6 gets rank number 6, and product number 3 gets rank number 7, then product number 4 gets rank number 8, then product number 7 gets rank number 9, then product number 10 gets rank number 10, then product number 8 gets rank number 11, and product number 9 gets rank number 12. So based on the descending order of percentage of value, I am ranking the products and saying, if you look at this, if you just take care of item number 11, you are taking care of 22.95% of the value of your raw material, which means that is huge. So basically that gets the topmost rank. And if you just go to this item number 9, constitutes only to 0.67% in value. Are you clear with this? You tell me, you have one box full of 1 kg of coal, 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 and you have one small box where you have a diamond ring. You tell me, can you say just because the quantity of coal is more, I will control more on coal? What is this? Absolutely not. Though, despite the fact that the quantity of diamond is less, in terms of value it is more. So it makes more sense if I exercise more control only on diamond as compared to my Cool. Are you clear with this? Clear with this? Has everyone noted this down? Shall we proceed? Guys, have you all noted this down? No one is answering. Only 2-3 students are answering. Yes, yes. Okay, fine. So go to table number 2. I'll tell you. Go to table number 2. Table 2. Table 2. Now, prepare this table on the basis of ranks. Prepare this table on the basis of rank. How am I going to do that? Please write down rank, item number, cost, category, percentage cost, cumulative percentage of cost, and percentage of items. I will tell you what each of these things are. Once we do this, I will tell you what these things are. You will automatically start getting it. Now guys, just copy paste and write the table 1, but here you should write it in the order of ranks. So can you do this? Can you do this? So tell me, this is what? Rank number 1, rank number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. What are the items and the item numbers? I will say the item numbers are 11. It is 81650 in value. Item number 2, 72,000 in value. Item number 5, 57,000 in value. I'm just copy pasting from the previous step. Item number 1 is 35,000 in value. Then item number 12, that is 25,420 in value. Item number 6, that is 20,000 in value. Item number 3, that is 15,000 in value. Item number 8, rank number 8 is item number 4, that is 13,200 in value. Then it's item number 7, 12,000 in value. Then you've got item number 10, that is 11,600 in value. Item number 8, 10,500 in value. And item number 9, it is 2,400 in value. So on the basis of rank, I have prepared the item number and I have prepared the cost. Correct or not? Guys, are you understanding this? Are you understanding this? Anyone has a problem till now? Guys, are you all understanding this? Yes. Now you tell me, they have given in the question, if the value is above 50,000 and above, you should categorize it as an A category item. So first rank product, is it what? A or B or C? Hello guys, please answer. This is going to be A. Second category A. Third category A. Then fourth category B. Why? Between 15,000 to 50,000. This is also B. This is also B. Then the next one is also B. Then after that everything is C, 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 C. Yes. So now what is the cumulative percentage cost that we already did? For the first rank item, we said it contributes to 29.95 percentage. This contributes to 20.24 percentage. Just copy paste in the previous step. It's 16.02 percentage. It's 9.84 percentage. 7.15 percentage. Now 5.62 percentage. 4.22 percentage. Then it's 3.71 percentage. Then you get what? What is it? 3.37 percentage. Then 3.26, then 2.95 percentage and 0.67 percentage. Simple. Now what you need to do is the A category items put together, what is the cumulative percentage it contributes to? Add it up. 22.95 plus 20.24 plus 16.02. How much is it? 59.21 percentage. Next. Now bracket all these B category items and tell me how much is it total to? $26.83. Correct. Then bracket all the C category items and tell me how much does it account to? 13.96. Correct. 13.96 percentage. Now how many items are there? How many items are there in A category? How many items? 1, 2, 3. So in terms of numbers, can I say this is nothing but 3 by 12? That is, can I say 25% of item contributes to approx 60% of value? Correct or not? Correct or not, guys? In terms of numbers, it's only 3 items, which means 25% of my total different varieties of raw material contributes to 60% of the value of raw material. Here, in terms of items, if you see how many items are there? 4. Can I say 4 divided by 12? How much is this? 33.33 items, percentage of item contributes to approx 26.83% in value. And finally, I have 5 divided by 12. This is nothing but 41.67% of items contribute to just 13% or 14% of my value. So obviously, if I just have a control over this top 25%, I will get a control over 60% of my value. Correct or not, guys? This is exactly what Pareto analysis was telling you. This is exactly what Pareto analysis was telling you. So put that as a percentage of items and percentage of cost. If you see, just a small number of items will contribute to greater amount of value. Are you clear with this? Have you all noted this down? Have you all noted this down? Have you all noted this down? Is it complete, guys? Everyone has completed this? Yes? Yes? So let's just scroll down and write down the final answer. Write down answer. A-A category. Write down your observation. 25% of items constitute 59% of value. Put a semicolon. On the top you write down control required. Control required. Write down highest control. Highest control required. B. 33% of items constitute what? 27% of value. What is the control required? Moderate. Then C. It is 42% of items constitute how much? 14% of value. The control required is lowest. So obviously you should know, now you have learned how to control, what to do, decision making, but where to channelize this efforts is what ABC is telling you. You better concentrate more on high category products so that you can get control over 59% of the value of your raw material. Just 3 different types of raw material. Correct. Item number 11, item number 2 and item number 5. The top 3 ranks, if you have control over that, you will have control over 60% of material value itself. This is what ABC analysis is telling you. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Is it clear for everyone? Is it clear for everyone? So that's about ABC analysis. That's about ABC analysis. I hope you guys have written this down. Yes? Yes, shall we just proceed? Last just 5 more minutes and we will just stop it there. That's all. Fine. I thought we can finish this chapter and start employee cost. That was my original plan today. That's okay. No problem. No problem. Yes. Yes, guys. Clear? Shall we just finish the balance areas? Now there is another area concept. Yes, you guys have completed this, no? Yeah? Okay, fine. So basically there is another thing called as JIT. JIT means what? Just in time. It was a Japanese technology. In fact, this was founded by, the concept of JIT, I think, was founded by Sony Incorporation, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Japanese company called Sony. We all know Sony, no? It's a company that's known for its audio and video quality. Yes, that company, it was the first company to do JIT. I'm not sure if that was Sony. Sony was the first company to find out either just in time or something called as Kaizen costing. I'm not sure. But anyways, it's a Japanese version of inventory management. Simple. What is it? Just in time purchase. Meaning what? Generally what we do? We purchase, correct? We purchase raw material. Whenever the production manager asks, we will give it to him. He will produce. He will keep his stock with him. Whenever a person comes to the shop or whenever a person comes to with a demand, he will sell it. Correct? So basically, I will produce and keep, and I will try to push, correct or not? Now, because of this, what happens? Unnecessarily, I am maintaining a lot of stock with me. That's where just-in-time, JIT system came into picture. In this JIT system, what they are saying is simple. You don't produce and keep. First, let the customer come. He will place an order. Once he places an order, then what you do? You go and place a request to the supplier, purchase the raw material, produce and give it. So just in time you purchase and produce. This is called as just in time system. So in this system, I don't maintain a raw material inventory. And since I get an order and I need to immediately purchase, I should always have a local supplier with me. And I should always, the order quantity will not be EOQ. It will be the lowest quantity. How much ever I need, that alone I will do. Since I order in low quantities, number of orders will be more. So I have a higher ordering cost. But the advantage here is the carrying cost is very less. And the stock out scenario, the chances of me running out of stock is very high. Simple example. When you go to a hotel and order a plate of dosa, will he already put the dosa and keep it ready for you to sell? Or only after seeing your face, what will he do? Only then he will turn on a stove, correct or not? Yes, in fact, in a worst case scenario, only after seeing your face, he will go and buy that dough itself, what do you call the batter? The batter itself, he will go and buy only after that, correct or not? They will not waste it. They will not produce 100 dosas and wait. Only after seeing you, they will even put that dosa on the tawa and they will give it to you, correct? This is called as a just-in-time inventory system. Are you clear with this? If that is being practiced even in a factory, it's called a just-in-time inventory system. Yes, there is, and this is what it is all about. Then there is something called as VED analysis. What is VED analysis? Vital, essential, and desirable. Now I told you this is another measure of control. Theory. So basically, raw material can be a direct material or what? It can also be an indirect material, correct? Certain materials are very vital. Without that, the production itself cannot happen on a day-to-day basis. Example is coal or fuel. Let's say I'm having a coal as a fuel. Without this coal, I can't run my machine, correct? It is a vital product. Essential product means what? It is very much required, but not on a very urgent basis. Let's say lubricant. Lubricant is required, but every day I will not pour it. No, every day I will not be using it. It's called as an essential product. Desirable product. Let's say polythene cover. Now this polythene cover, what is it? Now this polythene cover is used to what? Carry the product. Now without that also somehow you can manage. But if it is there, it is desirable. So based on this, you can exercise your level of control. You can see whether it's a vital product or essential product or desirable product. Based on this, you will apply ABC analysis. On that, on A category items under vital, essential and desirable, you will exercise more control of whatever we have studied in this chapter, EOQ, your stock levels and all that. Are you clear with this? And finally, there is something called as FSND. What is it? Fast moving, slow moving, non-moving and dead stock. Recall, I told you, inventory turnover ratio, I told you, correct or not? Inventory turnover ratio, I gave an example. Let's say annual requirement is 100 kgs. I have an average stock of 10 kgs. It means, or let's say annual requirement is 120 kgs, average stock is 10 kgs, which means that my stock will turn around 12 times in this year, which means what? It will get emptied 12 times in this year. Correct or not? This is the meaning. Correct guys? My stock will turn over for 12 times. Or in other words, can I say 12 months divided by 12 times? Can I say once a month I keep on replenishing my stock? Correct or not? Meaning what? The stock gets over within a span of 1 month. Correct or not? So basically the stock holding period is what? The duration divided by the inventory your inventory turnover ratio. Correct? Based on that, I calculate my stock holding period. Now, if the stock holding period is less than or equal to 1 month, it means it's a fast moving stock, no? Hot cake. It's a fast moving stock. I can't mind if I buy, it will not even stay with me for 1 month. It immediately goes off. Correct? Now, if it takes more than 1 year, but less than, if it takes more than 1 month, but less than 1 year, the stock holding duration, if it's more than 1 month, but less than 1 year, it's called as a slow moving stock. And if it is not consumed in 1 year, beyond 1 year it happens, it's called as a non-moving stock. And after this non-moving stock, let's say I'm having it for 5 years, 6 years with me, now it has become spoiled, obsolete, it's called as a dead stock. Are you clear with this? Why is this analysis required? Because you need to exercise more control on a fast moving stock, moderate amount of control on a slow moving stock, and the least control on non-moving stock. Why? Fast moving stock means it has a ready market. It has a ready market. Using that raw material, I can convert it into an FG and it has a ready market. So obviously that requires the highest level of control. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? These are some theory areas that can be tested in this chapter. Are you clear with this, guys? So that's about the material chapter, material cost. In this chapter, we saw the landed cost computation. We saw EOQ without price discount, EOQ with price discount. Then we went on to see the issues valuation, FIFO, LIFO, weighted average. Then what all we saw? We saw stock levels. Then we saw stock levels, correct? Then we went on to see the material purchase procedure, correct? Then we went on to see ABC analysis, JIT system, VED, that is vital, essential, desirable, and we saw fast moving, slow moving, non-moving, and dead stock. That's about this entire chapter, guys. That's about this entire chapter. So basically, if you see here, another 5 marks is done in your kitty. So basically, we have covered now, till now, the marks that we have covered is 80, right? The 80 marks is something that we have covered now. Now, don't think the other chapters are not important, because I'm saying this because you might have that mindset already. I've covered 80 marks. No, look at this. Look at this. Employee cost. Past 6 out of 6 attempts they have tested it. But the problem is, it doesn't come in a pattern. Where this question comes, it sometimes comes in question 1 and question 5. Look at this. 5 mark compulsory plus 5 mark theory. 5 mark compulsory plus 5 mark theory. Then 5 mark practical plus 5 mark theory, or 1 10 mark practical, or 1 6 plus 4, or 1 10 practical. It doesn't show a trend, but employee cost definitely gets tested in every past 6 out of 6 attempts, which means that it is over and above this. It is over and above this 80 marks that I'm telling you. It's a bonus for us. It's a bonus for us. So make sure, just ensure. And budgeting chapter is also a likely 10 mark question based on the trends that we've been seeing. Clear?